Just as many CTs as Ts here on A. Okay, Matcher, wild. Khalil, he's on for the ace.
There's a shot.
Yes, sir.
and Yabby melts them, shreds them, and nearly gets the window pick. But Elijah's left in a 1v2.
No health.
Low HP, 18 to be exact, and he's just waiting out behind the smoke. Smoke fades now. Gap had a fight, headshot in. Elige predicting the move to come through window, but Device was a little bit further back. But he's got the health advantage, and Device just goes into the fight, and Elige wins.
FaZe trying to stop the defuse. FaZe have time to play around. More grenades. Elige coming in for a third kill. Denied. The spray gets him off. And Rare Atom might just win this off of random spam. Goes back for another. Gets him again. FaZe on for the clutch on his own. Brokey. Shot through the smoke. Got to prioritise the palm, but he gets stuck on the truck, and Nico can't win this. There's simply no time. They go for the fight. Nico, it's a messy spray. Oh my God, he's got the stick. They have to run him down. Chalking, chasing into the side. Nico, 1v2. He's built for these rounds. He's going to force the 1v1. Nico does it alone.
Here we go. They're trying to get the boost on the one side now. They're trying to get a boost again.
Oh my God.
What are you doing?
Money in the back pocket. Oh, a knife kill. Love that.
It's the Molotov.
Oh, the whole room's spinning. They're freaking out. Oh God, they didn't clear Doom out, but Slender's quick on the trigger, making this pistol round happen for GamerLegion is Slend. Here's the fast rotate out of Legacy. 2 players round CC, and Slend with all 5.
Just go straight in. They have to fully commit to this one. Mazzino getting 1 kill is huge, but Yuri's there for 2.
Hear that bomb just ticking away in the back. There is the kit right in front, so they do have the opportunity, but it will be denied. Yuri instead.
Swing and oh, great hold. Just when it looked like mid was compromised, we get this tethering from Mzinho onto Blitz. Ooh, that's an entry and a half out of Maka. Hopper down, pit player holds on for the ace as Mzinho holds on to the half wall. And that is the perfect distraction, all 5.
Here they come, right up towards the top of the B ramp, but Lucky combining with Body and now coming through the CT. Smoke, Device gets a double. Over the top, Device eradicates them all. Manages to cross over the Goose without going down. I don't know how, but he gets away with it. MongolZ,
He's had enough.
Stylish finish on that round from MongolZ. And it feels like it's only a matter of time before 3, 2, 1 that he gets killed.
The timing there is sort of, as you see them get out the long doors, they run at you, you got to get back. Do a lot of the heavy lifting.
He's got it.
And Lato with all 5.
Nobody's watching. Quick trade.
Oh, there's a bloodshed. Sensu now off the mark finally, but Jacob once again.
Oh, great trade potential, but Magus denies it. 2 players inside of the site. Magus with the triple kill. Nyx not able to find anything as his teammates fall all around him. Quad kill.
Can't stand there. Flashes are good, but so is Blitz. He's going to stand and deliver. Baits them out. Allows Mazzino to close the guillotine. And he chops them to pieces. Although Blitz may go down for just the 1 frag, the follow-up was so on point from Mazzino.
And so that's why you're seeing Astralis in this portion of the map time and time again. Oh, God.
Oh.
Electronics farming. Naf, the V player, the only guy left, but not for long. Electronic.
Ballsy run and gun. That's random. Shooting Lee Hang. And now we have the outer rush. We've been waiting all game for it. 9 rounds deep. Kicks and sends it into the site. Flank. 4 players flanking. And we are just gonna feast. Just gonna eat them all up. How does he do it? He's got the AWP now. Do it all. Kixon could win this round. No cap. Bit of cap. 10-2.
Rare Adam hot to the trot here, fast into the 4v2 retake attempt. The Galil in sight with the first on the window. And you've got bodies coming out from tunnels. Careful, Mom's fire just killed somebody. And now it's him versus Child King 1v1. He's got him isolated, soft and dealt with. Nico now time to clutch. 30 health and 2 players layered up. It's good damage. It's good kills in. Senzu on the bomb tonight. You've still got Brokey back sight, no scope. Brokey under pressure, they still managed to get through. Oh, flash is perfect here from Kerrigan. Jacob gonna have to show us what she's made of. 3rd kill and 4th. Ooh. We've got 2 rifles on the retake. No way that's what happens. He's able to get down through the window. Desert Eagle off the mark. 2nd player head tuck, back car now dead.
What?
He's got him up close. USP for the clutch.
Oy, that's a little messy.
Welcome back to beautiful Bucharest, where the PGL Tour continues. It's a little frosty outside, but things are heating up as we hit the playoff stage of the competition. I'm going to be your host, Richard Lewis, this morning, always loving being here in the PGL studio. And joining me today, we've got 2 of the world's finest analysts. We've, of course, got Yanko over there, former coach of FaZe and MIBR. And, of course, joining me, and it's the first time we've worked together, so very excited about this, it is Professor. He is one of the minds behind one of the essential stat sites for Counter-Strike, HLTV. So really looking forward to picking your brains today. How are we doing, guys?
I'm doing great. Prof, basically the guy who enables us to have a job, and just like you, Richard, always loving my time in Bucharest. So yeah, excited for the playoffs.
Yep.
Thank you. Didn't think about it that way, but you know, I'll take it.
There you go. I love it. He's been play it cool, play it cool. All right, it's good. It's good. Okay, we'll take a look at yesterday's results. This is what we had. I mean, obviously, it was just crazy. It was a bloodbath yesterday. I'll start with the last. I'll end with the last one. We'll do it in the other order. Astralis, they're just out. I mean, cool, I guess, if you're an Astralis fan, that we just have this period of sustained failure, and they're now back to, like, bitching about the MRQ or whatever. It's fine. Good luck with that, by the way. Apogee, incredible run for them, to be positive. I mean, really impressed everybody, but they are out of the tournament. FaZe able to overcome then. And then we just had the bloodbath, which, of course, was MongolZ versus Falcons. So some thoughts about those results? Obviously, I guess we start with the MongolZ missing the playoffs again.
Yeah, that's super disappointing. I mean, obviously, one of the favorites, if not the favorites, depending who you ask for this tournament, and to go out without even making the playoffs, that's crazy for them. What a missed opportunity for a team that really needed a big title like this, needed to at least get to the final, lose in a close fashion or something. I honestly, yeah, pretty disappointed with MongolZ and their progression forward, because they seem to be stuck at this level where they're a pretty good team, but not a real contender.
I think you're hoping this is a wake-up call for the MongolZ, because as Prof pointed out, they were just on the precipice, you know, making playoffs consistently, but not good enough to take down your mouse, your vitality, to really lift a trophy at a tier 1 event, right? And that's why you were having them as main favorites here, with some of those big names missing. But it seemed like they've gotten a little bit too complacent, right, and perhaps too content with the results that they've had, which obviously isn't a good sign if you're having any higher aspirations. So as I said, a great wake-up call potentially to sort of decide, okay, do we want to try and be the best, or are we just happy where we're at, and that's, you know, our level?
I'll stay on this point because we were talking about this yesterday. People just seem to think Mongols don't have to make a roster change anymore. It never comes up. No one ever mentions it. But they used to make loads. That's how we got this lineup in the first place. So it's like, why can't they do it again? I think they are definitely on a downward trajectory. That's what it feels like for me right now.
I mean, they've been together for a year and a half, and that's like way longer than any roster that is here or in top tier Counter-Strike, right? So the question is, have they done everything that they can with this roster or not? Obviously, I don't think that's going to happen before the major. They're not like super struggling. They're not in the dumps, but it might happen after. I think the reason why no one talks about that is because, like, who is there in the Mongolian scene that you can pick up? There's a few teams, you know, one team maybe is banned now, so, you know, there's a few less players that you can pick from, but there's talent, because there is always talent, because they, as you said, they made like 6-7 roster changes in 2 years, so there's someone to go.
Before, the thought process was, well, it's Mongolia, how much talent could they have? And then they make a couple of roster changes that people don't even see coming, and they get better, right? So I don't think it's that. We shouldn't forget also they're one of the youngest teams out there. That's why I'm saying, you know, for some of these guys, maybe it's, you know, oh, suddenly some money started coming in, you know, you're getting a little bit more popular, you start to perhaps take a few things for granted. That's why I don't put it beyond them to be able to make that adjustment, you know, and have that conversation, or for someone like Mara to really sit them down and say, hey, what do you guys want to do? Like, do you want to be the best, or is this what you're happy with and you just want to coast from here, right? So I'm hoping that we'll see them bounce back stronger for this, Richard, as teams usually do. I
hope so. They need to. Everyone wants them to do well. They're a very likable team, but that doesn't make you immune to criticism. Speaking of which, let's just quickly touch on Astralis. I did that briefly. They head into the MRQ after not making the playoffs here. I know obviously it doesn't impact on their VRS points. I do remember us talking about Astralis in Cluj, where they look to be a bit more impressive in the stadium and have some good games. And we were like, surely they're going to be in the top 10 and go to the major. They missed out by like 4 points in the VRS rankings. And it's just like, I just don't know. Where's the bottom with Astralis?
I don't think we've seen it yet.
Yeah, really?
We'll probably see it next week in the MRQ. If I'm I'm really not optimistic about their chances, because on paper, obviously, I think they're the highest seeded team going into that, them and GamerLegion, and on paper they should go through, but that's like online, starting with best of ones, a lot of pretty good teams, you know, a lot of very hungry teams that don't get to go to Bucharest, to Cluj, to Lisbon, you know, where you can rise through the rankings. For them, that is the only chance they'll have in this like 6-month period to break through. So I don't know, it looks really grim.
I can tell you, Richard, you do a lot of Jedi mind tricking, you know, when you're on a team, right? You try to paint everything sort of in an optimistic way for your team. So that's why the loss to Apogee really hurts if you're Astralis, right? Because otherwise, if it was, you know, an Aurora or whoever else, someone a little bit more around in the tier 1 scene, you could say like, it was a good team, we had a bad day. But Apogee, like, you have no excuse for that.
They're not even in the MRQ.
And that's the level, they're not in the MRQ, and you'll have teams that are on paper supposedly better than them in the MRQ. So you're really struggling to find confidence if you're Astralis. And for me, it doesn't get more revealing than the fact that Stone is even talking about the conditions at the MRQ. It's like, bro, you guys should have, like, you know, on paper, this is a team that should be a contender, that should have championship aspirations. You're complaining about the MRQ. Get a reality check, brother.
Yeah, listen, I love it. I love that you have that opinion. I always want better for Astralis, because obviously, you know, I'm one of those boomers that remembers what they used to be, and, you know, always talks about how they solved CS.
It has the core of a team that's been, you know, a contender for a couple of years. It has the most accomplished, or, you know, not the most accomplished in device, because, you know, the pre surpassed that and all of that. But I think just a player that's been probably the best Danish player over the last 10 years. I think that's fair to say. And Stair, who is one of the best up and coming players and definitely isn't a problem over in that team. So yeah, I think it would be the bottom falling out if they don't make it out the MRQ.
Well, we can see how you guys did with your talent predictions, because this has been a tournament full of upsets. And for all the talk about Astralis, there was one believer
Yes, of course. Of course. What a fool I was. But
Crazy copium.
yeah, I thought with some time, you know, they'd be able to polish their game and be better. Still not as bad as my FURIA pick. But all Brazilian teams are just beyond hope at this point until they do one grand reshuffle. Maybe they can dominate CS again if
I
they
mean,
do that.
Maui picking Pain, that's kind of crazy. They're coming here with
It's Maui. He's always going to have a hipster pick.
with an academy player, which I'm pretty sure is not their long like actual replacement. He's just here to fill a spot at this tournament. That's crazy. I think Legacy, for where they were in the world, they did pretty okay. Had some close games, like a close loss to Astralis and some wins. Yeah, like not too bad, but
They look the best out of the three Brazilian teams.
Yeah.
And I think significantly better than the other two teams. And it's just unfortunate for them they couldn't get at least one more win, you know, for VRS points and whatnot. But I feel like they're on the right track, absolutely, with this lineup.
Yeah, and look, I got to say, the Liquid's story is kind of egregious. I mean, I know Shuey didn't have a lot of time, obviously. We're talking probably under a week with the lineup, and you don't get a single map. You looked really bad in some maps. You got battered by, like, Virtus.pro, like
Legacy.
13-3, they had Legacy. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that team. They have to set themselves a much higher standard, though.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we have to talk about. They only had these many days of practice and Shui and whatnot. They don't have a coach behind them either. You know, their analyst is the interim coach at the moment. So it has to be one of those things where give them a little bit of time and to see where it's headed. But the start was very problematic because the issues that they've had doesn't have anything to do with changing a player. You know, it's situational Counter-Strike, which these guys should have, you know, handled, considering the experience and how many veterans they have on the squad.
Yeah, we were breaking down a round of like Twists and NAF in a 2v1 that they lose. It's like, you guys have like 8 years of experience playing together. Yeah. It's on Nuke. It's not like a new map or anything. You should be able to solve the situation pretty consistently, you know? So yeah, it's showing signs of, I don't know, this Liquid lineup never really getting it going. The last iteration didn't with Nerds, right? It didn't really do anything, considering that's a really big signing, a really strong player coming in and kind of dropping his form in a new lineup that should be, you know, his to take, you know.
Yeah, and the last point on Liquid, the thing that worried me immediately, I always pay attention to the media and the interviews and kind of use that to kind of do a temperature check. And it was like Shuey did an interview where he said, Twists has assured me I'm in charge. And it's like, it was never an assumption otherwise, brother. Like, what does IGL stand for, you know? So that was a little bit worrying. But look, it was probably a bridge too far to expect them to hit the ground running at this tournament. And we'll just monitor the situation moving forward. And with that, why don't we take a look at the bracket for this tournament? These are our quarterfinals. It has been, sorry, I moved the mic away from my mouth. I keep forgetting about that. I'm used to the Madonna mics. It has been a super interesting one because obviously Falcons, they eked their way through against MongolZ, and we're going to get a rematch right out the gate. We're going to highlight that game in a moment. 3D Max will be taking on FaZe Clan, Complexity versus Aurora, and then G2 Esports versus Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro also kind of squeaked their way in.
Yeah, I mean, it's
your favorite team.
Yeah, it's going to be a grind with Virtus.pro, but they're going to get it done. And yeah, talking about Madonna Mike's virgins when it comes to LAN playoffs, GamerLegion, right, about to go up against Falcons, who have a ton of experience, you know, playing LAN playoff games, and it's also a rematch. We'll get to that in a little bit more detail. But Complexity, I think, one of the definitely surprise packages, considering how their previous LAN tournaments went. Sure, they came in on a win streak, but it was online in NA against weaker opposition mostly, and they've looked really good so far.
Yeah, such a good story. I think that game against Aurora will show a lot of like what they're made of. Also, the map pool is a very interesting one, probably like a Train Anubis going on between these two teams. Yeah, they were kind of nowhere. I was writing them off after the first few lands they did this year, and they picked it up. They went and grinded online, NA in Europe, and now they're, I don't want to say they're some like top 10 contender team, but they're making a push towards it. And you know, prize pool here is pretty good. They're a small org. They definitely need everything that they can get and also climb the VRS points moving forward.
I'm really loving this bracket and the teams we have in it because you have different teams in different stages, sort of.
Yeah.
You have, you know, your Complexity, the upstart, the surprise package, GamerLegion as well with their first playoffs, you know, a bunch of young kids, very well-oiled machine over there under Ash. Then you have sort of the stumbling giants in FaZe Clan, right, who are definitely looking to bounce back and have a deep run. Falcons, similar story in an extent. G2 as well, who are super dominant and have the most firepower remaining in this tournament. And then 3D Max and Aurora, two teams that need to make that next step, right, with the Mongols out of it. I mean, Aurora probably the main favorite to win it all.
Yeah. Well, let's start setting up the first quarterfinal we're going to be covering. Obviously, GamerLegion versus Falcons, a rematch. The first time around, it was pretty embarrassing. I think it was like 13-1, 13-6, something like that.
13-1, 13-2.
Was it actually 13-2?
26.
I gave Falcons 4 extra rounds. And okay, my bad. Won't make that mistake again. I mean, you know, I highlighted this yesterday before we closed out the show. It wasn't just that GamerLegion absolutely wrecked them. It was that Falcons were like, they played embarrassing. They acknowledged this. You can see there is the game there. This is how one-sided it was. And Nico himself in the interview said this was embarrassing for us. This was a big motivating factor. GamerLegion went on to social media and just absolutely were ruthless with their criticism. So it's already a spicy rematch. But just for context, I don't think you're not going to see day 2 Falcons again.
Yeah, but even this scoreboard is a little bit misleading because GamerLegion was T-side both first halves. So for the CTs, there's going to be maybe even a little bit of saving here and there in all of that, and tells you what kind of a day they had with, you know, there was at least 24, they played 24 rounds on the CT side, and Magus got 9 kills as the anchor, right? Like, that's just telling you it wasn't a good day in the office. And yeah, I mean, we talked about how terrible the start of the tournament has been for Falcons. They managed to turn it around, so playing the same team in the same tournament twice is always a little bit tricky.
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't think it's going to be the same game. I think, you know, Falcons are on the rise after what they went through. You know, first 2 days really bad. All the rumors about MongolZ, even the Kiyosuke rumor coming in as well. Yeah. But they managed to turn around and beat Mongols in a very close game. You know, Mongols haven't been on their A game this tournament, but they pushed them. Like they pushed each other to the limits. So I think that's where Falcons get some. They get some fire in them. Nico spoke in the interview after, is like, these are the games why you play Counter-Strike. Like, it doesn't matter, like, everything that we've been talking about, like, oh, MongolZ is coming in, this and that. You're in the server, you're playing Counter-Strike for a living. This is an amazing game. Like, you need to enjoy it. And, you know, he was enjoying it. He was playing really well. And Dexter also stepping up, the man that's allegedly leaving, you know. He did his best to keep Falcons in this tournament.
That's a very good journalistic use of the word allegedly at this point. I respect that. I'll stay with you, Prof. I mean, one of the things that we praise GamerLegion for is their scouting. They seem to just keep continually finding tier 1 players from places you wouldn't necessarily expect, even players that have come through academy systems that have maybe been a little bit written off or haven't necessarily shined to the degree that they do once they get in a GamerLegion. So obviously, as a guy that, you know, runs the coverage website and everything else, you've seen it all. So, you know, tell me about these academy prospects.
I mean, this is their team. Their team is 4 guys that used to be in academy teams. They didn't all come directly from these academy systems. If anything, ZTR's, for example, his story after Young Ninjas to NIP, back to Young Ninjas, then to Metasport, benched in Metasport. So he wasn't someone that was on the rise in the moment he came to GamerLegion. GamerLegion kind of, and Ash reformed him into a top IGL. PR, okay, he was on fire from the start to where he is now, but Slend and Towson from Sprout and also MongolZ NXT moving to Endpoint, they also weren't really players that were like, oh, this is Kiyosuke, this is Donk, you know. They needed to really find some like rough gems and reform them into diamond.
And you can see the performance at the Shanghai Major resulting in their jump in the rankings, allowing them to attend more tier 1 events. But I don't know, man. I think at this point, the MongolZ CEO should just get like his best friend, his cousin or someone to start an esports org, and just, there's a full team of MongolZ NXT players now that you can make, that they just had to sell to other teams, you know, like Slant is a great player. They have Torji. PR is a great player. They have, you know, guys like Exertion and Spinks on that team. There's just no room for them. But it's crazy how much talent they've brought up over the years. And I think GamerLegion a great example of, you know, what we had Ants do a couple of years ago, basically just doing more with less, and it's such a polar opposite organizationally between them and Falcons, right? And with Falcons, you have an org that isn't really interested in developing talent as much as they are in building a contender, right? And bringing in superstars. That's why Nico was brought at the start of this year, and sort of really putting their name as one of the best teams in the world.
You read my mind exactly where I wanted to take it. Contrasting fortunes. I don't care if we're repeating the narratives. Narratives matter. Obviously, we've had lots of attention around Falcons. It seems clear that MongolZ is going to be joining, just based on what we've seen. Allegedly, in the media. You know, we've had a story the other day break that, you know, G2 are like, no interviews with MongolZ right now, and it's like, obviously, because
God forbid he says no comment.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, exactly. Imagine if he said no comment on air. That would be terrible. So I don't know what's going on there, except, you know, they're trying to insulate him maybe a little bit from the pressure while they try and focus. But obviously, yesterday, what we saw was Dexter, the player that's going out. He had a monster series to pull Falcons into the playoffs here. We saw Tezes step up as well and have a fantastic last map. And these are the guys that the stories are about being on the chopping block. So it's a weird spot to be in, but I guess it must be very freeing for these players. Like, look, we just got to show everyone what we can do and maybe get our next contract.
I think also we need to differentiate the MongolZ from the Kyosuke rumor.
Well, yeah,
right?
Tezes will be going to the major.
Yeah, no, well, not just that. I mean, also the Kyosuke one was basically exploring your options when you were looking to bring players in, right? MongolZ sounds like more of a done deal, right? So I don't think it's a given that Kyosuke will join Falcons after the major, you know, at all. I think the rest of the team definitely has an opportunity to keep their spot on the lineup, and Tessis is one of those guys that you always feel like his ceiling is high, but it's just struggling to sort of perform, perhaps, whether it's on the stage or in big moments. That's why Cluj maybe felt like a turning point, but it didn't transpire in that way. You know, you go back to the heroic days, it's like his level would fall off in the playoffs or some of those big games. So, and we saw yesterday against the Mongols in overtime, just one good round, right, towards the end, and how much confidence it gives him and how dynamic of a player he becomes. So I feel like he definitely has the skill to be on a contender team, but just mentally, if he can get over that hump and play a little bit more free, right, without stressing too much about, you know, making the mistakes or how big the moment is, he could definitely be a great factor in this Falcons roster.
I also got to say, I think Falcons just need something publicly, visually, optically, whatever you want to call it, that's just a W. Like, it just seems to be like every time something happens, they essentially set themselves up for ridicule. I'll put a pin in that. Veto's coming in. Prof, use your Neuralink that you have with your website to tell me where we're going on this.
I mean, it's a good one. I think with GamerLegion, they have a win streak on Inferno, and I think they'll be going there once again. Let's see how that goes. Oh, Falcons with a train pick. This is...
I think GamerLegion should change. I think they should probably pick... I don't know how good they feel about their Nuke, but I think would be smart to change to Nuke if they can. They decide to stick with Inferno because it is their favorite map and their most played map. I understand that. Falcons had to change. It felt like their pick, right? Inferno, Mirage are also some of the most liked maps for GamerLegion, and looks like an ancient decider in the end.
I mean, the train one was like, you know, statistically maybe Mirage is their best map, but they just played it and got stomped. So like, okay, let's try something different. Let's test out GamerLegion on train. I'm pretty down for that. And yeah, Ancient Decider, I think both teams okay on that one.
And obviously you guys can see just innately in the matchup,
best player in the world.
innately in the matchup is going to be a struggle for Falcons because permaban for GamerLegion is Dust 2, and that's been Falcons' best map and where they had the most success. So I like that they've picked Train. I'm sure they don't feel ideal on the map, but that's the weakness. That's the punish that you sort of have to go for if you're Falcons. I think absolutely expected by GamerLegion in that sense. And the reason why I said maybe they float Nuke is you want to change the map probably if you're a team that won. I know that sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but it's always the defeated team that looks into the game in more depth. Actually, probably for this particular one, the Falcons are going to be like, just we never showed up. There's not really much to take.
There's not too much tape to actually go back
yeah,
on.
you don't look at that demo. That can't be good.
And there's
for
not
anybody.
much information for you. You can just say we were just terrible, and that game just happened, and that's it. Because I'm sure they feel like, you know, on their normal day, at least it would be competitive, goes without saying. So, yeah, goes to train where I think they could have had more wins, Falcons, but they've had their struggles, you know, sometimes with the second round after winning the pistol, sometimes losing 5v3s and whatnot. So, more than anything else, going from 0-2 to now being in the playoffs and being able to take down MongolZ in a close series yesterday has this sort of unlocked something more in Falcons where they're able to play up to the level that we saw them in Cluj.
I'll bring in our commentators and see what they think. There you go. Sorry, Jason, I came to you a bit quick there, mate.
I was messing with the volume. You guys are very, very loud compared to Sam.
Yeah, it's just we're loud in the mornings. We love it. It's good to see you both. What do you think about this one?
You know, I love this one. I think Falcons here, this is a cool chance for them to recover. I don't know. It's weird with all the impending noise, all the impending news around it. I don't really know how to feel.
Yeah, I mean, it can't get worse for Falcons. So it's they've just been getting better and better throughout.
Why would you say that, Dinko?
Because
They're just in the playoffs.
they won 3 rounds in the last game. So surely it's going to be better.
All right, well, I hope you get a better game this time, guys. Take it away.
I don't. Give me 16-1 and 16 or 13. 13. I've got
16-1.
15 real quick, haven't I?
Roll it back.
Yeah, let's see what we can do. A beatdown to start the day, or are we going to get a close affair, a rematch, a grudge match? And this one for Falcons has got to be about pride because GamerLegion bodied them in the group stage.
Well, straight away, PR and ZTR coming in with the opening picks, and Falcons are down to 2 players in an instant. So this is a rough scenario to try and recover immediately.
Ooh.
Nice shot from Kixan. That's a step in the right direction. He's going to clear that smoke, make sure as it fades away, no one's hiding in behind it. Because all these kills came in early, Kixan just waits patiently, and then they walk right into his Glock. Somehow, someway, Falcons have come back into a favorable position, and Towson has to close this out. Tessus gets the info of his position. He'll drop back into connector. And Kixan has done so much, a 4K already.
Yeah, that's a beautiful little position on top of the train. The reaggress for information gets so punished. Spot him out. Towson has moved all the way back in towards Z, giving himself a little bit of safety, a little bit of time to think about and let this 1v2 breathe. They're coming right at him.
Walking in towards him. Towson has a chance to pull this back again. Kixan gone. 40 seconds. Tessus does not want any of that smoke. Towson doesn't know exactly where he is, but now he'll confirm it with that plant coming in. He'll move into the open. Still a chance to pull this back for GamerLegion as Towson moves in. Tessus waits up on top of the bomb train. Tessus, spotted, and Towson still gets the job done.
That's an incredible 1v2. Well done to recover the round. The rest of GamerLegion better be thanking him right now because that's a strong situation ripped away by Kixan, and Towson bails him out of a tough scenario. Good shooting. I love the decision once he realizes he's been spotted to just back away from the train, realizing there's so many angles they can push him from. Just chill in Z, and he finds 2 really solid fights. So Towson gets GamerLegion a pistol round and started on the correct foot with a 1-0 opening. We'll see if they can convert the second. It is obviously going to be a buy from the Falcon side of things. AK-47 on Kixan, Galil on Nico, picking up some pistols and a scout to supplement. And we're into round 2.
Kixan. Just see a bit of ZTR as he leaped around the corner. And he's going to go and finish off that kill. Headshot in. ZTR goes down. And Rez now ready for the lineup. Sees 2 players right in front of him. Tessus gets his hands back on the AK-47. But it doesn't really change the fact that Rez is ready. Nico and Dexter now trying to come back into this one. Nico plays out a pop. Rez hasn't stepped into the open, but head spotted on Red, so Nico is going to try and relocate his crosshair up, but the Molotov comes in and forces him further back into pop.
Yeah, great round from Rez so far with his double kill, just single-handedly standing and challenging at team main. So Nico and Dexter have to pick up the pieces with Galil Scout, and they're a little bit far away from each other. Nico might just have to kind of go and start making a play before his teammate arrives. Might leave an opening for Towson to isolate and pick off the bomb carrier. Strong position at upper, though, for Towson. Much like the pistol round, he's positioned himself perfectly to have some safety, still be able to challenge, and to make an intelligent play when he eventually hears the bomb being planted.
Oh, Towson spots him in the open though. Gets down to the right position to see Dexter off. And he just about misses his opportunity for that headshot. Dexter, Towson locks in.
As the desk alluded, as we talked about and touched on, this is a repeat of a group stage matchup. Mirage 13-1 in the favor of GamerLegion, Inferno 13-2 in the favor of GamerLegion.
Yeah, in terms of getting one-sided game station, you can't really get worse than that.
No, it doesn't get much more one-sided than that across a two-map series. I mean, Ash talked about that game. I was shocked at how kind of easy it was. Sort of mentioned that was a day where it felt like GamerLegion was playing their best game possible, and Falcons stepped in playing their worst game possible, and it just happened to be on the same day. So Ash is very much aware that a matchup like that, a series like that, this isn't going to play out the same way twice. That surely, you can already imagine, had to have been the conversation coming into this for the team, is just don't expect it to be like the group stage match. Don't expect them to just lay down and roll over like they did in that series. This one's going to be tough.
Yeah. Falcons picking up 3 wins in a row after the initial 2 series losses to get into the playoffs. They did have Train to kick off the tournament. That was a 13-6 win for Complexity against Falcons.
I mean, they just handled business in the group stage. It was a really good group stage for GamerLegion. PR does eventually go down. Good kill from Magis. But yeah, I mean, losing day 1 to G2, but not really caring about that. Just rattling off 3 series wins in a row, including the beatdown on Falcons. But GamerLegion, no real issues throughout the group stage. Not even super close in a lot of their maps.
Yeah, you think about some of the teams Falcons beat to get into the playoffs as well. They had to play Pain, who are struggling at the moment. They lost the map to them. They beat Rare Atom.
Yeah.
And the Mongols, who are having a real rough tournament.
Both FaZe and Falcons got that sort of luxury of, you know, softer opposition in terms of both of them getting, you know, play Rare Atom and Pain, and able to kind of use that weaker competition to claw themselves back into the group stage in Swiss system. Obviously, the big win for Falcons was that 3rd and deciding series last night against the Mongols. A grueling affair that ended in overtime with the Falcons' victory. It was Dexter and Tesses, the 2 players kind of pointed at as the potential departures for Falcons, who kind of carried him through that 3rd map decider. Magisk, if he gets this plant, that's a victory of sorts. Bonus money across the team. Well done from Magisk and Falcons to find that in a 2v4. Small mistake for GamerLegion. They won't care too much. It's 3-0.
Yeah, especially with how clean the start of that round was, and it never really felt like it was going to get out of hand at all. Strong start here in the first half from GamerLegion. We'll see how much extra cash that bomb plant gives on over to Falcons. Obviously, with all the rumors circulating the squad, you know, obviously with the Monacy move, Dexter's going to be gone. So, you know, if this is his last tournament, his last chance to show up for Falcons, I mean, he's got to really show off and advertise himself as a player that you might want to spend some big money on, because Dexter was gone for a long time at the start of CS2, but he's come back. He had a heroic. He went into that squad, had some visa issues. And we wondered, you know, will he ever get back to the level we remember him from CSGO? And I think he's shown so far that he can't get to that level inside of the heroic team at times and inside of Falcons.
Oh, what a rat.
Oh, that's so close.
We saw him get a kill with those spams a couple days back. Obviously done great damage to Rez for free with no chance of a rebuttal. However, Slen's off. Oh, big swing from Nico. And look at what he's done for this team in the early going in the first 30 seconds. He tagged up PR, made him a little bit awkward. He brought Rez down to 14 HP with the spam, and now he's forced the Opper to take a passive angle as well. Great control provided by Nico for Falcons.
PR spots the barrel. Quite a bit of damage onto the Ivy players, and with Tessas falling and damage done on towards Dexter. This could be a rough start again for Falcons to kick this off. Magic has to fight back, and he's got Towson. Here goes ETR around the back. Kixan's got the read, though.
Yeah, good job from Kixan.
Look at Magisk.
Oh, here's the footsteps.
All the way. PR coming back in, but Magisk still loses that fight.
Yeah, he needs that win. That's a win for him all day. He had all the information, the footsteps. He knew exactly where PR was headed, but another good frag for him. Double kill for PR. This gem that Ash and GamerLegion have picked up has been performing so well for them.
28 seconds left.
The HP on GamerLegion is an issue.
Yeah, and PR's about to walk into 2 players here. If he gets 1 extra, that would be absolutely unbelievable. But damage onto Nico still could be enough. Slen's going to try and patch up the hole that is opened up here at Pop Dog. He needs to delay, but he misses the shot. Drops back into connector, but remember where Rez is. Out towards Hell. The plant's coming in. Can he deny it? Yes, he can. Round's done. No time for Falcons to plant this bomb. And now they just have to stay alive. Nico can't go down after this time. He's got $300 in the bank. Dexter has already gone down after the time. He's got $100 left over for the AWPer. Oh, this is a disastrous start to the map here for Falcons.
It is. Shout out to Slend. Misses the shot on Nico as he's holding the angle. I don't even think he saw the leg of the planter. I think he just took the guess and took the shot and drills it through the smoke. Other than that, everything handled well by Falcons, but really this round falls apart. Magis missing that kill. Maybe he did see a little bit of a foot, a little shadow. Either way, you're exactly right. You had that 4th round onto the way this map started, and Falcons maybe feeling a sense of deja vu as GamerLegion have a 4-0 lead.
And because of the economic woes, Nico saving and Dexter being on $100, Dexter literally can get nothing. He may get decoy maybe if he wants, but nothing really worth talking about. This is disastrous at the moment from Falcons. So have to get into it. Dexter's been given a Tech 9. You can use him as like a human flashbang.
Yeah, well, he's usually part of the crew that takes box halls control with Nico and Magisk if they go for a three-man take of box halls. So you could pass some utility and have him be a supportive element to get Nico and Dexter with the rifles in a good position. Okay, a little bit of rebuttal on the spam. All right, Nico, you can't just do that for free forever. You can also have him obviously go first, be a little bit of a bait, but they want the rifles in front. Magisk and Nico to swing, and it's an immediate kill. That time, Magisk has no issues cleaning up the frag, and the inner bomb site is wide open.
Yeah, great work to get into the bomb site to take that space here from Falcons. Plant's already down, so another kill up on top of the brown holes. This is a fantastic start to a round that looked like it was going to spell disaster for Falcons, but a clean entry on the B bomb site, and GamerLegion in a position where they're just going to save.
Yeah, nice and easy. Good swing from Magis to get the opening pick. Kixon dropping down. Even
Dexter gets an all picked up.
Yeah, that's a good find as well. As you just mentioned, he had no money. So yeah, this is all beautiful. The AWP was the player towards top ramp. First player killed in this round. You still have Tesses over towards the garbage bins with the opportunity to spot out this push. And I don't know if he saw an elbow there. Doesn't look like he's reacted to it, but pulling his teammates back. And both teams will get away without taking damage. 4-1, Falcons are on the board. This is the switch up in the Veto. Falcons previously picking Mirage, now picking Train, and it makes sense after that 13-1 drubbing.
Well, still a good buy here from GamerLegion. They're going to call a timeout. Such an important round to win for Falcons, though, because they lose that, you still have economic problems going into the next round. You're looking at GamerLegion being at 6-round CT side, and Falcons being blank. So the fact they're able to pick it up might just open up the conversation again to make a T-half out of this.
Needs to continue, though. We need to be having a conversation after this round of Falcons, having the opportunity to break GamerLegion. That's when you can see this T side really start to open up and erupt, if they could get there. So as I mentioned, you'll see mostly Magisk, Nico, and Dexter taking box halls control. Dexter can float around with the AWP, sometimes going with Tesses to pick towards Ivy. Tesses will be that default player watching for pushes in Ivy, throwing supportive utility outside of mid to help activate Kixon when he wants to get aggressive, who's watching T main. And this round they go away from the default, more bodies inside, they want to abuse it again. Plenty of nades and Molotovs ring out, pop control for the Falcons attack. And with Tessa's headed inside, they don't have him to watch for this push, so GamerLegion getting a jump on the rotate due to the information. While this is all stalled out due to smoke at lower ramp, look at the minimap. GamerLegion have a perfect read. They know everything that is occurring. Tactically, they have outplayed Falcons in this round. A 5-on-4 execute.
And they've got this flank PR around the backside. All the nades are coming in. He knows what's coming at them now. It's all about just getting the picks if you're at GamerLegion, though. And Tessa so far opens up the proceedings with a kill on the T side. They line up for PR and ramp. So with 2 kills just like that, Magisk in a position of weakness. He's gonna still fight on. PR goes down, but getting smoked out. He's got a last-ditch effort to try and grab that bomb, and that smoke helps out. So he'll upgrade his M4. He'll run all the way through Pop Dog. He has a little bit of a chance here, but Rez starts to realize that rotate's likely happening.
Yeah, but damage. I mean, anything you can do with damage would be fantastic. Flashbang in, op, pre-fires off of it. Magisk going for the plant, and he's going to try and punish anyone making a play, and he almost caught Slend out in the open, but now he's got to stick things. Relative safety as they push forward, and Magisk goes down. Hard fought to find 1 kill, and he can't do it. It's 5-1. Nice round from GamerLegion.
Completely surrounded that attack as they try and come into the B site.
And dude, I mean, it's like, that's not even all that telegraphed from Falcons at any point. It's just a reaction from GamerLegion to push Ivy is massive. Tells them everything and allows them to bring 4 players over who are able to slow down the attack to set up PR's flank for a double kill. And that's an area Ash discussed with GamerLegion. He's saying tactically and strategically, we're a very strong team. He says what happens is way too often we put ourselves in good situations with those reads and the strategies, but we lose way too many, like 80% situations. The post plants, the 4v3s, the 5v4s. He said we just lose too many of them to be considered a top team and to be as effective as we'd like. That's obviously an area he's going to have tons of focus as the coach on. Today, converting those situations very well so far.
Once again, GamerLegion have Falcons on the brink of having to go down to a weaker bot. Tesses. He's got another smoke ready to go here for the Falcons. Execute into the A bomb site, but going on this first thrust. Ooh, kicks in. Decision to wait after that grenade blast. Expected the smoke to be blasted open. And
yeah, but with the smoke break and the follow-up Molotov, they've done a good job of actually stalling this out. That smoke is going to be close to fading.
Low. If he takes a body shot, he's down, so he's going to drop back further into the site, allow the AWP to take a pick towards Pop Dog. Reds goes down. This shot from Slant Kixan alongside Tesses have created so much space inside of this A-bomb site.
Yeah, such a power. Oh! Fortunate to get the bomb planted before that smoke fades. This is a 2v3 that they could go for off of that kill if they want to stick around and investigate, see if someone from Falcons is going to give up something else.
Towson would have to go towards Pop, so it's still a long way for him to go.
Well, you might be, okay, he's going to save. So yeah. Molotov towards Pop just to make sure nobody's going to take his gun away at the end. But yeah, they've called it off. They want the cash, it makes sense. A little bit of bonus money. Towson can drop a weapon over if needed. PR's a little bit low on 1,300, but a very nice explosive hit out T-main for Falcons. They get the kills on the Rifler, which doesn't allow Slend the time needed to put another shot into the AWP.
The pick right at the end. But it's Kixan that's having such a great game at the moment here for Falcons. He had that pistol round near recovery. Top fragging by a significant margin inside of the squad right now.
It's a good to see as well, 9 and 5 for Kixan, because if you go down, the other 2 guys that you'd imagine would be most of the muscle for Falcons, Nico has 1 kill, Dexter has 0. So yeah, a little bit cold from the hot hands to start train, but Kixan doing a good job of picking up some of that slack for the moment and give them some time to switch on.
Well, double push into Pop. Weaker weapon, charging in towards Dexter. That's his first kill, but traded. And Magisk was there to support him to make sure it is only 1 for ZTR's MP9.
Yeah, the idea Dexter gets 1 there with that swing, though, that's a crazy fast shot and adjustment. Good on him to at least get that.
Nico's watching for the Towson push forward. Timing to drop his crosshair, but he brings it back up. Takes a lot of damage on board, down to 24, but with the kill from Nico, we're now looking at a likely Falcons 3rd round win.
Yeah, and I mean, PR can only be here for so long. There's 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock, so you can see Falcons, they don't need to budge. There's no pressure on them in the moment in this round. Looking for a reaction, and even when you decide to eventually move, you might use Nico's low HP to kind of explore the inner bomb site, explore the outer yard, see if anyone bites on him wandering into the open. And see if he can discover the positioning. of the 2 remaining members of the defense.
PR crossing in behind default. A lot of damage done, and eventually does get that kill on Nico. So 2v3 is not impossible here for GamerLegion, but they're just on the wrong side of the map at the moment.
And they know where Falcons know where PR is, but Sled never showed himself inside during that engagement with Nico, so they're probably a little bit nervous about this AWP that's somewhere on the map. Tess is clearing things out, finding the space, side of the bomb train, waiting for Kixon to get in position to cover, and now you have a safe plant. And once again, it should be a save from PR and Slend on the other side of the map. Low health, no kits, no reason to challenge for the round. So Falcons going to get up to 3, and now we can finally say it. Now we can finally talk about Falcons putting the economy of GamerLegion in a really precarious position. A next round victory for Falcons would reset and break that CT money. And then we might see Falcons able to take a lead going into halftime.
Well, Falcons have already won as many rounds as they did in the previous series.
You know, one thing too, this has been such a phenomenal run for GamerLegion with some of the ways this year started. You know, Rez, PR only being in this team for about 3 months. Hasn't been a long time for them to come together, but this is their first playoffs of 2025 that they've qualified for. Finally able to accomplish that goal and get themselves into this quarterfinals position.
I think when you look at GamerLegion, there's been many times throughout their stint at the top of Counter-Strike where they've been ripped apart and destroyed and have to rebuild. You know, I think of 2 years ago at the Paris Major, they make it to the final, they have the Shue, they have Imus, that roster. They had to rebuild. We thought that was maybe it. That was it dead. But then they build it back again. They have another squad. They're competitive at the last major. Then that squad gets ripped apart, and they're bringing another squad back in with some of these young. And you have to look at who has been in the squad for that entire time, and it has been Coach Ash.
Yeah, and I mean, that's obviously been a huge testament to why GamerLegion's been competitive is his work bringing up young players, and he's kind of talked about that, saying, you know, it is one of the things where we have some issues winning the big games and some issues, you know, some mental issues, especially in the high-pressure games. And he said that's kind of, I guess, you know, just the life you live when you pick up young players is obviously the skill's going to be there, but teaching them the rest of the pieces is quite difficult. And I think for him, he's got to be a little exhausted of it. It's been lineup after lineup, and he keeps making it work, but at some point, he's like, can I just keep the same guys? Nico's going to have a close challenge with Rez's Deagle. Smoked off.
Yeah. Just going to start backing away from that smoke. Falcons about to head in towards the B bomb site. It's going to be a kill for Slen, but it's on A. And the action for Falcons in the final 30 seconds is all about the B finish. Magisk is taking a lot of ground deep into the B bomb site. Nearly gets caught there by Towson. Manages to evade his gauge with a P250. Wrap around the back. Towson doesn't predict. Magisk is aggressive play. PR around the corner. The AK-47 of the CT side is going to win that fight. And you still give GamerLegion a small shot at this because ZTR's on the backtrack. Rez has come through with a deagle. Bomb is, in fact, down, but the shot onto Nico, they can get on the defuse, and it's not planted for Kicksan at this range. It's going to be a full stick, a full 10 seconds, and Slime will defend it. GamerLegion with a mixed buy with mixed goods. They are still able to pull off the round victory.
I saw that coming. That's why I mean that's what I meant by the bomb's not planted. It's not planted for the Falcons players. They got way too overextended. 2 players pushing very, very deep, and what a missed opportunity. Just talking about the ability to just destroy the economy. And so many players push forward and get picked off and get killed. They have no one actually defending the bomb. And that's one of those rounds. If you're one of the, I mean, if you're Zonic, who's won so many majors, if you're Nico, that's the one where you look around and you're like, how did this happen? Yeah. How have we, as this team with this much experience, allowed this round to play out in this fashion?
Well, looking to respond quickly. That kind of round can ruin what was looking to be a recovered half. ZTR catching Kicksan, jumping up towards Olaf. Magisk swinging from Pop Dog. Great start here for GamerLegion. Tess says hoping for heroics, but gets caught by Rez.
Oh, that round is going to have such big implications. Falcons now getting shut down. Nico's going to try and provide...
But look where the bomb is, dude.
Yeah, it's way out there in the open. Rez just looking at it with
showing us.
Yeah, just to help us out. Like,
right there.
Cool
right
fake
there.
inside. We don't care about the bomb. Or we don't care about the bomb site.
Yeah, that's... Oh, that is such a tilting set of rounds here for Falcons. Dexter fighting his way out of it. But a wallbind comes in, and Nico, they know exactly where you are. PR closes down the space. And a 7th round here for GamerLegion. I respect the high five into the fist bumps.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been a pretty emotional roller coaster, rather, should I say, for Nico throughout this event. I think we were looking at all the clips of
all the frustration.
how miserable he was in the first few games of the tournament.
I mean, he mentioned coming into this, like, it's, you know, so much conversation around the VRS and being like, okay, well, the cutoff's already happened. The Austin Major is here. We're kind of looking ahead. So in some sense, the VRS has lost a little bit of its allure with the context of the Austin Major, but obviously critically important for invites to events that are going to be leading up to the 2nd major of the year. But even Nico came into this and said, oh, good find from Kixon. Even Nico came into this event and said, we want to do really good here. And not necessarily, I mean, for the VRS, for getting some of the invites to the events coming up after the player break, it's going to be critical. But, you know, he's like, this is an event, despite the fact that the cutoff is already here and the Austin Major's already decided, it's not an event we're planning to take off. We boot camp, we practice for this event.
Yeah, but I think you also have to deal with the reality of the situation, as you know this roster isn't going to be continuing.
No, but you're still kind of you're still working, right? Like, you're still working on changing things. You still want to do good. There's a, you know, obviously we talked about Dexter. He's expressed disappointment, but I mean, for him with his long extended break, he's done enough to show that he's got some quality that can be impactful at top tier, at tier 1 Counter-Strike. But you still want to keep playing well while you're in these moments. And I mean, Nico's even just come out and said, like, I don't know what caused us to play like crap for the first couple days of this event. Hopefully that MongolZ win fired up some emotions within the Falcons team. A 3-on-3 now. They've got enough picks to make this round dangerous, but still only able to recover the single AK-47 on Dexter.
Yeah, not a lot of time in the round here as well. 30 seconds, and Slen's going to go back to the B-bomb side and have a look. So there is a small opening to take some ground into the A side, because Rez is looking at Ivy. He's been smoked out at Icon, so has to go through the Hell Peak instead. Slen with a couple of missed shots in this half, but I'll nail that one. Pulls out the P250. Match is gone, and he'll farm up the final 3 combined with Towson. So 8 rounds for GamerLegion, looking for a 9th to close this half out.
Dan, they're looking really sharp. I mean, maybe that group stage beatdown over Falcons gave them some confidence, particularly against this team. One of the factors they've talked about is GamerLegion. They've kind of said, like, it feels like we're always playing our 6 out of 10 game, and I think Falcons is like, we'd love to see your 6 out of 10 game right now, because the last 2 times they faced off,
we played our 1 out of 10 game.
Yeah, GamerLegion's been playing like 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Falcons having a real tough time against them in back-to-back series, 8-3 in the favor of GamerLegion, but it is CT's side train. Falcons can do something similar once we switch, but obviously they'd love that extra 4th round to add on top of it to give themselves a buffer in this quarterfinal.
Nico. Oh my goodness, you thought he was going to win that fight. Like 9 times out of 10, you think he's going to win that fight with how early he got in the position, but Rez runs into the angle and comes out on top. So GamerLegion giving him an advantage into the final round of this first half. It's got to be a 4v5 recovery for Falcons just to grab a 4th round.
Yeah, they're getting absolutely...
Arm showing.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Curve it around the edge of the wall and clear out T-Main while you're at it. Rez, tons of information. Towson now pushing up as well. They're going to come right back to him, but Dexter might get caught here. Off angle, good control from Towson. I just grab one back over and pop, but it's not nearly enough. Him and Kixon against 4. And they've got to go contact.
Couple of shots land towards Kixon. The utility's going to delay that plant, and they decide to go aggressive, fight forward, try and pull it back, but Magisk now left alone in the world. 1v3 required. Spots out the head of ZTR, unable to take the opportunity to down him completely. And now they push in towards him, they swarm him. And a 9-3 CT half here for GamerLegion. still in control versus Falcons.
Look, Falcons had their chance. They had their opportunity. You lose that round to the saved op and the save M4 and the 3 pistols. When you have the bomb planted, you have control of the inside bomb site at the B site. I mean, you just let them defuse and push too far away. That was your opportunity. That round win plus a break of the economy gets you up to 4, and then you can change the nature of this half. The fact that you let that one slip away is so brutal. That's the story of this first half. The opportunity Falcons had to keep this close slips through their fingers. And GamerLegion playing a really strong CT side. We're going to switch over now. It'll be Falcons on defense, GamerLegion attacking into them. They have Magisk anchoring that B bomb site with Nico as the rotator.
A pretty deflating half for Falcons. Well, a chance to flip it back on the CT side, but gotta get off to a real hot start. I just loved how quickly GamerLegion were willing to sort of swarm them on rotations at times. You know, earlier in the half they had great reads. They had 4 players on the B bomb side with a flank coming in for PR.
It helps make those decisions if you're a player, because I mean they were so proactive on defense. The Ivy pushes for information. They know exactly where everyone's at, so you can make a calculated decision. Ivy push coming in for Tesses.
Yeah, he's under pressure, but he's got that first headshot. Second's even better. Oh my god, it's clean! Tesses topples the attack. And Towson 1v5 is not going to clutch this pistol round back. It's clean from Falcons. All 5 stay alive. And Tessis is put under a lot of pressure and passed with flying colors.
Yeah, that's a really lovely pistol round for Tessis. He gets 4 kills. He's up to 6 now. So he only got 2 in the first half. And you have to think, for someone who is kind of playing a very, very supportive role on Train, Falcons didn't really challenge Ivy, which is kind of his position on the map to have responsibility of. So most of the time, he's just playing support for Kixon in middle. Didn't have a whole lot of action, a whole lot of chances to climb up the scoreboard, but he takes great advantage of the pistol.
Yeah, you don't allow the bomb plant, so GamerLegion not going to be able to get a really solid force buy here. So Falcons are going to be given 5 rounds before GamerLegion get a purchase. Good opportunity to try and shrink this gap quickly in the second. And you'd imagine we're going to start to see Nico pick it up here in the defense. Dagster to find more impact if they can get that AWP out early. Could be a very different story here in the second half.
Hoping for a push. Just having a powwow.
Chilling out in the server room.
Talking things over. Playing patty cake. There's got to be a certain, there's a tough element of this for Falcons. Ooh,
oh, knife. That's huge.
Yeah,
extra money.
Well done from ZTR, actually. Yeah, that is very, very cost effective. Dexter wants nothing against that Glock without his head armor, so just tucks his head down and lets Magisk.
See a lot of knives in this tournament. You know, we were watching the highlights this morning, you know, of the group stages, and quite a lot of knives.
I think 3 or 4 that we know about. So
yeah. Well, this is the first playoff game of the day, the first quarterfinal. We've got 3 max FaZe coming up a little bit later today. Complexity Aurora, G2 Virtus.pro. So those are your matchups today. Super exciting to see. I want to see the 3D Max. That's going to be a good one, I think. 3D Max versus FaZe has options to deliver later on. Falcons looking to try and pick up the CT side. Now Rifles out in force, but the buys here for GamerLegion. So the first obstacle is now erected. There's the fight down Ivy. Rez already out through the smoke at teammate. Slen's got the opening pick. Rez now stuck. So fortunately that smoke comes up and he can back away.
Dexter has just spammed down through smoke, so Falcons actually have no information of what's happening in Ivy. They're really paranoid. Molotov goes out through the smoke. It's Tessus who's going to pick it up to get the information and call it clear. But GamerLegion's already been gone from this position for like 10 seconds, rotating around the map. So Falcons playing blind on this CT side. Magic's just going to delay, looking for information out of the corner, drop the smoke, and call for a teammate to shift over. Kixon and Nico just now getting aggressive towards Pop Dog to have a nice flank towards that inner bomb site, but Magisk has to live. And Tessis is going to start wrapping around. He's kind of cheating back, but hasn't fully decided. It feels like Falcons know, but they're not super confident.
Yeah, great grenade though from Magisk. He's gonna pull it back, and then Kicks and spotted the bomb. So that's a huge kill to find, because now you've got to get the bomb back. Nico's now in the brown halls. How do you lose this one if you're Falcons?
I don't know. They'll find a way. PR finds a kill. Nico trades him off 1 for 1, and can't win the follow-up fight. But still, GamerLegion doesn't know about Magisk.
Yeah, Towson's position could be really impactful. Oh, step. Tess is down below him. He's got this kill. 10 seconds. Towson! How? How has he got away with that? That is ridiculous. He can't believe it either.
I told you they'd find a way. I mean, it's really awkward timing, the movement from Towson, the footsteps he makes. I mean, Tessis is watching lower ramp and then looks up and misses the kill at lower ramp. And they just kill each other's opponents. It seems like the fights are going to go the other direction, but Towson is able to find the kills easy with nobody looking at him. What a brutal turn of events.
Dude,
and a round that only Falcons. I'm not even upset.
No.
It feels like a round that only Falcons could find a way to. Maybe G2, maybe add them in there. Maybe Liquid we can add into that category.
That's so devastating. GamerLegion love it though. Towson, he's pulled back some big rounds already. He had the pistol in the first half. Now he's going here.
That's 2 like really silly losses and really critical rounds for Falcons now.
Yep.
The post plant.
How many of those can you get away with
in the first half? Now the problem is they've come out at such critical moments that I don't think you can recover from them. It's like not only are they just like silly boneheaded losses, but they've come in like a round where you were going to reset the defense's money, where you're going to take their cash away from them. Now it's taken you, trying to get started in this second half.
Just knocks you off your feet. Nico and Rez have been going for that window spam battle for this entire game so far. Nico down to 40 HP off of it. It's going to be a B hit. 3 players here defending for Falcons. Magisk is up first. He's played on top of the ladder. And you got Dexter just spotting for him. But it's only a scout. Nico going to play in below him.
Yeah, that scout into an MP9 combination would be great. Okay, they wanted to do a timing push. Nico even joined him up the ladder, so they might do a bait and switch. Magic's going to go for it. Now Nico swings. He can't line up the double, and Dexter's gone down as well. So bomb site lost, and Tessis kicks in, rotate over, and what surely is going to be a losing scenario.
Oh, great shot from Slend. And yeah, it's all done. It's clean. Slend with 3 at the end. And GamerLegion are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Some fine rifle work there from Slend. Good to see him playing well for GamerLegion. He's been a little inconsistent recently. 15 and 9 for Slend in this game. We saw some of those alt misses. Ash has talked about, thinks there's been a loss of confidence that's preventing Slend from going for the plays that we know he likes to make, his impactful, aggressive plays. He's kind of slid away from it, but here delivers and gives GamerLegion an 11th round, and they're the ones who have accomplished the economic break of Falcons defense.
It's Falcons saving some money over for the next round, but almost guaranteeing that they will be down at map point. TSS falls first. What I love about this GamerLegion team is that when you look at the players they've picked up, they pick up the players that aren't even necessarily the standout from their tier 3 rosters or their semi-pro teams. You know, these are players who are the leftovers from even those squads. You know, ZTR, we all know his history within the Young Ninjas and then going into NIP for a while.
Sure.
Kind of got hung out to dry. Didn't have a lot of success after the NIP team. He's been brought back and given a great chance here under Ash. You look at Towson. He was a player that was playing in that Masonic team with Buzz. And Buzz
yes, that Masonic team.
Yes, everyone knows that one.
Yep.
Inspired by the Freemasons, Jason. That's what it says on their Twitter.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, I gotta look into them.
Yeah, exactly. Buzz was on that team, and he was just kind of the aggressive solo player, was obviously the shining light of the team.
Yeah.
So the bigger organizations, if you're looking to pick someone up, they go for him. Whereas Towson was more of that supportive element of the team. And GamerLegion, I like how they choose these pieces instead of just going with, you know, this guy looks like he's the star of this team and pick him up. It's actually some thought process into it, and maybe they've been misused throughout their career.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, that's got to go down to the scouting of Ash and his ability to rebuild this roster each and every time. And obviously now you added in the 1973 MVP of Rez, which is just a spectacular pickup and a resurgence in his career as well.
Maybe he could bring it back. You know, he gets another MVP. We had back. Oh, Yeah, there's the strap book.
That looks like a panda bear.
That's
Or
Thomas the
koala
Tank
bear.
Engine.
Is that Thomas the Tank Engine?
Yeah.
That's close to a bear.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, in a way.
It has a face.
In a way.
It's big. Maybe he's giving us a strap. Maybe they're gonna rush B down past Thomas.
Yeah, it's possible. 12-5. It's about that time of the game for an ego call. 7 chances for GamerLegion to close out this first map of the quarterfinal series at PGL Bucharest. Falcons, back-to-back series where they've shown some real struggles against this squad. So far across 3 maps of play between these two teams, Falcons have only put 8 rounds on the board total.
Molotov towards Tetsis' feet. He'll peek into the open and win that fight against PR. So Falcons 5v4 for the time being. How long can they maintain the advantage? Kixan does a good job at fending off the attack into main.
Trying to make the unexpected play. You wouldn't expect the CT to push in a team mid after you just engaged him around the edge of the smoke, but Kixan's done just that. He's got Nico joining up with him. 3 players wrapping around through Ivy. It's taken some time to get this set up. But Tessus swings into the open 1 for 1. And that's the bomb spotted as well.
Nico already pushed deep in towards main, so no way Reds can get past him. And you've got Taliesin and Slant. With 30 seconds left, stuck 2v4.
Yeah, it's time to save. I think they're on the option.
Doesn't look like that's a chance because Nico's around the flank. Looking to keep them pinned with that Molotov as well. Eventually goes into the open. Taliesin will fight through him.
Yeah, thought it was going to be the Opper, and AK steps in. Nicely done from Taliesin to give his teammate, his Opper, a little bit of safety, a little bit of cover, a little bit of space. Falcons get up to 6. And careful about losing that extra weapon. No need. You don't really have the money to go for a hunt, so Falcons back away.
Counter-terrorists win.
5-5s all around, going into round 19. Falcons trying to bring this CT side back. They need 6 more. Boost up for Slen. Smoke is broken. Gets no vision through Sandwich.
Oh, PR. Down to 28 health. Kicksan's already pushed into main, and quite a bit of control here for Falcons to kick off this round. And with that kill through the smoke and the damage done to PR, that's a lot of success for Dexter and Ivy without even seeing an opponent.
Yeah, it's a great start. 5 on 4. Defense can be comfortable in kind of this default spread, 3 outside, 2 inside. Oh, the creep through. Magisk just gets his gun out in time and reacts perfectly. Nade towards upper ramp, not necessary. Taliesin comes through the smoke for 1. It's him and PR against the world.
40 seconds left on the clock, and the bomb not in the possession here of Taliesin. He can't commit to the plant yet.
And PR's not even anywhere close. He's got no support here. So this is kind of all on Taliesin. And now with his flank, yeah, there's
in the shadow.
There's no way to stop this.
Got the kill. And Falcons keep this one pretty clean. They only lose Magisk. Back-to-back rounds where Ivy has been the success point here for Falcons. You know, Tessus in the previous round was able to get 2 kills from Ivy.
I mentioned this yesterday. Ivy just feels like a really hard place to put like a significant number of your forces. Like outside of the first 20, 30 seconds of a round, if you're not going for a pick or not trying to scale it quickly, it just seems like it's so risky because it chews so much time off the clock, walking multiple people out there in the mid-round. And if you don't have success and it's just a very sketchy zone, it's like you have a lot of resources there that are bottlenecked and kind of going to waste. The GamerLegion give it a good shot. Starting with 3 there this round, but getting pushed back by Dexter. So 7th round for Falcons, and running out of funds is GamerLegion's attack. They still have some saved weapons, the AWP and AK from the previous round. But outside of that, shouldn't have too much. Could see the effect of ZTR's knife from earlier in the half. He's got $1,500 more than all of his teammates.
Yeah. Balling. And he's going to have an AWP thrown over. He can pass that on down the line, but having to go to the timeout, having to go to the strat poke again. Obviously, the Thomas the Tank Engine picture wasn't enough to close it out immediately. Maybe they need a diesel.
It's kind of cool seeing them force buy in this round, though. I thought it would have been completely broken going for a save around this around those weapons they brought forward, but maybe that's the motivator to pick up some weapons. You have an AK and you have an AWP. 2 Tech 9s and a Galil now picked up around that saved weaponry. Round 20. Deep utility, deep nades.
Nico running towards main again. Nearly an opening pick towards Ivy. This Rez Nico fight going down once more. And no one coming out of it dead. Tessa's getting inside of the smoke. PR's just crossed him. PR has wrapped around the back. Look at this. Oh, but he gets spotted. Dexter comes back at the right time. Oh, PR thought he had the winning move right there, but Magisk looking to try and keep them back as they leap through heaven down into the B bomb sites. Heard the drop, he spots the head. Can he get a kill? The answer to that is no. Towson cuts through him. The plant is now waiting for GamerLegion as they look to try and close out Train. Falcons set up for the retake. 2 in connector. ZTR keeping Tessus back, but now he's exposed. Actually gets back behind cover in time. Missed shot from Slime, but Towson still fragging. He's had such an impactful Train map here, and he doesn't look to slow down at all. No emergency stop as Nico comes through. Towson cast away. ZTR whiffs his lines, and now Dexter suddenly the only player left, and Slend is inevitable. A 13-7 win, another strong map victory from GamerLegion versus Falcons, this time in the quarterfinals.
Yes, and a reminder, of course, that was Falcons trying to find an arena where they could beat GamerLegion on. But so far at this tournament, they've played 3 times. GamerLegion have won all 3. Just looking imperious, already ahead in this series.
Yeah, and comfortably so, right? For GamerLegion, I think without a doubt, Train is the weakness in their map pool at the moment, but Falcons just unable to exploit it. They had plenty of opportunities, it felt like, in this game, but time and time again, just mistakes, fundamentals, not being sound, and they get punished for it by GamerLegion.
I mean, we said it in the pregame. This is not going to be the same game we had earlier in the group stage, and it wasn't really what Janko highlighted. They had opportunities. It wasn't a blowout. There's many rounds. We saw some of them here, like 2v2s. That Slend clutch play with the nade and getting the kill on the planter on A just in time. Then the eco, like force buy that they won. Then in the second half, you know, Tessus comes in here with a 4K on the pistol. Oh, we're gonna set them up. Then they lose the next, not the next round, but 2 rounds after to I don't know even what and how. That's it's a complete miracle round from GamerLegion right here with Towson closing it out.
Yeah, I think for GamerLegion, you look at some of those early ones, they look like the more veteran squad. I mean, even in the pistol, Falcons, Kixan had a great round from a 2v4, they get into a 2v1, can't clutch, Towson wins that one. Then in the 3v2 for Falcons, land with the nade break and killing the bomb planter, right? The Falcons run out of time. It felt sort of impressive is too strong of a word, but despite all that, the Falcons were able to win a couple of gun rounds in a row and bring it back to 5-3, and you feel like, okay, this is where they've sort of found their footing. They're back in the game now, but that's when everything fell apart.
You know what? I'm just happy for Tessus that he doesn't have Electronic on his team, because he'd be he'd be in
trouble after that. Yeah. I mean, Slend is having, I think, his best tournament in GamerLegion colors.
Yeah, before this event, before this game, at least, it was the second best of all time. So yeah, he's doing really well, and this is a guy that has been, I think, criticized for a good reason. He didn't really show up in the last few events that GamerLegion had. Per sources, he was also someone that was potentially on the chopping block for this team. Yeah. Jambo, you know, went to Fnatic. Maybe he was gonna wear blue colors instead of the black and orange.
Yeah.
So that sounds not feasible considering the rumors about the amount that Fnatic paid.
I think that's why he ended up on Fnatic. Let's just say it like that.
Fair enough.
Well, I mean, yeah, to be fair as well, those rumors were started by, you know, the Fnatic owner, and I think he was like, oh, I was just kind of joking. We didn't really pay all that much, so. But yeah, bit of kidology. Yeah, sure. You have to say that, I guess, if you want to appease the fans. So yeah, look, we're gonna dig into it now. I'll throw it back to you, Yanko. Obviously, personally invested. We all know you love Nico.
Of course, I live and die by the results of his teams.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned, Falcons managed to win a couple of gun rounds in a row. They go into a round where GamerLegion has 2 saved guns and 3 pistols, right? Those are not the easiest rounds to win, especially when there's an op in play too. You don't know who's going to be on the aggressive side, the pistols and the guns. And you can see here as time dwindles, Tessis is sort of throwing a fake, he dies. Falcons react to B. Look at Maggots, how much ground he gains. He sees this guy, then decides to full send it into CT. He's gonna get the kill, but why push? He hears PR. Why go for this fight? You can just come back, play with your team. This is the first domino to fall. He's down. Now it's a 3v4. Rez, Dexter completely oblivious about the flank, gets an easy kill. Nico struggles to get the trade. Rez hits a great shot. And then Kixen is also deep. I mean, I understand that this B site on train is a little bit difficult and you can't just sit back in the site if you have the bomb planted. But either plant the bomb differently or these players have to play a little bit more together. Why is Magus all the way down in CT? Why is Kixen also going with Nico when the bomb is planted for the other side? Why is Dexter not watching the flank and he's just holding Z the whole time? This is like 5 dudes who are not on the same TeamSpeak together and don't know where the bomb is planted. It's just so disjointed that's crazy.
I don't know. They're trying to spawn camp. That's my best guess. I have no idea why.
Is that what you're bringing to the table?
I don't know. That's what I'm bringing to the. Why is he fighting in CT? So deep doesn't make sense.
And you know what, Richard? This wasn't even the worst round they lost somehow, right?
You've got a worse round for me,
We go
Yanko?
into the second half. They win the pistol. Tessis 4 kills. Maybe he's back. Who knows, right? They lose the opening kill, 4v5. They do a good job of adjusting. They're on the flank for the BX2. They kill the bomb, right? Here, they're still going to fight them. Nico, after this, you're 3v2. You don't need to take this fight. Also, he lost it. He had a really poor game. Now this, I don't know about this position, man. I'll give it to Magus. He played it really well. He was really unlucky. He hears Towson running back. He's playing lower. He hears Towson passing, and he's like letting him go. He knows the bomb is lower. They have to pick it up and plant, right? So he's giving that information to Tessis. Tessis is going around trying to find Towson. It was unfortunate how the timing happens, but what is this? What are these positions in the end where Tessis is coils looking above him into Z? Like, also, it's 2 Danish players. Supposedly you're speaking your native language in that round. Like, again, just a comical round where they could have gotten rolling, right? It was 9-3, could be 9-6, an anti-eco after that, maybe 9-7, and all of a sudden you're back in the game. The pressure is on GamerLegion on their weakest map to sort of close out the game on T side. So just 2 rounds that you'll see a round like this every Falcons game or 2, right? And that's been the reason why they haven't had better results.
We also will pay some attention to the talisman. Nico, as I said, obviously, he is the star player of the roster. This was not one of his better maps. Maybe he's still getting a grip.
Nice way to put it.
Listen, I can do it sometimes. I can be kind. You know, look, I think maybe he's still getting a grips with Train, and I know they've played it quite a bit. I can't remember a time, it must exist, where he's took over Train, but you can see here, this is the average. This is what he's been doing at this tournament. This is what you want from him. And of course, we saw the reality of what he's done on Train there, Prof.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in this map particularly, because even if you look at just these 2 rounds that Yanko highlighted, there's opportunities in both for Nico to get a kill, and I think like pretty easy kills that he nails and gets maybe 2 or 3 later in the round, and he kind of whiffs the PR kill. It took like 8, I don't know, 20 bullets almost to finish one guy, and that's kind of why he doesn't get the second, and things get out of control. We saw it also on the flank on Rez. Like Rez whiffs like 3 deagle shots before he gets the kill. It's like what is going on?
But that's the problem also. He got probably a little bit flustered. I mean, it's not just about not getting the kills. The round on the CT side, it's a 3v2. You know that Towson is deep in the site. Bomb is lower and the guy is upper. You don't need to fight him. He needs to come to you, right? And they're under pressure. So this also, I know, you know, you can also make the other side of that argument. A player like Nico, do you want him to hide away from aim duels and aim fights? But for me personally, like, there are situations in the game where letting go of your mouse and keyboard is the best way to win the round, right? I mean, considering the time and the situation in the round, like, it's just not worth it, especially considering the game he's been having, right? Like, don't make it even harder on yourself.
Well, we've got about a minute or so before we go to break, so we'll turn our attention briefly to Inferno. How do we see this one going?
I mean, a 5-map win streak for GamerLegion. They've been pretty good. In general, GamerLegion actually really strong on the CT side. I mean, compared to the rest of the field, especially at this event, in a meta that is very T-sided, I would put that down to the two rotation guys, Rez and PR. Like, PR has been what a revelation of a player. Like, the confidence that he has, the aim that he has, the plays that he goes for, and the resurrection of Rez. Like, literally unearthed from the Babylon ruins to come to GamerLegion to help them go into playoffs for the first time ever.
Yeah, I don't know. Another thing GamerLegion did on train, they swapped ZTR and Towson on CT side, so Towson was that tanker. I don't know if that threw a spanner in the works for the Falcons. But on Inferno last time around, they played it like the A side was the problem for Falcons. Like, they actually did well on banana control and towards B, but PR was a menace out of T-Apps. And, you know, maybe the silver lining for Falcons is Magus did have a good fragging game, right? Tess's Dexter struggled compared to yesterday, but we also saw them lose the first map yesterday. Hopefully they can bounce back today and at least give us a game and give us a series.
Let's hope so. We are going to a break. If Falcons don't heat up on Inferno, they will be going home. Make sure you tune in.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
GamerLegion have come through with a very positive set of results, finding themselves through to the playoffs, and this is a first for many members of the team, including the in-game leader ZTR here. And this was impressive because you start off losing to G2, then you run it back every single game, you go 3-1 here, and you've been close twice this year. So how good does it feel to finally do it?
Yeah, like you said, we've been close. Like, I think it was the latest two events. We were one game away, losing to the names of like Spirit and G2. So kind of had to go against the Giants in the deciding games. But yeah, and here we started off playing against G2 in the opening game. So glad we got that out of the way. Felt like felt like we could have had a better chance at that one as well. But yeah, now we made the playoffs, and it feels. I think everyone is really relieved, and it feels really great going into the next half of the season soon.
Now, scoreline wise of the maps against G2 was an improvement, but you were 12-10 up. Did it hurt to let that Inferno slip away for you guys? And what do you think it comes down to? Because it looks as like you're not able to play the same way you usually play against these guys.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they make much less mistakes, and our mistakes are less forgiving, so to say. But yeah, like I think we even had 11-6 at some point on the Inferno. So yeah, it was really rough, and especially because it was on the T side. I always feel like when games kind of slip like that on the T side, I mean, it isn't just on me, but I take it hurts my, what do you call it? It hurts, you know, knowing that.
You're the leader, right?
Yeah,
you want to be the one calling yourselves out of it.
Yeah, exactly. So it hurts a bit that we weren't able to do it, but I think we gained a lot of lessons from both those games, and yeah, we managed to fix some things, and now we won the 3 next games after that. So.
Well, let's talk about the next game, because it was against Falcons, where you let them get 3 rounds. Now, some might say yes, preparation. I'm going to say, was it preparation, flow state, and have an incredibly good day? Because it looked like you could do nothing wrong.
Yeah, I think it was. We were definitely in flow state.
Yeah.
We all came really well prepared, and we had good focus, etc. It's a thing we've been working on a lot, like with performance manager, etc. Like being fully ready mentally, etc.
Nice.
And yeah, I don't feel like they played like horrible. Because there was, especially on Inferno, when I think we got like 10 T rounds, 11 T rounds, maybe that was Mirage, but yeah, like we just played really good, and they didn't play that bad, but we were just, like everywhere we went, we just hit our shots, and yeah, we came out victorious.
Were you just laughing at points though, when you're looking at the scoreline of these games? Was it hard sometimes to be as focused?
Yeah, I mean, I remember, I think we got 10 T rounds, or 11 even, on Mirage, and then after the CT pistol, I think 1000 got like 3 kills. And he was like cheering, etc. And I told him I would cheer for you as well, but we're up 12-1 and they're already dead, you know. So it was kind of anticlimactic, or however you want to say it, you know.
Yeah, they kind of felt like they were already down and out of it all, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But then we come on to Legacy, and they gave you a tougher game than what Falcons did. I want to ask you why. Do you put this down to map pool? Is it the way they play differently? What was it about Legacy?
I don't know if it was more about them. I mean, I felt like they played really well, actually. Inferno was probably the weakest or the biggest problem for us, because we had many winning situations. I believe we lost maybe 3 or like total over the maps as well. We lost maybe 5v2s, 4v2s, etc. So I felt like we just kind of lost our cool in the late rounds and let them get away back in. And it really hurt our confidence, losing those like big advantage rounds, because you know they have like a 1% chance to win them if you just played correctly. So it hurt our mood maybe a bit, you can say.
What are your expectations now going into the playoffs?
I mean, we'll have to see who we meet, of course, but I think no matter who we meet, we just take it game by game and know that every game from now on is gonna be like great experience for us. Yeah, you're in the playoffs. You're 3 steps away from winning the tournament, so there's gonna be more pressure, etc. And I think we just have to play and see where it takes us, you know.
I like your attitude with it, and it's a nice stepping stone, right? If this is your first playoffs, next one will be a big arena.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you learn and grow from it all.
Yeah.
But that's definitely what you've been doing. I wish you the best of luck going forward, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the quarterfinal here at PGL Bucharest 2025. It's Falcons versus GamerLegion, and Falcons have to recover into this series. They've just lost their map pick of train 13-7. Now they have to go to Inferno, and just 3 days ago they played against GamerLegion on this map and they lost 13-2, Jason. So the chances of Falcons staying alive in the playoffs have just they've drastically dropped.
Yeah, it feels like they've dwindled, especially with what we saw in that first map as well. The miscues from Falcons, the 2 heartbreaking round losses that were just devastating, that prevented them from getting started in either one of the halves. And yeah, now facing the prospect of coming onto a map where GamerLegion has just spanked you earlier in the event.
Full start here.
Yeah, it really is. We're going to get a reset, I would imagine.
Well, it's a good chance that this might be the last map we watch this Falcons team, this current 5.
True.
This could be the last one.
Yeah, which is, I don't know, kind of a bummer, although the results haven't been there. It hasn't been super spectacular out of the gate, but yeah, MongolZ coming in is going to change this. Obviously rumored to be happening this week, but who knows with both teams in the playoffs. Orgs can obviously, as long as they're staying in the playoffs,
well,
might delay things a little bit.
It might be an announcement in maybe 45 minutes.
Yeah, true. It also could get released in 45 minutes.
It's just someone sitting there on the button ready to go. But
yeah, we were just talking in the green room too. I've been like impressed with the way Dexter's come back out of his extended time away from professional Counter-Strike. I think there's parts of his games that I've been critical from over the years, but obviously the impact that he can provide is unquestionable. So I think he should have no problem finding a home after m0NESY takes his position in this team.
Depends what it's a fresh contract, isn't it? So that could be.
I have no idea, to be honest with you.
Well, we'll see. Straight into Banana. GamerLegion looking to create some space towards Nico, who has a smoke ready to drop. He's also got plenty of teammates behind him. This could be a deadly B setup.
Yeah, but it's all about the timing of his util. They're going to have to disrespect it and come through, so you'd hope Magic's dually is going to be set up.
Well, Magic's ready to go. Joel Berettas out for the first peek. He instantly goes down, but luckily they've got Nico, and he's clean. Got that final headshot as well with the last bullet. PR 1v4. Nearly cut off Tessus on the rotation. Unable to land the headshot, and so has to finish him off eventually, but still so many targets to collect here for PR. 50 seconds to do so, now getting peppered from CT. So he's held, focused on that fight against Dexter.
Yeah, no super big concern that Dexter's on his own, because the bomb's all the way back at the B bomb site. So even if he gets that kill, Dexter just has to play it smart. And look at them, time running out, 30 seconds. He's doing his best to pull him into the open and find some 1v1s, challenge the B site, turn around when Dexter takes his chance to be aggressive. And that's a nice headshot to close it out. But that pistol round is all Nico, playing off Magisk inside the fountain. Good smoke, good counter utility. Him and Kixon combined for 4 kills. And the Falcons have a pistol.
Yeah, bomb plant disallowed as well, so no extra money for a force buy here for the side of GamerLegion. So great work from Nico. The initial distraction from Magisk. And using that pillar perfectly. So GamerLegion coming in this one, just Glocks. Best case scenario is they somehow fight their way towards a bomb plant. But for Falcons, it's got to be about keeping it clean and getting that 2-0 lead, making sure they limit casualties here and build money. They need to get off to a great start just to get back into this series. I mean, I felt like at Train, they had their opportunities to get into the game.
And that's got to be the big difference here, is when you have those opportunities to establish the fact that you have control of the map, or when you have the opportunity to break the momentum of GamerLegion, you have to capitalize on it. You can't have the round slip away, especially not in the fashion that they did, which is just like self-owns on Train. That's not only going to make you lose the round, but make you pretty miserable inside the server. Probably going to destroy the mental of Falcons if they're not careful, so we'll see how they can continue on Inferno. Should be an easy mop-up with this crossfire. Unarmored Glocks coming into the equation. M4 has the first. Tessus, he wants to get aggressive. He knows what's on the other side of that wall, and he wants the bonus cash. He's got 3 and a second for Falcons. Now, one of the issues Falcons defense had against GamerLegion in their group stage matchup was the ability of GamerLegion, it feels like, to just march up middle and take it bracket control and take top mid control like whenever they wanted. Even when there was a crossfire, even when there was a 3-man defense, they found ways to break it up, they found ways to get the kills, and Falcons simply just couldn't win any of the fights. Now, it's not going to be as easy as it was last time with that 13-2 scoreline. But Falcons need to make sure they put a stop to some of those early mid attempts from GamerLegion and just show them. Just let them know that those same tactics aren't going to be as effective and make them have to actually think and get challenged. So the early tests from GamerLegion at the A-bomb site, in my mind, are going to be critically important that Falcons show they can stop it, unlike the group stage match.
Thanks for stepping up, and PR just looked away. He's going to be frustrated about that timing.
It's a good start for what I was just talking about.
Yeah.
Tessus.
Oh, he got away. Yeah, he got
around.
Corner, but ZTR looks pretty honed in on it at the moment.
Dexter sliding over.
Clear it, but Rez back turn. Trade at least there, but low HP to that arm of Dexter. Nearly getting caught, but Falcons stay up. They get into the archway with the bomb. They could be split this, but there's a double push down Banana at the moment for Falcons that Talison's going to have to deal with. He's got that kill on Nico. If he can grab Kixon, that should be the round. But Kixon tucks into the corner. Gets an important kill, switches out to the AK-47, and that bomb has no other choice. It has to stay committed to B. They can smoke off Banana, get into the site, and there's a 3v2 retake for Falcons.
That'll spam through. Kixon's just got to hold on to his position. His teammates, Dexter and Magisk are taking a long time to rotate over, just coming down to the base of Banana now. So all 3 players retaking from Banana. Where does Kixin and Dexter place this smoke? Coffins for one, CT for the other. And here we go.
Oh, bang. Dexter's gone. Damage as well onto Kixin. This already difficult retake is starting to look impossible, and Slend just way to the back of New Box. Time is ticking away, and so they retreat. They go back down Banana. They concede this one, and GamerLegion push through to their first round victory on the T side of Inferno.
Yeah, good round win for GamerLegion. That one feels improvised. It felt like they wanted to actually attack towards Rap side, but just called that mid to B split because that's what they felt was most available to them at the moment, with Dexter's presence over towards Moto Pit, Magisk over in the cup, or excuse me, over in the cubby was Tess's. That crossfire had been a little bit more impactful. The round likely gets shut down, but a really, really good mid-round find from GamerLegion and a 2v3 post plant. The nade is the deciding factor, taking out Dexter and making it impossible for Falcons to break in for the retake. So AWP now in the hands of Dexter on the CT side. That's going to be brought in for the first time. And a pretty critical round to decide who's going to be in control of the map and the money for the next few rounds, as both teams out of cash after this bye. That's unfortunate too, because what I was talking about sort of happened. Falcons did show a strong mid defense. Dexter gets the kill on PR over in Boiler. The crossfire finds a kill, prevents them from attacking Rap side, but GamerLegion still just find the winning recipe. Here we go. Kicks in on MP9. Up on Dexter, M4s for the rest of the defense. On the T side, it's a MAC-10, a Galil, and 3 AK-47s. Teams kitted out pretty strong, pretty equal. And Dexter takes a peek down middle, sees nothing. Wants to go for the ult mid-peek, and finds a tag on Rez. 17 HP.
Oh, Rez. Frustrating start for him. Getting caught as he nearly got away. Just another step and he would have been beyond that spam.
I like this setup though, this follow-up setup after the smoke spam.
Yeah, 2 players sticking around. PR might just fall victim to this too. Even if he gets one, I think he's realized that that's not a fight he wants to take. So that's the best case scenario for PR, is he jiggles out, he gets info, and then he doesn't commit to it, disrupting the setup from Falcons.
Nico's shifted back to the A bomb site. They brought the op of Dexter over towards B to hold the angle. Kixin's got counter utility off Dexter's shot. And he might get a chance at it. A couple flashbangs if they want to pre-flash the angle, but that'll be the trigger for Kixin to drop his util and delay this attack. 2 Molotovs in a smoke for these B defenders, so GamerLegion going to have a tough time. If they don't get a clean kill on Dexter, this could get rough. They could get stalled out.
Oh, Dexter, missed shot. Went over the top of the crouching player. 34 seconds left. Kixin still waiting at first oranges. They came over the top, and he just can't deal with it. There was too many targets possibly coming in front of him, but that shot back through the smoke keeps them going, but Dexter was not ready for PR to be so deep on that push.
Yeah, it needs to be more prepared for that follow-up play, but that's good control now for the T side of GamerLegion. Have control all the way deep towards Ruins. It's all on the flank now.
Yeah, CTR even gets one here, it should be wrapped up. But with Nico taking that headshot, PR being forced into the open, Falcons still on this, and it's Nico dragging them through, keeping them in this fight, but PR looking to step up. The first knocks down the second, and Magisk just goes into the site, but PR's long gone. Defuse stuck, it's the full stick. Magisk holds it, Pillar protects him, and the defuse stuck by Magisk is enough for the Falcons' victory.
Oh, what a bailout save from Magisk. That's crazy that he's able to get that. Hidden behind the fountain, a nice 1v3 attempt from PR, but falls at the final hurdle. Magisk realizing he's so protected. But they're not out of it yet. Falcons survive with they win the round with 0 players surviving. They have to rebuy everything, and the money is not good. 2 MP9s coming out already, 2 M4s. Dexter is going to have a busted weapon as well. And GamerLegion still in a decent enough position to make a go at this round 5.
You still think PR is going to win that when he comes around and gets, because he is deciding to peak at the end. And then you see the Magisk is perfectly positioned himself just for enough cover to make it too difficult to take him down in the final second. Nico, though, this hard work, these 2 kills, the one behind sandbags, the one under the coffins, reopens the conversations for Falcons to even find themselves in this position.
We didn't really see like the execute from Kixon's POV. I thought that defense initially would be much stronger. Kixon up on first oranges, drops the molly after Dexter's shot. I thought he'd drop a smoke on top of the molly and just play on top of the boxes. Might have gotten blind and dropped down. But that drop down made it much more difficult as Dexter was isolated. Back towards mid we go. This time they've got AKs up against a FAMAS and an MP9, so weapon advantage to GamerLegion.
Rez sees the shoulder, and that's Dexter gone. GamerLegion with the advantage. Taliesin only going to follow it up. He hears Nico running down, who commits to it. Commits to going through that bottom banana smoke. Slen's been drawn back to look for Tesses. Magisk about to get traded on, but actually manages to get by, gets into the smoke, gets into the library.
They have no idea where GamerLegion has gone.
Yeah, and
so
Nico's
weird.
so confused, but he peeks up, he gets the info. They knew that he was still bottom middle, so they just take a pause. They take a breather, and they find Nico in mid.
And there, I mean, that is a good call from GamerLegion. Just like just a challenge. Not even really trying to mask it. Not even really trying to hide it. A nice flash to step through the smoke. The smoke they throw towards mid has a really, really thin layer of smoke on the left side, so it's an easy walkthrough. And once Dexter's dropped, I mean, that whole wrap side being exposed is such a weakness to Falcons on defense. They feel like they have to push B to make up for it. They don't really know where to rotate, and GamerLegion has so much control to just sit and wait and punish every reaction. This is Falcons being destroyed in terms of their economy, so no buy in the next round. A chance for GamerLegion early to establish control. 2-3.
Yeah, fantastic for GamerLegion to respond to that previous round loss, where PR just about misses out on the round victory.
Falcons actually might force buy with this loss break in the economy. No losing bonus built up, so 5-7s coming in, Deagle coming in, MP9s as well. There's the opening from Rez. Dexter just never expected them to step through that smoke, was really confident in the safety it would have provided, but the rest of this round is literally just GamerLegion just working an L. Wrap side towards brackets, back and forth, and picking off every Falcons player that's trying to figure out what's happening on the map.
Kixan dodging the brunt of that damage by just tucking a little deeper into the corner.
And you can bleed utility if you're GamerLegion now. You know you have the money advantage. You know they're going to run out of nades in the late round. So some early pressure forcing out a lot of utility. The half-wall smoke from Banana, that's an option if GamerLegion want to fall right back into it. Falcon's going to gamble and stack up at the A bomb site, but it's going to take a while for this to come in, and the hit is going to be there right before Nico arrives.
Shot from Tesses, good peek from Magisk. So that's exactly the kind of opening they needed when they have some weaker weapons in play. You need a clean opening, upgrades available, and they don't really sustain any damage.
Yeah, and you can see on the other side of the map, Kixon just drops a smoke in B because he knows this is a really good timing for that B player, that B lurk, to try and find a plan B, try and find an opening to bring his teammates back. So he's delayed as long as possible, but nobody's budged from Falcons because they still don't have information at A. They realize that GamerLegion can just be lining up to re-aggress at the A bomb site, but it's actually B. So all pressure on Kixon.
And it's a very quick pop for GamerLegion, so Kixon, this is going to be tough. His teammates still haven't rotated over. Nico's now arriving with a deagle, trying to pull attention away, but Kixon, fantastic work. Double at the back of the site. You can't really ask more of him at all. And now Slen trying to get away. The round's already done, and Falcons, the decision to buy, kind of forced into it, but they win it convincingly.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect. Tesses gets that headshot, and then it's that moment to spring for the MP9 who's been waiting for it that whole time. Once you secure those hulls and a split like that, you can see GamerLegion just like, we can't go forward. That we just lose if we do that. This push coming in right after the kill. Rez has nades in hand and kicks in with everything to do. 1 versus 3 essentially at the bomb site, delivers some critical kills to close it out and take advantage of the good start. 4-2, guns back in the hands of Falcons.
AK around the corner, Taliesin not afraid to get in the fight. So Nico peeled away from the Falcons' defense, and there's no trade until that peek from Kixan, and it's Rez that just catches a blinder.
That's a second really crappy round he's had. He was legged earlier and spammed down through smoke and cleaned up. Now just takes a stray headshot for no good reason. And he wasn't even the one aggressing. It was Towson brought down to 16, so that's actually quite a disaster. You lose a player and one other guy's got red HP. And once again, Falcons putting a lot of faith in Kixan. Defending Banana alone. Molotov is the last piece of utility he's got in his kit. He's got another one stockpiled for him as he falls back.
Oh.
He's doing this right now because that's just when Tessus is communicating that he's peeking brackets to see if there's mid presence.
Yeah, but they can just go right through this. So Kixan flashed. Hit a big round in the previous.
What?
Oh my god, he's got lucky bullets in this round. He's a sign up for the lottery. Into the site, a lot of damage being done. Plants coming in. And Falcons, they've got a retake, but against two extremely low players.
Where does Magisk put this nade? It would kill either one of these players if he can find the right spot. Might be chucking it out towards New Box, where nobody's home.
Gotta be so quick on this first kill. Towson can't get it done. Slend to be cleared out by Tessus. Kixan again. Back-to-back big B holds.
Back-to-back very fortunate bullets just going through the smoke as well. Game's given him a couple in these past 2 rounds. I mean, if you're GamerLegion too, there's a certain level of frustration because you're like, I mean, we're making the right calls. We're finding the solo defender. We're attacking just one guy.
So BS, man.
It's just like, what are we supposed to do when he's able to pull out something like that?
Yeah.
Nice! Nice! Nice, Duncan!
Do it again. Then we'll call it skill.
Yeah, right. One more. If you do it 3 times, we can't argue.
Well, that has just thrown the money into the bin for GamerLegion.
Look, it's good to see Falcons win a round like that because that's the rounds they all lost on train. That's the round GamerLegions took away from them. So in a map like this where they're starting to put it together and it's starting to look good and they want to force a third map, this is a nice glimpse. Magisk
getting a DM.
Brawling a little bit in Boiler and brings it down to just Rez.
Yeah, how many kills can Rez get from this position? He's got an AK picked up, minute 20. Try and make it expensive. Just gonna be patient and hang around, see if Falcons make any mistakes.
He'll get what he's looking for eventually. If maybe like 20 more seconds before I think Falcons might start to get the idea that they want to start figuring out if he's nearby, if he's still going for it, if he's backed off the save. Those pushes don't come on the timing that Rez wants, so he starts to make his move.
Yeah, Falcons have everything covered. I think this position is going to be too strong to get past Nico. Going to make sure that he's got it. And 4 players stay up for Falcons, building the money now into the later stages of this first half. Preventing a bomb plant.
Starting to build into a Falcons that can contend. Took a map.
Yeah, weren't there on train, missed their chances.
Yeah, they've woken up afterwards. 6-2 here on Inferno. Keep in mind, the last time these 2 teams played it in the group stage, a 13-2 victory for GamerLegion.
Yep, just 3 days ago.
Complete role reversal here in Bucharest. 3-man start for the B defense for Falcons. Tessus just drops util for him and backs away back to the A site. AK-47's back in the hands of GamerLegion, and they're taking control of halls.
Missed shot from Dexter on the peak. Super important kill for PR to grab in the apartments.
They might just pick up the pace off this and take brackets.
And they're going to rotate back over, but actually they cancel the rotation over to the A site. Feeling like they might need to commit into a 2-2 setup because GamerLegion could go either way.
Remember, the last couple times they've hit B in situations similar to this, they found it with only Kixan. So they're probably thinking again.
And they've got Nico this time, though.
A third player rotating over for Falcons as well.
Oh, Nico easily grabs the first. Why I say easy, it was a little labored. And ends up getting taken down in response by ZTR. Tessas arriving now to go through that smoke, combined with Kixan's contact. This time, Kixan can't get anything, and it's Tessas to try and fight his way back into it. Goes into the banana fight, can't manage that second kill, and leaves Magisk 1v3. And they aren't going to let this one go.
I admire the attempt from Tessas. It's a little nerve-wracking. You come out of that smoke and you expect people to be looking at you, and you never know where that fight is going to come from. If that first spray is a little bit cleaner, gets that kill quicker, might be able to double up in the bomb site. But it's a tough fight to really settle yourself and go for the easy shot, go for the clean shot. So once again, back to the B bomb site. This time, Kixan doesn't have any heroics. A third round for GamerLegion. We had a drop out of the server from a Falcons player, so we'll get him right back in. That's Dexter. He has rejoined off of his crouch peek and holes. But Falcons had the read.
Terrorists win.
Nico advanced towards sandbags, kicks in the bomb site. A third player shifted over. Defense still can't hold. Nico coming into this match today, the third best player of the event. He's dropped off after that first map, but came into it performing very well for this Falcons team.
Being the third best player of the event after losing both your opening series in such dominant fashion.
Yeah, he's coming into this averaging a 1.22 series rating.
Crazy. I think you expect that from Nico. Like we've become used to it, but it's the fact of how slow they started that makes that very impressive. GamerLegion getting through top mid.
And this has been a massive pressure point when they're able to gain this kind of control top mid for free, especially with the minute and 15 seconds on the clock. We have to look and see how Falcons is going to manage the information they're playing with, their rotations. They're sliding a fourth player back. Kixan is going to come over. Dexter alone with the AWP and Banana.
Yeah, leaving the responsibility on the B defense on his shoulders.
This round is a more planned mid to B split.
Yeah, Dexter's got to at least just get one here and stay alive. If he stays alive, then he's a problem later into the round. But the flash comes in. Kixan lets one go by. Second would be fantastic, but can't manage it. Missed shot from Dexter, but he stayed alive. He gets back into the bomb site, so can still be a problem a little bit later on, but the pressure's up. Dexter hits that first shot on the continued push, and eventually traded by Towson. Manages to fight out ZTR's lurk on the other side of the map. He wins it, and that frees up this retake.
Look at Tessas. He's already at half wall up Banana. This timing, I don't think they'll expect. Bomb going down back of the fountain. Slend takes
Bombs
the
out.
angle and can't scope in time. It's only Towson remaining.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Towson, side of the smoke.
That deep smoke is real suspicious as well.
Yeah, they know they've got to clear this position. So Util's going in. Towson has got to hope that they run on by, but he's not exactly clean on that first kill. Thought Nico might have checked him. I'm sure if he could go back, he would let Nico continue to walk forward.
Well, also, again, it's kind of similar to that Tessas attempted retake a few rounds back where you're in this position. You know Tessas is coming from Banana. He can spot you when he crosses into the bomb site if he looks towards CT. Yep. You got two players coming.
You got a timer on your life.
Yeah, it's really kind of hard to like build it up in your head of like, all right, trigger discipline on the first guy, give it 3 seconds, let the second guy come. Yeah, tough scenario to be in. 7-3. It's a 4-round lead for Falcons. This CT side has looked great. Much, much better than what we saw on Train.
And think of some of those close rounds earlier in the half that on Train definitely would have went against Falcons, but go that way. You know, we're talking the stuck defuse inside of the B bomb site where Magic just at the last second confirms the defuse. You know, those are the kind of rounds that GamerLegion were winning. And that's given Falcons a round here. You get Kixan having a couple of rounds where he goes huge, maybe gets a little luck involved.
Yeah, those were like the individual performances that were going towards, they're swinging towards GamerLegion in the first map, and Falcons has gotten a couple here.
And that can just change your game entirely. Last 2 rounds of this first half. GamerLegion are coming into this one pretty bruised. You know, you still got Galil's on 2 players, 2 AK-47s, AWP for Slend. Lack of utility here and there. Dexter peeking down Banana could have made it a lot more difficult for GamerLegion. Doesn't land his shot.
Sound cue as Slend hops up onto the balcony. The defense has fallen back. Magisk and Tess is positioned in lane earlier, but don't want to keep track of the smoke. Pop flash peek in towards halls. That'll be a sound cue over for GamerLegion. PR letting him know they just cleared halls. And giving time for Slend to secure a position over in Boiler to help support any kind of a mid-take. They want to establish that presence. So left side smoke. Molly under Balk. Standard util for the take and quietly moving into position.
Quickly trying to get away from that grenade. Slend's taking a dink on board. He's down to 16 HP. Staying committed as PR at the balcony, but the smoke comes up. He gets the peek just before it plumes. Gets information and a lot of damage on Tesses, but no kill.
Not a lot of utility. You mentioned GamerLegion, a bit of a busted buy. They had good weaponry, but 2 smokes and a flash remaining. They just deployed one at Moto. Nico playing in front of it. 3 defenders at the bomb site itself. 1 pit, 2 bomb site. It should be a lockdown hold for Falcons. They look great.
And that is definitely what happens here. 4 players stay up for Falcons. They only lose 1 towards the end. And the best case scenario on Inferno is a 4-round T-half here for GamerLegion. And it's tough to even really see that happening because they're already weak on the weapons in that last round. They haven't been getting many bomb plants.
Yeah, I mean this has been lovely from Falcons when you think about it. They've done a good job of minimizing the damage they've taken from this mid control, which they couldn't do during the group stage. They've obviously had a conversation. They've had some very good reads and some very timely rotations throughout this half. Final of the first half, 8-3.
And we're looking at a UMP. 4 Tech-9s. Missed opportunity for Dexter, but he'll just drop back. Gonna be tough to get in a position to even get a bomb plant here, GamerLegion, with how the rest of this half has gone.
I don't know. It feels to me like they want to hit a pretty deep execute at the A bomb site and really kind of hustle into an attack up lane right now with these Tech-9s and with the UMP. They want to be really mobile, and there's only 2 defenders here, and they're really split off from each other. Magisk is going to have a lot of love coming his way.
Nico sprinting down Banana, getting in behind quickly, so sees that utility being fired off. Under a minute left, and yeah, Magisk gets a whole lot of love towards his position. He doesn't even get to see anybody. He doesn't get to fight. Dexter gets a kill and damage done into a follow-up player. So that bomb plant will be coming through. And this res fight, this could decide the round, and Tesses and Nico combine in tandem with a grenade hitting into the bomb site. It's Slend with heroics required and unable to get into a winning position. So Falcons come out of the first half of Inferno 9-3 up.
Yeah, probably a conversation between maps for Falcons of how nobody was really locked in. Nobody really focused up enough to prevent the miscues. This map, everyone's playing these post plants really, really well. Built some momentum. Everyone started playing strong, smart, waiting for each other, and it's a nice 6-round lead for Falcons going into the halftime. They're going to switch over to the attacking side. GamerLegion to defense. GamerLegion looking to impress in their first playoffs of 2025. Quarterfinals at PGL Bucharest. Third and deciding map, if Falcons can take us there, would be Ancient. The map they booked their playoffs berth with a win in overtime over the MongolZ just last night. We didn't have to see GamerLegion's CT side in the group stage by virtue of such a good beating of Falcons. They only played 3 rounds in the second half on defense.
Well, let's hope it's better. Let's hope it's very strong. Otherwise, this is about to be a very quick victory for Falcons.
All right, well, GamerLegion have a little bit of a plan, it feels. Smoke nade on Slend, double flash nade on ZTR. Dropped a flash. Looks like they want to double nade Banana. And actually, this might be perfect.
charges in. Oh, okay, that is one way to tear through the defense. Tess says.
For Tess's.
Yeah, he just charges in, 2 headshots, no problem. 10 rounds Falcons.
Yeah, I guess. Do you save? Oh man. Taking his time to find the sweet spot in the fountain is Nico. But yeah, you ain't retaking this. You might as well just save this armor because you get the free upgrade for head armor as well. You're gonna need it in the next round. So much focus, I think, for GamerLegion, ZTR, and Slend of coordinating the grenades in the right spot. Tess has just gained way too much space too quickly. He never slowed down. So an easy pistol, and double digits for Falcons now, looking like they're going to close out Inferno.
So many bullets. Eventually, they take Dexter down.
Terrorists win.
Anyway, bring it back to what you said earlier at the start of the series, and what Ash realized coming into this game was it's not going to be the same match the whole way through the series as it was just a couple of days ago. And you can see that already just with the turnaround. It's night and day here for Falcons.
That had to have been the philosophy he's been beating into these guys since they woke up this morning. That had to have been part of every conversation. Don't expect it to be as easy. Don't expect them to just roll over and give us the wins. We're going to have to fight for this. And you know, for a guy who's kind of mentioned that he thinks with his team, 80% of their problems are mental, are based in the mentality. A quarterfinal match, you have a good first map, you get spanked on the second one. Now we get to see what their mentality is going to be like. Whether they can recover the way Falcons did between maps. ZTR wants to get aggressive, smokes off the Molotov, pushes with the flashbang, 2 for 1 in the favor of Falcons. And now a 4-on-3 advantage for the T side.
There's so much time, so they don't really have to commit anything just yet. So they take a pause. And Rez takes a few steps back into a CT. Now it's looking pretty likely we go to map 3. It's Ancient. That'll be coming up. If Falcons are able to close on this. And they look to close this round on the B-bomb site. Silently slinking their way towards the site. They haven't made contact yet.
I know, you can tell they've had so many heartbreaks because they're just like, they're making sure every detail is covered. Rez tries to pounce as the smoke plumes, not able to get anything done, so back away, save the weapons. GamerLegion have one of those terrible, awful decisions to make that you never want to make, which is, do we save and let them get 12? Do we buy and try and keep this alive and try and keep the dream of winning in regulation there? No right answers. 11-3 for Falcons. Ancient is looming on the other side of this map.
Terrorists win.
14 kills on Tess's, but Nico, Kixon, and Magisk all tied at 10. On the GamerLegion side of things, you've got PR leading the way with just 9 kills. Towson right there with 8 as well, but they've been quiet in the fragging department, leading to this very painful scoreline. And Falcons now on the T side have the momentum in terms of the rounds won. They've got early economic control. They've got a huge advantage in terms of weaponry and economy. It's GamerLegion trying to come back, put their foot down, stop this run from Falcons, and try and embark upon a comeback of epic proportions. But they've got to do it in this round without a whole lot of grenades to work with. They're just missing so many of the bells and whistles that you'd like.
This time it's GamerLegion who kind of got rattled by those first half rounds where they felt like they should have won and never really stabilized, never really got back on their feet.
It's probably been a huge talking point. I mean, Ash has alluded to that a number of times. I have to imagine, like, you get into a map like this and you lose some of those rounds, and in the back of your head, you're like, I know this has been a talking point. We need to win these post punts. We need to win these 4-on-3, these advantage rounds, and we've let them slip away. It can build on you for sure. A little bit of an extended break between rounds, probably a small tech issue that's been resolved. Freeze time counting down into round 15. Falcons have that 8-round lead, and they've got everything needed to continue this march towards a third map. 2 M4s on the board, a FAMAS on PR, shotgun and MP9 on Towson and ZTR for GamerLegion to defend. Not a bad buy to scrape together, all things considered.
A Mag 7. It's going to play at the half wall. In terms of finding positions for it to be effective, this is one of them. The Falcons are in no mood to continue to push through that smoke.
I think the bigger problem is the MP9 as your supportive element right behind it. Yeah, we obviously know it can be effective, but 2 of the weaker weapons to stop this. Shotgun jumping, goes for the peak. There we go, nicely done. Nade cleans out CTR. Now, oh, baby, Towson makes it look awesome.
ZTR got blasted away, so Towson had to do everything, and the Mag 7 showing us the swag 7 in this round. That is huge on the jump button. Now Slang comes around with a double clean. That is filthy.
Oh, yeah, we take that. Good job from Towson. What a way to steal a round away.
All right, you got one of those.
Yeah, you
got to build now.
You only get one of those per map. Oh,
how do you just keep getting away with it?
I mean, you don't expect that jump too often, do you? Nico's trying to trade it out, forced out by the Molotov. Good utility usage. It wasn't the MP9, it was the nades on his back in support of that Mag 7. And yeah, smiles on the face of GamerLegion. They keep the dream alive. Still a long way to go, 7 rounds back. 9 rounds away from winning the map. And a timeout, a second one called by Falcons. I mean, calm it down after that. That can be devastating. So yeah, let the boys breathe for a minute. Let them calm down. Let them get back and settle into their focus. And
dude, if GamerLegion come back and win this, and that was the catalyst, the Mag 7.
I know, quite the highlight, wouldn't it?
Sick guys, let's go. Nice boys, nice. Let's go boys. Round by round.
Round by round. Let's see how many we got left in this game. Falcons so close to converting this Inferno map victory.
Res, a good peek out into middle, a second kill picked up, and so the rifle has put them in a good position, and the AWP will impale Tessus and Nico. That is a quick response for GamerLegion, and that kind of back-to-back success might just be enough to ignite the engine.
Yeah, Falcons trying to punish the mid-peak behind that smoke, both of them, Magisk and Kixin jumping through each side of the smoke. And just not having nearly enough impact, but I'll tell you what, that's an emphatic win for GamerLegion. It's taken the money away from Falcons. They're going to have to sit back onto pistols. GamerLegion's going to start closing this gap. We might have a game on our hands out of that round. It looks like GamerLegion found a little bit of life in that timeout.
Okay, there's the Nico Deeg. Perhaps it could create an opportunity here because Slen is also low in HP. The Glock going through the fire. Slen needed to win that fight.
I don't even mind that from Tessus. You know you got the dink. You know you probably did decent damage to him. You've got a Glock. He's got an AWP. It would be so much better if you went out on that engagement. So it's worth the risk to try and clean him up, but couldn't land anything inside the fire. GamerLegion's got to be a little bit nervous. Nico's Deagle taking off the head of Rez. AK-47 recovered as well. No utility for Falcons, so they're going to have to play the trade game. And it's a crossfire in middle.
And it is perfect. So PR, ZTR, don't let it go. 6 rounds on the way back here for GamerLegion, but the buy's going to return for Falcons.
Oh, well, let's see how much this 3-round streak from GamerLegion like has shook Falcons, like especially that first gun round that they just got obliterated in. I mean, you had the shotgun triple kill in one round, and then you had the mid presence that just destroyed everyone from Falcons in the next round. So let's see if you've been thrown off your game. Let's see if that's put a little bit of doubt into Falcons' attack, into their offense.
Well, now they come into it with 2 Galils as well, alongside those 3 AK-47s. Not a perfect purchase here for Falcons. Slen starting to get his confidence. This is a little risky for Slen, so he goes back to look at Boiler instead and gets that molly out into the bedroom. But Tessus got in front of it. Tessus got in front of it, chasing down the AWP. Rez caught with nades. Tessus gets traded eventually. Slend needed to get that kill back.
Yeah, that's really good, though, from Tessus. That makes him so nervous. 1 pick off in middle. Towson, half HP. Slend brought low as well by Tessus's play. And from Boiler, he shakes up this defense. They've rotated a 3rd player back, so they stand up in brackets. They have information. This is going to turn into a push. They realize Falcons have vacated the space to go back to Banana. They're going to push right down middle. It'll be Magisk who joins up with them. Is he going to be ready for the fight?
Not right now, but then he turns at the perfect time and catches ZTR walking towards him. So Falcons bursting through the B bomb site. There's no one in the site itself. Kixan, oh, he's going to win in the reload. And then he goes. It's a perfect play for Kixan to get through that smoke. Towson gone, and GamerLegion's string of round victories has come to a close. PR takes a dink, he has to fall back, and Falcons get up to map point.
Yeah, really good play from Tessus. I mean, he just throws the whole defense, the whole round into disarray with that kind of chaos calls. Puts so much panic into ZTR and Slend. GamerLegion has to overcompensate, and the B bomb site is exposed and overrun. Plenty of money for GamerLegion to have a full buy in the next round, but I don't think they creeped close enough to make this comeback still doable. They need 6 rounds in a row to force overtime. And Falcons back away as the bomb goes off. 1 round away from Ancient. And a conversation before we begin round 19. Timeout called. 3rd and final for GamerLegion as Ash has one last conversation with his boys to get him fired up for an attempted comeback. AWP in the hands of Slend is a nice piece to have.
Team effort here from Falcons in terms of the impact on the kill feed, but Tessus, he's willing to do the dirty work. He is willing to throw himself into the fire, into the mud, and get some real impact here for Falcons. You've seen that in the previous round, that it might be enough now just to close this out. Double setup in the apartments, in the halls. Slend's coming up from Boiler, so 3 players total in this area. Magisk is going to go in, but with nades in his hands as he rounds the corner.
I guess that nade made him feel like there wasn't actually presence in halls, but that seems a bit crazy to not be prepared for it whatsoever. Mid to B split coming in. They've invaded and infested CT spawn, and ZTR's committed on this rotation. You win or lose that fight in CT spawn, you can't go elsewhere, but the players isolate themselves. Tessus goes one way, Kixan goes the other.
When they win that important fight against ZTR, they confirm that CT is now clear. And so it is Towson who is left at B alone. His teammates are isolated over on the A bomb site. Dexter's going to catch a free kill here on PR, who just jumps over the top of him. They now know where Dexter is, but they have to waste time in dealing with him, which leaves Towson still alone at B. And he gets one pick on Kicksand. Smoke up allows Tessus to get the bomb plant, but they know he's here alone. So Towson feels like it's a 50-50 fight. He's going to go and take it, and he comes out on top.
Really good round from Towson. Yeah, the awareness. I mean, you have to say Falcons goes a little bit early, too. They're smoking off Banana, but Kickson's actually the one who jumps the gun and steps out before the smoke has actually bloomed. So Towson has an easy kill on just a MAC-10 trying to get into the bomb site. And a really good read of the situation of just taking the fight. Let Rez handle the lurk. You know you've got a one-on-one. As he's trying to plant the bomb, you've got an advantage. Falcons buy up again, but money's gone after this. So GamerLegion and MongolZ found the light at the end of the tunnel.
Slend into the peak, brings an end to Tessus. No scope up next. It was the only play he had. He couldn't feel comfortable to fall back. Wanted a second kill out of it, but Matt just overruns him. Dexter moves through the top mid smoke, and this might be it. This might just be Inferno, but Rez has other ideas. Oh, yeah. That is beautiful from Rez on the second headshot. Eventually overrun by Dexter, though. And once again, back in a position to close out this map.
Yeah, Dexter might just be the closer here on Inferno. Triple kill, unreal, beautiful shots from the Opera of Falcons, doing it with the rifle. Thought Towson might go through the smoke, but he'll slow it down. He'll wait for it to fade, and he'll play the 1v2 after the fact. He's got a kit. He's got a flashbang. He's got no smoke for the bomb. He needs to find both these kills, and he needs to get moving right now.
Nico keeps his head tucked behind that pillar. Keeps the safety, pulls the distraction, Towson with a relocation out to pit, but it's not enough to stop Nico. Falcons fight back on Inferno, and they will send this quarterfinal to 3.
Yeah, shades of the series yesterday for Falcons here. Diabolical first map, and then coming back where it looks like the series might be getting away from them, and they look like they're able to rally, and it's predicated on a couple of very impactful performances from the players that might not even be in the roster moving forward. So we're getting a repeat, Yanko.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying you're going to have problems winning against anyone if 3 of your players are sort of missing, and that was Nico, Dexter, and Tessus on map 1. Great to see all of them step up on map 2. Tessus with probably the most impact out of the 3, but yeah, Falcons once again managing to bounce back a little bit different, because yesterday they lost their opponent's map pick and then won their own. Here they traded their own map picks, and they stay alive, and another ancient decider for the Falcons coming right up.
Yeah, Ash spoke about their mental before this game during this the group stage here, and I think GamerLegion definitely will be regretting some decisions, some rounds, how they played out, and like not being fully there, fully focused, like from that 1-3, the first round that they win, the close losses, like the position where Falcons was on the CT side, economically very fragile, then not being able to convert on that and take advantage of the situation. I think, yeah, they'll be leaving this map with some regrets for sure.
Oh yeah, I think whenever you only manage, like, what was it, 3 rounds on the team off Inferno, you really are going to struggle just by how CS2 operates, MR12 operates, how Inferno operates.
Yeah, I was hyping up their CT side with PR and Rez, but they didn't really get to play a lot of it. I mean, we saw it now towards the end, you know, Rez having a little mini highlight there, but the chaotic nature of the rounds and like Falcons being 12 up, you know, it liberated them to make some plays, go through smokes and stuff like this. Ultimately, yeah, a really big win for Falcons and a recovery after that abysmal map 1.
And again, lots of attention on Tezes. I thought his contribution was stellar. It was in terms of just, he always seemed to be on that T side, just running at them and getting headshots and making entries and making plays and creating space. And, you know, he doesn't always necessarily do that, but here it was very, very necessary and, you know, very important, I think, just for his position within the team. Remember, he is going to be going to the major no matter what the rumors are. So great stuff from him.
Yeah, and I think you can see here it was a lot of consistency from him in rounds, right? Not too many multi-kills. The early one was an and Eco, I believe. So yeah, and that's what you want, right? Like everyone to just be doing their job in a way, everyone to be contributing to taking control of their respective map areas, and that's just what the Falcons really needed, right? A couple of guys to step up just a little bit, especially in some of these, you know, post-plan situations or retakes and whatnot, and that's what Esses was able to do on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kixan also, we highlighted him, like, watching the game in the green room is like, some of these rounds they probably should have lost. GamerLegion had the read, went to the site where there was only one guy, but then Kixan, like, kind of pulls out some little mini miracle to allow the teammates to activate and pull off a retake or something like this.
I mean, it looked kind of poor for the Falcons in the beginning, outside of winning the pistol round and converting, because they had a couple of 3v2s or rounds where they felt like they had an advantage and they could keep getting momentum. But it doesn't work that way. And then this round happens, but they're actually on a half by. They're doing this double balcony setup. Tessis is able to get the first kill. He's sort of just baiting, drawing attention to himself. Magus pushes right after it. GamerLegion 3v5, they go to B. Kixan is alone there, and he manages to find two more, really securing the round in that way. So finally, Falcons do to GamerLegion what GamerLegion have been doing to them on train. And I think, like Prof pointed out early on that CT side, Kixan was absolutely lights out, right? A couple of situations where Falcons was weak on B, really stronger on A because of how their previous Inferno game against GamerLegion went, and he was just able to pick up multi-kills, really, which is above and beyond what you expect from a player in that situation to do.
Yeah, they managed to kind of neutralize Falcons, that is PR, who in the first half, he still went for a lot of duels, but wasn't able to find as many successes as he did in the first game. And, you know, I have to say props to him for still going for it. Overall, it wasn't like a bad map when you look at just the scoreline, right? He was still top of the board or towards it for GamerLegion, but he wasn't the same menace he was in previous games and in this tournament.
Yeah, and then I guess suddenly we're now starting to see for the first time in this Bucharest rivalry that's emerged with these two teams playing each other. This is the first time GamerLegion have really been under pressure because, you know, we are staring at that ancient decider, but it's not just that. It's you beat Falcons comfortably on their map pick. You know, you got the coach playing up to the camera, pointing to the Thomas the Tank Engine and all this stuff as if to say, we knew what you were going to do. We knew what your strategy looked like. And this is the Veto they've constructed, and they've just let their map slip away. And we know that Falcons can play ancient. We know that from yesterday. You know, beating MongolZ, that's nothing to sniff at, particularly under the circumstances.
Yeah, I think when you look at the Ancient, it's a map, you know, statistically for GamerLegion looks really good. They have, I think, 5 wins also in a row, but it's against teams like Tyloo, Saw, Virtus.pro now recently, but overall it's not like they're beating some world beater teams, right? And Falcons now in the form that they're in, like kind of coming back into this series and the comeback through the group stage, are kind of a tricky opponent, and Falcons have proven that they can get this Ancient win, a third map decider against some big teams, against Liquid in EPL, I think, and here against MongolZ yesterday.
Yeah, as long as Falcons' floor isn't in the basement, they have a pretty good chance of closing the game out, right? I think you also see that GamerLegion tend to struggle a little bit more in the mid rounds, right? If it isn't pretty much said and done by that point in time is where you can maybe exploit some of the weaknesses and outmaneuver them. So if I'm Falcons, I'm just focusing on the early protocols, right? I'm not letting GamerLegion win the round early. And then even if you spend a little bit too much utility, you know, and you end up being in a weaker position later on, I think that's where you can outplay them potentially, right? And get some good information plays going for yourself to put yourself in a good position later on, regardless of maybe if you have a little utility left.
I guess the question is then, do you expect a lot of mid fights early on, because it's like PR and Rez on the CT side for Ancient on GamerLegion, and then Nico, maybe Kixan coming in, Tessis. That's an interesting fight, and it's like, are we going to risk it? Because those fights are kind of a coin flip in some way, especially if both teams have all the utility they want. It's like, is that one flash perfectly timed, or am I going to get a blind kill, or what's going to go down? I think that's going to be an interesting thing to see. I think GamerLegion, even though Inferno went bad, I think their game plan for it was fine. It was, as you said, you know, we get into position. Now it's just about hitting the shots, executing, playing off each other, and the Falcons guys rose to the occasion. I feel like that could be a kind of a similar story here.
And also, again, need to bring up the disparity in experience of playing playoff LAN games.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Outside of Rez, no player on GamerLegion has even one. I'm sure Magus has 100 at this point
Easily.
in time, right? Nico probably not too far away, and the other three a little bit less, but still much more experienced than the GamerLegion players. And even though the environment is the same, the feel is different. Also going up against the team that you dominated, now they're coming back into the series. I mean, Towson and PR grew up watching Nico highlights probably, right? And you know, or Magus highlights, or watching Astralis dominate. So they're definitely not actively thinking about any of that, but in the back of your head is like, you know who you're going up against at the end of the day. And this is a part of growing as a player and growing as a team, which would mean so much more to GamerLegion if they're still able to close out the series after losing their pick.
Yeah, and just on that point, we got about a minute before we got a break. I do just want to ask if you think GamerLegion, you know, we know how well coached they are, how well drilled they are. We know that Nico is learning like essentially a new position on the map. We talked about that yesterday, about him in mid and stuff. Do you think we're going to see any kind of like curveballs? Because if you want to be a good playoff team, you have to sometimes just have those weird little adjustments or weird little rounds that can just get you over the finish line. You think we're going to see anything like that?
I think it might come into play, but I don't think GamerLegion are like a complexity. For example, a team that likes to not throw the playbook out, but like throw the conventional playbook out and just play their own style of, and 3D Max to some degree like that. I think GamerLegion like to play like more default standard CS and rely on the players doing what they should be doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's about them. That's the tricky part in a high pressure environment, is where some of that initiative starts to be lacking, right? Everyone doesn't want to make a mistake. You don't want to be the reason your team lost a key round. You don't want to go for this push that you think is good, but is still risky. And that's a part of, again, getting the experience and growing as a team. And we'll see if they maybe adjust the game plan a little bit, and we see some rounds that are a little bit more set compared to how they would usually go about Ancient.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. We are going to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see which of these teams book their spot in the semifinals. Make sure you stick around.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Falcons are flying on into Bucharest to see if they can have some more success at PGL events. Obviously, last time around it was pretty good for you guys, but I need to cast your mind back to the last couple of events you guys have had. It didn't kind of trigger onwards from where you were at Cluj, to the follow-up events, I wanted to just first get a feeling of how it feels for you guys in the team right now. If we look at EPL, if we look at Blast Open Lisbon, like, was this kind of feel like you're going backwards a bit, or was there still some positives you're taking away from it?
Well, obviously the last two events, Blast and EPL, were not the best. Like, we had higher expectations, especially after the result in Cluj. So, yeah, I mean, there were still some positives. I guess there were more bad things than good things, and obviously we expected more. But yeah, it's been rough recently. I think mostly because we are going from event to event mostly, and the practice is limited. So we're trying to do our best with the practice we get.
Can you feel like you've had time to develop what you wanted to do and make some changes that you wanted?
Yeah, obviously. I think we had a lot of time to change some things on almost all the maps, and I think we're coming confident into this event, because last time we had a lot of time to practice was actually PGL Cluj, and we played really good there. So yeah, hopefully we can repeat the way we played from last time here, and maybe make one more step and win it this time.
Looking at the team list we have here and what's expected of Falcons, do you feel like you're coming in as one of the potential favorites, or are you still outside of the favorites for the whole event? How do you see it?
Well, if you look at our last two events, we are obviously not the favorites, I think. But if you look at the general picture and let's say the whole year, I think we're one of the top teams here. So I think we try not to think too much about this and just try to focus on the next game, because we don't want to put additional pressure on us by thinking in advance if we should win this event or if we should get to the playoffs. So yeah, we are just going to take it game by game and see how it goes.
Obviously, there were some things that came out in media in terms of rumors of what changes could come. Is there anything that maybe disrupts the team, though, in terms of this event because of that, or are you not worried about it? Is this something you've discussed to focus in for Bucharest?
No, I don't think anyone is worried inside the team. Yeah, there's not much to say about it. As I said, there's a lot of comments from the community about everything, so we just try to focus on ourselves and do our job.
Overall, what do you think is maybe the biggest struggle or the biggest challenge you guys have as a team right now? Because I think like there's some games where we see the A game from you, and then there's other games where it's like, for example, the Huns game that you played, it got maybe scarily too close in a game like that where I wouldn't expect it to be. Is that a worrying sign for you guys? Like, can you kind of characterize it for me?
Yeah, I think it happened actually a few times during the last months where we play good, we have a decent start of the game, maybe we are really close to finishing the game, and then suddenly we lose maybe one round that we shouldn't lose, and it somehow affects the other rounds, next rounds. So yeah, it's something that we've been struggling with, and but we are aware of this problem, and we have been talking and working on it. So yeah, sometimes we just, maybe without noticing it, we change our play style when we are about to finish the game, so we don't do the things we usually do. So yeah, but I think recently it has been getting better, especially also in practice. So yeah, I think it will be good.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it all. Best of luck going throughout the whole tournament, man. And we'll see you on the server real soon.
Thank you.
The quarterfinal continues here at PGL Bucharest 2025. GamerLegion Falcons goes to Ancient. A map that Falcons beat the Mongols on just yesterday to get into this quarterfinal. GamerLegion also played in the previous series against VP, got a 13-7 win there. So I'm hoping we get a similar game that the Falcons had against the Mongols, Jason, where we have to go to overtime.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, you'd hope this map a little bit closer between the two teams. I mean, both teams obviously stealing their opponent's map pick as well, but this is a little bit more in the wheelhouse of what should be a challenge for both teams in the sense they both have a similar win rate on it. So let's see what Falcons have got in store for us. Let's see what GamerLegion's got in store for us. Falcons, obviously, as you just mentioned, had that wonderful, wonderful third map against Mongols to get to this point. And now trying to capitalize and win a playoff game here. Rez pushing up right into Magic. There's no... Okay, there is. They're going to let you fall back. They're happy to negate the push. Slend goes down at the end of everything. And this defense is under a lot of pressure.
PR nails that headshot. Rez trying to lock up two in the donut. And their heads eclipse one another, allowing him to topple two. It is Kixan and Magisk. 2v4 recovery required. Will come out of A main. But the rotation's already here. Rez just firing off another one. And just so damn clinical from Rez.
Yeah, but they misplayed that attack in towards Donut. I think that's Tessus and Dexter playing together. There's no spacing, no real comms of which one's swinging and which one's going to fight the trade, and they really just kind of crouch into each other. It's a 2-on-1, but the way they swung makes this basically a 1-on-1. Rez doesn't have to like worry about a second player whatsoever.
They morph into just one. Yeah. Well, they're going to hype him up.
Yeah, hype everyone up after that. I mean, he did hit some absolutely banger shots after the double kill. Perfect pistol from Rez. And a 1-0 start. Only Glocks for Falcons, not even a plant, not even an upgrade of any kind into a Deagle. For Falcons, you're playing like a couple games right now, aren't you? You're playing this series, obviously, in the quarterfinals. You're playing against like an embarrassment that happened in the group stage against this team. But then when you think about the big picture around Falcons, you're also playing a situation where you know there's roster changes coming in. You know there's players on this team getting replaced who aren't going to be here for very long. You're also playing against all the noise from the outside in the sense that everyone wants to see Falcons fail. Everyone wants to see them play bad. Everyone's waiting for the moment to trash them. And you know that as a Falcons player, so you have that in your mind. And on top of everything, your coach is probably at the moment in his career where he's been the most embattled, the most critical, with the most eyes on him, calling him a fraud, one of the greatest coaches of all time. So if you're Falcons, you have a lot of things coming in from the outside that can make you really uneasy. And the only way to combat that is to just sink within yourself and just play within the team and doing their best to isolate all that crap from the outside.
Yeah, and there's even the smaller individual stories too, with the likes of Dexter who wants to, and Tessus, you know, perhaps even to show other squads what they're capable of. And Kixen just charging straight into his cave. ZTR's going to get caught, so Falcons with a faster play from Kixen opens up the proceedings with a man advantage.
Feels like an unforced error, though, from ZTR, just backing off constantly with, I mean, didn't want anything to do with that fight, pulling a nade out to try and stall it out, and Kixen is just happy to just continue hunting him down. M4 picked up for Kixen. And the hard thing for GamerLegion is you feel at the moment with the, okay, hold the phone, smoke broken, but Nico actually had the advantage. You feel if you're GamerLegion right now like they could be up in cave. It's really hard to work up the courage to go clear that out at this stage of the round. But it's also something that you have to be constantly worried about. So 3 players at this B bomb site, but Falcons is still spread out and they can go anywhere.
Nico slowly coming out of elbows, going to smoke out towards red. Now Tessus can feel comfortable enough to drop into middle with him. And this A setup, well, it's just Rez playing all the way back at CT spawn, and he has to worry about red and the A cross.
It's a save. He's not even really gonna challenge over at the A bomb site. Once he sees them go in, I imagine one standing fight, and it should be a back off from here. No one's moving from the B site. GamerLegion just saying, if you come B, we might stop you. You go A, you can have the round. We have 4 players alive still. All we need to do is drop 1 weapon over. Rez and PR and Slend all have the money for that. So GamerLegion's all good to just concede and try again in the 4th round.
Yeah, maybe the only world in which they go for that is if 2 players peek into their open and Rez somehow gets both, but not to be. Over in Inferno, it was very much the clutch situations that affected the outcome of the game to a massive degree, especially in the early stages where Falcons won a couple of big individual moments. You had Kixen early on, you had the Magis defuse stick, and they just happened at crucial points in the first half when it came to the economy game that allowed Falcons to build up such a strong start in that first half. So both of our opening maps today have featured one-sided scorelines in the first half that kind of dictated the outcome. You know, if we see a back and forth here on Ancient and a closer affair going into the half, I think we're in for a fun second. Like, overall, just a fun final map here.
Should be. I'm in the mood for a scrappy map. I could really go for it. First quarterfinal of the PGL Bucharest playoffs. Next up is going to be 3D Max taking on FaZe as our second quarterfinal. The winner of this plays the winner of that on the same side of the bracket, just so you have an idea of how that shapes out. Complexity Aurora, 3rd quarterfinal of the day, and G2 Virtus.pro to finish things off on the other side of the bracket for our quarterfinals. Long, long day of Counter-Strike to begin these playoffs. Round 4, GamerLegion come right back into it. They do drop that M4 over. Everyone's got good utility. They've got a kit on res. Could maybe use a couple more of those. For Falcons, another full buy out of their first round victory.
Yeah, you're right. Long day of Counter-Strike, but I'm glad we do, in this format, get 4 quarterfinals. I think it's very rare today that we get
Oh, it's a beautiful thing, Dinko. Yeah, I love a quad quarterfinal day.
QQ.
Yeah. Here we go. Instant smoke over towards window. Smoke and donut as well. Kixon going to challenge. Oh, he comes out very quickly. Gets close up to red room. And he's happy with his position at 1 minute and 40 seconds. So pleased. And oh, he's going to push.
Into the smoke, through the red smoke, and he's got both. All right, back-to-back rounds where Kixon's had early success from pushing a smoke or taking a risk, and this is what he can do as the in-game leader of the squad.
And last round, he got this opening pick over towards Jaguar, and he fell out of it. Now he's continuing forward to apply the pressure. He wants that next fight as well. Towson gonna swing. Kixon can't win the fight, so they have control of red room now, but meanwhile, that means they brought resources away from the defensive A, and Falcons have found the avenue in. Smoke break?
Well, the nade was sent in towards the bomb site itself once they realized it wasn't really going to cause them too many problems. Dexter then puts it down, and GamerLegion gonna have to give this one up again.
Yeah, they've kind of done everything they can, which is stick around and spam the smoke and hope you get lucky, but without that, you have to back away. Too early in the half to sacrifice your whole economy, and again with the money on Slend and the money on Rez, you add in the bonus money, they're going to be able to get out another decent buy in the next round as well. But really, Falcons calling a good game, but back-to-back round wins where Kixon provides you the openings. Last round through Jaguar with a single kill, this time hitting a really quick timing to push the window smoke and find 2. Kixon the Warrior Falcons have needed to get them off to a hot start here on Ancient.
I've seen Tessa's kind of employing a similar style of play towards the end of Inferno as well, where he was willing to get in and around the utility, create space for Falcons. So they've got 2 players very capable of doing it at the moment, Kixon and Tessa's.
I'm really surprised GamerLegion's not dropping weapons over to the 2 players. Playing
with
a longer,
that extra money left over.
Yeah, playing a longer term economy game, maybe thinking they want the op out, so they don't want to force up here.
Hold the util.
And I mean, you do have 3 rifles, so you can still get the job done with this buy. Magic ain't gonna clear this. Towson should have at least 1 for free.
Yeah, this is a strong position. Guaranteed at least 1 and a second. Well done from Towson. Bomb goes down, gets a lot of info from that position.
And there you go. Now it makes this decision, you've come out on top in a way where you haven't risked all your money in the world with just these 3 rifles coming in. And now you have a 4-on-3 with still 2 rifles on the board and 2 pistols. So you can get this done if you're GamerLegion. Nico gonna disrespect the smoke. Step right on through. He's got backup with him. And there's re-aggression from GamerLegion at A main. 2 more AK-47s to pick up. So GamerLegion now completely kitted out. And Dexter has no idea. Walks into the push from GamerLegion. That's the bomb secured. And Falcons may yet again stub their toe just as they're about to begin.
Tessa is trying to pull it back. He has 43 seconds to get that bomb, and he's missed the fight against Rez. So that's it. Pack it up. Nico catches ETR looking the wrong way, but just such limited time for Nico to truly make anything of this. Smoke goes down at elbow, and PR confirms the kill. And yeah, you're right. That is one of the rounds where you should be winning if you're Falcons. You're going up against 3 rifles, 2 pistols, but GamerLegion are going to take that because they were saving for later stages, right? They were leaving extra money for the upcoming rounds, so they have really solid buys. But Towson on that double kill early A main has given them so much cash to work with now on the CT side.
Yeah, it's really bolstered what GamerLegion can fight with throughout this half. That's given them quite a good buffer. Elbow smoke misses. It goes way, way too deep. But Falcons not with the idea to try and attack in middle, although Nico might take the opportunity without that smoke. Happy to grab an angle and just hold for it. 2 players going to pressure the A-bomb site from the Falcons attack. Meanwhile, Tesses has control of B lane for the moment.
So the red smoke's up, the donut smoke's in, and that's going to allow Nico to just about get over towards heaven. And then the Dexter peek into the Slend AWP at red.
Yeah, but you don't know about Rez. You think that was the red room player?
How do you clear Rez if you're Dexter without
you don't.
huge risk?
You do this because you don't think he's here. Ooh, you do
my
clear it.
God, you do clear it. Dexter goes into that corner. Rez is gone. And that's the kind of risky play that Dexter's willing to take with the AWP. He backs his skill. He has confidence in those close quarter fights. And we've got Falcons bouncing back here, 5v3.
And now, I mean, also, you have an AWP controlling the middle of the map. If you're GamerLegion trying to make it back and forth between A and B, that AWP has you so paranoid.
Shadow on the wall, cast aside as ETR. Unable to make the most of their previous round victory. They had Falcons on the ropes with their money, but they've come back swinging. All 5 players still alive at the 30-second mark of this round, and all they need to do is drop Towson.
Plenty of time, and Tess is going to probe before the bomb follows up. So now they know. Good kill from Magisk after taking the dink. We're tied at 3. And a very important round for Falcons to respond in so that that money from GamerLegion didn't just balloon out of control.
Yeah, they're not a great spot at the moment, actually. Sled doesn't have a whole lot of money left over. Kind of figuring out what kind of buy can they actually put together here at GamerLegion. It's just going to be Deagles, 5-7s. We know these kind of rounds can still be potent, but Falcons have a great opportunity now to go into the lead. And they should be taking the lead.
All right, Dexter boosted up. Gets that angle out towards long, can cover a push, can get information. Very heavy lean for Falcons towards the B bomb site, and there's the pick. Slend gets pulled into a look and meets an op bullet. All the rotation from GamerLegion is over to the B bomb site, but Falcons have no motivation to try and attack at this point.
Close to another kill here for Falcons, but Dexter unable to land it onto the long peak. Could be a grouped up play to try and overwhelm the sniper, but still back Dexter to be able to handle this. They're just going to wait at the bottom of the ramp. One crouches in front of the other, and they even got Rez just peeking up on top.
This is going to be dangerous, though. They get the first kill and turn the corner with P250 5-7. You could be in for some trouble.
Well, let's see how it goes here. GamerLegion decide to go once the utility starts coming out. CTR gets one. Kicks on to trade it back as the remaining members of GamerLegion retreat around the corner. Here's the shadow, here's the chance, here's the 5-7. A Deagle combo, body shots required. Couldn't get a follow-up. Tess says fights through. And PR all the way down the middle has got himself an AK-47, and that's a tantalizing save option. So he's got Kevlar utility and an AK. He's got to save that. And he's a long way off getting in a position to actually get this done with a lack of kit.
He knows the op was dropped at double doors, so he wants to go see if he can pick that bad boy up for free. Tantalizing prospect, maybe some exit kills available, though we can tell from the mini-map that Nico and Tess is on the other side of Cube, have no desire to fall back here. The potential for PR to have this kind of a flank was there.
Yeah, the bomb would blow this op towards him too, so he doesn't have to put himself in harm's way for long. Although with bomb blast, it's unpredictable. He might just hit that little lip of the wall, so he actually just holds onto the AK, not want to put himself in too much risk.
And Rez has money for the op as well. Well, PR can also drop one over to his teammates, so they're going to be fine getting that weapon out regardless. Slend at 3,700 needs it bought for him. Falcons take a 1-round lead. Trying to go deep in the tournament here in Bucharest for the potential last ride for this roster. Instant smokes out, elbow smoke lands, red room smoke lands. Jaguars blocked off, but Falcons, there's no doubt about where they want to end this round. All 5 players towards the B bomb site, a change of pace.
Execute up, smoke to cave, and Tess says happily taking that opening. How has he got away with a second? Towson going down, but PR tries to lift him up. He gets 2 kills back. It's not enough to make them feel comfortable. In fact, they don't even want to go for it.
So many of these rounds have been such a strong opening for Falcons that there hasn't even been a chance to go for things. The first gun round is Kixon getting a pick over in cave, and then, you know, Falcons just outwork GamerLegion on the map, so they can't go. Second round is Kixon double kill up in red room.
Dude.
Right out of the gate with 1 minute and 30 seconds. GamerLegion already had to call for a save. Once again, just no chance.
Tessa should have died. Like, Towson really should have had that kill.
I think he got blind like maybe like right at the start of that spray.
Maybe.
And now you could see Falcons a little bit more motivated to go for the hunt to try and take some of these weapons away, but a good safe perch for Slend means he gets to protect the guns. Two-round lead now for Falcons.
Yeah, another weird money situation here for GamerLegion. As soon as they get their money back, it's just these convincing round victories from Falcons, as you pointed out. You know, every time they've come back to a buy, it's just like 1-2 punch to open it up. It was either Kicksound running through red. Now it's Tessus up the B bomb side. Degster getting 2 in middle with the AWP. Just like too much multi-kill success in the early stages. GamerLegion not able to hold on. They're going to send Slend all the way into the cutout in the middle. He wants an opening pick, but as soon as he gets that chance, the flashbang comes over the top. Nico's going to go out with it, though. It's information the AWP's in middle.
Well, another low buy round against Pistols where you've lost the first player. Deja vu, 3 saved weapons potentially into a round win, and it's Slend's turn with the op to show some prowess.
Oh, they peek him though. Dexter's gonna win that fight. Kickson coming right back. 3v3, and Falcons quickly flipping this back.
Oh, that's a good flash. Right when Rez pulled a nade in his hand, he just wanted to smoke it off. And that's
another
the
go to an empty
route.
site. Oh.
Yes.
GamerLegion sprinting back. At a certain point, you gotta start going for some round wins, but
it's not this one.
It's not this one, yeah. You've got an AK, you got a P250, but that'll be frustrating for GamerLegion to be in a position where you have the first 2 kills. Falcons just find the answer almost immediately.
Yeah, it kept up the aggression, and that's exactly what Falcons needed.
Could be a good save here, though. AWP, AK.
Yeah, it's a lovely find from ZTR, and it's a good call to pick that up off the ground, obviously. A lot of money you don't have to spend in the next. But Falcons keep extending this lead. And yeah, part of it is, you know, we know the group stage was so rocky for Falcons, all of us scratching our heads like, how is this team with these players with this much skill struggling this much? And it feels like over the course of that group stage, they've been playing themselves back and back into shape. We didn't see it in the first map of this series, but Inferno and Ancient, Falcons have showed up, and you're starting to see some of that skill shine in what it can do. And that is the AWP right at the end, taken away from GamerLegion. Slend's got to invest now, and that means he can't afford any utility. Second timeout taken for GamerLegion.
Yeah, got to get Ash on the mic. This is starting to become very worrying for GamerLegion. You mentioned earlier in the first map of the day that GamerLegion likely to feel a lot of confidence in this particular matchup, especially because of that early stage win. You know, with a 13-1, 13-2 victory in the group stages, you come in, you win train pretty quickly. You know, you're going to feel on top of the world, but that can change almost immediately when Falcons pick up a map win. And they're getting out to a pretty good lead at the moment. This is a team that is inexperienced. And Yanko was saying in that post-map segment about the fact that, you know, if you're Towson, you've been watching the likes of Magisk for years when you're an up-and-coming player. You know who you're playing against on the other side of the server. And maybe as this game goes on, that increasingly creeps into your mind. And Nico getting out towards elbow, starting to dominate the mid area for the Falcons department. Not necessarily Nico on his own, but they've got this area pretty much whenever they want it.
Yeah, they've done a really good job in mid to make it a sore spot for this defense for GamerLegion to think about. Kickson's had success. Dexter's obviously had success as well. And GamerLegion a little bit nervous about that push up towards Red Room. PR going to push forward just as Slend comes to join up with them. So the AWP provides cover as the AK gets into a good position, and no one has eyes on this for Falcons. If PR keeps moving into the jump up, a wraparound could be so deadly. So the pacing of this attack is everything.
PR catching Dexter, that's the bomb, and the bomb's gone. Tough round now for Falcons because you've still got Magisk all the way over on A. So that doesn't really matter when you don't have the bomb. You can't make a quick shift.
You've got 50 seconds, so you can actually, find a way. If you can work your way back to the B ramp, you can actually slow this down to give Magisk a time to come for the flank, but it's got to hurry. It's got to be fast. 38 seconds. Magisk not slowing down. GamerLegion's starting to get nervous about that flank. ZTR is checking for it from time to time.
Gone. Locked in the corner. Tess is peeking out. Towson to go down, and Slen needed an absolutely ungodly shot to land on Tess.
PR still active on the flank, though.
He's given away his position with that spam down. So Nico flashed into the peak to fight him. Great flashbang, needs the kill. Tess still firing.
2v5.
Rez has to come right back into this. He's got some time to work with, but this would be a nightmare for GamerLegion to let this opportunity go. And it looks like it's going to end up in victory for Falcons. They've got a double cave setup. Bomb is implanted for them, but Rez never gets onto it. He still thinks they would have been on ramp. He still thinks they could be in the site. And
you aren't getting away, my friend.
You are not getting past this. Tess has locked him in. That is a huge recovery from Falcons.
A disgusting turnaround. Magisk, he doesn't get any kills, but he does enough of a distraction to open up the long avenue for Tess's. That felt like an impossible round. That's the equivalent of the train round that Falcons gave up in the post plan of just wandering away from the bomb. 2 versus 5. And Tess's opens it all up. Flashes for Nico as well. Picks up the op. What a nightmare. Yo, I would pay Dexter to follow me around and hype me up. Just in everyday life.
Slap you as well, Jason? Would you pay him for that? The Dexter slaps. Oh my god, Nico. He's gonna go down early at elbow. Here comes Tessus all the way on the charge up. Slen gonna close out on Tessus. And GamerLegion, they look better sometimes when they don't have everything they need.
On the lower buys, yeah, they get a little bit more creative. Let's see if Falcons can pull this one back. Surely it doesn't happen twice. They're still spread on the map. Magisk is going to get elbow and join up with Dexter in middle. Kixon sinking back outside of the B double doors. There's a minute on the clock. They've got utility to work with, but not too much. 1 smoke Molotov, 2 flashes, and an HE grenade. The problem is the smoke is over at the B bomb site as well, so you can't even use it to block off the red rooms. Oh my lord, Slen fell asleep. He just fell asleep.
Sleep at the wheel.
All that time, a passive angle, no movement, and his brain just shut off.
Well, their Magis has woken him up. Not going to be able to pull it back fully, though. He's going to go down inside a cave to the 5-7. Ooh. Grenades got it. Oh my god, no. How? How has Rez got away? But Dexter's now alone because Towson made the final play, but 9 seconds, run away.
He has to hunt the kill.
You have to get away. You have to try and get this pick. And Dexter can't find him. He has to jump around the corner. 1 second, and it's going to be PR just about getting it. Oh, that is so close.
Oh, he got the kill before the wind plate came up, so I was, maybe just a 1/10 of a second off. GamerLegion outlasts Falcons in a very tense round 11, but they've got nothing to bring forward into the next. Everyone goes down. Dexter thought he won. Oh, he got trolled. He got so trolled.
Oh, it's unfortunate for him, but that actually might just be the lifeline for GamerLegion. Like, if they could pick up a 5th round here at the end of the half because they picked that round up, then they got a game. But
yeah, it'd be something special. It'd be something, I mean, they've been getting run ragged on this map. It was a 7-1 run leading into that round. Falcons offense just laying it on thick. One final chance to give yourself 5. That would be awesome for GamerLegion if they somehow get out of this half with 5 kills. It would be the first time they've strung rounds together since rounds 1 and 2, winning the pistol and converting the second against Glocks. Haven't been able to find consistent success, but right at the end of the day, they could get enough rounds to make this competitive in the second half. Kicks in on a MAC-10, AK-47s on everyone else for Falcons in this attack. Op on Slend, 3 M4s and an MP9 on ZTR. And we want to own mid if we're GamerLegion. 3-player start, pushing down. Haven't seen much of this, and Nico gets caught. GamerLegion really haven't played that aggressive mid-style all that much, and Nico gets lured into an overextended angle.
So it's the final play into the B-bomb site for this half. All 4 players for Falcons committed. And they've just got to drain the final pieces of utility. GamerLegion have a great shot at a 5th round win here. The utility is slowing them down, keeping them behind it at the moment.
I mean, it's kind of a nightmare of a smoke from GamerLegion. There's no more utility for Falcons. They don't have any more smoke for long or short. They only have a Molotov, so you're going to have to really fight to crack into Cave against this AWP of Slend, and a slow peek from Dexter is nice and easy for the op.
Yeah, tough to flip this one even into a competitive situation. You need both kills in Cave fast. Magisk is close to that, jumping up is ETR, but Tess has gone, so it's all Magisk. 45 seconds to win a 1v3, and he can't get out of Cave alive. So GamerLegion secure the final 2 rounds of the half. It was looking like it was about to be absolute disaster, but that is a lifeline thrown their way.
It feels like they don't deserve 5, to be honest with you, in this half, but they've gotten the job done. Really cool to see them with 5, and at some level, if you're Falcons, you feel like you've dominated that half, and the disparity on the scoreboard isn't nearly as much as it feels like it should be. GamerLegion finding ways to fight back and have success. So they'll talk things over. It's Falcons who are going to switch over to their CT side. Yesterday against MongolZ, winning this map in overtime to qualify for the playoffs, to prevent MongolZ from getting a chance at a playoff run. It was Dexter and Tess's leading the way. They were beast, monsters. They're doing it again here, but not quite to the same impact, same level. 10 kills on Dexter at half, 10 on Tess's at half. 2 leading fraggers for Falcons. PR on top for GamerLegion with 12. Nico full focused as freeze time starts counting down and we get into the pistol. Dualies on Dexter. Smoke on Tess's. A lot of utility for GamerLegion. Smoke Molly, smoke Flash, and an HE grenade on Rez. And this will be decided at the B bomb site. Falcons going for an A push. So it feels like GamerLegion might have an advantage for the moment, but if they wait too long, any information being found is going to be worth its weight in gold.
Blow open the smoke, create the access point, deliver a headshot onto Tess and put all the pressure on Dexter and Cave. The rotation's coming back, and they just go in. They check Dexter as he looks away, and so that's a free kill for Rez. He'll take Cave, and once you get this post plant position, there's no world in which Falcons get back into this round.
No, they're already backing off. Nico's been gushed. Magisk has been gushed. So yeah, back away. Try and get the cheap upgrades to head armor in the next round, because this one is lost. Too strong on the openings. Tess and Dexter can get nothing done. 7-6, GamerLegion now winning 3 rounds in a row dating back to the first half. And both pistols in this critical deciding map.
Couple of kills on the way out here for Kixen. But that bomb blast is huge, so can't get away. I really can't believe that we're now 1 round away from having a tied game.
I know, it doesn't feel like it should be that way at all. But I mean, GamerLegion has done just enough. Obviously helping with the pistol round victory in the first half, and obviously now having both pistols as well, bolstering their score a little bit, because gun rounds were straight up in the favor of Falcons in a big way. Round 14 and a force buy out of Falcons. FAMAS on Nico. Magisk has one as well, a pair of Deagles and an MP9 on Kixen. Looks very similar to the pistol round so far. Utility for the B bomb site. Kixen to drop the smoke, but you know they'll disrespect it.
Yep, they're just gonna run right through. Deagle was nearly close to not getting it somehow, but Tess eventually
It's gotta be so frustrating.
Unloads.
I think he gets gushed by like a jumping MAC-10 bullet, and his aim goes everywhere.
Yeah, goes AWOL. That bomb plant is denied. That bomb plant's denied. Nico goes through the smoke. And a 2v2 all of a sudden. How have they managed to do this? Rez is waiting at the bottom of the B ramp, and everybody just takes a moment to pause and assess the situation. Now, there could be a chance of someone flanks through red, so they're going to go have a check at that. And
well, I think more than anything, they're saying they're going to spend some time clearing out Cube and being cautious about picking up the bomb. So we have an opportunity to change where they think we are. A reposition from Dexter and Magisk. It's risky because it takes so long to wrap all the way around. Bomb just now getting picked up. Long control for GamerLegion.
Dude, if they go A.
Dude, they have an inkling.
They might just go A.
They're like, if you're still here, you'd be jiggle peeking, you'd be shoulder peeking, we'd see something.
Oh, this is crazy. You arrived just a little late, guys. They have already gone.
But what a sick read from GamerLegion, from ZTR and Rez, to work up the courage to have that understanding and to just go for it.
And now they've got to realize that they're going to be coming from that B bomb site. So Rez is going to post up. This is so sick. Rez is going to get a chance, but not the kill. So even though they've made the right read, it doesn't necessarily confirm the round win.
And now you have to sacrifice Magisk with a low HP so Dexter can be set up for a 1v1.
So the responsibility falls to ZTR. He's going to peek first. Magisk is low. Mac-10 can't get the job done. So even though Falcons were out red, they still able to come back in and win the round.
Yeah, really nice job from Falcons. Huge, huge hold. Stopping that plant. I don't know who spammed him. I believe the initial damage was through smoke out towards long.
But it had to be like literally the last possible take on the bomb plant as well. Slen just so unlucky not to get away with the plant.
Those are those slim margins. Yeah, there's that little half second before the bomb goes down. You stop the plant, and a big advantage found for Falcons.
And then Nico moving through with all the confusion. He's able to get one extra out of his life.
He might have been able to get two. The first kill, he got the dink, but it didn't clean up as fast as he would have liked. I think he was almost frustrated. This one right here. He turns away and has to come back forward. He might actually be able to double up onto Rez if it's not as labored, but a good win from Magisk.
It's a crime to have two players in the pro scene.
No, and he's not even playing. It's still wrecking my brain.
Well, Dexter and Nico, a couple of kills quickly. It's fast from GamerLegion again. This time, trying to pummel the A bomb site defense, but there's so many players now available for Falcons. You've still got Nico here on default, and he's going to have no problems in dealing with Townsend.
And this is a clean win for the Falcons defense that lets him feel, it takes a lot of pressure away because they don't have to be concerned about money. Tessus wins that final battle, 9-6. Falcons have grabbed control of this second half at a perfect moment, losing the pistol but responding in the second. And GamerLegion got to work themselves up into a comeback, but it won't be this round. Right around $2,000 across the board, so a save.
You may have brought it close to tying up the scoreline. You had your opportunity to do so. But Falcons have snatched it right back. And yeah, this is being used as a bit of a timeout. You see Slend, hands off the mouse and keyboard.
Getting comfy, adjusting the pillow, needs that lumbar support.
Yep, you can do that with the secret lab chair. That little knob on the side of your chair right now, Jason, you can make your chair real nice and comfy.
Left side or right side?
Your left side. It's halfway up the chair. You're looking in the wrong area. You'll get it.
No? Oh, I suck at this.
There you go.
Oh, okay, nice.
Now, how does that feel?
A little bit better, yeah.
Yeah. So
Never
you
knew
can
this
continue
existed.
gaming late into your old years.
Oh, sure, I'm going to need that. Well, back to the B double doors. Kixon and Tess's. Nice crossfire setup. Should be a slaughter.
Time to make some money, Tessas. Yeah. Final bullet through the smoke, rather, as well. PR to leap through right into the waiting arms of Nico, who takes 2. Tessas on the 3. And we got 10 rounds for Falcons.
10 rounds for Falcons and tons of money built up behind him. 6,600 on Nico.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons could go from losing 2 series in embarrassing fashion to kick off the tournament, right? They lost the complexity opening game, 13-6, 13-5. They played GamerLegion where they got 13-2, 13-1. Well, go on a 3-series win streak, and then if they beat GamerLegion today, they're into a semifinal.
Yeah, think of it this way: in 3 maps to play against GamerLegion, they got to combine 10 rounds, and then they might just rattle off 2 wins and knock them out of the playoffs.
That's why the Swiss system pretty forgiving for the experienced sides. You get plenty of opportunities to eventually warm up into the tournament.
And to recover from upsets.
Yeah.
Dexter gonna get smoked off. Kixon goes 1 for 1. He's not smoked off, excuse me. Nice easy shot as nothing takes his vision away.
Now he's behind a smoke. but he's got some utility of his own. He can heat up that default spot, prevent that plant from coming in for an extra few seconds, push from Towson. He's going to be looking at Dexter, so Nico gets a player walking back turn. And in terms of easy shots for Nico, that is certainly up there. Nice shot from PR. He's going to go the long way around. He's got a minute to play with. Doesn't have the bomb, remember, so has to backtrack through B. But this could work because they're not really considering it right now. He's really so fast. He is so fast, but jumps the gun a little bit early. Now the element of surprise is gone, and Nico imagines call to go into the bomb site. So they change up their positions. Nico finds AWP. And PR, I don't think he was expecting to have them both looking the wrong way.
No, but also, I mean, you can't be choosy with those fights you find from that position, especially with 12 HP. Yeah, he gave himself a chance with the speed of which he went for that flank. Cool idea. Not a clean look. 1 for 1 at long, but it's Dexter with that glimpse that really slows down this hit, takes the teeth out of it. Then it turns everyone into kind of a lurker where you have to try and slowly creep and scale towards Cube. Good round win, 11-6. Tech 9s for GamerLegion. Again, back to this B bomb site, all 5 players. But Kixon's going to be disruptive.
Yeah, he probably would have hoped for a multi-kill there. Great spin from Rez to get away with the Tech 9 headshot, but Tess is making sure to plug the gap, and the B bomb site will not be under too much pressure whatsoever. It is going to be series point for Falcons.
Uh-oh. Don't count your chickens, Dinko.
Oh, there's one. But now they know where he is. They really shouldn't let a 3 HP ZTR get into a winning position. And so it is series point, semi-final point for Falcons.
They got 6 of them as well. What a turnaround to this event for Falcons. It was looking so ugly throughout that group stage. The beatdown from GamerLegion especially was just like, what is happening to this Falcons team? But the fact that they've recovered brought this all the way back. And this is probably the gameplay they expected to open up this event with. They talked about the practice heading into this. They talked about the mindset on being, let's not look over this event. Let's make sure we perform very, very well in it. And starting to see what made them confident that they'd be able to do just that.
Nico, blinded, still comes away with the opening pick. A step in semi-final direction. Dexter spots his next victim. The tip of the barrel of that AK just peered around the corner. Eventually they run into him. Nico's committed to the cutout. They're gonna know that he's gonna be under a lot of pressure soon. Molotov goes in. Nico gets away with another, and damage done up towards heaven. It is ZTR left on 12 HP, and Nico's early work might just allow this finish.
The Falcons group stage began with that Calamity versus GamerLegion as their second match. Their first match was a loss to Complexity, the new look Complexity without Elige, sitting 0-2, and have everyone look at the quality of those losses and saying there's no chance this Falcon team can recover. But they've hunkered down.
Towson still fighting back. Push down B ramp here from Kixan, just about misses out on spotting ZTR going into mid. Plant being confirmed inside of the A site. Dexter not swinging wide enough to deny it. Slen's gone back to CT to look for Tesses. Catches him, looking the wrong way, off guard. Slen still takes damage, but gets into the temple. They'll replace him with Towson with high HP, but this time Kixan comes out on top of that fight. Dexter back turn, Slen through temple. And their prayers of staying alive for at least a round longer are answered by Slen.
All right, good job, GamerLegion, fighting back. A small opportunity, 5 rounds remaining to make this comeback work. They've lamented the feeling that they play most of their games at a 6 out of 10 level. They need a 10 out of 10 if they want to claw this into overtime. Up in the hands of Slend, picking up AKs around it. For Falcons on defense, trying to work out their money at the moment. A couple players rich, a couple players a little bit busted. First time out that Zonic has had to use. Mentioned there's been a lot of scrutiny obviously around Zonic with the struggles of Falcons since he took over the project trying to build a winning team. Nico's only had positive things to say about him since joining the roster. Very happy that he mentions they've been able to get on the same page in terms of Counter-Strike, view the game the same way. He said there's not a lot of coaches he's worked with that he's had that relationship with, that he's had that similar understanding of the game with. And those two together work together to organize Falcons specifically on CT sides. Nico's kind of the captain on the defensive side of things, and him and Zonic put their heads together to come up with a game plan. It's that game plan that will get them a semi-final berth by closing out this map.
Yeah, they've gone for the conservative approach here. They're not throwing everything they've got into winning this kind of round. We'll give it a go. You know, Nico has the deagle. Dexter's on the op. But GamerLegion should be getting their 8th round victory. Especially because they're heading towards A, and that op was starting on B.
It's got to be a cool feeling if you're Dexter, though, that they're giving you the space to have this hero op. Everyone else saving. They say, Dexter, we know you can provide us the winning kills.
Let's see if he lives up to it. Dexter, yes, he can. Double kill from Donut to A main.
And the defense was rotating, but now it's spreading back out again because they know GamerLegion isn't going to press the issue. Trying to readjust elsewhere on the map towards Red Room, right at Dexter.
Yeah, Nico is coming around the back as well. Dexter has another chance. Rez is going to go down with a bomb. They have to turn back. Dexter with another kill. And the hero AWP sends Falcons soaring into the semifinals. If this is to be the last time that Dexter gets to show up in the Falcons journey, he is going to go out in style.
Absolutely, you can see what it means to him there at home. Big reaction from the guys. All smiles, no matter what the reality of the future of this team might be. But they've done it again. It's another series where things looked bad. They got off to a terrible start, but they rallied, came back, closed it out, and Falcons continue in the tournament.
The story of the tournament for them so far starts off
all
terribly,
the way back to 0-2.
managing to rally and bounce back and grind out another win. I think their experience shines through in this series, right? Especially on the third map. I mean, GamerLegion really going to feel bad about this one. So many rounds with advantages in the first half that they sort of gave up to the Falcons, and in the end it cost them their tournament life.
I'm just laughing at Slend. I don't know why he went on the other side in the handshake. It was he
just wants to get out of there, I think.
Just completely just lost, doesn't know what to do. You know, then wasn't really different on the server, honestly. I really felt like this was like the cliche of playing not to lose from GamerLegion from the start. They get the pistol to the conversion, and after that, like, they literally never get mid control until the last CT round where they actually go for a fight. Every other round is just letting Falcons do whatever they want, and also giving away so many easy kills, easy entries. Like also the half starter, the Kicksan getting free kill on ZTR in the first gun round, and then the second he pushes a smoke.
Yeah.
We can debate how smart of a move that is, but he gets a double kill on Rez and PR.
That was more lucky than a good play.
Yeah, but you know, they're still like allowing so much space to Falcons, and like Kicksan, when he gets this much space on the T side of Ancient, like, he's gonna call a decent half.
Yeah, and I think the problem outside of those couple of early rounds isn't even that Falcons exploited mid all that much. It was the lack of information for GamerLegion, right? In some of those rounds where they did have a man or a two-man advantage, all of a sudden you're stressed about more or less everything, right? Like, despite having decent information, the numbers advantage, you're still paranoid about, oh, what if a guy is flanking now? What if they try to go here or go there? And then time is passing because Falcons slow it down, then more options become available. All of a sudden, one kill goes the other way, and the whole round crumbles for GamerLegion.
Yeah, and you can see from the scoreboard, I mean, for me, the guy who had the most impact across all of the series was the guy we talked about last time. It was Tezes. I mean, and look, I'll just say this because it's gonna, you know, show his numbers and show his highlights or whatever, right? But like, to even allow it to be put into his head, he might be on the chopping block, but like, not before the major, after the major. Like, I don't even know how this happens, man.
You can't control what goes out in the media. One thing, Falcons looking into other guys before is fine, but you can always kill. I'll tell you, Berlin Major, when I'm with FaZe, you know, and we don't make the playoffs, and there's rumors about we're looking into coldzera and one more player, right? And we lose the last game to Renegades, actually. So how embarrassing is that, losing to Kassad? You know, Olaf has a has a massive series, right? And after that, we're team talking. I tell them, like, listen, I wanted to, you know, remove Guardian and make some changes. And we're standing there, and Olaf comes down, and he says, all right, yeah, I know. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'm kicked, right? Like, No, bro. Like you were the last on my list, right? So like players, you just need to dissuade and just tell them, hey, listen, these are just rumors, man. Like everything depends on performance. Like your CT said, just keep working hard, keep doing your thing, and there's nothing there. You know, like, and you can't, if you're a player, that's true for every single player on every team out there. Like, if you don't perform, you're eventually going to get replaced. So all these things where, oh, he has to deal with, I don't know what in his head, for me, I think it's overblown, and I think it's immediately handled by the team when something like that comes out, exactly so that you don't get into those situations.
I mean, to be honest, Nico even said it in the interview. You know, for m0NESY, he's like, I have no comment on this. And then for the Kyosuke, is like, what? Why? This is the first one for me. You know.
Yeah.
So he did essentially comment on this and didn't comment on that. So you can make your own conclusion.
Honestly, if you're Falcons, also if you're FaZe, if you're, I don't know, Liquid and all these teams,
G2.
If you see that he's not promoted to the main Spirit squad, you're not doing your due diligence if you don't like ask, yo, how much for this guy, right? Because if it's something reasonable and you are not aware of it, right, you might have just missed on an upgrade.
Get back to roster mania in a moment, but for now, let's go over to James Banks with a very happy Magisk.
He should certainly be happy after that performance as Falcons go through to the semi-finals. And you also get revenge against the GamerLegion that kind of ran you guys over last time. Was that in your mind at all? Was it an easy thing to just reset coming into this series? Did you want some revenge?
I mean, obviously we wanted revenge because, you know, that's we're in the playoffs now, so winning every match is important. So, no, I mean, GamerLegion has been playing some good CS. To be honest, I think the first 2 days we didn't really arrive in Bucharest as a team, but also individually. And yeah, it was, to be honest, just a fiesta. So I'm happy that we managed to go from 0-2 to 3-2 with all the noise and all these type of things. So yeah, it's been a pleasure the last 4 days. I think we are improving from game to game, and that's obviously always a good feeling.
Be honest with me though, after train goes the way of GamerLegion, were you starting to worry, especially considering the fashion it went in?
I think the first map kind of reminded me of the first 2 days. We took some stupid mistakes and lost rounds that we were not supposed to lose, and people were not playing with patience. So, to be honest, I think, you know, we knew what we had to focus on, and that was to get into the right mindset and playing the situations properly. And I think we managed to do that for the last 2 games and closed it out pretty comfortable. I mean, yeah, I mean, the last 2 maps, it was pretty comfortable for us at least.
It's funny because both you and Nico have now mentioned about this patience. Is this something that just keeps coming back and you have to remind yourself, like, no, we can't go back and play like this?
I think it's a hard balance because, first of all, we focused a lot on playing with patience, but also discipline and stuff like this. And then, to some degree, players, they felt limited, and, you know, it can be hard to play your own game if you're afraid of making mistakes. So I think right now we're trying to find the balance between the patience and the discipline, and I think we're doing a better job. And I think it's definitely helping the individuals to also perform on a higher level. So yeah, I think it's always this balance between playing with discipline, but also playing with intuition and playing on your gut feeling. So yeah, I think that's, you know, if we want to have the best out of you know, the team, we need to play with intuition and with gut feelings. And I think the last 2 tournaments we haven't played with that, so it feels nice to slowly get back into that rhythm again.
And does it feel like you certainly have some momentum under you right now? You're through to the semis. You did well last time around at the PGL. You want to see yourself going for that grand final trophy again further along?
I mean, whenever you are in the playoffs, obviously you are always, you know, going all the way. That's the plan. That's the goal. It's not going to be easy. There's a lot of good teams. We need to play on our highest level. And if we have maps where we suddenly bomb out and we don't play with the intuition and the gut feelings and stuff like this, then, you know, it is going to be difficult. So yeah, we need to play our A level, and we need to play better than we also did today if we want to make it further into the tournament. But, you know, there is always opportunities.
Well, good luck with the rest of those opportunities. We'll see how Falcons get on throughout the rest of the tournament. Richard, back to you.
Thanks a lot, James. Yes, Majors, you know, look, he's forthright. You kind of have to be in these situations. We can all see how bad they've been at certain points. The difference really is when Falcons have been bad in the past, they just go out of the tournament, everyone laughs, everyone points. They've been able to find extra gears in series when they've needed to. Although that said, they should probably be beating GamerLegion if we're being honest about it, but whatever, I'll let you guys pick apart that one.
I mean, they should, and I think there was no better example of what Maggots was talking about than T side of Ancient. You know, when they slowed it down, even in 3v5s or 2v5s, pretty much they were able to outplay GamerLegion and win some big rounds, right? And this is also with their best player, Nico, having a pretty average series, all things considered, right? It was really a team effort with everyone sort of stepping up, and if that's the case, they have no reason not to be confident moving forward.
Yeah, bitter taste in the mouth for GamerLegion for sure. Like a great start to the tournament, great group stage, but then now in the playoffs definitely, and even here, great start, beating them on train, getting your opponent's map pick, and then really not converting on the possibilities that they had, and not really showing up, not putting yourself in the position to have like a close game and like really test yourself and test the opponent. I think, yeah, they're a pretty young team, a lot of rookies like PR. We saw him like he has a lot of potential, but also a few rounds where he could have, you know, gotten them on the board and maybe changed the tide of the game. And I think maybe it's unreasonable to expect it from him, but they will need this moving forward.
It's the only way you're going to evolve.
Yeah.
Got to learn from your mistakes. All right, guys, thanks a lot. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have the next series of the day, 3D Max versus FaZe. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yes, welcome back. As promised, before that break, 3D Max versus FaZe. We're going to start by talking about FaZe over here on the desk. Always love a good narrative. FaZe are, of course, full of them. Betting in a new player in the form of Elige, NA's finest, hasn't necessarily always been great, but they're still in this tournament. And what we're going to start by talking about, Prof, is the dialogue about Brokey. One of those players who has been imperious at various points in his career. He's had huge stats, he's been MVPs, but he's been missing of late.
And missing more and more often, right? That's the problem right there. The Latvian laser, as we know him this year.
Never heard that in my life. That's great.
This year has not been that great. You know, what the problem with the Brokey is, like, he seems unreplaceable because as soon as he has like one or two bad tournaments, the third is the MVP, right? And FaZe win that one. Where he is now is it's really concerning, and especially I think this really paints a great picture comparing him to Maka.
Yeah,
you know, you go crazy. Like, okay, his stats are lower than that of Maka, and you're going to be like, okay, but 3D Max play worse opposition. No, actually, even when you go against the top 5, where you have like the similar amount of maps played, that's even there's even a bigger disparity between the two of them. So like the better the opposition they play, Brokey actually performs worse.
Yeah, and I think also on top of that, Maka is an IGL, right?
Yep.
I think Brocky, one of the issues he has in FaZe is his style doesn't necessarily fit this roster, right? Because with such aggressive riflers as Rain and Elige now, especially in Carrigan is a space taker, he needs to do more of the supportive stuff. And, you know, I'm not saying he's bad at it because he's had to do it for so long, but he's more of a chaos/combat hopper, right? He's more of a Monacy than he is a Shiro in terms of how he approaches the game and where he does his best work. Really good in the clutch, obviously, as well. So I think that's something that he struggled with, and then even more so in the Elige lineup, because now Rain is also playing out of position, so things are not as well oiled as FaZe would like them to be.
I mean, it's a chaotic lineup. FaZe has always been kind of chaotic on the server and in their big games and their big runs. It's not like they play perfect CS, but they'd push you to the limits. They'd come back from games and maps where you're counting them out. It's over, right? And I think that's where the identity of FaZe and Brokey to some degree, because like he was molded by this. He came into this lineup. I mean, you picked him up, right? So yeah, he didn't really have his identity until he came to FaZe, and then you have Elige coming in, and he is no rookie. You know, he is someone that has his identity that is completely opposite to this. He's a guy that's calculated, that knows and wants to know what's going on, and you know, FaZe right now they're not offering that, so that's why a lot of the issues I feel like are propping up.
And very important game for both of these teams, probably a little bit more so for FaZe Clan because they only made one playoffs this season.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And that was in Cluj. They went 3-0 in groups, and then they lose to Falcons, right, who've been struggling pretty much all season long. That wasn't a great sign, really. So it does feel like FaZe needs to have a really good result here to give them some belief in this roster.
I think given the stature of the roster, it's like, look, losing Rops would fold some lineups, bro. Like, I mean, it's crazy.
I mean,
he's such a big player.
We're talking about a team that back-to-back major finalists, won the first couple of events when CS2 came out, then made multiple grand finals in a row, and it's been downhill ever since with no sort of outside of Shanghai, no real hope.
Yeah, I also feel like these major finals were they're masking the actual trajectory of FaZe, because like outside of those, especially when you look at like Shanghai towards the end of the year, that's like a great result, but the 6 months before that, there's practically nothing, right? Yeah. They weren't really competing for titles. They're not competing for titles now, and that's why Elige came here. Like he is leaving Complexity, he's leaving the NA scene to come to a European squad where he can win titles, and they're like a far cry from that.
And on the other side of things, I feel like for 3D Max, the reason why this game is so important is they're also trying to take that next step. You know, a little bit behind, let's say, the MongolZ and Aurora, but sort of in that group of teams that are not your usual suspects when it comes to deep runs and lifting trophies, but have been definitely having steady progress, right? I think this guy is one of the reasons for that. Exercise having a great tournament and a great couple of months, because that's always for these upstart teams, right? Who's going to step up? Who's going to be the guy to deliver in these big games? Like your structure, your system, your protocols can only take you so far, as we've just seen in the Falcons GamerLegion game. At some point, the players have to deliver in the big moment.
This is the ultimate test of the much-touted 3D Max playbook, right? You're going up against Carrigan, the old master, for many, the best IGL to ever do it. And this is where we're really going to see, I think, whether 3D Max can construct vetoes and construct game plans against the likes of FaZe.
Yeah, and make them uncomfortable. Essentially, what I've been seeing from FaZe recently, and especially at this tournament, is like sometimes the 2v2s, the 3v3s, what is going on, right? Like, how are these players not just capitalizing and blowing out some teams like Pain? You know, they did get these wins. They did get the 3-2 and went to the playoffs, but you would expect them to, in these situations, to close it out easy. But that's not really happening. And with the 3D Max, like having a lot of the playbook is a lot for openings. That's where they shine. And this is a curveball. This is a Kerrigan.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I thought FaZe would have to veto train in this one, really, because 3D Max does like the map a lot, but they remove Inferno instead, which would have probably been the pick otherwise. So let's see what 3D Max decides to do. I don't think they're going to blink here. I think they should just pick train. They go for Anubis instead.
This is also not bad. This is also not bad, because I think FaZe struggled quite a bit on this map, and maybe they're thinking, okay, Anubis could be a third map. Maybe they didn't prepare train at all, right? FaZe, Nuke, okay, coming back into the fold for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, Rain, playoffs, Nuke, you know.
I was honestly expecting maybe an Ancient from FaZe, so this is like going in a very different direction than I expected. And FaZe second ban for Train, so they're getting that out, and a Dust 2 for the Decider, not bad for FaZe, to be honest.
It's a very interesting Veto. You know, FaZe perhaps hoping for an Ancient Decider, right, if they go for that Nuke pick, but 3D Max sends it to Dust 2, which historically should be a better map for FaZe. I mean, they even picked it. That's the thing. I don't know. I didn't check it up, actually, but I'm sure if you go last 3 months, FaZe has picked like 5 different maps.
I was going to say, this is this is classic Carrigan. At any given state, when the team starts to struggle, he'll just like try and reinvent the map pool.
And it's also against some of these lesser experienced teams, just that curveball, and for the in-game leader / coach having to deal with it at this stage is probably going to make them a little bit more stressed. But we'll have to see what they have in store for us. As Prof pointed out, Anubis, they struggle on it. And we shouldn't forget the teams that FaZe beat to be at this stage are Pain, Rare Atom, and Apogee. I mean, they have a loss to Complexity, a loss to Astralis. So definitely a big challenge ahead of them.
So, Prof, why are they struggling on this map right now?
Oh, I mean, I think City side has been a struggle, and it is difficult for most teams, right? But I think first of all they kind of moved around some positions. They're trying to find a replacement for Rops, and like the big hole that he left, I think we all underappreciated what he was doing last year. So they tried to get Kerrigan towards A to anchor there. That was a disaster. Rain is now there because who else can we put, really? Maybe it could have been Frozen, but Frozen is actually their best performer on this map, the only guy that goes positive when they play Anubis. So like, let's keep him there, and that has been Kerrigan's general approach to Frozen after these changes. Like, okay, he's our only reliable guy. So I think that's one of the problems. And then they don't have the depth that some of these like specialists have, like a 3D Max, like Aurora, like the amount of utility, different plays that they have. They just play too defaulty on the defense, which is not good enough.
And so, I mean, 3D Max, they're kind of, what's their style? Kind of how are they approaching this map?
I mean, I would say Body is a big part of it. Like, he came into this lineup as a really big upgrade. Like, we weren't really sure what we'd get from him. 3D Max, Maka wasn't sure what he was going to get from him when he came in. Like, it was a management decision. He comes in and he brings a lot of experience, having been the caller and Fnatic, and having been before that star players in a lot of these like French teams. And he got the two things together and is adding a lot of that like mid-rounding, like a mini Nico, or like what you'd want from that kind of a player.
Well, someone to look out for. We're going straight into the action here. Is 3D Max take on FaZe?
A super exciting game, Jason, for a playoff game, because 3D Max are coming in as the favorites. We don't usually say FaZe are the underdogs in this kind of scenario, but I think we have to at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you. I feel that very same way. I can't remember the last time I casted FaZe not as the favorite to win the match. It's been quite... Oh, my lord! Is that how we're going to start things off? A Legion Rain decimate everyone. A little bit of burst fire beauty.
Well, entertainment value immediately. So FaZe have won the pistol. What an opening from Rain.
Holy hell.
Yeah, we'll get to see that again. Can't just look at that once. That's stupid.
He's like fixing his computer. He's like, that's not supposed to happen. Let me reach down. What a sick opening from Rain. Here we go. Boop. Oh, Lucky's so sad.
Hey, it happens. Who knew?
I don't know.
Who knew the burst fire was good, Jason?
I don't know if I've seen a piss around play out quite like that with the burst fire Glock.
Nope. Might be a first.
Well, it's a great start for FaZe. It's been 362 days since they lifted their last trophy. That was IEM Chengdu last year of 2024. So it's been quite some time for a team that has gathered probably the most trophies of the past 3 years, obviously in a bit of a dry spell.
Yeah, I love what Prof is bringing up right at the end of that segment, about some of the positional problems FaZe have undergone, in particular in this map. But, just across the board, losing Rops is such a devastating hole that it's left in the team.
It's also just been like it's been kind of weird, because those role issues were there beforehand as well. The conversation about Frozen and Rops kind of rubbing shoulders with how they like to play, and kind of the conflict there. Obviously, Rops chooses to depart to Vitality. FaZe brings in Elige. And he's been their top performing player at this event, coming into a 1.17, good for number 1 on the team, but something still doesn't seem to be clicking, despite the fact that the impact and the numbers look good stats-wise.
Yeah, he's doing fine, but it may be, you know, him entering the team.
Yeah.
Just this concoction of players isn't perfectly clicking, and not exactly a smooth start here, but like we said with Carrigan, if there's one in-game leader you trusted, eventually figure it out, or to exhaust all options, it would be him.
Sure. Well, I mean, one thing when this roster change happened, I was pretty big on it because I was just like, you know, Legion's obviously super talented. And Carrigan's one of the best in-game leaders that we know about who's able to pick up a roster and go in crazy honeymoon period. So I was looking at this and I was like, highly skilled North American player coming and joining up with the Europeans. Carrigan's about to go on a run. It's been the complete opposite.
But even he
have been more
can't
wrong.
make North America win, Jason, is what you're saying.
Yeah, well, he can. He brought Twist over and got him a major.
That's true. That's very true. Carrigan through the window. Exercise to go down, and we've got FaZe up 1 player straight away into the first gun round.
Well, overall for FaZe, the story of them in this tournament so far, very similar to Falcons, a super shaky group stage that left you with like no real confidence in what this team could actually do. They managed to qualify. And now we'll see if we get that phase where the playoffs just take them to a new level. Normally it's the crowd and the stage and the adrenaline that helps do it. This time in a studio event, they'll have to just rely on the increased pressure of the matches now that we're into the quarterfinals of PGL Bucharest. If you're 3D Max, you've been on such a long rise and you're trying to shake that moniker of being the gatekeepers of Tier 2 and firmly establish yourself as a Tier 1 team. A win here over FaZe would be valuable to change the way people perceive you. 5-on-4 and FaZe working themselves slowly in the late round into the A bomb site, and there's going to be nobody home. 3D Max just shifted off to stack the B bomb site, so this round will end with a whimper as FaZe get a free site, a free plants, and a free third round.
3D Max weren't even really attending events when FaZe won their last trophy. This is a squad that last year didn't really get it going until the later stages, towards the end of the year. When they went out to Shanghai, they started taking big steps. There was one event before the RMRs even, where 3D Max really struggled in a 4-team tournament. And we all thought that it might be a world in which 3D Max don't even make it through the RMRs to the major. Then they went on one hell of a run at the major and have continued that momentum into this year. Felt like they hit a bit of a ceiling, changed up, went for body instead of Jocko. And it has taken them to a next step so far.
What's been the biggest bummer for them is they've had like pockets of success, right? Like if you think all the way back, the first time I really noticed them like coming onto my radar was Pro League season 19. They got 9th through 12th, so they did make the playoffs with the expanded playoff format of that event. But then after that, kind of delivered nothing, sort of disappointed out of that result that made us excited. And then, yeah, you just talked about that run at the Perfect World Major in Shanghai. Was really nice, but then they start the year with the 17-32 at Blast Bounty. So they have these good performances, and then they dropped off. And that's part of what the addition of Body has been meant to change. This is their first playoffs of 2025. And if you can do some damage against FaZe, if you can win this series, then you do start to get that change of your reputation. No longer the Tier 2 gatekeepers. Then the conversation shifts to how you're able to challenge the best teams in the world. FaZe playing with confidence in these first 2 gun rounds, very quickly taking space in middle and not shying away from any potential fight. Alige waiting for the rebuttal from 3D Max.
Yeah, Alige looks into the corner, needs to get his crosshair back. Flicks into the fight against Exercise, and you know, Alige just got that kill. We're seeing 3D Max be very active on the CT side at the moment, but you can tell FaZe don't feel like they're committed to anything yet because the bomb is still positioned outside of B. They're still very much spread out across the map.
Yeah, but there's a timing here to find an equalizer. Kerrigan is alone over in Canals. You've got 3 players basically playing at the top of Dark towards B, so Gravity getting a little frisky with it. Kerrigan gonna slide into the angle.
Yeah, Gravity just waiting. Broky's gonna peek with him. Kerrigan holds down mouse 1, eventually gonna be traded out. So here comes the attack in towards Lucky. Gets a dink as well, so Gravity able to finish off the scraps. 2v2, 30 seconds. Alige pinned in the corner, needs to rely upon range success from Temple. And he will come through that smoke. No one's looking at him. And he has a chance now with this kill on Gravity. It frees up Elige. He can come out of the corner. They're going to try and figure out where Maka is, but that bomb's going to go down. And so now it's a difficult round for Maka. Managed to stay tucked in the corner, so Rain didn't see him on that peak.
It's the only advantage he has is that they don't know where he is. Although Elige is going to find out, and he wins the fight straight up.
Still on low HP. All right, 4-0 start here for FaZe.
But that's the FaZe you like to see, right? Exerting a little bit of influence in mid, getting some space. You find that kill from Elige. You have a 5-on-4, slow things down. They pinch into the B bomb site, even though it's tougher than they would have thought to break in. The coordination and the calm and the trust to slow it down and let Rain make his play through Temple. Elsewhere on the map, the experienced individuals of plays, or the individual players of FaZe are making moves to win the round, and 3D Max has to take an early timeout. 3D Max had the complete opposite of a group stage here at PGL Bucharest. It was excellent. 3-0 headlined by very impressive upsets over the MongolZ, over Aurora. Everything positive about their nice, easy run to the playoffs. Had a couple days break while FaZe has been playing themselves back into shape.
Yeah, it was a very deflating start to the tournament from FaZe. Kind of similar to Falcons have recovered against some of the weaker rosters to get to this point. I mentioned Elige being their best performer so far. He started off Anubis in that fashion, 6-2 at the moment. He's going to continue playing towards middle on this T side, and Maka going for the peek down on Carrigan.
Body's going to get burnt out of position. He does get away as Elige takes the empty space. 3 players in middle now. They want to put a stop to this. Elige has harassed them. Good shot from Lucky.
Oh, broke, he got both? That is so ridiculous that he gets away with 2 kills. That opens up middle, breaks the defensive 3D Max. And although it was a 5v3 start, that's gone now. And there's still 45 seconds for FaZe to work this, and they've got Lucky low. They've got Lucky very low, and so Frozen easily gets through him.
That's what you like to see out of Rain on these kind of lurk positions. Oh, hold the phone. Speaking of lurk, Gravity coming back around. Rain to challenge. Oh my lord.
FaZe are looking sharp at the moment.
Yeah, this ain't group stage FaZe to 3D Max's detriment. But I like that out of Rain. That's twice now we've seen him have a very good impact on the round. The lurk through Temple to open things up for Elige to get in previously. But then in this round, all that action in middle. Brokey gets that double kill. You know there's aggression, and Rain's just like, I'll go find my 1v1 at the A bomb site. Even though he doesn't get the kill, does great damage, forces Lucky all the way back for an easy cleanup.
There's a world in which FaZe build up so many rounds on this T side that it makes it almost impossible for 3D Max to come back in the second half.
It would have to be one of those crazy like 10-2 halves, wouldn't it? Because we know, I mean,
yeah,
we're gonna have to temper ourselves a little bit. It's great to see FaZe playing like this after the display we saw for 4 days of group stage. But obviously knowing this is a T-sided map and how most teams feel really uncomfortable with CT side Anubis, you never know how 3D Max might be able to spin this back around.
Oh, they've got Maka on the AWP. Everybody else on either a 5-7 or a Deagle. Maka was able to open up onto Carrigan from this connector peak just in that previous round, but this time he smoked. And Carrigan doesn't want to go into the open just yet, but he's actually found a bit of a comfortable spot on the side of the smoke to nearly take Carrigan down again. But that's information. That's what the AWP's playing.
Good jiggle peeking from Carrigan as well to bait out the shot without taking damage. Over towards middle, Frozen and Elige. Brokey watching for a B push. No Molotovs, no utility this time. They're going to shock on this turn of the corner. 5-7 wins out. Now Frozen's got to do it again. Double kill. They line up. Surely he's got it.
Oh, he's got even more than that. Exercise peeks him from the camera. Maka shifting that AWP back over to Temple, but the Molotov comes in to prevent the peek, force him to change position again, down onto the beach this time.
One thing we haven't seen yet from 3D Max in this half, and I wonder if maybe we get it in this next round, which is going to be the first gun round they've had and with great utility as well, is the aggression out of 3D Max. Like, we know across the board in their map pool, they like to get creative and unique pieces of aggression from the CT side. They're getting so beat up by FaZe and so much pressure applied by FaZe, I don't think they've really been able to dig into that side of their playbook. Rain's going to take the AWP away. Mako wants a fight.
Losing the AWP, that's unfortunate, but he has got 3.2k left over in the bank.
And they've got full losing bonus, so he's buying it next round regardless. But still, probably a loss he didn't need to take. Might have felt like Rain was going to be hunting him.
Now, bringing it back to the aggressive place in 3D Max in the CT side, anything they've tried to be a little bit more proactive with? You know, they had the double push, mid push coming in. Brokey gets 2 kills, stops that from happening.
Right.
Could have been a trade, so anything they have tried so far, FaZe have dealt with. Well, here's the money back, the buy returns.
Nothing like a rock bottom group stage to really get you full focus for the playoffs.
True. You see how bad it can get. It's working out.
6-0 in a second timeout from 3D Max. They've had to burn a couple of them real early in this half. Struggling to get control of this FaZe offense. It's their first playoff appearance of 2025, 3D Max. Struggling with it. Perhaps not used to the pressure of the increased stakes.
Also just struggling with getting headshot over and over again.
Obviously, winner of these quarterfinals as well go on to play Falcons, who we watched beat GamerLegion in the previous series.
Yeah. Now, Falcons, similar story, it's like similar trajectory to FaZe.
I know, I wouldn't even mind a Falcons FaZe matchup. It's like, you
the
get that
battle of
match
who's bounced back harder.
Right, who's been able to recover from the trash group stage.
Maka not going to be allowed to get away. Elige hunts him down and spams him through the door. Brokey's turn to hit a shot at B, but not going to connect onto Lucky. Good flashbang to repel the forces of FaZe, but they're not stopping. They don't go away that easily, so 5-7 has to be pulled. They run out of ammo. Gravity hits a dink and a kill. So unlucky not to have got both. Then maybe that changes it for 3D Max, but FaZe continue their reign of terror. It is 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, the trades are just so good. There's, I think, that piece of aggression. 3D Max trying to pounce out of the B bomb site. Brokey hits an absolute banger. That flick, the readjustment up to the player in jail is perfect for the first kill. And then it's just a trade game that Frozen comes out on top of. 6 players fighting. And all 3 3D Max defenders fall at B main. 7-0 into round 8. Off on Maka again. You're going to get aggressive, try and get them started on the right foot because you've got some SMGs and upgraded pistols to capitalize if he can provide you some openings. But it's Frozen with the first and the second. Maka did find his, but they're still at a deficit.
Maka is still trying to combat up his way into a competitive position. Frozen's on 4 HP, far, far away, but the bomb being dropped at the T-Stars here is the recovery mission that FaZe must undergo. And Frozen's arriving at T-spawn now. Elige coming through water with his teammate Rain in behind him. Maka is the danger man, and Elige is going to take him off the top of rugs.
And Frozen's just lurking around T-spawn right now, trying to find Exercise, who's disappearing back towards the window in mid-bridge. So he's giving the bomb up to be recovered. His whole plan is to hopefully pick one off during the bomb recovery, and then he has a 1v2 as they attempt to make a bomb site. There's 45 seconds left. FaZe is spending some time at the moment while Rain spends utility at the A bomb site to clear Exercise out, secure the fact that they have it for free. Okay, job done. Okay, well, no chance to build on top of it. Exercise, he gets the kill he was looking for, but nothing after the fact.
A lot of the conversation was around the weakness of FaZe CT side, right? The fact that the 8 bomb side's been a problem for them. Just
props saying they play a lot of just default standard CT.
Right. They might not have to play many CT rounds though, Jason, if this keeps up. And that's one way to avoid that problem.
You do have a point there. It is true. Yet to get on the board. A big old fat goose egg for 3D Max.
It's not a golden egg. Trying to get attack in towards the site. Brokey peering over the smoke. Grenade will land towards him and Carrigan. Sprinkles a little damage off the top. Remember where the bomb is. So even if they want to pounce right now, they still have to send one player back to get that bomb. Oh no, Gravity, it gets even worse.
What are you supposed to do about that? And this is so much pressure put onto the B bomb site. Like, I think at the moment, if you're 3D Max, you really feel like FaZe is applying this pressure to take your utility away and hit the site late. So everyone's trying to shift over into that defense, and that's a big win for Exercise. Kerrigan can't get a clean shot. Rain waiting for the peak, jiggling at the edge.
Doing damage, forced into the open by the utility though. Now they're gonna barrel back into Frozen. And he knows he's got a second player in that. Grenade goes in this time, 15 HP left on Lucky. Brokey goes to the sidearm instead. He's got Frozen beside him, and they just swing him. Tech9 comes in, Exercise, position known, fight had, and he's got a headshot. Now just down to Brokey, and he's gonna wait. He's just gonna pull him into the fight, make him think he's run back into the bomb site to play the plant, but instead it's about the shot.
And they never even went and picked up the bomb.
I love that. I love that.
They were just so focused on the killing that they didn't really care. They were like, we'll just leave it back there for a minute. And just the way the round played out, wanting to take advantage of the double peak aggression in dark, wanting to box them in and doing it very effectively. Never needed to go back and pick it up. Okay, so Gravity threw a nade that falls shallow, but Rain took that sound cue to say, someone's trying to break that smoke to fight, so I'll spam the corner. Nice, intelligent play from Rain. Not quite the blind spray into a smoke that we thought it was, but 9-0. Supposed to be a limping phase, a weakened phase, a phase that hasn't figured anything out. 3D Max were sold a false bill of goods after the group stage.
Perhaps just that that wounded beast.
Third timeout used by 3D Max as well. And the problem is you're at a situation where you just need rounds. So you're buying no round, or every round no matter what.
Yeah.
Don't even need to have a conversation. But in doing so, look at the utility they have to fight with. It's not a lot.
Ooh, he would have landed that if he'd taken a shot, but just couldn't get it off. And I love how Mac is just hunting it down, punishing the lack of shot from Brokey, but the reactions from FaZe everywhere else are so lethal. Rain gets in towards the A bomb site, body's gone. Oh, this fight, the bomb is alone. The bomb is alone, but Rain's still fighting forward, but Carrigan needs to be careful here. Frozen's at window, though. Should get this kill on the flank, and there's no problem. Lucky will fall 10 rounds in a row for FaZe.
You could see the philosophy change from 3D Max out of that third timeout, because this is the point of the game where it's just like, okay, we're 0-9, take a third timeout, nothing's working, none of our plans have worked. Guys, play for yourself. Make a play. Everyone do something you like. Coordinate with whoever you're playing with. Like it's all down to you guys. We have no real team cohesion at this point. Just find us something we can build off of. And I mean, you can see that with the way he's challenging mid, challenging window, follow-up pushing on the missed off shot, deep in towards middle. Even that doesn't work out. FaZe is angry.
Just so brutal.
I know. Oh.
Just so brutal.
Well, on one level, we're not given the kind of back and forth brawl that we were hoping for. On another level, you got to be really happy to see FaZe playing like this.
It provides the entertainment value in a different way.
Most entertaining team in Counter-Strike, and obviously the roster that earned that title has gone under some changes, but you still have got a lot of those players here. And playing some good Counter-Strike in this quarterfinal. Showing they can still escalate their level into the playoffs.
I feel like I want to throw the towel in for 3D Max.
At least on this map, yeah.
Yeah. Fix the pummeling.
The conversation now is like, okay, well, you know, play yourself back into shape. But usually you say that when it's like 11-4. You know, like when there's at least room for a team to scrape together 3 rounds or so.
Or they're like hitting back, maybe.
I mean, the unrelenting thing about this is like you can see this phase after that group stage, there's no chill. Like there's no point in this half on the scoreboard where they say, we're at such a big lead. Let's just, you know, I'm going to have some fun. I'm going to go chase this kill. It's just like, guys, we've kind of sucked a lot recently. We don't take any rounds off. Like Brokey's still aware of the potential of any push in the early going. He's been great on openings.
And this is a glimpse of what FaZe are capable of when everything is going well. There's just an ungodly amount of firepower available.
There's only been 2 opening kills for 3D Max.
Yeah,
FaZe have got the first kill in these rounds 9 times, and it's spread very much across the team. All of them have gotten action, been aggressive at some point, or been pushed into at some point.
Brokey's been finding a number of kills in mid as of late, and for right now, for 3D Max, I mean, you just gotta head into battle one last time in the CT side. Pretty much everybody with a FAMAS.
Hopefully you've got someone on 3D Max who can tell some good jokes, relieve the tension.
You ever heard a good French joke? Apex has some.
The whole, like, one egg is enough.
That's
about the only French joke I got.
That's actually not bad, Jason. You've done pretty well there.
Here we go, Kerrigan. Lead the way. There goes Gravity, and Lucky with a trade.
Another opening kill for FaZe. Just one extra to round out the half here. 4v4. Can 3D Max win a round in this first half?
Nope.
Not looking likely.
And because it's so economical in terms of utility on the entrance, FaZe have plenty of nades after the fact. I mean, Dark is even double smoked. Smoked deep and smoked shallow. They wasted an extra smoke on it. Both defenders retaking from this position. Both of them nothing to do for the next 10 seconds. No kit.
Yeah, they don't really have that extra 10 seconds to play with, do they? Now both spotted on that peak from Rain. Exercise coming in. They got to get to the defuse soon. Frozen picking up a frag. And even though it's a 1v1, there's just no time in the world for Maka to make this work.
Better hope that flashbang lasts 10 seconds.
Yeah, well, kill comes in from Frozen and a 12-0 first half from FaZe Clan's quarterfinal speedrun.
Not much to say about that one. It's just been dominance from start to finish. 3D Max's map pick as well. They're the ones who chose to come to Anubis.
You chose this.
Just to add some extra insult to it.
Hey, but Jason, the CT side of FaZe, it's been struggling.
True. It has been. I don't know about to this extent, but it has been struggling.
Let's see. All they need is a pistol round. That's it.
Shout out to the coach as well. He's been the most vocal one at halftime for 3D Max. And having been in these positions before as a coach, I imagine it's not easy to cope with something you can say at 0 to 12. But
maybe he's got some jokes.
He's doing his best. I know. It might be he's doing a stand-up routine. I actually want to tune in.
One thing's for sure, 0 is not enough. That's for sure, Jason. And we've got FaZe Clan marching towards a 13-0 if they collect this pistol round. But it's never that easy. It feels like that pistol round will always go against you.
You think so?
Not all the time. But
not all the time.
Most of the time.
Some of the time.
We've seen a 13-1 earlier for, again, you know, early in the tournament. Falcons on the receiving end of that.
Well, let's see. Because, I mean, FaZe has been sharp. This hasn't been, like, crazy mistakes. This has been just dominant FaZe. Okay, Rain jiggling for info, sees nothing. Lucky already got to his left. Okay, he survives. Elige with the first. Rain backs up into the B bomb site. They might still try and pressure this, and indeed they will.
Another headshot for Rain, Frozen to close it. And we've got Gravity and Exercise separated completely as FaZe Clan about to 13-0 their opening map of the quarterfinal.
Frozen is 16-5. Brokey 12-5. Elige 12-7. Rain 11-4. Everyone showed up today for FaZe. Kerrigan doesn't have the numbers, but he's had some pretty big, impactful kills. He'll get challenged when this smoke fades. Exercise gonna peek to help Gravity get into camera.
Ready to go.
Oh my.
And everyone's just looking locked in for FaZe at the moment.
All right, fair play. Well, yeah, you better start thinking about how you want to handle this one between the maps. 0 to 12. The 3D Max that we saw in the group stage did not show up to this first map of the quarterfinal. Meanwhile, for FaZe, the FaZe we haven't seen all year showed up. The FaZe we've wanted to see all year. Bomb is there. A chance at the A bomb site, but a 1 versus 4. Give us something special. Give us something to talk about, baby.
The one round for 3D Max. He's got to fight on so many fronts with Joel Beretta is going back to main. Nice shot. Seconds. Good, but not enough. And it is a 13-0 win for FaZe Clan on the opening map of the quarterfinals. And I just want to know, what's the desk's favorite 3D Max round from that game?
Well, what can you say about that one? Brutal, savage, wrecked.
Absolutely taken down. Well, Dinko, you'll see a whole compilation of them soon enough, but wow, what a start from FaZe. I will tell you this though, Richard, the last time a team won the first map 13-0 in a grand final, the next 2 maps were won by the opposing team, so they're not out of it yet.
It's not a grand final though.
Yeah, it's not a grand final.
But it is
playoff game.
It is for 3D Max.
It's all right, fine. It's fine. We know we'll let you have it. Look, how do you even go to break it down? I mean, first of all, I'm just going to start by saying, how dare you, 3D Max? Actually, how dare you? You've ruined our first test segment with this performance. We talked about how this was a good Veto. Prop said that. He said this was a good Veto, but quite clever, actually.
I didn't say it. I didn't really.
Yeah, you did. I heard you. Then we had FaZe. Then we had FaZe struggling on this map. They have their struggles. I mean, you didn't even have to play the CT side to find out if that was true.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think this makes you very, very excited and probably slightly aroused if you're a FaZe fan, seeing them perform like this, because this is what you've been waiting for, right? This is what you've come to expect from the players of this
If they were
caliber.
doing this to G2, I would then arousal. It is 3D Max. I mean, they are massive underdogs.
Someone that you'd probably have a stroke if they were doing it to Falcons. But yeah, I think it's just everyone firing on all cylinders.
I hope you mean the medical reason.
Everyone firing on
We'll just move past that, I think, Yanko.
On all cylinders, Richard. Very dominant.
Yeah,
just
also,
very sharp, winning all the fights.
My highlight player body also.
Wait, what was the point? Like, the segment's just ruined. It's just utter nonsense.
No, but honestly, I want to say 3D Max opened rounds the way they would usually want to do it. Like, they were going for plays all the time. The only problem is whenever they whatever they try to do, they would just get one FaZe guy getting like 2 kills. Trading off.
Yeah, I think it was
Look, they don't even need the full round history graphic.
Yeah. The default from FaZe was incredibly strong, right? And that's why I say the players were just on point. Also, when the game does begin by Rain getting a jumping Glock burst headshot, right? And you're going 4A as 3D Max, and FaZe comes A and you just straight up lose the round, that's probably a telling sign of how the game is going to go. But that was exactly the issue. At one point, I was like, what am I watching here? Is 3D Max just deathmatching? Is there nothing else except for just immediately trying to do something like a immediate aggressive play on the CT side? I understand an Uber CT side is hard, but just for the sake of slowing the pace, right? And making FaZe perhaps work for it a little bit, trying to extend the round, try to give yourself opportunities to maybe outmaneuver them in the mid-round. I mean, anything different than what you kept doing and wasn't working for you.
I don't know even what to say. It's literally like 3 phases of a round, you know, early round, mid round, late round. It was just early round. It was just, and that's what, when we speak about like, oh, FaZe maybe doesn't have the depth here. What kind of depth? What kind of depth do you need to go walk into a bomb site 3v1? You know, no depth.
Let's play the clip that we have, right? Which is a compilation.
Oh, you actually picked out a clip?
Yeah,
okay.
It's just a compilation of a lot of different rounds, because one clip in its own right, Richard, wouldn't be enough. So second gun round, Elish gets in mid. They try to re-clear it. He punishes Exercise. They killed him in the first gun round too, went to an MTA bomb site. Here they go B. They're just very sharp. They get all the trade kills. Rain takes advantage with the flank, that all of that space on mid. Following round, 1 entry kill. Second entry kill here for 3D Max. So 5
entry I think they got.
And then how did they not kill Brokey here? Like, this is crazy. Exercise again failing with that first kill. So a 3v5 converts in the favor of FaZe Clan. That's not all, right? Because going into these rounds later on in the half, it's still, even with some of the early trades, FaZe is able to bring back rounds, and then it's just sending bodies. I mean,
and if you call now, here's another round for you.
Yeah, this is Maka pushing through the molly mid immediately, just booking it W mid after there was a trade on mid, and Rain is sort of chilling on A. He gets 1 kill, keeps pushing because of the trades, gets 1 more kill. Is like, I think they've had to work more in some of the face-it pugs FaZe did than in this game.
Yeah, I mean, look, the worrying thing is when you're in a playoff game and it's already going to be a tall order because you are playing nominally better opposition, you need, I always call it table time. It's like a snooker term, so no one knows what I'm talking about, but that's fine. But anyway, it's about like just being on the server, you know, and just getting warmed up and, you know, at least get a couple of rounds. You know, you never want to get out of a game too early because now you have to get up, you do the team huddle, coach is saying, forget about that one, but you know, like, there's nothing to even forget about.
Well,
you didn't do anything.
Being on the other side of a 13-0, you know, sometimes it's just really for the game to go this way, everything sort of has to go wrong for you, right? It goes without saying, to not being able to put at least one round on the board. So it, in a weird way, you know, you can just go and brush it off and say, listen, guys, we obviously didn't even join the server, right? So there's no point in analyzing or deep diving into that map. You just need to sort of emotionally get the jolt out of the players to be like, who cares? Like, the map is over now. Let's focus on the following map, and just sort of get the main guys on your team to motivate everyone a little bit, to sort of lead by example, really. And you absolutely need a good start on the
But I'll ask you, like, what does it do to the mood, you know, if it's your map pick?
I don't think it matters all that. Yeah,
right?
I don't
Surely.
think I mean, it's obviously, it's in the grand scheme of things, it's a little bit worse, right? Because you can say, oh, it's their map pick, who cares? We could have lost it. 13-11 would have still lost, blah, 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 blah. But I think more, it doesn't matter whose pick and which map it was, more matters the manner in which you lost.
Yeah.
Right? And that you didn't even put one foot in the door here is the main factor.
I do think they're a bit rattled because I think the veto was kind of came as a surprise, right? That they didn't get their Inferno.
Yeah, they probably practiced the veto.
Yeah, they wanted to go towards Inferno. They didn't get that, and it's about like Train or Anubis. I don't know what they're expecting, if they're expecting either of these to come in. So and then you pick Anubis, you go in for your plays. It's all going wrong.
I'll tell you this for free: if they're floating Train phase, they've been playing it.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that. They did this with Vertigo quite famously as well. So
yeah, they played it even in officials, you know, a couple of times.
Yeah, they played against Astralis. Yeah, I mean, it's a map they play. They're not that great on it, but you know what FaZe and what Kerrigan has managed to do, even though this whole season has been going horribly, he managed to have this trick up his sleeve that they can play this map, and that allowed them to remove one of 3D Max's comfort picks and be in a good situation in this in this veto.
That's the problem.
Which I always hyped and said it was great for FaZe.
That's the problem for FaZe this season. Like, they can play all 7 maps, but not that great, really, on any of them, right? So they have the ability to play a lot of them, but to be really good and consistently beat teams on a map, like, that's been the struggle for them this season. But again, against a team that's a little bit less experienced, like 3D Max, maybe flustered by everything that's been going on, this is where you sort of need to show your chops, show what you're made of, right? Be able to bounce back at the very least, put up a fight against FaZe Clan.
So tell me about Nuke, Prof.
I mean, Nuke also a map where there's some for FaZe some positional changes. Rain and Elige wanna kind of play the same stuff, especially on the CT side, and there's like, how is that gonna work out, right? Obviously, famously, Rops was the ramp player, and now I think it's Rain over there on the CT side. Elige getting outside, where he honestly hasn't been delivering that much.
This is the one everyone's been saying, right?
Yeah, he pretty much got all spots on all maps, and like, at least so far in this tournament, he's been playing pretty well. But he's also been, I feel like, noob stomping a lot of these lower teams that they're playing against, and that's where he's finding his success. Will it be Rain actually towards A and then Frozen on ramp? But will he be able to like do the same here against a team that is pretty good and should have a good place to counter him outside?
It's almost a little bit of a problem, like you have, for example, in Vitality, Apex plays Yard, even with all the talent that they have, right? On Navi, Alexi plays Yard, and it looks a little bit counterintuitive, but it's also a cerebral part of the map, and if you put those guys somewhere else, they'll probably be worse off, and the team will be worse off. So Rain did play Door before, in FaZe when I was coaching him, and for a good amount in his career, but can he do it on the same level now? He was a good Yard player, right? So that's the problem. And Elige, on the other hand, also a very good player. So someone has to take a hit, and it's not as simple as it is with other positions or anchor moving from one anchor site to the other anchor site. Like, it's more tricky for them to just make it good in a way and to figure out a way to play it. Then you have Frozen, who was Door, now going to ramp. So much movement for these players when it comes to CT positions, and it's yet to click.
All right, guys, great talking. We're going to see if 3D Max bomb out of the tournament on Nuke after this break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Max become the second team to make it through to the playoffs. They do it 3-0 after some very tough games. I've got Wazink here with me, who's the coach of the team. Just first of all, after the year you've had, how does this feel to finally get to the playoffs?
I mean, I'm really happy with the boys. We deserve it. We worked a lot. We had a long process. After the first year, like we put us like not more like, you know, outsider. Like
Yeah.
we played good, and we see it in many matches. Like they don't play the same way as they played in 2024. And of course, we have just to adapt, to work more, to change many things with body arrive.
And let's look at your run, right? You start off against MongolZ, one of the favorites for the tournament. You win that 2-1. You then go on to Astralis, win 2-1. Then this now against Aurora, another 2-1 with a crazy overtime at the end on Dust 2. Is that a tiring experience to go through for you guys? It was not an easy fight. I don't think you had one easy game.
Yeah, I mean, like we did good on every time in our peak. We played really well. For MongolZ, it's really 3 different games. We see like what missing in the last game against MongolZ. We were like study lots about this, and we see many things. We look at CT and T-side. We did well. We should like win Enchant against MongolZ. It should be like more easy. But finally, we just don't play as we had to play in Enchant, and we don't like arrive to finalize like some crucial runs. And after against Astralis, we know like in the gameplay of Astralis, it will be like really hard, especially in Enchant. And finally, we just win at the last match in Inferno because we played like one of the best Counter-Strike, I think, today in Inferno. And then again, Eternal Fire, like it was the same against the map pick. It's really hard. They beat us like so hard in Anubis.
I want you to talk to me about this Anubis, because obviously a lot of people say Aurora are like one of the best teams at playing this map. Is it possible to prepare for them? Is there some telling signs, or are they just so good on it that they change things up?
I think like they understand something like really good in Anubis. For example, on cities they know how to play the map. They know like you have to move more than the other team. You have to be aggressive. You have to do good gamble, for example. And we don't arrive to put our game during this game, because last time we beat them on Anubis. This time we don't arrive to play our game. And between the 2 last map, like between Anubis and Dust 2, we just focus on our mental and our gameplay, and finally we beat them.
And you got to have a strong mental, especially on this Dust 2, because it was like you start off, it looks pretty bad, right? You win a pistol, you lose the follow-ups, but you do claw your rounds back into it. But they're the first ones to get to 12, and then you were fighting back from a deficit also in your economy each time. So Can you just describe what those last few rounds were to even push it to overtime?
First of all, we have to be honest with us. Like in City, we did like one of the worst City side we ever did. We never did for sure, and they played really good, really well played to measure. Like he just overplayed. The call were perfect. Sometimes when you don't arrive to perform in tactical aspects, some individual can grow up and just help you, and that's what happened on this map. So yeah, really happy. It was like really up and down. But I think many things can come when you do good job, when you work well, and it happened for us in the last map with good resilience, and happy about it.
Definitely strong resilience as well. From your opinion as the coach of the team, how much has Body been able to like improve things, change things? Like what does he bring to the team right now that you were missing?
First of all, I think he's like good addition about my gameplay on City. Okay. Like he's a guy who like movements, like to be aggressive. So we move a lot. He has this in his ADN, and he play really good about this. He improved a lot about City, and on T-side is second voice.
How much confidence does this fill you with, though? I know we don't know the rest of the teams at this stage, but that you guys can make a deep run here. You can aim for that trophy now. You've made it to playoffs.
To be honest, like since the beginning of the year, we think like we can do like playoff, and we can go through the playoff and really find the playoff. I think we just trust the process. We know we worked well, and if we follow what we say and how we work, we know we can go really far, and we trust like we can go to the final and do really good results on this tournament, and let's go until the end.
Until the end, I like that. Good luck, man. Thank you very much for all the insight.
Thank you.
The end might be coming a little sooner than 3dmax would have hoped, though, as they are now down 13-0 on Anubis. One map down in the series. They've got to bounce back on Nuke. This is FaZe Clan's map pick. And FaZe have just come in with a different look to them today, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, this is a completely different attitude amongst all the players. I mean, Frozen had a lights-out map on Anubis, but, I mean, Rain was hitting some bangers. Kerrigan was having impact. Brokey and Elige were adding in. They were making great plays. So, yeah, it's like FaZe individually and as a team look completely different from what we saw, which, I mean, shouldn't necessarily be surprising. It feels like it's been the case around FaZe for some time, but this kind of downfall recently has looked different, has looked real awkward, and they've been very vocal about the struggles to get over it. So maybe that's a sign of a little bit of life returning into FaZe. Pistol round here on Nuke. They start on the T side, and Elige is going to drop onto the roof.
Diving down. Exercise. He's got it behind them. The two Berettas should have no problem in mowing down two. Brokey and Kerrigan still keeping FaZe in this pistol, though.
Yeah, and then disappearing. Backing right out, going to walk quickly over towards ramp room. Kerrigan saying, I know the rotation is coming up heaven right now. They can hear the footsteps in rafters, so he thinks they've got an open avenue over towards ramp room, and he's correct. Maka's going to drop down. Good read of the situation. They need a defensive presence at the lower bomb site. Brokey and Kerrigan, they don't have smoke. They don't have utility to block anything off, so once they get down low, it's still going to be a challenge.
But they're up for a challenge as Maka now comes out from decon, spots the plate into the B bomb site, keeping them pinned. There is still time for them to go back, and Gravity is very aware of that, so he's got Body alongside of him. Nice shots. So first round of the quarterfinals won by 3dmax here. Pistol round collected on Nuke.
That's a crazy sentence to say out loud. In map 2, that's an insane thing to say. All right, they are on the board. Good
Off to the races now, Jason.
No, the first one's the hardest. Good read from Exercise coming back through the smoke. But better shots from Body. Beautiful one onto Kerrigan. 1-0, and FaZe work with Glocks, no armor.
That should be no problem here for 3dmax to take a 2-0 lead. I heard 3dmax discussing the fact that they've been putting a lot of the hard work in, and when they get to the playoffs, they expect, the hard work to pay off, and we're going to get the result that, we've been working towards, and that's going to rattle you. That's going to be a huge wake-up call.
Counter-terrorist win.
Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna. I think they've mostly forgotten about the first map. It probably, I mean, it obviously sucked while it was happening, but those are the wins pro players. Whenever we've talked to them, they've always mentioned like the blowouts are really easy to get past because there's no point in talking about it. There's no like close round that would have decided anything.
At least you didn't waste a whole lot of energy.
Yeah, there's that too. but definitely, I mean, you get out of that map, and it's like it's easy for everyone to just accept. Guys, forget about that. Let's not even talk about it. Let's not even discuss it. We obviously need to just wake up, turn around, and Nuke has to be completely different, and you start moving on to the next map. So I think it'll be very easy for 3D Max to forget that Anubis even existed in this map pool. Here in the second map, 2-0. Can they extend this lead before FaZe is able to respond?
Outside wall being constructed by Rain. Here goes a hut push. The reaction to those outside smokes is for 3D Max to push in towards hut. Frozen's timing, oh, it just gets around the corner. They haven't revealed their push, but Karrigan goes to check it.
Yeah, but he doesn't know about Gravity. Karrigan might be calling the hut push clear. Gravity not swinging just yet, but when Frozen comes back, that first step towards hut is a really deadly one with Gravity in this position. Now the ramp push coming in, so maybe they can connect the two halves of this pinch.
Well, they gone silent. 45-second mark in the round. The ramp play coming in. Gravity just waiting on his toes to make the play forward. Will they check him? Karrigan getting taken out by the MP9. Frozen looking to chase Gravity back into the site, but he's got away. Brokey and Frozen trying to pull this round back for FaZe. And Body to also go down, leaving Lucky 1v2. 25 seconds left. They're low and they're right in front of him. Bomb down. It's flipped up onto the box, and Lucky gets both.
Tough round. Frozen was under so much pressure that entire time. I think he actually plays that round pretty damn good considering the situation he was in. But so much harassment making that a chaotic attack, and FaZe is never able to bring the pieces together due to the aggression in hut, due to the aggression over towards ramp room. It made that so disjointed, and that's the kind of aggressive impact we were missing on Anubis. They could never do anything similar in that half on Anubis. But here causing problems on Nuke in the first gun round. Take a lot of losses though, so money is a little bit hurt for 3D Max. Not as strong as they would like with this 3-0 lead, and any damage from these Tech-9s and Deagles is going to be ultra painful. There's one. Rain steps in just as the smoke starts coming back.
He's looking for a heaven shot as well. Karrigan's being traded upon. Elige taking space.
Oh, but yeah, slow it down, boys. You actually have Elige making a play here, and you've lost a lot of players. He misses the opportunity. Tough shot to hit.
Oh, through the smoke, another pistol kill. And Elige may have not been able to capitalize immediately on his play, but he's still staying alive.
Well, and he applied pressure towards Heaven and the wrap, which makes the defense super nervous.
And
Nobody
he might
likes
still get a chance here in towards main. Exercise is just around that corner. Bombs down on the B site. Elige could try and catch them if they try and rotate down vent.
3D Max is in so much trouble. They know there are lurkers on the map. They just have no concept of where.
Right. Elige is being patient. They're actually currently creeping down the ramp.
Might be too patient. Remember, bomb's not planted for ramp room.
Elige, she's about, just a bit got spotted. Exercise communicating that info, making sure no one else is behind Elige.
Can you believe that?
Frozen's gone down into the ramp. Here's one, and not the second. Lucky taking his head off, and 3D Max conceded this one, so they're going to drop back. FaZe have picked the round up.
And it's all due to the fear of the lurkers. Like, Exercise is looking constantly, waiting patiently. Oh, and Elige finds him at the end as well. After all that. Oh, that sucks. Nice round from FaZe with Tech-9s and a Deagle. But it was just the lurkers that they knew were out there made that retake go slow to the point where 3D Max was just like, we can't do this. And they still lose weapons at the end.
Yeah, so you don't even get that luxury of everything saved, but at least a few items have made it. But FaZe would be happy about the fact their first T round is won in that fashion.
Absolutely.
Outside smokes deployed early again. It's the standard cross. Smoke break. Coming, Rain gets spotted. He just has to back off towards red. He can continue to move forward now. Push into ramp being heard by Frozen. Gap at the start of the smoke makes the kill on Body easy. Checking for the second player. Lucky wins that fight. Karrigan has to deal with pressure from 2 players now pushing into lobby. Fortunately for Karrigan, he has an escape route, so we can get out of there while his teammates push down into B.
And I mean, it's a great reaction from FaZe as well. Oh, you're going to push ramp again? You're not in position to drop down and actually protect the lower bomb site. So now we've got a plant, we've got positioning. Lucky's held at bay, and the rest of your guys got to come in and find a way to work this retake.
Yeah, smoke to the right side of the ramp. Brokey's got decon covered. Ren will break the windows just to play from control room, but then gets spammed from the decon peak. Brokey just didn't have the angle to help him. And so Karrigan's coming down late. Brokey has to stay alive a little bit longer, but he won't, and so it's all on Karrigan.
They came from here. They probably think he's decon.
Double doors. That's the position, but they check it. Maka turns. Karrigan falls, and 3D Max arrive at 4.
Damn, that time they put it together. Everyone very split on the 3D Max side. Same for the FaZe side, though, so they find all the kills to make it worth. Karrigan's lurk just maybe a second or 2 late to spot Maka coming in. And Brokey stuck inside the site. Awkward and uncomfortable fight. It's Frozen who's got to be telling Karrigan and telling the rest of them, they're pushing ramp a lot on me right now. There's a lot of activity in ramp room. You might expect that to abate now that they've done it twice so early on in the half, but it's now got to be something you're aware of. For the next 10 rounds of, or excuse me, 6, 7 rounds of play.
Rain just being the outside warrior. Pushing past the smokes again.
They haven't encountered any real resistance. It's mostly been a single box player and big garage, player over towards mini. They haven't encountered anyone in secret yet. And now they have an avenue.
Smoke redeployed towards Squeaky. And Rain and Brokey find themselves early positioning at the bottom of the secret stairs. Not going to move on it just yet.
It's weird though. They don't know it's clear. Obviously, this push, this mid-round aggression into the smoke. Karrigan is here.
They're kissing in the smoke. Oh, they get revealed and both kills go FaZe's way.
Secret players activate. They take their next step off those kills. They feel the rotation, likely going to the upper bomb site to fill the gaps of gravity and exercise. 35 seconds, and FaZe still staying composed, not making noise, no indication of where they end.
Karrigan making a lot of noise, walking out into the ramp room. Body's gonna pick him off and realize that he was the only player.
They might have outplayed themselves.
Maka ascends to the heavens, but Brokey still nails the shot. Body's up next. Back at the site, player gone, so it's all Body. He'll try and delay with utility. 15 seconds on the clock. Elise brought low, but Frozen on the peak.
Great kills coming into the bomb site, but they did attack right into the stack, right into the remaining 3 players of 3D Max. Could have been dicey, but FaZe come out on top of everything. Great exchange over towards Squeak Door as the smoke fades.
It's kind of crazy. Both players had someone in front of him.
And I wonder if this is part of prep. Like often you see a lot of teams play like 1 player in lobby solo on the T side, or a lot, and sometimes they bring a second player. Karrigan has been in lobby with Frozen this entire half, so I wonder if they're saying this team likes to get crazy. They like to get frisky.
Yeah. Let's put some resources here.
Yeah, let's make sure we have 2 players instead of 1 for whenever they bring in those lobby crunches.
I think that's a luxury that FaZe have had quite a lot, is the fact that Rain's a very independent player. You know, he can work outside on his own. A little bit of assistance here from Elige.
Yeah, Yanko brought that up on the desk. Rain's been an outside player for so long. He's been through every meta shift, every change of the tricks, every different piece of utility that's been seen. He knows them all.
Lucky leaping through the smoke, actually got a second kill off from his 5-7.
Yeah, that's great. Elige goes down on top silo as well, but still a minute to work with, so Frozen is looking for the follow-up movement, the shifts from the defense. This time he is very much alone, worrying about hut, squeak door, and ramp room.
Mike 7 walks to its death. Now we have a 3v2, 48 seconds left. FaZe hitting the pause button.
I think they're hoping at the moment that someone from 3D Max is going to come outside to investigate and maybe try and pick up one of these weapons that's been dropped. Maka has an opportunity. If you can get 1 quick Deagle headshot, that's the bomb. If you can stall that out, it's everything. Karrigan pauses to come back and help Brokey. Gravity's gone down on top of the hut. And FaZe work themselves out of danger. Should be a save round next for 3D Max and an opportunity to tie things at 4.
And finally throwing 3D Max down to the USPs. The Deagle. Tied scoreline, ready to go.
Another calm opening as well for FaZe. A little bit of early utility to try and pull out whatever nades 3D Max brought into the round. Rain is being pretty aggressive. Might get caught from Secret. Yep,
yeah.
Easy. Takes his time.
He's had a pretty tough start to the game, right? He's taking a lot of space, doing his job effectively enough, but individually speaking, in terms of kills, 1 and 7.
That'll happen, especially as the space taker. I mean, the thing is, Rain has the space that he's gotten and the moves he's made have been very good. Obviously, losing out on the fights, maybe some poor timings, but I mean, he's been a player who's applying a lot of pressure for FaZe, that it's giving a lot of space over to his teammates elsewhere.
A lot of damage done on the body. There's a dink to heaven on Brokey. Actually, ultimate risk to dying to some of these pistols, but Brokey, unbothered by it, continues to move into the site. Maka collected the AK-47 he picked up off the top of red.
Surely you're thinking save at this point, though, right? Like, you know you're going to buy in the next round regardless, so in some sense you can sort of let it fall aside, but such a good weapon and no reason to spend the money if you don't have to. So yeah, not going up the vents. Exercise is backed away. He's going to go down, and that means Maka just saves the weapon. So 4-4 as the next gun round comes into play. Mentioned in the previous map, it is the first playoffs of 2025 for 3D Max, so gaining some valuable experience at the very least, although getting 0-13.
Yeah, it's not an experience to really remember.
You want to really think about, and maybe not a whole lot you can take from that game when you go look back and just look at how comprehensively you were beat.
Well, now Nuke really is where the playoffs begin for them then. He's got a foothold here on the CT side.
You've just spotted him a map.
Last stages of the first half. I'm about to get a look to see if 3D Max are going to remain competitive throughout the end of this half, or if FaZe will grab control. Letting them build up a great T side could be a big problem when you're battling back to stay alive here. And with Lucky heavily committed towards red, wanted to challenge Rain this time and loses that fight. Here goes Maka up next with that saved AK. Looking to make it work out. He's gone towards the silo fight. It's 1 kill before being traded by Rain, and this time Rain is leaving his mark outside with some kills. He is not letting anybody go. 3D Max get destroyed by the Warrior, and now body's gone right down to the lower site, but Frozen's already at the bottom of the vent, so no retreating, no getting away. Merciless round from FaZe.
That might be the most painful round of the entire series so far for 3D Max, when you consider their entire goal was to stop outside, was to shut down Rain trying to cross the Secret, not let FaZe get any presence. They had 4 players, actually 5 if you count the Secret player. All 5 players came outside to stop the outside attack, and they all failed. And if you're 3D Max, you're like, well, they came into the stack. They came exactly where we wanted them to. And we still got destroyed. First time out for 3D Max. 3 rounds remain in this first half. Frozen having a spectacular series. 11-5 so far here on Nuke. Going back to Anubis, he was 16-6.
Brilliant series from him so far. Might be enough to just round this out. 2-0 today for FaZe. Our 3D Max down to 5-7s. Brokey going for the opening pick. got that glaive smoke down, and that's going to work out for Maka, at least for one.
It's rain again.
Yeah. It's like, all right, I had my round last round, I guess.
Yeah, that'll be the only fun I have in this half. Crazy aggression behind the nade stack coming in as well.
Yeah,
So
but
good
great
cleanup.
trading from FaZe anytime those 5-7s are going out there. You know, a couple of rounds prior, they had a double outside with 5-7s, but FaZe were able to trade both of those immediately. So if you're 3D Max and you're taking the risk to go aggressive and try and fight for that opening, you want to at least have an advantage to peel away with, but FaZe just not allowing that. And they're going to start creeping closer to main. Smoke's up at the moment. Going to pass by Unbreakable. And wrap around the back of Gravity. He's had a rough round there as well.
That's a hard one, though, isn't it? No one's rotated to even just give a little jiggle to see if they're coming outside. You got too many angles they can wrap around you. And this defense probably feels frozen in place at the moment.
Another pick here for Body. Responded to by Brokey. And we look at 35 seconds left. FaZe need to decide where they want to finish.
I think at this point, when you have control of Heaven, just wrap into the upper bomb site so strong. Where's anyone supposed to defend for it? Lucky takes the off angle. He's going to go down eventually to Brokey's Tech 9. Exercise takes up the vacated space. He will fall as well to Kerrigan. So a 2-round lead, 6-4.
Comfortable today from FaZe. We've been so used to in this tournament seeing them look so stressed. Especially in the early stages, but we're covered. And if FaZe gets into form in the playoffs, Jason, I mean, we started this tournament by talking about the fact that you're missing out on the elite of the elite, right? You're missing out on Vitality, you're missing out on Spirit, Na'Vi, MongolZ. Those teams aren't here at the moment, so you know, FaZe should be a name that you consider to be up there fighting for the title. They just weren't really in the form to kick off the tournament, but if they start leveling up the way they are right now, you know, destroying buy rounds in this fashion and just closing out the rounds in seconds, well, then we have a FaZe Clan that we can start talking about as potential champions.
Yeah, man, all of 3D Max's plans, like one of the, we talk about it all the time we watch them play, the kind of creative, aggressive ideas that they have that are so effective in pretty much every series. FaZe came into this with a perfect plan to destroy them. Anytime 3D Max has wanted to do something, anytime they've wanted to push, FaZe has been on top of it. You get rifles back, but you come in with 3 smokes, a flashbang, and 2 Molotovs, utility lights for the CT side. And Brokey's changing up his opening when he's been starting outside for the most part, now towards ramp room. And he's got a lot of real estate. The defense in ramp room is passive back at J-Hall.
Body can't stand and fight. Molotov's going to force him to change his position and give all of this space to FaZe.
Not a single FaZe attack in this half was focused on ramp room in this fashion. So Body's playing it passive so he can get a jump to the upper bomb site. He can get a jump outside. But now FaZe just come right at him. He's brought very low on the drop down into vents, and 3D Max is 5 players out of position.
Look at this though. A little awkward. Mac is right behind Rain.
It's not enough. There's no kits.
Yeah, but it's one. But yeah, you got to go for it, 3D Max. Last round of the half. It's going to be a tough retake at this lower bomb site. Especially with Brokey's eyes set on Decon. He's got support watching ramp on his blind side. Kerrigan just trying to keep Lucky distracted, although too many players, too many fights. And now that defuse being stuck, remember, no kits. It's all about the bodyguard squad. Frozen's got 2 kills. Exercise time is close. And it goes off. FaZe Clan get their 8th round. Time betrays 3D Max. And they started strong. It's just a weak finish.
It's actually a really good retake. I didn't think they'd have a chance of getting it that clean, but do a very nice job. Not taking too many deaths to Brokey over in dark. Not taking too much to Kerrigan, who gets a little bit discombobulated in his position. Frozen's got a late flank. None of it matters at the end of the day. The situation was so far gone already. 8-4 on T-side Nuke. And FaZe have teed themselves up to waltz into the semifinals. They'd be playing Falcons if they can close it out in this map.
And Kerrigan's thirsty for the semifinals against Falcons. That'll be an interesting game for sure. You know, A lot of parallels, as we've mentioned, throughout FaZe and Falcons' run so far. Starting really slow, having to build back, beat some weaker teams to get into the playoffs. I think it'll be a really fun game for the semifinals.
Remember, too, there's a bigger picture here. I mean, for both these teams, but if we want to focus specifically on FaZe, you have the major coming up. Everything's been disappointing, but this FaZe team has been in both of the last 2 major finals.
They didn't really even look like they were going to get out of group stage.
I know.
At the last one.
Yeah, and again, that's the story of FaZe is we will watch them all the time look gross in group stage and power up for the playoffs.
Like this.
At some point, surely that's going to let them down, though.
Broki's Joel Berettis. Okay, not much you can do about that. It is fast into the upper sight, and 3D Max have won the pistol in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, they come up looking straight up at Broki with those dualies. He had no chance whatsoever. Everyone crumbles in the upper bomb site. Frozen can't land the precision shot, so 3D Max gets started on their T side on the right foot. A 5th round on the board, they close the gap to 3, and they can play with an economic advantage. Coming up next at PGL Bucharest, quarterfinal day, 4 quarterfinals for you. Complexity Aurora is the series after this. G2 Virtus.pro to end the day. You'll obviously want to keep your eyes on those. Complexity with that lovely Cinderella run into the playoffs as well.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep that up.
All right, that seems to be what we're asking all these teams today is like, great job in the group stage. Can you do it again? Can you give me one more?
Complexity would be a special one, considering it wasn't just a bad start to the year. They just couldn't win a map, you know? So the turnaround's been huge from them. FaZe are still deadly in these kind of scenarios, though, if you're 3D Max. You gotta be aware of that. They've got 5-7s, the Eagle MP9, Mike 7. Seen a highlight moment from that earlier today. Taking their time. Falling in the back of Credit. Smoke for Unbreakable. Smoke for Garage. Rain up. Oh my god. That is so easy for him. Like, one bullet straight to the head. Is there a follow-up for Rain? Goes back again. Damage done this time from Brokey. And this could get disastrous for 3D Max because there's so many players in the upper bomb site. If FaZe are getting kills, it's closed. Oh my god. 3D Max, they can't afford to drop around like that, but what can you do?
I mean, you came into a blind stack.
Yeah, you just walk right into it, and they're just ready for you.
There wasn't a whole lot of testing. There wasn't a whole lot of checking. When FaZe did similar things like that, going to the upper bomb site against low buys, they had players wrapping around towards heaven. 3D Max never challenged for that space, never took it over whatsoever. This is literally all 5 players coming in through mini. The 5-7s go beast mode. Kerrigan adds one in with a shotgun later on, but you're already bottlenecked and stopped at that point.
Well, the stack pays off for FaZe.
Ramp rush with
they're
an
in
upper
control, and 3D Max, they're back to Tech 9s. So they're going to try and rush down ramp. Frozen's got that info. He's going to drop on down. First kill is good. He knows they're continuing to push. He's starting to run out of ammo. He'll switch out to the USP, but as soon as he runs out of that M4 ammo, it's on the rest of the team to step up and close. And Body's got a little bit back. He's got an AK-47 now picked up, 6 bullets in it. Keep note of that.
Bomb's down in the site, though, so he's got to stick around here. At least FaZe have that. They know where he has to move towards. Just a minute and 15 seconds, they have to keep their nerve.
Yeah, Ring with a elevation change as well. Gets up into the rafters. Kerrigan's now moved down ramp and has a little look out towards the control room. For Body, you want to maximize the amount of time that you wait here, just see if they offer you up a 1v1 fight.
It's got to be so paranoid a little bit for Rain. With both control doors beneath him open.
Yeah, he can come from either side.
Yeah, and Kerrigan's like trying to help him out, but Kerrigan's also got to think about the ramp flank.
And Rain immediately gets eyes on Decon. Chance there set up by Body, but it's Rain and Kerrigan comfortable to close. 10-5. No bomb plant here for 3D Max. No extra money on top. We are looking really at 11-5 now for FaZe. One last buy round for 3D Max.
And then a comeback of that proportion on T-side.
That's the harder part.
I mean, the harder thing is imagining the 3D Max we've seen today do it. They haven't been playing the top of their game. I think that'll be the message they give us, is this first playoff game experience. They didn't play near to what they're capable of.
The Zeus is hunting down Elige.
Nice
but yeah, a valiant attempt. But Elige's not going to let that happen. You can try and get out towards Vent and get down for a plant, but Rain's got this on lock for the time being, but the bomb has made its way down. Wouldn't be bad. It would actually be the only win they can get here.
Yeah, a round like this, that's all you really have to hang your hat on. I think Maka's got it as well. Gonna wait for his teammates to create some commotion before he makes the run.
And FaZe aren't offering anything. They know they're in a 5v3, you won't get up against pistols, just wait.
It's what I brought up on Anubis, is like, no matter what the lead is, no matter what the situation is, I don't see FaZe, I don't see any individuals like going crazy, chasing down eco kills, going crazy, chasing, you know, pushing for a hunt. Everyone's just playing like every single round is so critically important, because on some level, it probably is. As I was mentioning earlier, the big picture around FaZe is, yeah, you struggled in this group stage. You're coming online now, but you've struggled all year. So you have the major coming up. So every match, in a certain sense, is, you know, is them also trying to prove to themselves they've still got it.
Right.
Is proving that they're on the right track, proving that they're actually doing the right things to make themselves better. All this is going to be critical when that major and the events preceding it start coming around the corner.
Yeah, you haven't got the recent track record to allow you yourself to take your foot off the gas and go for those eco pushes, make those mistakes.
And establish your map pool with this this team, where like you know what your strong maps are, you know where you can kind of go for if you want to target a weakness, what's kind of good for you. Establish some strong wins so teams have to be a little intimidated by a specific map of yours. Smoke wall and Body's just going to rush it.
And as soon as he does, oh, he gets away with it. It looked like he was about to be cancelled. But here's Elige. Steps not stopping. Body runs right into that MP9, and it rapidly melts him away. Now it's Brokey's turn. Collateral. Just damage onto the second player, though. No kill. Carrigan here's the drop into main. Still loses the fight. And with that kill from Gravity,
they can come back now.
The round is back on.
Yeah, although you can see a big fight for Frozen. He's trying to keep Gravity at bay. Oh, narrowly gets back in towards cover. Good job from Gravity, finding option B. As Maka plants the bomb, Elige finds Lucky, so 2 versus 3, another Molotov. But Maka finds his way out, so post-plant with the man advantage for FaZe.
Gravity's just gonna walk right into Frozen, though. Makes this retake much easier. Maka has to go aggressive to try and pull those numbers back and give himself a shot at this. He can actually separate these into 1v1s. Maka can't make it happen in the 1v1 at the end. Brokey searching for that defuse. Saves the round for FaZe, but Maka giving it a good go.
Yeah, they almost let that one slip away. A team flash, so Elige couldn't swing out with the first player who takes an instant headshot. Elige tries to push up along the rafters, which allows Maka to take that fight without being exposed to Brokey. So Brokey actually gets put in a pretty tough 1v1 with the bomb planted. Wins it out, and FaZe have 7 chances to make it to the semifinals. Losses to Astralis and Complexity for FaZe made it seem like there wasn't a shot. In their third and deciding match in the group stage, the 2-2 match for elimination or playoffs was against Apogee, who themselves had a pretty incredible performance in the group stage. It was littered with chances for FaZe to fall apart and stumble. But they just squeaked past. And now you get this. 13-0 on Anubis, up 12-5 on Nuke. There has been no question that FaZe is the dominant team inside the server today.
Molotov to the back of Credit. Space being taken this time by 3D Max towards outside. They can get into main. There's eyes on this eventually from Brokey. Rain's gonna be waiting CT vent, but with the distraction set up from the site, he might have an opportunity to go for a multi, but it's just a single kill. Brokey can't peek from heaven. Mac is taking Carrigan away, but Frozen's found the bomb.
And Brokey's out here with the op now. He shifted. Oh, and you can smoke it off.
Oh, no.
All right, Lucky, boost exercise up into rafters. Let him walk back around towards heaven. You wait for him patiently, and then you pinch.
All right, so that's what they're going for.
Booyah.
Quickly constructing the boost, sending
Frozen
exercise up. Yeah.
But you can't really watch it from here, to be fair. Okay, so Brokey just has a really strong position. And Frozen is going to go all the way around through lobby. There's 25 seconds. If they kill Brokey and get this bomb, they won't have time to plant. So Frozen's here to stop everything. But they have to do this now. 15 seconds.
You need to grab the bomb, otherwise it's over. You're out. You're out of the tournament if you can't get this bomb back. Missed shot again for Brokey. Got to run in. Shot from Brokey lands. Bomb down. And the job is done. FaZe getting into fighting form. Only drop 5 rounds in the quarterfinals. They fly into the semis where they have a matchup against the Falcons.
Yep, playoff phase deployed. They are here at this tournament in Bucharest. For 3D Max, not so much. All of that hype and talk about their playbooks barely made a dent. But anyway, you have to say this is the best phase have looked here. Maybe it is the caliber of opposition. We'll talk about that. But certainly this is the best they've looked at this competition so far.
For sure. I mean, they're destroyed the first map. The second map also just felt like just a matter of time before they move on to the semifinals. It felt for 3D Max, it was fundamentals in the bin, as Kerrigan put it a few weeks back for his team. Like, there's no fight back, and essentially, like, I mean, they still tried. They went for plays, but it was kind of the same thing as on Anubis. Like, they literally could not outmatch the firepower of FaZe, and like, this is the FaZe that we know and love, but not the FaZe that we come to expect in the recent months.
Just very disappointing and one-dimensional from 3D Max, unfortunately. We were talking about if they are ready to take that next step. Looked more like they slipped and broke their neck.
Happens.
But for FaZe Clan, I mean, just a very solid, clean game, which you don't see too often from them. Even when they were dominating and, you know, winning tournaments, not too many clean games. So that's going to definitely feel good for Carrigan and the boys, right? To get Brokey, Frozen having a really good series. Just
especially on Nuke, where they've struggled, you know?
And just individually being sharp, right? Like being ready for a lot of these aggressive pushes from the side of 3D Max, just being very punishing in their defaults and sort of closing out the game pretty convincingly in the second half.
Yeah, and like I say, unfortunately for 3D Max, it's like super cool you made the playoffs here and everything, but like we are waiting for that evolution. You know, Yanko said earlier, Prof, about how, you know, they're in that group. You know, they're looking at other teams that have gone the route they did, like MongolZ, etc. And everyone says they're great strategically. I mean, they didn't even have that today.
No. I mean, you can also say, like, compared to some of these other teams, they don't even have the individuals. You know, they don't have a Xantares or a Senzu or some of these like up and coming prospects that could take over games. I think that's what they're lacking. They did try with Body, but I think the first map was horrible and the second was not that impressive either. So they're somewhat limited. They're a smaller org. Like, yeah, they can be happy with the playoff, but also just showing their limitations quite obvious here.
And Gravity and Exorcist were there too. I think high-rated players coming into this game. Two of the worst performance in the quarterfinal, unfortunately. So, you know, still obviously having to grow 3D Max, but Frozen just had an incredible series. Just look at the consistency in terms of frags, 1 kill almost every single round at the very least, and just had a great day today.
This has been the positive. You know, people forget that coming out of Shanghai, there were question marks about Frozen. He didn't have a great tournament there. People were talking about maybe he could be replaced. Ever since the Leech has arrived, he's been activated.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what conversations happened, but it seems like, you know, Kerrigan sat him down as like, okay, we're not touching your positions, but you better perform, and he took it to heart. He is their main soldier, main performer in this year. I think he started this tournament a bit slow, to be honest. Elise was helping up there, and I mean, even Kerrigan had some good rounds, good maps throughout the tournament to help them get where they are. But now in this quarterfinal, I mean, Frozen just arrived, and he just shows his like dependence, how dependable he is.
And I think this result is also why people are reluctant to, you know, go with the underdogs in their playoffs. This is why we say playoffs are a different beast to groups. Stage is a different beast to studios. That's why it was crazy to me, you know, all the people that thought MongolZ were going to win Shanghai just because they were having a good time, you know, in the groups and in those stages, right? Like you have to experience it. You don't even know how it feels like. You don't know the difference. You don't know how you're going to react to it. You can talk about it for, you know, hours and hours, and your mental coach and performance coach and all the coaches can have all the conversations, but you just have to experience it, and not just once, before you really figure out what's the best approach for you individually as a player, and how are you going to handle it as a team, right? Because you could see some of these aggressive moves, man, that they're going for look kind of ridiculous, to be honest. There wasn't even a lot of finesse to it, a lot of nuance to it. It's just, okay, one guy dies, surely they won't expect another one, surely they won't expect another one. And when you get punished like that in the playoffs, I mean, the energy just goes way down, way more, and we'll see what the approach is from 3D Max in the future.
Well, James Banks is with someone who knows all about playoffs. He's talking to the Giga Chad, Rain.
That's the real one. And yes, we are live. We did get there in the end. Rain has been waiting for this. And, well, this was fast. This was dominant. But this was more like the FaZe we expected. Was this the A game that you guys have been talking about and waiting to show?
I mean, I don't know. I want to speak too far ahead of ourselves. But, yeah, it definitely felt better than the other games we played in this tournament and the previous tournaments. I think we've had a lot of good team talks and figuring out how we need to play and what we need to do to improve. So it's been going forward.
Now, we're talking about being playoffs, right, and what we expect from FaZe normally when it comes to this, but this isn't an arena. There's still the same studio environment. So was this just things clicking with you guys saying, okay, this is what we are supposed to do, this is what happens when we follow the game plan, maybe a bit of 3D Max not showing up?
Yeah, it's about preparing as well. I think the preparation we did for them, we kind of knew what we were going to face. They are the craziest team in Counter-Strike at the moment, I think. Like, you know they're going to keep coming, and if it doesn't work the first time, they're going to bring another guy in, and if it doesn't work, then they're going to bring another guy in, right? So suddenly it's 5 guys just rushing, so it's just about being ready from the start and handling. So, yeah, it was good.
And you certainly did handle them. After the 13-0, was it just, okay, we're just going to roll forward on this, we'll keep doing the same thing, no changes needed?
Yeah, for sure. Like we kind of knew what we had to do, and we knew there's going to be the same on Nuke. There's going to be like, if they lose outside, they're going to rush lobby. If they do this, they're going to rush somewhere, you know. So it was just about being ready. And I think David also had a really good game on Nuke. He just kept clicking heads in lobby, so it was nice to watch.
Now, you said it already. Don't get too far ahead of yourselves with this though. But last time around, we spoke and we saw how well what FaZe could show up. We know what PGL has been able to be a good event for you guys in terms of last time was a better step forward. Do we feel that maybe this could be an event where we can see FaZe fight for that again? When I spoke to Kerrigan, it wasn't maybe him looking at saying we're aiming for trophies, but can you still see that mentality of like, that's what we should be doing?
Yeah, for sure, especially in a tournament like this where you're missing the big dogs, you know? So I think definitely coming into this, we're aiming for the trophy here for sure. I don't see, look at the other teams and see like impossible to beat, you know? So we're definitely aiming to win here.
I like the mentality, man. Well, I'll let you get on with the rest of your day. So, steakhouse, gym, yeah?
Yeah, that's the plan.
That's the plan. He's got a big smile on his face as well. Let's see if we can keep those wins going, because that means some more steaks and some more gym in the play.
All right, great stuff. Yeah, Rain there, obviously, he is Mr. FaZe, the great servant to the game. And look, he wasn't even really needed in that game. But look, FaZe in playoffs are always a different beast. You watch them early in tournaments, they're always a bit shaky, quite notoriously. They will drop maps, they will drop series. But what I just love about their they've all been together for what feels like so long now, that they just know each other's tempo and rhythm, and Kerrigan can marshal the troops, and they just put together performances like that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a very seasoned team, without a doubt. You could also tell from Rain there wasn't difficult to prepare for 3D Max. It was more, it was more about executing, you know, the plan, just being ready for reactions. And then when they come, just punishing them, right? And they did that obviously perfectly, literally on the first map, and gives you a lot of confidence moving into the second. So yeah, an easy day in the office for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what they can offer in the semis, playing Falcons there. So two teams that kind of started the same, and this was the same game, right? Coming over the underdogs, getting the W and moving on in the tournament, right? And potentially fighting for the title.
Yeah, rematch from Cluj. They faced in the semifinals there as well. So going to be interesting to see that one, how it pans out tomorrow.
It will be. Right, thanks a lot, guys. We are going to a slightly longer break. We're going to be swapping up the crew as well. It's going to be Dust Maui and Tech Girl, and they'll be setting the stage for Complexity versus Aurora. Make sure you stick around.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Complexity make it through to the playoffs after a year of not being able to do it, and also doing it with 2 rookies and not having a Liege on the team. What do you say about that, JT?
I don't know, I'm just proud of the boys. I'm also just happy the grind is paying off, because I think I said earlier that the rookies are putting in a lot of work, more work than I've ever seen, honestly, and they're playing great. Like, they're putting in so many hours, and for it to pay off, I'm sure they're feeling good about it, so they're just gonna keep doing it, I guess.
Before coming to Bucharest, I saw you were able to obviously win in North America. I expect that of you. Then you won a bit more against the European teams. Like, okay, now we step it up a gear, and you're still doing it. Can you explain to me what changes you've made, how you went about it in order to find this formula that's working right now?
I mean, we just did it in like 2 phases. One, like, we made a few changes closer to the beginning of the year, and we noticed that it felt good. And then again, like, we still kept losing games, so we made some more changes. Basically, the change was just putting me in positions where I can control the game and call the game more. It also helps me play better myself as well. Like,
we can see that in your stats right now.
I think I prefer playing like that, where I can, like, I know exactly what's going on at all times with the round mostly. So yeah, I mean, it's working.
Now, looking at the Falcons game to start off with here, you kind of walked over them. This looked like a very comfortable opening game for you guys. You obviously were probably having a good confidence before this anyway because of the match wins you had. But can you talk to me about just the prep, the feeling, your mindset going into that game against Falcons?
I think the biggest thing for prep for us right now is just making sure, like, whatever I'm bringing to the table is, like, the guys are comfortable with it. I think at the beginning of the year, like, I mean, they were always going to be uncomfortable because they were, like, new to the scene. Yeah. But I think beginning of the year, like, the guys felt uncomfortable with certain things, and, like, the changes we made in practice and the new things we made, they're just getting, like, more and more comfortable with the systems. Changing it up, obviously, between games. I'm not trying to do the same thing every game, but yeah, just focusing on that. I'm mostly just focusing on myself.
G2 game. Now, this was actually one where, had you managed to win it in overtime on Dust 2, you might have been able to take the whole series. Like, what does that do for you? Because obviously, it's going to suck you didn't manage to get it, but you're able to push G2. That's the biggest name you'd gone up against at that point.
Hard to say, really. I think they just continued our confidence, really, because we had a really good T side on Dust 2 still, even though our CT side again was kind of bad. So we knew, like, okay, well, we just need to work on the CT side because we're struggling on that. So, like, we did speak about it a little, but I think the game was really close. They also just had, like, some crazy rounds, especially Manesi. So we try not to, like, feel too down about it, just, like, keep the confidence going because we feel like we're playing really well right now.
You take down FaZe, you're facing Elige, who, remember, said he joined FaZe to win trophies, to be getting to playoffs. Well, you're the ones that, he can still get that, but you're the ones that did it before him. Was there a bit more fire in you guys, knowing you're facing Elige for the first time?
I mean, for me personally, not really.
No.
I just kind of just see it as every other game.
I expect that from you. You seem very chill with all of this.
Yeah, for me, that's like that. I don't know about the other guys. I mean, I'm sure it's like for Mike, he's played with John on 2 teams now.
Yeah.
So like maybe it was something there. I'm not really sure. Like, we didn't really speak about it much. We more just thought like, oh, it's funny, like we're playing FaZe now. It's more like we just more took it as a joke. Like, oh, if we win, it'll be funny.
What was it like when you won Dust 2 and then you start to actually see, okay, this is the reality?
I mean, honestly, we just right now, especially with like the win streak that we had before, like we've been winning like almost every map, so it didn't really feel different, to be honest.
Wow, even though it was FaZe, it didn't feel different for you guys?
Not really, but I mean, that's for me personally. I think the other guys will probably give a different answer. But
Could you see they were more hyped in game though, from some of the rounds?
Yeah, I mean, in the game, like I feel like everyone was in the zone and came up to, everyone showed up with the communication and with the ideas and stuff like that.
Okay, now, interestingly here, my expectations for Complexity coming into playoffs has now changed. You can do some damage, doesn't matter what team you're facing up against, you've proven it. What are your expectations?
I'd rather not. Like,
you don't want to say it?
I'd rather not have expectations, to be honest.
Oh, really?
I think I'd rather just continue with what we're doing, just taking it game by game. We're probably just gonna, I'm guessing we're probably just gonna keep being the underdog in each game, and we're just gonna take it that way and just try and play our game and just see how it goes.
Well, real positive steps forward. I like your mentality with it all as well. So best of luck for the rest of the tournament, man.
Thank you.
The playoffs are well underway. Falcons and FaZe have guaranteed themselves spots in the semi-finals, and we're about to find out who is going to join them here at PGL Bucharest. My name is Sam. I'm going to be keeping you company for the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. I got Dust and Maui with me, and Maui's name is probably very familiar to you at this point because Counter-Strike's very own TMZ has been consistently reporting on him. That would be Dust 2 US. They've been reporting on this bromance that is building between Maui and Sixy, who is one of the players we get to see in the next matchup, Complexity up against Aurora. So to save you heading over to that Counter-Strike TMZ website, we're going to give you the full scoop right now. Maui, we need to hear the beer story, the photos of you in hotels getting drunk with players. What is going on?
Getting drunk with players. Thanks for the intro, Sam. I mean, Sixy is just an embodiment of a redemption story, okay? And who doesn't love a story of a guy who drops his vices to become the best version of himself, all right? Because let's be honest, about 3-4 years ago, there were claims that Sixy was playing tier 2 games online while drunk. Like, that's just a matter of fact, objective statement as to why he didn't get the opportunities he probably should have. Well, he bounced around the tier 2 scene quite a bit, was named by Breeze in 2020 as the player to watch for him when he was on the HLTV top 20, and Sixy, before getting the call up from Complexity, was kind of almost ready to hang it up in some ways. He was actually working full-time at a Miller distribution center. So, I mean, he got to go from one love to another.
That is the
full circle back to devices is like actually pretty fantastic on that one.
It's a pretty incredible story. But I mean, when they announced him coming into this Complexity lineup, obviously, I would say quite a few Cole fans were like, not too happy with that. A bit of a redemption for him here in Bucharest.
That's right. Sixy said, you know what? Hold my beer. I'm going to take this team to new heights in Bucharest. And boy, has he. He is on pace to have the best event of his entire career. Obviously, a very young one. Hasn't played much international CS up until now. But but he is lighting up the leaderboards right now, as you can see on your screen. And I think one of the biggest things I want to add to just the obvious numbers that were there was the fact that his entry fragging has been very potent in this tournament. You know, that was one of the things that I felt that this team really lacked a lot when Elige left, was the mid-round voice and someone who could create openings. And what has happened is that 6zy is living up to the hype as an entry fragger, and Grim has really picked up the pace as well in that same regard.
Complexity has been a surprise. For me, I'm sure for a lot of people as well, they seem to have really found good momentum during this event. Were you surprised by what you were seeing, Maui?
Oh, totally. I mean, I saw them go through the Yala Compass closed qualifier online, but you can never really say that those results are going to transition to LAN, but they did, taking down teams like FaZe Clan and making them look rather foolish. I feel like Complexity is in a different gear right now, and the swaps for positions has really elevated their performance and made them so much more active. That's my favorite part of watching them play.
They are going to have to go up against Aurora, though, a team which was, I would say, pegged to be a favorite in this particular competition. We are hoping to see them eventually lift a trophy. I know for them with their new org, that would be really important. This is going to be a tough test for Cole.
It is indeed. I mean, this is a team that has really kind of put themselves in the forefront of the top 5 in the world. Really consistent LAN results throughout the course of this year, always making playoffs. You know, a second place finish to kick off the year at Blast Bounties, had a couple of top 5 finishes as well at Katowice, one of the most prestigious events we have in the circuit. And really what's been driving this team, I think, is it's a combination of the veterans continuing to play well from last year, and then the new additions to the squad evolving to new heights. And so we'll kind of start off by talking about the 2 players who are still on fire from last year. Of course, homage to their old team, as both of these guys, and Terrace and Woxic, you know, you love these guys. They're veterans in the scene. They are performing at a very high level this tournament, which is exactly what the squad needs.
What does Aurora need to do to finally lift a trophy, Maui?
What they need to do is find a way, I'd say, to honestly probably diversify their playbook. If I really have to, because I think the individuals are there. I think the chemistry is there, especially on their CT sides. But I feel like when I watch them play, so often they are the ones that are playing from behind. Like their game plans, they sometimes just hit the same bomb site for the first 2-3 gun rounds to no avail, and then they have to make the adjustment. I feel like against a team like Complexity, that won't be the case today. Like I'm not gonna try to build this like this is a huge upset potential for Complexity. Like Aurora are definitely the favorites here.
Without a doubt, the favorites. We need to give him some attention, though. I do think he's not on your screen right now, but Dust, you mentioned his name because I do believe that Grim may be having the best tournaments of his entire career.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, of course, this is a guy who has played internationally before. He's one of the more tenured players on the team next to JT, having played with Team Liquid in the past and all that jazz. But look at what this guy is doing right now. And it's not against easy opposition, by the way. They played against Falcons. They played against G2. They played against FaZe. Like, they're playing some of the bigger name teams in this tournament. And this guy is top 3 in almost every metric in the tournament. And I think the biggest thing that he is doing is he is winning 83% of his duels on the T side when he goes for entries. That is ridiculous. Like, Grim was not normally an active agent. That was normally Elige's kind of job on the team. Him and JT were the entry duo. But what you've really seen is while Grim has maintained a lot of his default positions on each map, when they are actually executing a site, they are really using him at the forefront, and he has been so sharp at really creating opportunities for his team.
Grim's always been one of the best aimers in North America. I know people probably maybe laugh at that statement, but in terms of when he was coming up in Tier 2, he was known to just be an aim god. Like when I actually coached Grim for a brief amount of time on Space Station, and he was probably putting in an hour and a half every single day, minimum. And he had this just routine that I was like, okay, are you just going into deathmatch and getting 100, 200 kills, whatever? He said, it's about the time. It's not about just trying to get a certain amount of kills, because then you actually just put yourself in situations to get it over with. It's just simply putting in the work, and that's something that has actually come out with how he even entries on the T side. Sometimes it's a little bit dry. I've seen him run out long A to just fight Kerrigan with 0 flash. Sometimes it is on an execute, but at the same time, he's actually just taking duels that he probably wanted to take before. But when you play with someone like Elige, unfortunately, perfection is the enemy of good, and Elige probably wanted everything to be set up. And now Grim, he's in a more free-flowing state, and he's playing some of the best CS I've ever seen.
I think to connect to that really quick is that's really team-wide. I feel like he's kind of inspired this team to play a more up-tempo, confident, decisive CS. Like, this is a team that, you know, when you have newer players, maybe you're going to cower away. You know, you're going to be afraid of the players in front of you. I mean, especially for guys like NickX and 6zy, they're playing against some of the legends of the game, something they probably never thought they would be doing. But they are playing at a very high tempo and very effective with it.
But they are playing up against Aurora, a team that has gone toe-to-toe with some of the best in the world and won. We'll talk about that matchup, but let's focus in on the Veto right now. Are we expecting any surprises here?
No curveball should be happening here. Obviously, Anubis should get picked by Aurora. Complexity, I think, should probably go for Train, and then we'll see where it falls from there.
Yeah, I feel like these teams have really outlined what they enjoy playing in terms of these maps. And so, yeah, like you said, Dust, it is the perma picks, practically speaking, of these teams. Both of these teams have outlined that they really like them. Second phase ban, I feel like Complexity banning D2 there, that's got to be done. I mean, even though they've beaten FaZe on it in the past, Aurora's been really good on the map. Agreed. And so actually goes to Nuke. Okay, I guess I'm like lightly surprised here, Dust, that Aurora didn't ban Nuke, but not like, it's not a huge surprise. No.
I'm not. I actually think that their Nuke has been like low-key very good. They just haven't been playing it. They have a 10-4 record on the year. They've beaten some really good teams. It's just, for whatever reason, they haven't like relied upon it as a third map. They've banned it second wave a couple of times, but it's always there if they feel they are facing opposition where it can be an advantage to them. And I do think the Complexity, they haven't played Nuke on LAN yet, period. With this 5, by the way. So there's no telling what they have or how they're comfortable.
So we've hyped them up a lot because obviously them getting to playoffs was a big thing. No one expected that from Complexity. But Maui, you mentioned it. They're not the favorites coming into this. The expectation is not to see them making semifinals. We all pretty much feel confident that Aurora is probably going to take this. So let me swing that on its head, though. What does Complexity have to do? How do they have to play if they want to beat Aurora?
JT just needs to be in his bag. That's the simple way to put it. If he's making good calls, good reads in the active positions that he's finding himself in, able to mid-round away from the stack bomb sites, then they actually have a puncher's chance versus Aurora. Again, I would say this is maybe like 1 to 3 favorites, like a 33 to 66% or something like that for the favorites of Aurora. But at the same time, Complexity, like they play such a chaotic style too on their defenses that they are kind of a team right now that's looking like they're just gearing for upsets. It might not even be the most polished all the time, but players are just calling their own numbers left and right.
Yeah, I mean, Anubis is going to be the first uphill battle though to kick off this series. And I mean, look, to Cole's credit, they've looked good on it. They beat G2, they beat FaZe. Their only losses to this team, Aurora, when they played against each other in the Katowice play-in, where it was a pretty one-sided game. But this is the best, Anubis team in the world, by the way. So I mean, it's a tough one for them. But I think if they're going to be successful on this map, it's just, again, play that confident up-tempo play style you've been playing all tournament long. Don't cower away from it, embrace it. And we just need to be able to see, I think 60's the X factor for me. He has been typically effective in middle on both sides of the map when this team has won their Anubis games. So need to see that continue. Also, Grim entering like a madman this tournament. That also must continue.
Scorny and Launders are here. We've swapped them around. They're going to be joining us. And gents, I mean, we've already seen it. FaZe has shown us playoffs are a very different beast. Do you think Complexity might struggle a little bit today?
Ooh, I mean, there's a chance they struggle just because we've been seeing new heights from some of their pieces, and you never really know if that consistency can come through. But when I look at the teams that each of these rosters have beat, I think this run so far in Bucharest, it's Complexity who's been more impressive.
Tested way harder and only lost 3 maps. I mean, they lost a series versus G2, ruined the streak, unfortunately. But, like, I think Train is a secret weapon since they're undefeated on that map. Has been very special for them. So thank you guys on the desk. We are into it. Complexity versus Aurora in playoffs. It's the same chairs, the same computers, Connor. Complexity just have to keep the same energy.
There's no roaring crowd. There's no fan section, I can hear the 60 chants out there on the internet, but he doesn't have to deal with that here. Well, actually, except for just Maui Snake. Those chants will be coming in, no doubt. Here we go, Mo. It is Complexity taking a swing at one of 2025's best teams. One of the teams considered champion potential here for Bucharest. Woxic going to be waiting out for the long play. And we get just a glimpse of Nyx taking a shot or two.
Come on.
That's gross. Very gross. Flick shot into the second player. 60 just hits the ground in an attempt to trade it out. And again, there will be this conversation as this first map of the series goes on. The fact that Aurora are playing Anubis, one of the best, if not the best, and therefore uphill battle to kick off the series. Aurora wastes no time swarming down into the canal to take Complexity out in the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, both teams obviously great on the map. I think that's what's interesting about it. Aurora, for a while, have just really laid claim to being the best and very hard to beat. Everything from Madger's calling to his individual play as well on Anubis, I think, is quite special. But in this Veto, I mean, Complexity I think they're happy to be here. And I think it'll just be about a good start today because they have the tools. again, I really feel like it's about attitude for them, because it's not like there's just some punish pick that's coming up, or, you know, this is harder than the other teams they've played so far. This team just 2-0'd FaZe. We saw what FaZe did today and yesterday. Complexity just have to tap into, I think, believing in themselves. And as do Aurora, because there have been a lot of unexpected results at this event, and a lot that Aurora have had to go through, I think, emotionally coming into it, where they would have otherwise just been considered an outright favorite to make finals.
I think one of the more unbelievable stats coming into this match as well is Grim's 83% success rate on T-side entries. I mean, that's a number that just feels like it can't stay up that high, especially versus opposition like Aurora. But I say that, it was established versus opposition such as Falcons and FaZe.
And G2, I mean, they have, yeah, they've had a crazy hard run. FURIA as well.
Jota lines him up. 30 bullets spray, and JT doesn't get the trade back. Not one kill for Complexity so far, easily sweeping down into Canal. And it is nothing but Grim. Just praised his entries. He's the last guy to step up to the plate to at least kill Madger to collect some sort of a cost here. He's going to get flanked, though, from Spawn. That is an auto shotgun flanking him from Spawn, reloading one shell at a time. I, in all my days, have never seen that.
That's so painfully awkward, but Quadia knows that once that UMP's out of ammo, trying to tap from 30, 40 meters away, what are you supposed to do?
What did I felt like I was in the Civil War for a second.
Bonk.
Hold the line, men!
Well, slightly worrying signs here on the start for Complexity. Just no trades, you know. Some of these engagements are winnable for sure.
No shot, JT. Not going to fall down and catch Madger off, but it will serve as a trigger for the other Complexity players. Try to burst in from long. Grim, nice Tech 9 entry. They kind of let their guard down on the Jota possibility. Jota's just tearing them to pieces at the moment. 8-0 out of the gate. 4-0 for Zantares. And unfortunately for Complexity, all they've got is this shotgun.
Oh, how the turntables.
It'd be hilarious if somebody tried to step out from sight and that same duel went down.
Please. But Nyx, he just doesn't mess around, you know, like he's going to try to win this round. Boring.
Two tucked along the right side. Headshot to Zantares. Maybe could have got the ball rolling. Not the case. 3-0 start for the defense of Aurora.
Yeah, gotta worry about Jota right now for sure. Some of the kills and sprays that he's been getting, pretty terrifying. So we come into round 4. Complexity have 4 kills in total. Not really putting a dent in the economy here for Aurora, but they somehow have managed to spend quite a lot, and Woxic will pick up an op to make this round as difficult as possible. I'm sure Complexity will be aware of it.
Double challenge out of E-Box. Halzerk whittled down to half health, kind of stuck there for a second. Flash gets JT in, and the trades go back and forth. 2 deaths per team. Opens up some timing here for Sixy. He tries to get activated through middle, but now Bomb's gonna have to get picked up at some point. The only real compromise that Aurora has made is this mid control.
Yeah, I think you just keep forward with these lurks. I mean, Sixy at the very minimum has a really interesting timing and position. Jota's not extremely flankable at the moment, but he could turn around to look into Canal. So Bomb gets recollected. And this really comes down to the awareness from Jota.
Sitting outside of E-Box.
Sitting outside of E-Box is quite a move here for Jota.
So no matter what Sixy clears, even if he were to go into E-Box, to step out through E-Box, that extra layer maybe would be enough to keep him up. But Sixy doesn't even go to clear E-Box at all.
I think there's still a chance that they smoke this as soon as Grim gets to the entrance. But we'll see. Sixy's looking to front face it. Not going quite inside just yet.
Steps forward, made a step. He's got to stay on high alert here, but he's wanting to help out with utility. Will he think about Jota being this close? Now he knows. That's confirmed.
Grim has a smoke as well.
Joda actually burns out the E-box, but that's going to take some time off of their retake.
Oh, maybe he didn't.
Ooh, Grim exposed, tagged by the op, still sitting on a third of his health. Double up down in E-box. Great flashbang from Grim. Him and Sixy clear out E-box now. Woxic opping up close. Missed no scope, and Complexity pull it off.
Man, that's an amazing moment for Complexity. A late round situation after a game that started 4 rounds down with 4 kills, and they pull this off. This is versus that sort of new meta. Again, CT can now play very aggressive early on. JT says, no, we're not going to let them take this and slow the round down. We're going to fight them, flash immediately. They all jump out and go for trades, and it favors Aurora in the end. But again, Sixy's one timing that they had was used to create the leverage to bring that round back into fruition.
Woxic
Oh, that's not great.
God.
Yeah, I mean, he was...
You see the panic sink in.
He was totally blind. He had...
Didn't know where to go. Can the op get picked back up? Nice wallbang here from Sixy, tracking that one. Switching over to the sniper. He knows he's under pressure, and at the moment, he's alone. So that's now 2 weapons given back to Aurora. Nyx is the compromise, seeing as he's taken over A site. And the utility on that middle push, both players would have been heard by Sixy.
Well, it helps out Nyx a lot.
Feels like Complexity have a good ideas to the bigger picture. JT, uncontested bomb plant here. And what Aurora picked up towards middle could just transition to the save. Complexity decide to make this game interesting early.
Seeing some great rounds already here from both teams. Lovely to see in playoffs. Well, it's a pretty solid recovery. They'll have to live with knowing Aurora have kept this op forward, but it was theirs to begin with. Crazy how quickly Complexity have got this team into tip-top shape. I'm pretty happy for JT especially.
Yes.
I think he, you know, it's no secret the IGL's got the most work to do. And considering the team went, you know, the Moneyball route and tried to pick up North American talent specifically, this made the pool a lot smaller and just the game a lot more difficult for JT. There's just probably been so much teaching going on. And instead of losing confidence, they have really stepped to the opportunity.
Particularly because JT loses his right-hand man. Years and years of working with TC as the head coach of this project, from the Extra Salt days to Complexity. I mean, beyond that even. How much of that slack can the other support staff pick up? How much more does JT have to do? All while these new pieces that looked so underwhelming at the start of 2025. Again, the roster that most people were most underwhelmed by coming out of the change between seasons. And on top of all of that, with Sixy and Nyx playing better than ever, Grim is on for his highest rated event at a big event. You know, you can see the pieces coming together. It's just a matter of keeping them there versus Aurora today. No easy feat. Two flashes for long. See no movement here from Aurora. They're going to let that pop and just leave Wicadia to take contact from heaven. Again, Sixy senses an opening out mid.
Man, this is a lot of space given to Complexity, who have been lurking a ton. And oh, Woxic misses that. That's really rough for Aurora. Now they have to worry about a flank through spawn, even if it doesn't come.
Although they molly it. JT, he's going to try to lead the charge up with Sixy in through E-box. 2 more players here. Joda's gonna tuck into the platform. Santeras can't get his kill quick enough. Joda will find his one. Woxic also then denies that lurk out into A site. And so just as Complexity kind of second guess this commitment, yeah, they're gonna walk this in quietly. Joda's still here and still ready to deliver as he has since the get-go. Missed shot from Halzerk, but another chance.
What?
Snaps the AK over, can't hit them both. Complexity, a bit of back and forth as Aurora didn't really buy on either commitment. And thanks to Joda, who has been clearly their best player so far this map.
Yeah,
this B site gets locked down.
3 kills and down to 4 bullets in the last one. And Woxic gets caught jumping up too. You know, this was a scary moment, I think, where they believed, because Canals has opened up, because they didn't have info on mid that entire time, there is a world where it was a fake towards the B site and Aurora were a slave to the rotations, but ultimately this comes down to Jota. He just saves them. This would have been one trade in the site, that smoke down in Temple, a bomb plant, certainty.
Sixy keeps testing these timings, and he's bringing support.
Oh, that's
Santeras is going to react to him, but luckily he brought that second teammate.
I mean, testing the reactions, but nobody's pushed. And the only time that someone's taken a duel there is Woxic. He got blinded and mollied and died. They've basically been successful every time they've come up middle. It's like really on Aurora to, I think, press back.
Here we have that double op setup. Madger will be given a chance and will not miss it. No entry this time, Grim. Starts to look bleak. Joda on jail prevents any kind of a walkthrough with that double smoke, despite the depth of it. So what's left of Complexity to offer here at 45 seconds will just be this B-site commitment. Joda continues to slide up closer along this wall. Madger gonna go clear Canal as these utilities trickle over. Back's turned to him, but
they got 2.
Halzerk was able to kill Madger before Joda shoots him in the back of the head. This reopens the round. We get this flank out of Wicadia, taking its time.
Now to the double E-box. No, they're gonna go back to main.
JT hit by the nade. Doesn't seem like he's considering this timing, so Wicadia walks in at the right moment. Back to the M4. It's gonna come down to Nyx. 1 kill so far this map. He decides not to play in the depths of E-box. Oh, and if he was just able to get around that corner.
Wicadia was holding that only.
Yeah.
So that was actually very nice from Wicadia. He didn't play it aggressively, and that was a spot where how are you going to hold for that specific fight? Really well done here from him. Close round, actually, from Complexity in the end, but Aurora, again, their aim has been so good. Santeras gets this kill even though he's not aiming in the right spot. Takes out Sixy.
That level of form as well is going to be a scary challenge for Complexity. What we've seen so far at Bucharest was Aurora not on their A game, needless to say. And there were reasons for it, in and out of the server. Joda stepping up and Santeras not far off. Doesn't mean Complexity can't win this game, just means it's going to be harder than they would have hoped. But they've been taking down that better opposition. Wicadia, in his last dying breath, drops Grim. There's a second from Nyx. Able to get his hands on the AK. Halzerk swings with the Tech 9. They try to go for frags.
And Nyx keeps going.
Opens up further space. From the bottom of the board here was Nyx, but a triple kill thrusts Complexity into the post plant.
You thought an anchor couldn't press W. Here's Nyx.
And Aurora.
Is this angle going to be good? Let's see.
You think it could catch one off guard. I mean, 3 kills deep already, banking on his teammates. Oh, he just disassembles the position. It's still a tough ask of Aurora, so one of them's going to leave. Joda starts to sprint away. That save happens. That is a single multi-kill from Nyx to win the round.
Massive round. I want to say he tapped crouch right before his second kill and hit that first bullet headshot with the AK. Man, Complexity really needed a round like this because Aurora are winning. This half isn't even competitive if Aurora win that round, and it's CT side for them. so they know they've already done their job. You don't even want to see it. It's rated R. Yeah, oh goodness. That's so sharp.
Freaking lasers.
And they're gonna resort to keeping it simple once again.
Play it fast.
They're here early.
Trying to change up the tempo here. Joda given a chance at a multi-kill. Won't be able to hold them back off jail.
2.
That's what you're looking for. Him and Halzerk with the op in the middle of it. And now Complexity with blood in the water trying to make this half as competitive as they still can. There's not a lot of money on the other side of this, so you can see him reaching for a better gun.
Ooh, that's a bit of a problem here for Aurora. They'll have to walk away from this, just not even great positions. Those entries, they would make Aurora proud. You know, when they come over to T side, you're going to have Madger calling very similar rounds.
Really wanted that AK. And Woxit gets away with it, but still a 1-round lead for Aurora. Just nice back-to-back, faster paces out of Complexity. Good calls from JT, I think, to keep Aurora on their toes.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's a T-favored map, and that's because the rushes can work, as we just saw on display, both on A and B. And those sites can just be, yeah, really, really hard to make use of 2 or 3 players even sometimes. There's just not that many staple positions to stand in to hold. They go back to conditioning here. This will draw forward Aurora, who only have their saved gun on this round. That's pretty cool. But there is no 60 lurk this time around.
Grim ahead of it. Ooh, flushes Madger to the other side of the pillar.
Just a matter of time now for him.
Incendiary buys a bit of time. JT's gonna come out soon. And no need even. Grim right there, and Complexity just jumping on top of this bomb site. Nothing to stop them. Aurora absent.
Man,
another boost.
Crazy how the game plan's been. You know, rush A, rush B, back in control of this T side, or at least, you know, making it formidable. Because without these past couple of rounds, Aurora would have just destroyed this half on the basis of a strong economy, honestly. Considering the performance we're getting out of Jota as well, it's not going to be an easy game to take Anubis versus a team like this. Just as Complexity are undefeated on Anubis, or on Train, Aurora are undefeated on Anubis. Both at Bucharest, they played them a ton of times. It's 3-0 for Aurora so far.
It's a good thing they haven't lost it, though, because to be honest, when we compare the teams that each has beaten to get to playoffs on Complexity side, Falcons, FURIA, FaZe, Aurora, Pain, Legacy, Apogee. I mean, that should never have been an issue for the Aurora roster that we've come to know and love in 2025. And for the most part, it wasn't an issue, despite the outs and excuses we offered them. For Aurora, this could damn well be their hardest match. Obviously, a loss to 3D Max is a loss, but Complexity have looked all the better.
Never know what you're going to get with 3D Max. Right when you're ready to believe.
13-0. FaZe
and FaZe for that matter.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
The other
we're in
team that you have
playoffs?
no idea what you're going to get.
I guess you'll just win your most lopsided map of the year. Because you're in playoffs. And with FaZe in playoffs, this tournament's in the air. 6E underhands the flash with Cadia blind as can be. And it is a double entry out of Complexity after playing options across the map.
What gave them the right to do this?
I don't know.
I don't know, but you know what? They had the balls, right? They wanted to just...
The balls.
They had the balls to follow through.
The confidence. You know what gives them the right to do that? The fact that Nyx, Grim, and 6E are all having their best tournaments on European soil.
Yeah, and the fact that Nyx is in the conversation with opening duels and success rates only makes that even more convincing.
Roger collects one, but round 11 goes Complexity, and the North Americans in the lead. Look like Aurora, we're going to play this aggressive out of the gate. We saw that early E-box poke from Major, for example. JT put a quick end to some of that. But they have been slightly muted as this half has gone on, having to try to play reactive. This man on screen is on a tear. Who had Grim pinned as on for a great year? JT, very adamant about trying to take over E-box early, but him and his counterpart of Major lock early on, and that is man advantage. Aurora taken away. Just straight up smoke spams to kill Joda. 13 and 6 half, nothing to be ashamed of. He had been rock solid inside the B site. Wouldn't be surprised if you see now Complexity try to take a swing at this again, but it's a fast reaction from Aurora, going still 3 defenders deep on this site. And now Nyx, who has in the past activated into A main only to get clipped by the late hold of Woxic, will find it vacant for the taking.
Another massive lead here found from Nyx. And after one problem in 6E was removed inside of middle, you would think they would give the lurking a break. But, I mean, look at the frag that potentially Nyx could find here. I mean, Xanterra's in such a weird spot. He's actually just going to turn this into a lurk. They have no idea that this could be the case, but now they're walking back because they're worried about a hit going towards the A site. And, you know, I feel like Complexity should still think about this, but it's becoming a little too late.
Yeah, jig is up. They know what's going down. Grim double, though. You want a little X factor? There it is. Peeks into E-box. Still stands. There's another player just shot. Xanterra's missed the first one. Halzerk, he may be low, but it's an op in hand versus Xanterra's. And the wide swing off the mark. Aurora's going to take that 6th. Good decision from Xanterra's to play the opposite side of mid doors. So even though Nyx is able to flank around, they knew in the back of their minds there was a chance for that, and that's why we see the Temple player go back. Both players surprise one another.
Yeah, it's honestly, I think that the Browns better if Complexity just make it an A play. But I think I think the timing expired for Nyx. Like, there's a moment in that setup for Aurora, it's like, you don't know anything that's happening on A. You will eventually check your flank, and I think Nyx has to know this too. Let's say he walked through middle like you saw from 6E on that previous round and it's still over a minute, then that's one thing. But at that point of the round, Aurora have to think, well, why aren't we going back to check A? And it's like, they could have just walked there from I
suppose
20 seconds ago.
The only out I could see, and maybe I'm wrong, but if Nyx has cleared out all of A and all of middle in his mind, maybe the players long B don't think they can cross back through T-spawn, because if Bridge was pushed, there's somebody sat behind him. So he thought he could unravel the defense instead. Becomes weird that you don't find Xanterra's. Like, how is A clear and middle clear? Where could 4 CTs still be standing?
Yeah, I think that the reason Magic turns around though is because like you're right. If it's a mid lurk, they know Xantares has it covered. But now the 10% option is the actual only one that exists, and that's why he turns around.
And they scare one another in Temple.
Part of that is like you have to keep up the idea that you still might hit the B site from the other guys, right? And there was no noise. So 60 gets tagged down, 99. Here as he's trying to hold on to A.
99 bottles of beer on the board. And 60 still holds one.
Well, double push outside of B. This is how you get info back.
Missed shots. There was chances there. 60 was hoping some of his teammates would have been able to land something. He only had 1 health. It is easy for Aurora to take down that A bomb site. They'll lose their 5th member in, but barely resistant here. Complexity in the second pistol.
Yo!
I'd maybe take it back. 3 kills deep. They just thought they were able to push this one over the line. Thing is, so much time. Come on now, Grim.
I know. And just swing.
Come on,
Why
Grim.
not, dude? He is on it right now.
He's thinking about it. Look at that crazed smile. He says, let me go, JT.
I mean,
he wishes
who's
he could.
forcing you to save in a pistol with no armor?
Your Kevlar USB.
Oh, you have Kevlar, okay.
No kit. Come on.
I mean, I honestly think just go for it.
There was still at least 20 seconds on that bomb.
Yeah, like just go for it. Most kills are going to be headshots anyway. It's not like they're going to aim for your feet. Saving is a disease. It's a disease. So I almost feel bad for him.
Who is patient 0?
I think it's Jay.
Yeah, it's Jay, man. The Plague Bearer. Still out there somewhere. Spreading the gospel. Oh. Going through the own smoke.
Well, it's an interesting setup. They don't spam these doors.
Right. Grim in a nice position here. MP9 still in the corner. Grim's going to take a lot of attention. And that MP9, as you'd expect, catches somebody off guard. Woxic just wants to leave. And Halzerk continues to try to press that. Grim's able to get the M4 out. There's another wild swing out of Nyx. Wicadia gets blindsided, but stop overcooking.
Yeah, I mean,
Halzerk
he
tries to
wants
peek
his
window.
Yeah, he just like, here, you need to know I'm here. If you want to run all the way back, it's not going to be an easy option. You go into B. We got 2 guys. Oh, Nyx's spot is really perfect. I mean, they could find him, but...
Yeah, I'm glad that he just gave it a corner jiggle and didn't go for the wide swing, die, and then open up that flank.
Ooh.
Woxic thinking about it.
But the time is constraining him.
Mm-hmm,
what if he goes and checks that and there's no one there?
Magic coming back. They seem very aware of it. Nyx even thinking maybe the stairs will get cleared. Oh, he gets it. A little bit labored, but he finishes off Madger. Woxic, you've got to either give up your back or just try to go and plant. Molotov can cover that flank from Nyx, but already you've got JT in camera. It's a Desert Eagle and JT. He's going to try to pressure bomb, and damn it, there it is. Deagle to the head. Complexity force buy for 7.
Excellent setup inside of middle. Great use of that 1M4 from Grim. Keeping him at a distance, keeping the worst guns up close, and covering the long option for them as well. I mean, the only way out of that is if they mollied in front of the doors or they went to try to spam it right away. It's a death trap setup for Complexity. And Nyx plays his spot perfectly too.
Everybody did there. The whole setup was perfect. Pistol player sets it up for both an M4 and MP9 kill mid. Nyx's flank. Oh, and then a double nade on top of it. So pistol loss be damned. Complexity bounce back with the force buy, and now 5v4 in round 15.
Well, I thought this was going to get out of hand. You know, Aurora get T side. Complexity CT side's not nearly as good as their T side. They lose the pistol, but this really does change things. amazing to be able to say that Complexity are just playing good CS.
Certainly a sight for sore eyes after the start to the year that they had. An organization that's been around in Counter-Strike forever had fallen to what felt like new depths. But the return is clearly here. Aurora, Tech9's not going to find anything this one. It is an 8th for Complexity with ease. All 5 players standing, free AKs across the board. That is a kick-started CT side that Aurora can in the past and should still be able to contend with. We can't forget where we are. Anubis and Aurora go hand in hand.
And Jota and Grim are going to be, you know, sort of twins on this map, and I think Jota's form brought a lot of CT rounds playing B since it's a very active position, lots of peeking, but Grim is doing just as well, and honestly, looks like he's going to be even more of a two-way player this game. Complexity got back into this game by, I think, winning a 2v4. And the entry stats that were brought up on the desk about Grim, they still seem to be holding strong.
It's been a rough season for Complexity just because they also missed out on the direct invites to the major. As an organization, that's one that you'd expect to be there. While the conversation started to circulate between Wildcard and M80 as the best North American team, Cole here in Bucharest is starting to turn heads. So big lead starting to open up early on the CT side, just by nature of all the money that they've been able to rack up in these first few rounds. Here comes Aurora's first purchase since winning Pistol.
I mean, what happens to the series if Complexity win Anubis? The current kings of Train.
Similar setup to the force buy in round 2.
It was just a good setup though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's like no matter what guns you put in those positions, having someone, you know, way back.
I mean, particularly good setup if Aurora aren't hitting bomb sites fast and early.
That's true too. That's true.
You go single defender each site, but the thing is, I've seen a lot of Aurora gameplay where Madrid takes down that clock a bit. You know, remains adamant on one half of the map time and time again. So I feel like setting up in middle kind of opens the door to figure out where Aurora want to begin their halves. Eventually you get that classic Madger sleight of hand where the bomb site changes Nyx. Ooh, slides in. Able to kill Wicadia off the front of that. You get this fast move down from Hulzerk. Not comfortable for him to get into the bricks. And he's not able to catch his kill. Sixy also popped towards camera. Good cover. Woxic and Jota kill a piece in that site.
Looked like JT had found an important pickoff, but it's still 2-on-3, so far away from this site, and we've got Grim going all the way back to spawn. They're happy to take the knee on this one. They're going to fall back. And Aurora win this off the back of great entries. That's just going to be a consistent feature of this map being T-sided. Great trade on Nyx, and Hulzerk himself only gets a single kill.
Timing as well, right? Second defender there for Complexity. To just Hulzerk running down camera.
Yeah, and the other half of that is being prepared to like get into the site after they get the kill, and they have the flashes still while they're running, so they don't lose any time. You know there will be one round this T side where Aurora scale up the B wall and try that same low telegraph, pop into the site, just as Complexity did to them in the first half.
They see nothing.
I love how Grim was so blind, but he's still clearing the angles. Just
in case, muscle memory.
Yeah, muscle memory.
Oh, this does not bode well for Cole. Double kill quickly for Aurora. It's an aggressive play out of Nyx, trying to push A main. Woxic more than happy to hold it back. Still 2 members here for Complexity. You've got Aurora grouped up down in E-Box. 60 picks up his kill on that lurk, but Halzerk goes down. Grim is still standing backside. Time to go hero mode. Re-peeks into Madger, finds a second off the AUG, and 60's position once known, but he wraps back through A site and around towards the back of Canal. Definitely the least expected of the rotations, but Wicadia will still plant in the off chance that he had pushed bridge.
They had to be worried about Nyx, I think, dying. So tried to cover that too. He's made decent time here, and look at the utility. 1 kill, it gets a little bit sketchy for Aurora.
Oh, that helps. Joda, head pop. You've got 60 with utility and a kit picked up. Wicadia repositions, hides behind Obelisk. 60 trying to figure out options. Time to post a clutch. Smoke onto the bomb to try to cause a little more chaos. We've got a knife out in the smoke, but it's off the mark.
He can't find him.
There we go.
Oh, wow.
Wicadia able to stab him in the side. 60 gets gutted. And a gut-wrenching round loss for Complexity, considering that it started so well for Aurora. I'm actually shocked it got close.
Seriously. Give it up to 6. I mean, Grim's just having an incredible day already. He's touching 20 right now. His 2 kills back on the site. Oh, man. Unnerving moment there for 60. It's just like, well, he's missing.
Yeah, right? I think I'll just defuse this.
I wonder if he crouched.
Right, if he get off it?
No.
No, I mean like get off the knife. That was the worst word I could have used to describe. Could have avoided it.
I helped my uncle jack off a knife.
I know what I meant. Nyx gonna try this again. Dude, he has died 3 times, getting into A main or pushing beyond it.
Yeah, I'm gonna blame JT.
Nyx just wants nothing to do with it, but keeps getting sent out there like a soldier.
They miss a flash inside of E-Box, won't slow him down.
Bridge flank in position. I mean, we already saw a 3 versus 5 come down to the 1v1.
You know Grim wants him to come.
Halzerk gonna activate, held by Woxic. Did he have to? At 30 seconds, smoke up.
They just leave because they got the A site as well. Ooh,
Santera's ready and waiting inside of E-Box. Grim's gonna catch another one, but the bomb will run over towards, excuse me, A for the plant.
Yeah, they don't know. They don't know how far they pushed. I mean, it's even scary to save at this moment. I mean, the best way to win around at the moment is just avoid Grim. And the flank, unfortunately, it was in a great spot to find him. If he stayed alive on the flank and didn't turn the corner, they maybe exec B and then the flank could come in, but...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, sorry, did you just say that? And then I...
No, I was just thinking it.
Oh, okay. Just Xavier'd it.
Sorry, Skronik. I can't remember what you ever say. Here we go. Aurora follow 3 to the lead. Connor likes that. Starting to pull ahead on the attack, and that's despite Complexity's best efforts in the mid-rounds.
Maybe JT should stop telling Nyx to push A.
I think maybe. 3 rounds in a row is enough.
Yeah.
You know, it's one thing when he walked into 3 players that were ready to come into and execute, but the 2 rounds since have just been getting picked off by Woxic and whoever was sitting on the top of rugs.
I think it's one of those things. It's novel when you do it once in a while, but it's such a scary push to make as a CT that it feels like Nyx is trying to use them in early because he got away with it once. And plus, who would do it again, and then who would do it a 3rd time? But it's being watched, you know, really pretty carefully here.
Much like saving, pushing A on Anubis.
Oh, look at this.
Is it?
They know based on these nades. It's a full commitment from both the CT sides as well.
Flash finds its home. Mac 10 won't. A player has slipped into the smoke. 60's got that 1 rifle, but Wikidia is able to find him just as it starts to all fade. Still, pistols up to the left side wall, and a 3rd one behind the cake. T's will take their time on the approach here, letting the counter-terrorists make their moves. And as they step into the crosshairs, Aurora cleans them up. It's an 11-9 lead now here for the Turkish squad, ever closer to yet another win on Anubis.
Yeah, it's a good scoreline here for Complexity, but CT side is difficult. Their CT side, they know they don't normally get that many rounds on, and right now Aurora are just playing well enough. This kill on 60 as well is so key. Just tries to spam it. Good use of these boosts, and the A push gets shut down. Or B push, excuse me. They're doing these early.
Yeah, right.
They've done this early on both sides of the map.
I was just thinking
it really
to myself,
feels like they're just gambling with these openers.
Nice, no A push this round, but it just gets played in the opposite direction.
And they haven't shown comfort trying to take over Canal's control either, which is the 3rd option, the new one, less used and less explored.
I suppose when you look at the kills, it makes more sense to let Grim try, but it's like, do you need to remain so adamant about the aggressive starts?
Yeah, like what if they did this, you know, Canal's play with Grim coming out? I feel like just looks like a healthier way to approach CT aggression.
Check out the stack, though. I mean, if ever there was a moment where a gamble could work out, there's 2 CTs dead. No indication that there would be more, but Nyx makes his play. There it is. Bomb cut off. E-Box players arrive. And now 60 swings in, double kills his. It's both the newcomers with 2 kills a pop.
Oh my.
60, this is a crazy corner to play.
It is absolutely insane. He's going to shoulder peek.
In on the op. He's not going to see this coming, but he just keeps giving it over. Woxic now knows that he's ready, and he waits, and he misses. 60 also unable to strike him down. The Tech 9 will prevail. Tough stuff. Complexity.
Oh, he was so low on HP. I think he knew he moved into a spot that wasn't gonna give him any options.
Oh, they almost recovered.
Yeah, 1v3. A nice attempt with those 2 frags, and both their aim fails in the end. Op shot gets missed. Last few bullets of 60's mag is wasted, but it's so important for Complexity to be able to grab that. Nice try. But it'll be Aurora on 12 first.
I think that's going to be the Complexity motto here for Anubis. Just nice try. 3 map points to close out now. A 5-round T-side streak for Aurora. And a couple moments of glory for some of the Complexity individuals. Enough out of Complexity's camp to still have you convinced that come train, they extend this series. If you signed up for the show today as a Complexity believer, your doubt should not yet sink in.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, Grim and 60 got let down a little bit here. Needed a bit of a better day, at least out of Nyx.
And Halzerk.
Yeah.
Grim dead first again. Nyx is going to get aggressive, wins this duel on A, is supported, just in case things hadn't gone well. But with that mid flank from Xantares already starting to attack from Temple, this is way too easy. Completely vacant B bomb site. Although the bridge player gets killed by 60, still it's not going to stop that bomb unless he just runs it down on the site. Major is still trying to get to B. There's a bridge drop queued up by 2 players potentially. 60 beckons them in.
full paranoia right now. Bomb's running around him. There's players on top of him. He's trying to figure out what site they want to go to.
He should never have a chance, and he'll get smoked off as he arrives towards middle. They still haven't gotten that bomb to his site. Sixy gonna try his damnedest to be the hero yet again, but that gets shut out by Woxic. Aurora's T-side too good. Aurora's Anubis too good.
Aurora's Anubis too good. As Scorny just said, they are one of the best Anubis teams in the world. But to be fair, if you were a Complexity fan, there was a moment there in the second half where you started to potentially believe, because it looked far more impressive than what I would have expected from Complexity. And I know that that sounds very harsh, but this is a team that hasn't exactly had a great start to the year, and yet the rounds that they're putting out there are actually looking pretty cohesive.
Yeah, it's always tough when you're going up against a team that's played this map now 21 times and has only dropped it 3. I mean, that is just an incredible track record, and so you know it's going to be a whole battle. But I think, first of all, what really hurt Complexity is slow start in the first half. You know, you really need to establish your T side, and while they did eventually get a decent amount of rounds, it took them a while to get there. And I thought they had a little bit more room to play with. They could have gotten a couple more rounds on the T side. And then CT, I think you're right, Sam. I mean, I felt like they were doing like these really cool, like 2 players playing on mid-door setups that were sometimes effective. Some of their aggression at times was effective, but they also got caught on it a few times. Maybe just overplayed that hand a little bit, Maui.
I mean, I don't really blame a team for trying to be too aggressive on the CT side ever on Anubis anymore, just because you have to make your own destiny really round to round. But when it comes to Aurora, they're just a little too thorough. You know, even if you do go for those pushes regularly, you might catch them once. You're not going to catch them twice. So Aurora, a more airtight style and able to catch many of the actions that Complexity tried throwing at them.
You know, so I mean, it feels wrong to be like, oh, good job, boys. You didn't win it, but you tried real hard. But that's kind of how, especially in a playoff, but that's how I kind of feel about Complexity right now. It does feel like these players, and we said this coming into it, aren't necessarily at the same caliber of what's on the other side with Aurora. So when they do get 9 rounds, you're going, okay, well, this isn't too bad.
I mean, I respect the fact that they kept the same play style in the sense that they didn't shy away from the aggression, which has been actually a key to a lot of their success this tournament, is being willing to play forward, play in your face, is kind of like, you know, take it at that up-tempo style. But as Maui kind of already alluded to, maybe you're going to catch someone off guard 1 or 2 times that way, but as the half progresses and more time passes, eventually your opponent's going to kind of catch on, and then you're going to be forced to come up with an alternate plan. They just didn't really seem to have one. Meanwhile, you had a great performance from Aurora as usual on this map. All the key members of the team that you expect to perform did, and ultimately, you know, having a nice little bit of buffer after the first half really helped them kind of, you know, easily close this one down for me.
Aurora in this one also just were getting so much space on that T side. They were just forcing Complexity to try to do stuff. I mean, you're looking at the Xantara's heat map there in his player of the map kind of thing. He really just like, he just took over the space. Like, no, JT could not handle him, okay? Nobody from Complexity really could handle him. Like, Grim would fight him sometimes. A few different people would try to really take him down. And if he's getting clean entries, if they're trying gimmicks like that to try to, like, get back at him, you know, he's just going to eat that up all day.
Why is Aurora the best at Anubis? What is it about their play style, Maui, that works?
I just think they have the best CT side, really. I mean, pound for pound. I mean, you could make a case always now. It's like, ooh, is Vitality better at them or whatever? But in terms of like the personnel they have versus the results that they get on the map, I just love how disruptive they are, generally speaking. Like, they'll smoke to take canals, like they'll smoke stairs, take canals and stuff like that. They'll push out B, but they always just seem to do it at a better timing. I feel like their read in the round is just a little sharper, in that sense that, because everybody's a little bit desperate on Anubis. Like, the entire CT side, you're desperate. Like, you're always looking for something, but somehow when Aurora do it, they just look like they have an inkling of a feeling that it's going to go right for them, and they tend to just catch people a little bit better.
Yeah. I think it's a balance of they just have really skilled anchors in Joda and Wakadia, and then you have someone like Xantaris who is just incredibly mobile and makes that CT side just like really sing. And then when you get to the T side, I think they're just really good at conditioning opponents. Like, they throw the same utility, they give you the same initial mid pressure, and so you never really know what they're actually going to do until it's probably already too late, and that forces you to play aggressive, forces you to gamble, and if you pick wrong, you know, they're ultimately going to come out on top.
On the other side of Complexity, a few good moments from them. Maui, I know that you have a few rounds. It kind of showcases the plucky style that we're enjoying from this North American team.
I mean, this is when we started believing. I think it was round 14 where you lose the pistol, then win the second one. And it's with a cool kind of off-meta setup, I would say. Like, there's two guys right behind the door right there for the side of Complexity, but then Grim's in the back line. So they're able to actually get a couple kills briefly in a 5v3. And then Nick X, like, this got him in trouble at some points in the game, but then he also just, like, pushes A, catches a player off, then he just immediately hightails it to Rug, and this was an unwinnable 1v3 for Woxic at that point. All in all, I just think that at the beginning, there were signs that this kind of off-kilter, off-meta way of playing from Complexity was going to surprise Aurora, but unfortunately, it did run out of steam, and I think that all in all, that round, though, is quite characteristic of what I've liked about Complexity. It's like, they're just not afraid to do anything at any given time.
I agree with that a lot. I mean, again, like, it's just one of those things where that's like the first layer of an aggressive defense and get you some success, but where's that next layer going to come at? Because when you're playing against a master of Anubis like Aurora, once they make that adjustment and kind of understand, oh, they're pushing out A a lot, oh, they're playing us forward on middle, that's going to start allowing them to try to start countering that and start getting that space a little bit more freely. And then it's like, well, now what do you do, Complexity? And I feel like they try to get aggressive outside long B as well to balance it, but eventually, like, the extremity players are just catching that, and then that's it.
They wanted more from Halzerk, I think.
I think, too, yeah. Missing an op presence on this map is huge.
Yeah, just really couldn't really instill the fear of the op against Aurora. He didn't always have it, but even when he did, I didn't really.
Meanwhile, double op came out for Aurora a couple times and was successful, so that's a nice little balance there, I guess.
So Aurora takes their map pick, not unexpected, but we now move to Train, and I'm curious, from the perspective of Complexity, why are they always going for Train?
This is just incredibly polished. You know, I'm looking at like how to optimize Train, what are the priority grenades on every map, just still trying to learn the map to the fullest extent, and I think the hallmark team for me now is actually Complexity. Everything they do in the mid-round, everything they throw just kind of on the fly, it's the efficient nade for the job. Like, Nick X has a very set piece of utility that he's going to always molly the B ramp as people push him. They always have the proper smokes in the right places. They just know what the high priority positions are, and that just and they do it so seamlessly. Like, they do it instinctually at this point because they're just getting in so many reps on this. They're just throwing like the perfect flash to help out a teammate too. It's just on the fly Train play hasn't looked this good from really any other team that I've done a deep dive on.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where they play standard very well in the sense that, like, they do the typical outer smokes. They hit outer in a very particular way, but it's just the flash layering and timing of it that's so good. Grim, again, has been an absolute beast when it comes to swinging that E-box, getting them space in the outer yard. And then I think the other cool thing about Complexity, aside from what Maui's mentioned, is, like, they had that as a foundation, what Maui was describing, but then their inner set piece is so nasty. I don't know if you've seen it used, but, like, just the way they place nades, the way they make CTs flush out and uncomfortable, it's really nice. But if we take a look at Aurora on the T side, I don't think there are any slouches themselves on this map, Maui. They play this map a lot different than really anyone else that I've seen play Train, and that's because they have Joda and Xantares, who play double pop a lot. Like, they're usually inner pressuring and then coming out pop, and so they're splitting outer way differently than anybody else, because I feel like a lot of other teams have their key entry in T main. Well, Xantares is not doing that. He's, like I said, he's mostly kind of a pop player, and then they let Wakadia kind of be the other driving force from T main. So it's just a little bit different, and I feel like it catches people off guard.
Can Aurora close this out to 0? Do we have enough faith in their Train?
Yeah, because they're also, again, extremely disruptive. I feel like Complexity want to get the bulk of their work done in that first half, but on top of just more macro elements, I just think that Aurora always make you uncomfortable. Like Jota on the inner side, he's just pushing B all the time. If Nick X just relaxes for a second there, he's just going to get shot right in the face. So I feel like if those outside yard plays aren't working for them, even setting up for a good B exec is so awkward versus Aurora because they just don't even want to let you hit the bomb site as easily as you would want to.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is like on paper, the Complexity resume looks a little bit better results-wise, but you have to remember that all the losses that Aurora have are incredibly close, either overtime, 10-13, 11-13. Meanwhile, they've beaten this Complexity team before in overtime at the Katowice play-in, and they've also shown some just good Train in general. So I think a 2-0 is very possible, but this is Complexity's best chance to do something in this playoffs.
I also think when you look at Aurora's opposition, sometimes you need to see the level of team versus what Complexity is necessarily playing. Well, it could be the end of the tracks for the North American squad. We are going to find out. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, Train will decide if we go to a third map or if Aurora is going to the semifinals.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Qualifying in their new colors and going 3-1 is Aurora. I've got Magic with me as always to discuss through these things. Let's look at this, right? It maybe wasn't the easiest journey, this event for you guys. How were things outside affecting the team? And did you notice a difference in that with the game?
Yeah, obviously changing organization in the beginning of a tournament was complicated to handle it, to be honest, with my players. A lot of emotion, a lot of things, and obviously it impacts a little in how we play and how we work before a match. Because example, in the last tournament, before a match, in the night we spoke about tactics, strategy, what map, game plan, but most of the match here, we didn't have this time to talk about strategy, and in game more like how can we fix that on the social media to fix that. We was doing some statement to the people for they understand, reading all the comments. So yeah, it was pretty hard. Yeah.
Well, what I love is it may be new colors, but it's the same players I know, it's the same coach, it's the same team doing the work they need to do. But I will say, this journey, these games you had, was not the normal kind of Eternal Fire games. Like, there was moments where I didn't see you at your best. There was moments where you had to fight, like look at the Pain game, look at the 3D Max game. There was games where you threw games away as well.
Yes.
What do you put this down to? Why did we see maybe like this extra shakiness from you guys?
I think it's what about your first question is from outside. The preparation also was not the best because of all what's happened here. And emotionally, mentally also, it's infect us because every Turkish fan are really, how can we say, passionate, and we receive a lot of message. The first day it was like 99% of bad message, but now with the help of Aurora, and I want to say also Aurora as an organization, and they really try their best to make us comfortable, to welcome us, and also in Twitter they try to win back the Turkish fans, and they really do a great job for that. And since 2 days now, I see also in social media that Turkish people understand more why everything happened like this, because it was not our choice, but I want also to say to Aurora that they help us a lot for that.
Now let's look at you giving your best, because even with all this going on, you still make it through to playoffs. I want to ask you just, was the 3D Max loss disappointing for you guys? Especially with the way you ended up losing it.
I think losing Inferno was okay for us. winning Anubis also was okay for us.
It's expected for you.
But I think Dust 2
That's
was
what I'm
the
talking
roster
about.
color. Yeah, I think after the view of demo, I think we throw the matches, but Trodemax also is actually at this moment a good opponent, I think. And we always have difficult against their game style, game plan, because they are crazy. Like a lot of aggressive play on City side, and on T side they have a lot of big playbook, and they play really well, I think. And the Fire Pro is also on point. So yeah, a little sad that we lost, but it's okay. It was not going home match. You know, when you lose, you going home. So we just say, guys, okay, we throw it. It's okay. Let's think of tomorrow. And if we remember the 20 max matches when we play Apogee, it will not be good, and we just forget it and just play Apogee today.
Now, looking at where you could be going now in the playoff bracket, do you feel like you can put the issues that you had and we've spoken about in group stage, and you can now move forward strong like Aurora should be?
Hopefully, bro. I hope that my teammates, as a teams, we can do it. But you know, every person is different emotionally.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm faster, I can stable myself faster or slower than someone else. Now I feel it's better, and hopefully in playoff we can show, like you said, better phase, that because the last tournament we play way better than what we played in this tournament.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can show better Counter-Strike.
Well, good luck, man. I hope it all goes out well for you.
Thank you.
And so another one of our tournament favorites shows consistency, a little uptick in performance, and shows us a road that could lead them to potentially a trophy lift. That's what people wanted for Aurora coming into this event. What we didn't expect was Complexity to piece things together as their challengers. And where Complexity do their best work, Launders, is right here on Train.
That's right. I think it would be incredible to see Aurora pull out a victory, considering the streak that Complexity have on this map. But at the moment, they are the North Star for how to get good on Train for everybody. Nobody's beating them right now.
Okay, all right, I see you, JT. You know, it's always it's that fun element of Complexity where, like, back in the day with Leash, they were just like these vertigo merchants. You know, they become masters of the fringe. They'll find their way in.
That's a good name for it. Yeah.
And then from that soft white underbelly, they can get one map of a series at least. That's kind of the game plan today. Win your pick, and we'll see where the chips fall in the final of this series. But Aurora showed us some individual level that looked convincing. Slippery bomb plant into the B site as that execute we saw jump down onto A had Aurora all wrapped up. They were convinced it was outer. Wrong. Grim down beneath Z. Woxic doesn't see a way back in, so they're going to call it quits. But Halzerk's actually in between. Excuse me, hiccups. Damn it. In between the last two CTs.
Hiccups are very embarrassing.
I know. I think it's the worst thing as a commentator
Barely a
to
man.
have. Barely a man. Barely a man. I don't know if I'd go that far.
All right, no saving. Another round one on Train for Complexity. Not surprised.
You think this map could at least be close?
I do. I think that I think it could be close. Actually, let's see. I mean, the only thing is that Aurora would know, would know for a fact that it's going to be Train.
Sure.
And it's still, I think it's still a volatile map to play, even though people are getting good and people get good at new maps really quickly. It's not like there's any numbers here to back up how Aurora could win, but I could see it getting close.
Scout's gonna fall first. Aurora, this force buy, banking now on SMGs. Wicadia kind of steps into the MAC-10 of JT, makes it all the easier. Joda, the only successful piece of the Aurora force buy, and it's only the 1 kill for him, so Complexity convert quickly. Look at a speed run map too, maybe.
Yeah, they're gonna come at this fast with a lot of confidence, and I think they just, you know, they gotta look at each other and go, we can't waste another Grim carry. Grim and 60 last game put up so many impactful kills. I mean, they were largely the reason that the game was close in general, even though Aurora definitely had some very good control of the map as a whole. So, Aurora, what will you bring to train?
Grim looking for the exit outer. Ooh, 5-7 of Wicadia, good catch. Meanwhile, Grim's just collecting kills out on the outer yard. Pistol hits him in the face, but Grim still keeps on swinging. Triple kill is his. Galil belongs to Wicadia for the time being. 3-0 start. Complexity T-side train bodes well.
I think Complexity have won like, you know, 16 out of 17 of their last games besides the G2 loss here in Bucharest. But a large reason that they were able to do that is because, you know, they're masters of the fringe. They play a map like Train, and that's something that they literally have not lost on. This is just key for them. Even in their game versus G2, that was the one map that they won. So, you know, very smart to adopt a map that's not going to get instant banned by everybody, and to be able to play it so often. But that's definitely assisted Complexity in creating a streak, for sure. Being brave enough to try something new. Try to punish the pop run up. I think Nyx is a core part of Complexity's success, because on the harder side of the map, he's super comfortable playing solo B.
Walks out, but gets found out by Joda. Good timing on clearing around Thomas. Could go challenge Ivy instead by the looks of it. Ivy's been underplayed in my mind. Could be weird once you get to the end of it, no longer having that deep line into the A site, right? Usually you'd be able to compromise all of these 3 players out on that field, but they start to turn back as the jig is up for Complexity. Aurora understanding damn well what's coming their way, just looking to cover Madger, who then gets active into that pack of players, emerging from Ivy, but losing bodies as they step ever closer. Halzer dropped to 7 health, the only kill to come out of that 3-player Complexity push. Meanwhile, JT's up in the rafters. Nothing on this B site for him to take down except for Joda at this distance. And we've already seen, I think, great examples on the limited outings of Aurora on Train. Joda as an anchor in B, he's impressed me.
Definitely. That was actually the first like close loss that Complexity had, and that was still impressive. An overtime loss to the then Eternal Fire on Train.
In overtime at Katowice.
With the Nyx mega carry. Attempted carry. But I think this really puts on display like the problems of Ivy at the moment. It's not that Ivy isn't useful. It will always be useful because it's the third port of entry towards the A site, which means it compromises some spots. But it's hard to get to the top of Ivy, and the reward for that is not that great. Whereas before, it was hard to get to the top of the Ivy, but you knew back six was clean. You knew Old Hell was clean. You knew the side of Bomb Train was clean. You knew that E-Box was clean. As soon as you got the control of Ivy. Now, you can see that Xanteris can still find a way to fight you and get away. That someone could peek Icon a little bit late and then still give you problems. Wrap around through Old Bomb and peek you. So, you basically have to work overtime for a very small advantage now with the way that Ivy is set up. Complexity will still be willing to do it. But as you can see, it is rampant with risks.
Feels like we've had metas within this train that featured Wakadia, and CT's constantly pushed up into T-Con. At other times, they'll let it go, but right now Wakadia is in deep. They put 2 smokes down on the entrance, but he gets spammed back through. That suddenly feels like an invitation for Complexity. However, Woxic playing the field in between the trains, back into the cover, holding off on Pop Dog. Ooh, he saw that. He is on high alert, ready for that swing. Strikes Nyx down, and Halzerk shut out by the player in the backdrop. Good multi-kill moment here from Woxic. That op is online, and Aurora convert for a second CT round win.
That sandwich spot is just so high yield for good oppers, and Woxic is someone who's very comfortable in combat positions. So you can see that definitely becoming a problem if they don't deal with him. He's everywhere on this round, starting off in Ivy. And he also has great support here in Zenteris. So solid round, a little scary here for Complexity. They got shut down at each choke point and on the final rush. Now they'll instantly try to simplify. There was a light utility fake outside, but kind of an inviting smoke. It's at the bottom of the ramp.
Just to emphasize Woxic's performance on Train, across 2025 on LAN, he averages a 1.12 rating.
Oh.
You change that to Train, it skyrockets to 1.26. 5 matches of domination from the Opper, and Joda, he's gonna stand tall on the B test again. Unable to find all of them though, Grim reopens the possibility with the post plant. Here comes Woxic on the prowl.
A little bit awkward for Grim.
Smoke. Grim tries to get out of it, feels like he's got to make a move happen. Man advantage given back over to the defense, and now the retake, full force, it's on. From 3 different angles, but a missed op shot gives Sixy a chance to reposition. They know where he's at, and he can't manage to hang on to those last 2, so Aurora tie the game, 3 rounds each. It's a retake needed, but it comes in smooth.
That's what it was, wasn't it? It was also the Woxic carry at the same time as Nyx playing extremely well in that specific match versus Complexity.
He was 40 kills, 1.73 in that first game.
That's why it kind of felt like, even though they weren't playing it recently, maybe there's a chance.
He also has an overtime loss to Virtus.pro, where he goes 32-19 with a 1.5.
Man likes Train.
It has over time since the start of the year tapered downwards, so we'll see if he's able to get back into it. But I think, you know, I brought it up just because you're highlighting that position specifically on the outer yard, and I feel like Woxic just, I mean, the amount of smokes he goes through out there, it's almost unbelievable. But speaking of going through smokes, Complexity commit.
Oh, the HP is so
Huge
low.
Cost. So much damage done by the nades. Madger could just clean up everybody with a couple more shots. Those 3 low bars still remain, and sure enough, there it is. 2 kills made easy by the early damage. Flank out of Joda wastes no time. Aurora are sweeping away this T side now. 4 rounds consecutive from the defense.
Yeah, unfortunately now it looks like maybe the streak is in jeopardy here with Aurora playing this well, this comfortably outside. Every tempo, now both sides getting hit, are getting shut down for Complexity. And as you pointed out, if the Woxic has a good game, well, that's it. That's going to be the main driver of an upset victory here on Train. Complexity, it's like they saw. It's like they went to go Train just for the opportunity to be better than Aurora on this map.
She won't shake up Woxic, however, B-site crumbles. Sixy can grab a gun, bomb plant, no issue here. Just Joda over there, toppled, empty-handed. Wakadia thinks he can just force his way out through connector. Halzerk's gonna try to milk this for more.
He's not gonna see anyone else right now.
He hears the others coming in from spawn. Now he's got 2. Halzerk's managed to pull this off. At least execution on Woxic. He's got a helping hand in Sixy soon enough. Would have loved a second, but it feels like that is the round win at least. Feels like 9 out of 10 times that goes wrong for Halzerk.
Yeah, I was worried about it.
All right, Complexity make it interesting with Grim solo outer hit, while 4 guys flood down into the B site, and poor Joda can't hang on alone.
Yeah, it's a quick fake here. Very low investment, but that's just because they didn't have a lot of money to spend. just the right amount of stuff outside, and Jota finally gets overwhelmed. Felt like he wasn't going to end a round without 2 kills in her. Oh. Scrim on these openings, man, he is so consistent.
83% success rate on T-side entries coming into this match. Train could definitely continue to pad those stats. We've seen him keep going. 60 pressured, both him and JT tagged. The T-Con exit not made comfortable. Madger ends up finding.
Okay.
Ooh, but look at this, perfect stuff from 60. He doesn't waste his time here. 4 versus 2 advantage from Complexity. Grim on the hunt. Madger gets the contact that he was looking for, but tries to keep himself small. Sits on the side of sight. Jota trying to serve up a distraction. Madger, though, blindsided by the silent walk-in of Nyx.
Whoa.
Jota does the same thing to take the same position, but he misses his chance at first. Almost pushes 60 over the line, but a 2K from 60 that also closes out the round and puts Complexity back in the lead.
It's another haymaker for Complexity outdoors. They come out on this round looking good. As a very strong fight. I mean, there's not that much special about it. There's good patience from 60 to sneak into a spot. He heard somebody running by, made sure not to get opt. Cribs having another great game here on Train. 122 ADR so far. Oh, yeah.
Cadia gets clipped, trying to run forward. Not fast enough. Not faster than JT. Be careful, though. There's a Deagle out there. There's a P250. No, never mind. Just a P2000. Woxic doesn't have a chance, right?
2000's a lot more than 250.
Right? Yeah. Like a moth to the flame, Woxic to a smoke. Found out as it fades. Jota looking for 1. Now all of Complexity ready to swing at him, including Grim, who's going to ice this one out. Complexity 6 rounds on a T side, starting to tap back into the potential we tried to allude to.
Maybe we do just get, like, they kind of ditched IV a little bit and they've decided to keep it more simple and a little bit faster as well.
Yes, sir.
JT's calling across both maps has been sort of responding to, like, the complexity of their calling. If it's been a round that goes too slowly, when they started to speed up and simplify back on Anubis, that's actually what recovered the first half for them, and now it feels like they're doing a bit of the same on Train. The slower crawls around, I think, were not only a little boring, but also just getting picked off and allowing Woxic to really teleport to different spots in the map within one round. They're trying to rip the Band-Aid off. It's working out really well for Complexity.
I mean, if Grim's entry stats have been as great as they are, then why not just let him go for it?
Yeah. The other part of it is you can have a really high success rate. Like, you know, Shiro might have 80%, but he's been attempting 26% as well.
Right.
Which is really up there.
Well, they're going to take damage, and they try to throw Ivy back into the mix. Doesn't look good for Complexity this time. A Wicadia double kill, that smoke on T-Con. Even though it was there, Complexity didn't shy away from it. Nice triple from Wicadia this round. He just doubles his frags in a single round. But how about that 61v5, huh? How about it?
How about it? Ooh.
We'll never know.
Okay. Man, it's crazy to, like, try to predict what's going to happen next in this game. Like, here it's looking like actually another quick setup, but they do try Ivy again. Hauser just front faces it immediately. I think their idea was maybe if they rushed outer at the same time, Woxic would assume it's going to be coming mainly through T-Con, but he checks. He makes sure to look at it. And he's got 2 teammates out here who are still, they haven't been killed. No one entreed them. So he doesn't have to panic. Oh, and a new look. What a shot, Hauser.
Oh, poor Madger. Excellent shot.
3 icons through icon.
Woxic returns it, although much less flashy. Sometimes it just needs to be simple. Arcadia is going to walk up, find a back turn to his right. Oh, never mind. Through the smoke. That smoke is the perfect cover. It comes with the perfect timing for Halzerk. Joda is the next layer of this, though. I mean, how many players have just crisscrossed through these upper halls? That's 4 players.
I mean, Joda's got a great spot, actually. They're not going to look at this.
You've got Grim perched. Oh, but that's assuming Joda actually went back to the bomb site. Nyx is going to back up into him. Nyx, of course, going to get caught off guard. And then even Grim gets peeled off at the top of the train. That I didn't expect. Looked like a locked-in position. If Joda had killed him from the ladder, that's one thing. Or Pop Dog, rather. But JT finds a response back, so now it's got to be the Joda clutch. He's already made it out of Pop. Halzerk, locked into the corner now. Trying to peel him off. Joda closes the distance. JT repositions to the opposite side of Ivy. And now he's going to try to come at this site.
Why did he?
Down goes Halzerk. He had a pistol in hand. He gets popped, and the bomb's not planted for JT. This is going to cause a bit of panic. Joda's just going to stick this. Not the way that Complexity want their first half to fizzle out, but it's back-to-back rounds, Aurora.
Halzerk not really aware of how his teammate was playing that. He needed a little bit more time. I mean, he could have got walked up onto, but JT knows that, so that's pretty much the only way Joda can pull that off, and he finds a way to do it. It's actually a pretty massive round from him, but off the back of a pretty perceptible mistake from Complexity. So a last round that could have been theirs. Instead, a tied scoreline. So not a great T side for Complexity compared to a lot of their other train maps. We're talking about a team that is now on 9 in a row. It looks like, if I'm counting correctly.
What a shot.
Of course, most of those weren't on land, but they proved it on land.
Sure.
When the time came. G2 and FaZe going down to this event to their train so far. So it's technically also a moment JT could have stayed icon and swung off Halzerk. Number of ways that could have been played, but the option they found was not it.
Different ways to play it. Unfortunately for Complexity, felt like it just got too disjointed. Bit of confusion in the final decision, maybe. Oh, poor Sixy, insta-gushed.
Nothing worse than that.
It's not the first pistol round either in the series where he's the first guy that just gets insta-dinked and has to go and hide. We saw it on Anubis CT side, same thing. They send him out, he gets gushed, and then his teammates did nothing. This time, Nyx looks to step up, tries to track that third player over. It's still 2 clean kills from Nyx, and Halzerk not too far away. They figure out his position, trying to flood into the oil train, then backs turn to JT. He gets his double, and down they go. Aurora plant, but it's a Complexity round win in the pistol.
JT makes up for it a bit right there, picks up some slack. 2 kills for him on this pistol, and Nyx so good on those flat angles, and that's what we're going to be paying attention to here on the CT side. It's a path often walked alone playing B on train. And for him, he's definitely a rogue agent. He likes to fly solo. We got one too many A main pushes, though, as an anchor from him on Anubis. I don't think you really have to do that quite as much on train.
Well,
sometimes you can support an op push on upper with just some utility from below.
I brought up the statistical uptick for Woxic on this map. I'll do the same thing for Nyx. Across 2025 on land, 0.95 average rating. You switch to train, 1.4.
They own on train and they just don't stop winning.
4 train games, and he has dominated every single one. Unlike Woxic, there is a certainty so far this year that Nyx will hold this bomb site.
But this round, JT says, let me try.
That is a 1.4 rating over Eternal Fire, Falcons, and FURIA. And Imperial Valkyries.
13-0.
True. 13-2.
Oh, what? Oh. Did
just more rounds. Them? More rounds than FURIA got.
Oh, that was a different map, I guess.
as the thunder roars. Nyx gets into position. Flank here from 60 soon enough. Grim finds the first kill, but Joda just runs that MAC-10 into the site. Great catch from Madger. He's going to switch back over to the scout. Grim's AUG just continues to find kills, and it's why they have this advantage. We've got Xantares smoking off connector. Madger concerned about Icon.
Man, they got so much time on the smoke. JT has to slow it down.
They try to go for the boost, but they're bumping their heads onto the lamp. That's not ideal, so JT decides to just do it on his own. He says, what the hell are you guys doing? Get out here. JT cleans up to go 9-7 as Complexity put the score 8-6.
Okay. A couple of heroes here. JT and Grim again. Grim, the best player on the server now. Well, it's one test pass, and it's not another full buy here for Aurora either. So that one definitely got marginally scary, but it's Tech9's once again. Arcadia's got a Galil at least to reinforce this.
Ooh, they open the smoke.
That's what I thought they were going to do with this new map, was just use the old train but have the CS2 smokes, because now the sandwich smoke, you can blow it open.
Yeah.
The T-Con smoke, you can blow it open. You don't have to sit behind those smokes, which were so rough before.
And it was all going to come down to like timing and battles between oppers when they would all have these deep visions through the lanes, but then they took away the lanes and gave us back train. But that's a prime example of, I think, what a lot of people were hoping for in the new mechanics. Madger gonna disrespect that smoke straight into 60. Halzerk from the plant site able to hold back the only player to emerge out of Ivy. Nyx is in the middle of a reposition, almost gets caught off by those Tech9s, actually gets dinked from above, and so that bomb plant comes right with it. Cleanup duty, JT, double kill for him. There's that third player in Joda, still just the sidearm in hand. He goes for the long-range duel and wins it, but Halzerk's there to trade out his teammate. And now Halzerk's starting to take off as well, right? Catching up to Grim alongside JT.
Yeah, he kind of had a smelly Anubis, unfortunately.
You stink.
So, and Halzerk as well in this new lineup, he's been popping off, actually. He's been generally really strong for Complexity, so that's not the way that you want to see them go out. A 3-round gap. Now the Woxic T-side off. We'll see if it has the same efficacy. Oh, wow, he picked off 60. I don't know if 60 just shoulder spotted from, yeah, it looked like, yeah, maybe he was just gearing up to throw a smoke. Didn't see any presence for a second. This will change the map quite a bit. You know, it's going to be hard to ask for help now if you're Nyx.
Especially with Joda about to walk out and blindside you. You're just banking this isn't going to happen, and Joda just wants to get a little more for it.
Yeah, you just take it, right? You just know the site's open. You can get so far ahead. It's going to be so hard to rotate into Z.
Ouch.
And with Nyx's position, there's no way you would play close to him. They know all of this. They're instantly saving, I'm sure. Pushing all the way through spawn. How are they going to win?
Bomb has been planted.
Got to be careful with your life, even if it's the other side of the map.
Yeah, draws a player out of Z, so there's no eyes on upper B.
And unfortunately for Nyx, he was actively spotting it, but Joda had crossed long before. Nyx couldn't find his game the other day. I think it was in the G2 game.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, 3 kind of rough maps. map for him in the series, also not extraordinary. But for somebody that we were literally not talking about at all last year, he's definitely turned heads.
For someone we didn't talk about at all last year, and somebody we didn't talk about too well at the start of this one, even.
Nyx?
Yeah. We saw glimpses of it, but, you know, it didn't feel like enough.
Nyx was better at first, 6zy was worse at first, and now 6zy's better.
Okay. Stark contrast to the round before. 6zy says, you can't catch me off guard if I take the fight to you. But he doesn't find anybody approaching Ivy. A little presence shown. That's going to keep Aurora on their toes for a little while.
The only thing about this push is there's nowhere to actually stand, you know, all the way down that at Ivy and like the entirety of Ivy itself. So some spots get pushed like that. You've got to go back and get the information. Here they could respond and try to call it the push because Complexity might just vacate it entirely, but they don't actually have to be that worried about it.
So still slow things down at 45. MongolZ, easy first pickup. Wicadia walks right into it. Second shot's just as good. And MongolZ goes further forward. What's the move, Aurora? Do you still believe in any kind of a recovery? Bodies continue to just drop here at the hands of Complexity. It's not just an op, but Grim forward-facing inside that A site. And he's going to go deeper and deeper. I mean, the more space you give them, the more they'll take. Complexity double digits off of the back of a very front-facing round. Felt like they were ready to sign up for fistfights the moment 6zy went flying out Ivy.
Xantares in jeopardy of dying after time.
Uh-oh.
He's got this AK he would love to keep on. Grim now starting the hunt. Xantares. Oh, he gets spotted. There's someone coming up behind him. I don't know. They're trying to shoot him through the walls. But it looks like he'll survive. All right, Complexity making this a 3-round game. They handle a lot of things here. They try to do that Ivy push early. Don't see anybody. Buys him some time. MongolZ puts himself in a great spot. I think if I have Complexity, I'm just worried about another inner pop. Could be a good moment to use MongolZ to push upper, since 6zy's not finding his footing quite yet. It's likely Aurora tries something a bit more aggressive as a change-up. Honestly, in terms of calling, like, they have a lot of similarities.
Does that make Grim Xantares?
The T in JT stands for Turkey.
Okay. And the J stands for?
Jeremy.
All right.
See what I'm saying? That op would have got a kill right here.
I feel you. I see you.
Uh-oh.
And they see 6zy. Thinking he can get aggressive through the pop dog. Aurora have other ideas. And just like that, they're going to silently walk away from this one. MongolZ working his way forward. Again, it's a bit scary for Aurora because one round ago you had a player swinging out Ivy to try to take control. Obviously this time they had no presence on this half of the map, so they're going to have to clear every corner. And by default, that's going to burn some time off. MongolZ given a chance to double back to Ivy. Just missed it.
Oh, we missed it. It's
and it doesn't
pretty rough
like
because
saw
it was a full clear as well, so he's just going to trust it for a few seconds. And there's a chance he just gets shot in the back. No, he turns around. Oh, yeah. It's too late. Oh, man. I mean, honestly, I want to feel bad for him, but he also didn't fully clear it.
Yeah. That's a mistake.
Just gave it a check, and maybe they hadn't turned the corner right there. It's possible he came in earlier and didn't see anything, but...
No half measures are allowed in situations like these.
Definitely, it is rough timing. Like, if he had done that half clear a second later, he still would have seen him, but that's tough. That's tough. That's Train, though. Train is just timings.
God, that is actually such an example. I mean, the fact that they walked all the way from upper B.
Oh.
Okay. To Ivy in silence.
Yeah.
You know, all of that would lead you to believe that this game hates Halzerk. The universe hates Halzerk, but he could have prevented the universe from screwing him over if he had full cleared it. No half measures, folks.
He did have a lot of responsibility, it seemed like, in his spot, too. He's worried about someone coming out of a ladder, out of T-Con. So ultimately, this crazy call to rotate everyone all the way around the map back to Ivy pays off for Aurora. It doesn't make this map questionable. I think if you're Complexity, you're still like, okay, that's fine. You can have that one. Small moment of timing. But now we got Nyx on an MP9. Money's getting a little low. He doesn't even have full nades. Didn't even give your boy full nades in B?
No.
Come
Just
on now.
An incendiary.
That's pretty wild, actually.
Poor guy's got an MP9, an incendiary, 5 kills, 13 deaths, and a whole pack of Aurora players that can contest with him, but they don't follow through right away. JT moves out of connector. He's got a smoke to offer up. That gets thrown, but it's not going to land in time. JT, he's got to try to hold it. Nyx does a bit more damage, just enough, but Halzerk burns. He runs out through the fire to try to hold them off on ramp, and that does still keep them out of sight.
Whoa.
Bomb is down at the base of that ramp, and there's timing for 60 to walk up towards it.
It's like literally impossible for Grim to run up this way, so he's got to go all the way around, and that means walking as well. I wonder if he takes us to ladder, but now they're wondering, I guess because they don't have, do they have Activision of the bomb or no? Because Grim's worried about them coming out of pop.
I mean, they would have seen them drop it. There was a smoke up.
They could have.
I don't think anybody's reconfirmed that it's still there, but if Grim comes out, he damn will.
Oh, they're a bit confused, looking for all the
He'll
lurks.
see it. But he doesn't check. And so it may have been scooped up. Down the ramp they'll come. Now they're spotted. Both bodies. A little bit of vision. Grim gets caught by the Woxic op. The bomb is down on site. Woxic puts the smoke down. 60's going to try to charge this. Wild moves here off the ladders. Hanging on to Thomas, looking for a chance. The barrel of the op also just on that corner. Madger's going to go for the plant again. 60's lost in smoke. He emerges and Woxic hits a killer headshot to put Aurora within 1.
Yeah, both of those kills ultimately by way of op. Excellently done here from Woxic. Pretty unfortunate situation for Complexity. I mean, critical situation for Complexity. Can't say that wasn't well earned in this spot now. Pretty damn broke. This is where their train streak definitely gets scary. Complexity.
Aurora have had 1 foot in the door since the start of this T-side. It began with 3 defuses needed. And the 4 rounds after that, 3 of them come up Aurora. We see the money bottom out for Complexity here in round 20. A deagle and a flash, all they'll have. 3 players up close on Wicadia. There's the flashbang. He'll dodge it, but the USP still prevail, and that's a rifle offer over.
Yeah, they're not exactly ready to hit B either. Bombs outside of T-Con. And Nyx has a deagle.
60 hears this. He's also scooped up a Molotov for whatever that'll be worth. Desert Eagle's in hand.
Nyx's deagle is fierce, and there's 1 kill.
And so are his B holds more often than not. Halzerk's AK finds one. JT USP. Nyx gets killed by Madger, who finds himself in a 1v2 now. He turns back around. 60, just the USP gets popped. Not a lot of damage there. And we had this conversation earlier. Who's the most clutch on Aurora? Madger's name always comes up.
Yeah, he's very clever in these moments. 60 grants him this opportunity. He doesn't know where JT could have potentially went. And with the amount of time coming off the clock, you know it's very likely that he comes closer to Z. 40 seconds, he's going to re-clear icon, not see anything.
Nothing yet.
Planning outside is scary. 12 bullets here for Madger.
There's no need for JT to give up connector. He can still just float between options.
And JT's probably thinking about inner now. Like, how's he taking so long to do this?
He's just gonna cover his bomb. That'll give him a chance to get off of it. This AK-47 does not have Kevlar. Madger. Oh, he did it! JT comes in with the headshot. One deeg, one flash. Complexity pull it off.
No armor. He has to hit the headshot. Madger can't save the day this time. It looked like Aurora were about to walk away with this win on Train until that just happened. 11-9, full money. They won while saving. It's a double whammy here for Complexity.
Jodo, Woxic, and Santares all go down last round without a kill. 2 of them to pistols.
It's a massive opportunity missed here for Aurora. They won this without armor.
That one. I mean, JT getting away with the USP kill.
Ooh.
Now that will kickstart Complexity's chances to close this. There are still errors happening over on this B site from Nyx. He is still individually struggling alongside Sixy. Both extremities of the map with a player underperforming. But Aurora don't have all the utility that they're used to throughout this T side. Down to a full belt on Madger with a Mac 10. That's his limitation. This nade, double nade, almost
one health.
That would have been the entire execute drop. One more damage on that grenade, and this execution through the window doesn't happen.
Yeah, these mollies, nothing.
Now Nyx is gonna peek in, drops Joda in the process. JT with the double. Player up above can't kill him. He's still hanging on.
Whoa.
A triple from the in-game leader of Complexity. Tooth and nail. They will pull off a 12th round win and Aurora fizzle out.
JT has beyond saved the day here at 17-9. Winning his 1v1 versus Madger last round. No armor on that clutch. And now Madger, the guy who got tagged down, 99 damage, lucky to even be here to look at things. Will also get finished. Complexity get 12 rounds. No sweat.
That small grin from JT, all you're gonna get. But he knows damn well what he's just done in back-to-back rounds. Late game impact on Train to keep, maybe, the Complexity streak going. Dire situation here for Aurora with the bye that they've been left with. It felt like momentum was all theirs until a deagle and a flashbang turn the tide on Train. With Kadia quickly down to Pop Dog. JT again at bat. Flashes come from over top. He's got full vision, but he won't find a kill this time around. Halzert's gonna drop one. All these guns lean back, rifles at a distance, as Aurora desperate to close this gap. They've been corralled behind that E-box. Utility lands on top of them, and Cole have pushed them to a third map in this quarterfinal. They survived that test. JT pulls this out of the hat.
He did pull it out of the hat, Scrawny. What a game from Complexity. Such an impressive Train. It was close in places, but they were able to do it in the end, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, I think Complexity certainly benefited from just having hot starts to both halves. I mean, being able to connect the pistol and the follow-up. I think they had 3-0 starts, really kind of gave them some rounds to play with. Aurora, though, never without a fight, kind of clawed their way back into it in the first half. And yeah, that second half was so back and forth. You really do feel like in this situation, Mai, that it did kind of come down to some very key, like, clutch moments that dictated who won this game.
Yeah, it was a nail-biter, definitely. And Complexity, I just love the way that they keep to their guns. The thing that I noticed about them throughout the entire group stage is they were making this kind of fairy tale run, getting into the playoffs, is that they're just incredibly active. They're going to always just push the limits of their opponents. They're going to see what they get away with, even to their own detriment at times. Like Nick X sometimes, like, he gets caught off going for just kind of weird lurk plays out of B main. And but regardless of that, they keep doing it. And on the CT side, the complexity here was able to use the information that they're getting from these sort of ridiculous pushes, and they're able to solidify their defenses in ways that, had they just played bad, try to play to not lose, they would never have gotten those kinds of advantages.
It was even at the half, so it really did come down to how Cole played the CT side. What is it that they've been doing? I mean, you both mentioned some highlights there, but overall, if you were another team, what's the takeaway here from how they're playing the CT side that's working?
I would just say, if you're against complexity, just hold for pushes for maybe 20 seconds longer than you think you should, because complexity, they want a little bit of info, okay? They want to get something here, and Aurora just kind of didn't do that, you know? That's what's scary about being Aurora. Aurora, once Eternal Fire, the way that they always played was so much more about grouping. They don't really use lurkers in the same fashion that some of the other top teams do. I don't know if that's just lack of personnel to do it, but if you look at a team like Vitality, for example, you know Rops is just going to be on the complete other side of the map, denying all the possible info that you would try to gain as you go for pushes. And so in a fun tactical matchup way, Complexity's aggressive CT style, where individuals just kind of look for something, that works pretty well versus a team like Aurora.
Especially because I feel like Aurora had a tendency to just kind of keep grouping up, like popping in their halls. We mentioned this even pregame, that they had that tendency to have like Joda and Xantares try to like do the push and pull, pressure inner halls, go pop, show that they can split outer. And when you're doing that, though, it does make you perhaps a little bit, vulnerable, like an Ivy or something like that. Or it allows CTs to get a little bit more forward on E-bot because you're not getting there very quickly. But I also just have to say this, like Grim's just been berserk this tournament. Again, we're talking about how he might have a career best international lane if he keeps up this pace. But I also think the other big thing was that JT had massive clutches and really big moments, and Hallswork showed up this map after having a cold start on Anubis. Like, he definitely made his presence felt on this game. And I think that the individuals, kind of shaking off that first loss on Anubis, still having the confidence to play the style that Complexity have been playing all tournament long. That's something that Maui kind of really alluded to, is like they're not shying away from playing that up-tempo style. Like some teams, if it doesn't work or they're struggling, they're the underdog, they might fade away from doing that. Complexity haven't. They've committed to that the entire time.
Also, just going to comment on the fact that Complexity is one of the current adopters of the AUG. Like, they actually really like it on that CT side. And for a map like Train, where it's just such long-range engagements that you're getting into, it actually works out really well. It had it on Anubis. I've seen Grim pick it up on Dust 2. Pretty much actually every map I think I've seen Complexity play at this event. They're making the AUG look pretty good. And I don't want the AUG meta to come back, but I want Complexity to do well, so I'm kind of at odds right now.
What is it about this change in Complexity, obviously with Elige leaving, which has allowed Grim the opportunity to perform the way he is performing?
He's just playing more assertive. Like, the guy is going for more entries. He's going for more plays. They're setting him up to go for those plays. Like, we even heard it from him in an interview earlier this tournament that, Complexity made a conscious effort to do two things. They made this change. It was, A, give JT more agency by putting him in more active positions. And the second one was, hey, maybe Grim's going to play some of the same default spots he's always played, but when we go for an execute, we expect this guy to be the one creating the big opening for us. And he's been doing that in spades throughout this tournament. Like, it has been really awesome to see.
I'm also going to say, if Elige was still on this team, I don't think Sixy or Nyx would just play the way that they're playing. Like, they are just going for individual pushes all the time. And I am certain that if you're playing with somebody that's a little bit more about structure, making sure that there's logic behind the decision, I don't think that the ideas that Elige ever had are wrong. Like, I think he's one of the best players, the best North American ever, up there with Twist. And so he's going to have ways that are supposed to lead to sustainable success. But when you are a plucky underdog, you need to just make sure that the game does not go according to plan for your opponents. And one of the ways to do that is just get in their faces, just go for wild pushes. Like, the things that Nick X is doing in this game, he's just walking out B by himself. Like, he did it maybe twice and he just got destroyed. And I feel like if you're with somebody like Elige, he'd probably be like, why are you doing that? But when you're with this Complexity team that is a little bit more, I guess, level in terms of just reputation and ego, then I think they just kind of embrace it all.
Let's pull up some key moments from this game. Maui, I know that you have a selection. My favorite is in the mix as well, but I think we'll probably get to that last. Walk me through what you were looking at on that CT side, what you liked.
I mean, in the second round of the half the way that they were able to play... My bad. Not the second round. This round number 16, was actually a good moment where it just kind of showed, like, Aurora, in some ways, the rounds that they were winning, were kind of lucky, okay, Dust? Because look at they get that one kill early on there, and what ends up happening in this round is Jota actually beat a timing on against Nikex, who was just jiggling this whole time down here, and then he just gets him. And this is one of the only rounds that Aurora was actually able to win the T side, where they just got a really lucky timing. And in a funny way, this round, even though that's pretty much it, there's really nothing more to that one, it's just that Aurora didn't actually have the most sustained success versus Complexity's T-side rounds, which I felt like were mostly built off of good executes, like good hits on the sites together. Like they were being a little bit sneaky too, but I just feel like I can't believe I'm saying it's like Aurora almost just luckier in this game.
Yeah, I mean, and also you have to take into account that they also just faltered more too in like really critical moments, like losing an anti-eco essentially inside team main by just a bunch of pistols swarming you, being able to pick up a rifle. This winds up turning into a massive clutch at the end of the day by JT, 1v1 against Major in the outer bomb site. And so it was like little things like that where I just feel like Aurora was sloppy. Like their T-side did not look nearly as confident as I have seen in other tournaments they've played this year, where they play that more fast-paced style. They like to just get out there and split outer. Like there were barely any like quick outer pushes from them this game. They played very conservative, I felt like.
We also have round 20, which you wanted to walk through. Tell us what we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, once we get into this one, it can just set it up. I mean, this is where Complexity, again, just created their own destiny. This is kind of that proactive way. They go for a T-Con play to begin with, and then 60 just keeps on pushing. And because he's pushing right there, look at where the Complexity players are. There's 3 guys that are already defending B because they know with 60's T-Con aggression, like, if you get that advantage, some teams are like, okay, let's just back up, let's just play to not lose at that point. But because 60, even though he dies here, even though he actually dies on the flank, that whole push set everything up here so that Complexity had a stack. And I don't know what to say about the JT shot, honestly. Like, he just completely nailed Major in the face. And those little moments are what Dust was talking about. Those are the ones where it's just like they're winning the clutch ones, but they're not doing it just because they're more clutch. They're just getting all of the info that they want, and they're not scared of going for a little solo push.
Yeah, but the other question for me is this, like, when did you ever see Aurora confidently go for like a fast outer play out T-main? That entire half.
Yeah, that is a little bit concerning.
Exactly.
I feel like it's the bread and butter of so many trained teams.
It is.
Nowadays.
And I mean, again, I know that they had the tendency to kind of lean more towards pop for their push with Xantares, but like eventually you do have to just say we are the better team. This is train. Sometimes you can't just DM your way out outer. A lot of teams do it. Why aren't you doing it? You're supposed to be a superior squad. So I think that they kind of fumbled a little bit and almost, I think they got scared. They're the ones playing not to lose all of a sudden. It was weird. Weird dynamic.
The decider is Nuke. That is what will determine who is making the semi-finals. How much tape do we have with this Complexity lineup on Nuke?
3 online matches, Sam. That's it. No LAN.
Against who?
I don't even know.
So that tells us everything we need to know about what's expected from their Nuke then.
I mean, JT has... in the beginning, when he was calling for Complexity and some of the rosters he was with, he was always a good IGL on this map. I mean, it was always a lot of explosive set pieces. I'm not sure if that's actually still how they're running this team, but I would imagine that's kind of what they're predicating their T-side on. I'm just most concerned if they can actually match up against Aurora, because they're also really good on this map at fighting for control outside. Like, Xantares is just a great force in terms of putting the pressure on, and this kind of is a bit of a mismatch, Dust. Xantares versus JT. I mean, this tournament, anything can happen on any given day. I mean, JT did just have an incredible map, but I look at that and that's sticking out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key matchup I was going to hit up as well, because they're playing this both ways. Like, Xantares will be the defender on outer, and JT will be probably one of the aggressors outer as well whenever you switch sides. So constantly you're going to be Xantares and JT interacting. But I also think it's going to come down to, like, how do the rookies handle this moment? You know, Nikex and Sixy, these are guys who are obviously playing very important CT positions on the map, Nikex being that, you know, ramp anchor, for example. But it also means that when they do have to go on the attack, like, can Sixy keep up these aggressive routings where he's actually been able to help Grim find openings? Like, can they keep that little wombo combo going that Grim and 60 have been able to provide this entire tournament on getting those entries? I don't know. Like, I don't know how comfortable they're going to feel. It's a little bit different playing online versus LAN, and maybe you feel confident in practice, but again, now you're facing one of the best teams in the world with tournament life on the line in map 3. That's a whole different situation to be in.
And Aurora put themselves in a really weird position where they have made so many playoffs in this season, but they aren't really actually winning any playoff games. So this has got to be in the back of their heads too right now, where you've qualified pretty deep into many tournaments. Like, to me, they're an elite team, but they're yet to put results on paper when it comes to actually doing it in the playoffs. So for them right now, this is a great opportunity for them to slingshot themselves, to kind of rid themselves of those demons. But I'm sure Madra's thinking about it right now, like, how are we 1-1 against a Complexity team that probably is just lucky to be here?
They have never won a playoff game, if I'm not mistaken, this in the 2025.
That's true. I will say this, though. They did beat some really good teams to play second at Blast Bounty. And they did beat some really good teams just to come. I believe it was top 4 in Blast Lisbon.
Have they won a playoff game?
I mean, in the similar finishing spot against a top team, they have won.
Have they won a playoff game?
It's a fault of the formats that they're playing in. I don't know. Like, geez, they're beating some really good teams and getting some deep runs. Yes, you're right, though.
Your copium is on another level.
I don't care who wins this game. I just want to be very clear about that. But I think it's a little bit
complexity to win.
I think it's a little bit belittling to say that just because they haven't won a playoff match, they haven't been a top team this year. They really have been.
But who said that? Who said that they haven't been a top team?
I think it implies. I think it implies when you say they don't want to. They haven't won a playoff match yet. That they're not it. But like they are still a really strong team. But this would be where that curse like really comes into the forefront. I think for people if they do lose it here against Complexity.
Yeah. It's just whether the curse is going to continue. That's where I'm at with this one.
They've never won a playoff match here in 2025. It does not mean that they're a bad team, Dust. It just means they've never won a playoff match.
It's a statement of fact.
There you
got me. You did get me there. Yeah.
Will they win a playoff match? That is the question that you need to ask yourselves during the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The unknown quantity that is complexity on Nuke. Aurora not able to stop this one in 2. Could have, Mohan, if not for falling to JT's shenanigans. A couple of very impactful clutches, or rounds rather, from the South African in-game leader of Cole. Now they take it to Nuke, and, well, there's a question mark around this plucky underdog that is trying to exceed all expectations in Bucharest.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say we need Nyx to have a better map for Complexity to have a chance here. It's it's a map in a decider that I feel like Complexity could definitely foresee, but shouldn't be more prepared than Aurora on it. I'm looking for, you know, matchups like they discussed on the desk, Antares versus JT outside, and it's like, yeah, JT was exceptional on train. And to be honest, we have not been saying Xantares that much.
True.
So that's something that could happen. But, I mean, who are you going to bet on, right? It was like Nico yesterday. Oh, well, Nico's not going to have 2 bad maps in a row. Of course he's not, right? So Xantares, is he going to actually just raffle stomp Complexity, or are they going to find a way to pull this one out? Well, they better, because this is their last chance to do so. And the whole conversation about playoff wins. Come on, guys. You can't get to a grand finals without playing a playoff game. Eternal Fire getting to the Blast Bounty finals was really impressive, to be honest, to start the year. And Complexity wouldn't be the well, it's hard to say how good Complexity are in terms of like their competition compared to other teams they beat, right? They've beaten much better teams on paper, but the trend for Complexity right now kind of shows us that they're a lot better than they're ranked, or that their, you know, results show they're streaking.
Yeah, I was going to say they're streaking, but they're doing it now. I mean, that streak that they have on train, or the matches that they had coming into the event, it's a streak. That's undeniable. But, I mean, they got laughed out of Europe out of the start of the year. They went back to North America, reminded our region, who's daddy, Complexity, forever. And then now the return, it bodes well, but it has just been looking good over the course of the last 5 days. So I'd say,
yeah,
you know,
exactly, but that's
still
right
fairly
now.
Ranked. It is right now. You know, the streak could The streak could get cut short here today by Aurora, and then I think Complexity are, again, turning heads and showing us promise, but...
They don't have a nuke streak. But
no, they have no nuke LAN games.
What streak are you talking about then?
I mean, sorry, I mean like the streak of success this week.
Oh, all right. Just
sorry, not a
well.
literal streak.
Yeah,
I'm doing that thing again. This showing of success gets cut short. You know, they will still have left a good impression. Definitely... an outing that is far better than what they showed us at the very start of the year.
I mean, remember Grim in the first interview coming into this event? It'd be pretty good if we made playoffs.
Sure, yeah.
And I said, Grim, tell us you're making the grand finals.
That's true.
Now look at them.
Hey, production, while this tech pause is going on, can we get the reggae back on, please?
Please don't do any accents.
Of course not.
Okay. Not that you ever would.
Oh, this is something different. I still think my favorite soundtrack of the week was the Dwarf Core.
I actually didn't. I still don't know if that's a real genre. I could still picture very short people making this music too, though.
Yeah, that's true. This is very Oompa Loompa-esque.
I feel like the instruments are very close to the ground. This is what Grim hears when he closes his eyes.
To be honest, I mean, this guy's been dancing his way through the event. He just checked. Oh, wait, pistol?
Oh, they're ready to go. That's it. All right, nice. You want to make sure Grim's fresh because no Grim, no win.
Looking for
He's
his
having a monster series.
Best LAN event. Oh, boy, can he do it.
He has a 1.53 on this series right now.
Yeah, bro.
47 and 27.
He is playing better than ever.
This is literally Nico numbers at the moment versus Aurora.
Nyx and Sixy are playing better than ever. Halzerk showed us...
Nyx?
Oh, yeah, well...
Nyx 2 stinkers back-to-back. They need them.
Yeah, you're right. Climb over top of main. We got the waterfall smoke in front of Grim. That'll deny him vision. Pistol looking good here for Complexity. Contact outer. Finally goes back to Aurora's favor with a single kill. Ooh, Sixy's got other ideas.
Bomb dropped. Badger, 13 health. Trying to fight. They won't stop coming, though. Okay, Complexity, taking matters into your own hands. Well, maybe it doesn't have to be JT versus Antares outside if you bring all your friends.
That's the thing, right? To hell with the 1v1 versus Turkey's best. send everybody at them. Very well read. That Aurora, we're going to approach it outer, complexity, all the pieces in the right place, and 6E doesn't miss too many of those shots. So off to the races go complexity.
And also, as was brought up, they played 3 online Nuke games. They won them, so like they're playing the map and practicing it. But like, how much do Aurora even know about complexity's Nuke?
Yeah, nothing really. I mean, I know Dust.
0 land maps to look at.
I know Dust is well prepped. That is a certainty at the start of the day. And if he can't list off who complexity played on Nuke, I know I don't need to know their names.
It's gonna be like literally Chill Guys again. Let me see.
Chill Guys, Bees Money Crew.
Oh wait, actually they got a win over Wildcard.
Whoa!
Okay. Okay.
Dust is slacking. Just kidding. Over Wildcard.
Yeah, that's not bad. That is not bad.
Stewie 2K's Wildcard?
It was the overtime. Oh yeah, was it? No.
Okay.
It was not.
Okay. Just for the record. 6E was trying to climb up onto the rooftop in a 5 versus 5 when all of his opponents only have Glocks. They wait outside of the lobby, and they find him trying to climb back down the ladder.
Unlucky.
He was on the rooftop like a parkour world star. Grim, yeah, gets his. Halzer just kind of whittled down slowly, piece by piece. That Glock gets a little off every single time and walks it up on the close main. Wow, it was all about Xantares trying to swoop down in, but doesn't happen. Grim 2K, Halzerk 2K. If the old dogs of complexity step up when this game really matters, you know, to get into a semifinals, that would be a great showing for complexity to show that this formula in 2025 can truly compete in Europe.
It was actually a JBA 36 kill game that they had to beat Wildcard in on this map. Again, all online, of course, but Wildcard actually formidable. I mean, that's something. They're not incredible at Nuke themselves, but that's something.
Just gotta do it on land. But if Apogee can show up this week and dominate like they did in their first LAN as a team, then why can't complexity transition their
Complexity
Nuke
won
success?
2 train games versus Chill Guys, and then came in, beat FaZe in G2,
ding, ding, ding.
And now Aurora on LAN.
Sky's the limit for the American core. Ooh, Xantares, though, gonna keep it sharp. It's not even a headshot.
What do you call it when 6E swings an angle?
What?
Ballmer's peak.
I don't get it. Sorry.
Oh, come on.
Sorry,
that was so good.
I'm sorry. No, you're on your own.
Oh, that was so good.
I've let you down.
Now he better come in here and go, nice one.
Now he's going to come in here and talk. Is it a type of beer?
I'll break this down for you in a second. That was too good. That was too good.
Such a good joke. Let me explain it to you. Let me talk to you about how Aurora are going to take a B site with no resistance. Ramp player's going to try to run down with a FAMAS, not even running. Nyx hears them towards the dark corner. We'll know there's a couple bodies on dark. 2 sets of feet have stomped on dark side. He waits for the planter to come up. He knows they're down there. He should have this figured out. Madger thinks maybe he's being sneaky, but I swear Nyx knows. He should. They both step. He falls down into it. Madger's going to get the better of him. And now Halzerk from above with a kill already. He's got a smoke, the kit, everything he needs to win this clutch. Bomb at the halfway point. Oh! He just walks in, crouch slow.
Didn't walk. He just walked the whole time.
Come on now. How uninspired.
Yeah, a little bit. He kind of gave Madger a way to win that. I think at some point you just got to surprise him, but that's Madger to pick up the 1v2 from a spot that he couldn't leave.
Could have put a smoke on his feet, could have smoke bombed and tapped it, could have tried to go for flashes, could have peeked it from above, could have wide swung. Look how easy that, oh, never mind. We're back into the action and there's a, what, wallbang here? Yeah, Wicadia taking a scout shot through the blue box. Loses a third of his HP. Complexity on the ropes early here with the Aurora round win. It's not a pretty buy. but they won Train with less.
They did have that no armor win.
Deagle and a flashbang got Train wrapped up. Five-7, first blood. 60 with no vision, can't hold them back. Nyx gets the double. You got the smoke player coming out. Joda sprays. 2 headshots off the Galil, and now it's only Halzerk left. Fire ahead of him. That's a saving moment here from Joda.
Did Nyx run out of ammo?
Could have been on the reload. Could have maybe turned. Maybe there was the flash. Halzerk. Oh, the player down beneath just left the door wide open. Joda from 2 kills to letting Halzerk in.
Uh-oh, that's a huge mistake. My goodness, does not need to know if someone's in mini in that position. Halzerk, what a shot on the second kill, though. We can give him that. But they go mistake for mistake. Halzerk drops the 1v1 previously, but they make up for it big time here. Jump spotting mini in the 2v1. Teammates inside of hut, totally safe.
Nobody holding heaven either, right? Madger wasn't out.
He was holding hut. That was his job. That was his only job, in fact. Uh-oh.
Man.
Oh, that's a great shot. I mean, I don't know how you can be mad. You just really made
Unless
that choice
yourself.
actively.
You know, yeah.
Nobody told you to do that jump spot. There's no one.
I mean, that'd be crazy if he was asked to do that.
No.
Okay. Here it comes. Pop out of the hut. MP9 from above. Grim doubles down. And now is the Tech9 response. Santerez back into the hut. Back from where they came. Returns with a MAC-10. Quad kill! Santerez!
What?
On for the ace. Double headshot Nyx. Santerez trying to get the last one over.
He got it!
He will from start to finish. Stomps on Cole.
Drill, baby, drill.
Oh, goodness. An ace from Santerez. He doubles back to grab a MAC-10, only to hit him upside the head with it. And the double headshot from Nyx looked like a gift from God.
A MAC-10 ace. They all had head armor.
2 Tech9 kills into the triple MAC-10.
Oh, right. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that is the stuff of nightmares. And we said coming into this game that we weren't talking about Santerez. Well, now you've got a reason to.
What was that? That's 3 clutch rounds back to back, right? Madger winning his 1v2. Then we get the 1v2 out of Halzerk, and now this round out of Santerez. Anything could happen next.
It's going to keep complexities by finicky. Scout damage and the follow-up. This is some gloves off Counter-Strike.
Yes.
It's what happens when you go from online to LAN. Cole trying to prove it, but 60 offers up his back. Easy pickup here for Woxic. He'll hunt for more, but there's nobody actually back there. Main player up next, and JT's Deagle. Grim tries to climb the rooftops. Not the first time Complexity have been trying to get up here on the roof. But Nyx now pushing around through lobby. Bad crosshair placement for that push, to be honest.
This might be where the fun stops for Complexity. 2-on-4. They're playing inside of the ramp. This would be a next level genius read if Aurora end up going here late. They'll spot one guy, and this is enough to know they can just take their chances somewhere else.
A-site's been a nuisance to hold for Aurora, but this time it's theirs for the taking. Scout and Desert Eagle will look to get to the next one. An upgrade would look good for JT.
Oh, smoke helps a ton.
He'll try to hang on. Wallbang's coming at him. He'll run for the hills.
Actually, this could be quite expensive for Aurora. They have to be careful about hunting down these saves. It is just a scout from Halzerk after all. But in games like this, it's always going to favor the T side. They'll take any rounds they can get, even if they're not in succession.
Terrorists win.
It's not going to be a real buy-up here for Complexity. This round might be easier than the last for Aurora.
I would write off Complexity if it wasn't for that JT round on Train. From USP to AK 1v1. See what he's got up his sleeve here in the 7th round of play. Aurora sending a player down secret instantly. That's Wicadia to challenge downstairs. He's not going to be shy about it.
Oh, stop. Halzerk's scout has been unbelievable so far. That
JT's AK finds one. Grim just gets the P250 kill.
Wait, what?
How are they pulling this off again?
No way, Halzerk again?
Double scout headshots.
You're joking.
He had the AK working with him. Now Woxic 1v5 under pressure. 2 kills collected, but the 60 Deagle ends it. There's a reason to believe in Complexity today because the X factor from start to finish.
Halzerk, man. This game, that was the lowest buy possible here for Complexity. That was a free lead for Aurora. But it's all about these shots. I mean, it's unbelievable what Halzerk just put together. Look how low he is right here. 9 health on the corner of a molly, out in the open, and he hits the headshot.
Twice. Aurora look like they may have their work set out for them. This could be a battle of the brains, as in who can hold their nerve. The tilt meter throttles for both camps. With some big ticket plays thus far. And Halzerk through the hut.
Oh, man.
We've seen a lot of players trying to test the ladder, trying to climb upstairs, but an op taking that angle. Halzerk's tapping into his form. 10 kills deep so far this map. Nyx all the way back in ramp. That's going to bring the next rotate over, but JT gets popped after 1. It's a man advantage, but a chance for Joda to also put his hands on a rifle. They'll work together, side by side now, Aurora.
Man, that felt like kind of a crummy way to hold ramp. I don't know if JT was already there in Turnpike, or maybe he was supposed to be there sooner, but that just looked like a very hard duel to multi from. Upstairs now is under attack.
Bomb has been planted.
Halzerk will join up with Grim here at the top of the vent. Full kit of utility.
Player top hut's not watching. They're both able to get out. They try to challenge around the smoke. Joda up in the rafters, done
Grim.
for.
Wow.
Tries to go into the corner. Grim gets a chance to shine. Make that Grim and Halzerk 10 kills each.
Grim is unbelievable right now, man. He comes into this with like 150, like in this series, across these 2 maps, Grim has 104 ADR. So much impact overall. If it really is going to be him and Halzerk at the top, that genuinely might be enough. Like, look at the form we're getting out of Grim.
Over 45 maps. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is inflated by beating up North American noobs.
That's been Halzerk's whole career, though, actually.
Sure.
Ever since Dignitas. It's been kicking our ass.
Man who feels like he's from our region is now raising our floor. Him and Grim, deadly at the moment. And MongolZ, it's another reposition from outside to the hut peak last round to getting ahead of this ramp commitment. Pressure's on. Nix again to just lean back. MongolZ's op just continues to strike fear in Aurora. And now with the Desert Eagle out, looking for some style points to close it. No opening offered for Aurora just yet.
He knows how to snowball.
Goes in front of it. And Aurora cannot exit through the trophy room. They are stagnant, stuck in, and slaughtered.
Man, he knows how to like keep momentum right here. Could have dropped, gone into regular moves that you would do if you were having a middling game or just a decent one. But he knows when to stick around at the moment. He is full of confidence in creating momentum from it. Grim is also that kind of player. I mean, when we talk about Grim before he even got into top tier, you know, Triumph Grim knew how to be good 3 maps in a row. When he was on fire, could absolutely dominate if the competition was right. You know, if the wind was blowing in the right direction, sometimes Grim, it didn't matter what map he went on to. Some people have star maps, then they quiet for one. Like, when Grim's on, he could be on for an entire day. That's what we're getting right now. This could spell disaster for Aurora.
One of these rounds for Aurora by way of a Xanterra's ace. 2 kills in this half beyond that 1 round. Trying to soften up an A-site defense before they commit, but it's Grim up in the rafters, striking death from above.
The best rifler of the server.
There's a 3rd layer of the hut approach. Madger and Woxic lean back slightly. 60 still plays close door. And the defense looks strong on the hold. Numbers in position, JT to roost on top of the hut. They pause for a second.
It was surprising to see as soon as Elise left the team that, you know, Grim wasn't just taking over every game at first. When the expectation was he gets better roles, he'll play better, he'll have more confidence. It's not someone like Elise looking over his shoulder, but after some time, it looks like he has found some of that confidence. And Nix outside makes this round go for hard to damn near impossible. Woxic and Jota now gonna try to clutch this out, but it's Grim once again from heaven.
Just no sign of slowing down inside the A-site defense. Woxic hasn't been given a thread to pull on. And he'll get bullied back with the incendiary at 20 seconds. It still burns. Grim's gonna come for you, but he actually quick switches. 2 players try to pinch this. There is just barely enough time to try it, but he will. Another player out here on the field. Woxic, nah, not gonna happen. MongolZ hits him with the missile, and that is Complexity's 7th, guaranteed.
Masterclass from both of them, and the fact that they're even tied in scoreline, sort of like you gotta wipe clean your glasses and take a second look. But yes, this whole map has been ridiculous. The 3 rounds Aurora have won have been clutches. That ace from Xanterra's, the 1v2 from Madger downstairs, it's like, I can't believe that Complexity have a lead this big already.
Grim just slicing through that hut attempt as well. It's not just good kills from Grim, it didn't even look close that he was gonna lose any of those duels. So not only do you have this rock-solid defense inside of a critical portion of the Nuke map, but you've also got MongolZ, who's just this roaming turret at the moment.
And again, they both know how to capture momentum and play with it. Not just they play standard and assume next round's gonna be worse than the last. No, like they're peaking.
60, there's his. Insta-kill to Acadia. In a round with little, Aurora just trying to cross, exposed. MongolZ clips Madger on the crossover. The MAC-10 looks for the upgrade. Now MongolZ's been flustered enough to miss a shot. 60 could try to come clear it, but with the wall of smokes, why not? You'll find him climbing in through the window. Nix is now on high alert. The other 2 players have snuck downstairs. It's all about dealing with Xanterra's first. They'll do that.
Oh, nice.
Now Jota and Woxic to attempt a B-site 2v4 with only sidearms to work with.
Yeah, this was a little blind spot here, so downstairs will be taken over. It's just Tech-9s. Shouldn't be an issue. Woxic gets up close.
Tons of utility kits and having them outnumbered. Well-placed frag grenade to soften up Jota. More of that damage off of the utility. Deagle spam towards Woxic. Clean up easy.
Yeah, they waited for it. They knew what the right of reaction would be here, and We heard on the comms, let's go for 9. Very calmly spoken on Complexity. And here they easily touch 8. This series is actually going to make headlines for Grim specifically. He's plus 20 after the first 2 maps. He's putting up almost an identical scoreline already on this third one. We're not even halfway through. My man just needed some positive reinforcement.
Shocking what a healthy work environment can do for you. Arcadia, though, will shut him down in the final round of the half. So that's it from Grim, 14-6.
Yo, lay noobs, am I right? Those Van Silly guys.
Wall of smokes to deny JT any confirmation, but there are 2 players behind it. JT's gonna disrespect that. They do pinch through into the A site, and there's another guy behind JT, so he's in a very tough spot. Into the A floor they'll attempt. Nyx has had an uptick in performance. He's trying to catch up to the 2 stars of Nuke. Sixy and Nyx, newcomers of Complexity, with a nothing to lose 2v4 on the table, but both get denied, and Arcadia will close it. It is a 4-round T-side for Aurora.
Nice final round. At least they made that one get out of hand. I mean, they were just trying to get into Mini, and JT realized once they had snuck past him, when they had 2 players outside, they needed to get the kills before that happened. And then they had to try to re-enter their own bomb site. So, well, that's like the first sort of normal good round we saw in that game from the perspective of Aurora. They don't win off the back of clutches or crazy, chaotic situations. Instead, just a solid split to upper. Complexity have to be pleased with the half they put together. They didn't get the 9-3 that they were aiming for. And so, of course, this game is still alive for Aurora. It's going to be hard for Aurora to base any of their opinions on Complexity's T side. They maybe the wildcard game has some information, but it's just limited. It's just very limited. The other 2 maps they played, they started CT and just crushed.
Huh? All right, they know what kind of tempo they want to set. Can Aurora meet those expectations? Oh. Absolutely. Beretta's turn, spin around, and shut out Complexity. It's not going to be as easy as that.
Yeah, they got loud. They know the opportunity here to tie up. That was a fantastic round on the pistol. They denied a bomb plant. They won't have to worry about the looming threat of a force-up next time. There's 2 teams looking for a playoff victory here on map 3.
Sixy Deagle at the helm with the scout right behind it, but it's these layered M4s. Well, they were layered.
Halzerk.
Again.
Dude. How
the
many
fact that second player changes position means there's 0 trade potential immediately. The other player down here in Xantares has been spotted.
Oh.
Okay, he'll get his revenge. Halzerk goes down. With that scout dead, Complexity's chances feel thin. But by God, Halzer continues to offer it up, and 60 will capitalize too.
Joda committed, even though they had spread that far outside. And what happens here? Wakadia so close to Nyx, but he lets him go by. I don't know who this favors.
I mean, you hear that M4 fire. Madger's going to come back. He should be able to keep eyes on the smoke. Nyx is going to get exposed in a second. All good.
That was very smart out of Madger.
There's this pack of players still all together for complexity. They wrap back through hell. There was a gun to be grabbed.
Oh, JT made a little noise.
Nobody took
Trying to help him go downstairs.
There we go. M4 now in JT's hands. He's gone ahead to find that. Grim's just going to put the bomb down. We get this quick flush from Xantares over towards ramp. Wakadia stomps onto single. Madger has slipped into the bomb site in the meantime, and so it's just this 60 Deagle. That M4 is still up towards hell. It's all about 60 somehow slowing this down while Xantares remains preoccupied. That bomb is not even at the halfway point. They'll flood down on him. Aurora recover. It's a nice shot from Halzerk. It's a little bit of a threat, but it's too much of an ask. The CTs stabilize.
It's like the new Searson, man, with this scout, how good it is here on Nuke so far. And it was a kill, and it was some damage on Xantares, and it was a slightly worrying spot, I guess, once Jota decided to overface versus the Deagle outside. But outside of it, they handle this situation in the late round really well.
Always the puzzle?
So wholesome.
Yeah.
Oh, golly.
Wow, nice play.
I'm having fun for once. Pressure on the doorway here. Complexity were able to get that close with so little. And now the threat is real in the 15th. Joda back behind the vents. Waiting on that rooftop as Woxic stays locked in on the ramp angle. Not an easy move for Grim to make. Sixy's managed to get downstairs. We could have a 1v1 between him and Wakadia. And between the two of them, it's been about an even performance. Wakadia plays it safe, just jumping from single. JT's looking for contact. There's a lot of pieces of this complexity puzzle, just looking for information and then from there, solutions. He routes back around. He would have heard that single door get open. Missed shot out of Woxic. That is not affordable at the moment. You've got pressure on him. He's going to dive down into the site. Wakadia holds off on 60. So at least the B site holds.
Oh, they Molly Turnpike. They threaten to go lower, but they can actually go back upstairs.
At 30 seconds.
2 rotations down.
Nade on Joda.
They got a lot of pressure on opposite.
You've got Xantares up along the wall. JT gets his. Halzer. Oh, but Madger's got a nade out. It's an easy pickup. Wakadia catches them off guard with that quick move up from vent. And so it falls on the Opper for a clutch. Woxic's able to get footing out.
He made noise.
Nade should finish Halzerk. He dives away.
4 health.
Just unkillable. And then he'll take the fight to the Opper. Woxic able to survive that. Halzerk makes the move, but now it's Grim looking for a chance to close this out. He has been lights out in this series. And so he sits back sight and waits. With nades on his belt, he'll peek. It is timing to a T.
Woo! Leave it to Grim, baby, in that 1v1. Halzerk made that round possible just as much as he made it impossible. That was a really great play, followed by a much more questionable one, but they secure it. 9-6. I guess those are the 2 guys that you want alive in any situation right now for complexity. And this one should just be a formality.
Flash goes beyond it. You think 60 turns back now. Easy. Back's turned to him. Gets a little wild, but they've just got so little to work with. So comfortably grabs a USB in the middle of all that.
Oh, no deaths. JT, 1 health.
Don't mind if I do.
Oh my goodness. Complexity are 10-6.
Leading over a top 5 team of 2025.
And that mid to late round situation going back to upper was perfectly played. I mean, there were still 3 rotations back upstairs, but like with JT coming in on a mini flank when they were about to go downstairs, like they had a lot of options late into that round.
Again, pressure early. It's going to be ramp. Jota saw the shadow. Easy for him. Finishes off the second. Third kill for Jota.
That's brutal.
Triple A hold.
That is an amazing spray out of Jota. Ramp is closed. JT goes down. And Jota, who was the star of the show, CT side back on Anubis, rears his head again.
It's not going to be that easy.
That's even with the opener out of Hellzerk on that round. Something of a stabilizing round for Aurora. It goes by quick, but it's with so many players alive. They're looking very healthy now. Meanwhile, Hellzerk has to get downgraded here to the Galil. Oh, and Nyx dies. Where's that in this squeaky spam?
Goes back though. Cross isn't covered.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Arcadia tries to shoot at a smoke that's not fully covered, so the gap is made wide for Sixy to double down this round.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for Complexity. Oh, and Madger's trying to find a way back into the round already. Like, how quick is this timing?
I mean, if he tries to climb up, it's going to get heard by JT, who's still standing on top of main.
Oh.
Jota steps forward into Hellzerk's crosshair, and he'll win the duel with a Galil.
Wow, now there's just like very little chance.
JT didn't react.
What?
Now he's, oh, but he recovers the shot regardless.
Madger shot and unpeaked. What, he thought that JT was looking at him, I guess, when he did that, but that had to be their last opportunity. Xanteris just, how's he gonna get back into this? He was waiting lower.
Nothing comes to him, and his teammates don't hold the line.
Uh-oh.
Hellzerk to 20 frags off this one. Sixy starting to contribute.
Yeah, that was big from Sixy, man. Just scaled really quickly outside. They tried to challenge the one smoke cross, which is, you know, fair enough. They didn't chain it.
Xanteris knows that nothing's guaranteed. JT. Little does he know. It's a 4-round lead and 2 from the win for Complexity. You got Hellzerk and Grim both dominating in their roles. JT, Sixy, and Nyx doing enough as well to make sure that the openings and the opportunities that the two heavy carries deliver are followed through. This isn't like back on Train where Nyx is just dropping the ball.
Yeah.
You cannot poke a hole in this Complexity at the moment, and Aurora are damn well trying.
They are, man. And they've challenged some good teams on Nuke, but Complexity, they're playing good CS, man. Just fundamentally speaking, on top of their form looking strong and Grim having his most important series maybe in this new Complexity lineup. This lineup was supposedly downgraded, but look at him go.
Early threat with Hellzerk on the op line through Squeaky. Smokes come over. Woxic sees a sliver of someone, but he gets tagged up by Sixy on the spam. Talk about making their jobs all the more difficult, and they're already working with so little. Hellzerk tries to pressure ramp. And there's only one player in there, Jota, 5'7", no nades. That is what holds ramp out of the hands of Complexity, and we've seen them test the waters over there.
Dude, they might, oh man, they're gonna hear this scope and get really excited because Aurora are already upstairs. Xanteris gets a kill outside as well.
That's what they're looking for, right? Some kind of establishing shot here for Aurora. Somebody to step it up.
I mean, this is a really important piece of Rotation that 60 hasn't. Oh, Woxic.
Okay.
It is just a scout. Nice one from Nyx.
Blasted off the angle. Zanteres will connect a second kill this
They
round.
have Vent covered right now, so it comes down to Jota here to hold off lower.
Okay, he does. Pistol in hand. All he needs. Halzer kicks him pinned in, and that's the bomb scoop back up. Halzer to the clutch. He's been playing phenomenally, and he baits Wicadia to open the door. He's got still a bit of time. Peeks in, kills him, but the nade will get him from beyond the grave. Wicadia gets this one on the board.
Oh man, the 5-7 on a Jota, and 60 doesn't get his kill in Vent. He's in the perfect spot to assist with the ramp play lower. You get the headshot in, and now it's a massive chance here for Aurora. They do that with very little to work with. Complexity had them on the brink of death. And Zanteres goes clutch with his 2 kills this round as well. This one. Oh, that one right there.
Smoke so thick that the frag, it still opens just enough gap. 60 tries to run across. Nyx also just gets wounded. This is not nearly as comfortable a round for Cole. Wicadia finishes off the job. And Aurora that's starting to power up.
Not the first time they've got the better of Nyx on that spam. I mean, right now, Jota only has an MP9 down here. He's a totally fine spot. But his rotation is about to join him. And there's a chance if Halzark opens the door at the right time, this gets a little weird for Wicadia because they don't have noise lower. They don't know that they are surrounding the joint. Okay. And they get that first kill.
Oh, no.
And the ramp rotate goes back.
Double Molotov, that gives just enough for the other CT to peek out and throw his. Grim kind of flustered and also dropped in health, down to 32. JT's on the wall. You've got 3 bodies here from the ramp, and Madger's nade is money, but so's JT's hold, and he goes back to the other doorway. They're toying with him, trying to draw his attention in both directions. Eventually, the single door will strike. Zanteres gets his next one. It is Halzark into another clutch, this time with a better gun, and the timing looks good here. They've already crossed over.
Oh, what?
It's the headshot! Another ping!
No!
That's ridiculous! Norwegian dominance, complexity to 12.
He points at his jersey. He knows he did that by himself. I can't believe that first shot. The reaction is insane. What? Oh. That's a world-class clutch. 4-12.
You're so fucking good, dude.
That's the cherry on top of an amazing map from Halzark.
An all-American complexity. A project that was scoffed at the beginning of this year. I said it earlier, laughed out of Europe in their first run. Doubts at an all-time high. And form found by the 2 individuals that have worn this jersey and represented North America for quite some time. Halzark and Grim in a quarterfinal versus a top 5 team of the year.
Fuck honeymoons. They're in it for the long term. They built towards this.
And Grim finds the entry into the A site. They're gonna pounce on it at the same time. Here comes the heaven swing. Woxic scout down. 60 gets his. A bit more impact in. Jodas finding the AK on the flank though. Aurora keeping the sketchy. Zanteres dives into the site again. And so Halzark comes up, and not this time. Denied at the final hurdle in the final moment of what felt like Complexity's final round. Aurora offer a reminder of all of the close games they've had so far this year. They're not going to drop to North Americans without a fight to the final moments.
Yeah, they're going for it, man. That was just absurd. That was a great take out of Complexity. They had the site to themselves, but Aurora did exactly what they had to do. They had less to work with and less to lose on a round like this, just ran at it. They couldn't play any long retake.
It's not the first round this game as well that we've seen Xanterez just crank that dial on the A site, the ace that kicked off their slight T-side success. And so Complexity find themselves with lesser weapons. Xanterez on the prowl.
Yesto.
Sixy just missed the timing, but if you keep spamming here, Woxic, this is an open invitation for JT, and the cover from the red box, that's why JT feels as confident as he did. A Galil in hand won't be able to best Joda, goes back to the ramp. Sixy comes in with more impact, and Halzer's back into the kill feed. Line up here for Madger.
Nick's got his on ramp, and now it's just Madger alone.
That's it. The IGL between Complexity and a critical victory here in Bucharest. Interviewed at the start of this event, Grim said, "Oh, I hope maybe we can make playoffs." The reality of the competition in this region deterred Complexity at the start of the year. They've come back better. Nyx and Sixy, the two that didn't seem like they had what it took to close out as their stars have put forth the series that they have, and they have found themselves in an open A-bomb site. Madger is Aurora's clutch. But he's not working with much here. Flash and an MP9 and a locked-in vent position. Hearts, Tremor, Nyx finishes, and Complexity in a semi-final for the first time in 11 months. Not since Pro League did this team step forward as they have today. And Grim will be doing it on a run at a level not seen since Cole made grand finals in Sydney.
North America's dreams were dashed. Their hopes were destroyed. Elige had made the move to Europe. Liquid looked shaky at best. And Complexity picked up these two players who everyone kind of raised an eyebrow at. The start of the year was so damn shaky. They still need to qualify for the damn major, but they have come to PGL Bucharest. They have stood up and they have said, "Do not worry, North America. We are here. We are waving the flag high." This team has punched above their weight game after game after game, Maui, and they have just done it again, punching a spot into the semifinals.
Yeah, this is just incredible. I mean, I don't think anybody had Complexity even making it to the playoffs, and so to take down Aurora, a team that themselves have made 5 consecutive playoffs, this is just, I can't even understand it. I mean, Halzerk went to another dimension in this game. Grim continued the level of form that he's shown for the entire event, and I'm glad that Nyx had some contributions too, because he had some quiet first map, but he came alive. When rookies are really supposed to crumble, it's the high pressure moments, but that's when he actually did his best work.
I mean, let's be real. Like, this game just started out wild. Like, the first 7 rounds were so back and forth, so many crazy clutches that probably shouldn't have happened, individual plays galore. But then whenever we switch into the second half and things kind of start to stabilize, Halzerk put this team into such a fantastic position. So it started out with the scout plays, just making magic happen. I mean, he used like every weapon, I feel like, this game. He got scout kills, op kills, UMP kills. It didn't matter. This guy was all over the place, just draining shots from half court. And then meanwhile, you have Grim continuing to just put together a phenomenal performance individually for this tournament. And as you so eloquently put earlier, Tech Girl, you're right. Aurora hasn't won any playoff matches. They've been to several of them. But you know who has? Complexity.
You know, I'm so glad you said that, and I'd actually forgotten about it because I was so happy about Complexity winning. But there you go. I mean,
you can join in with this. It's North America, and it's your South African IGL. Like, we get to all relish in this. We get to all be biased.
It's a very biased desk here. The truth of it is, though, there's something about this Complexity that looks very different to what we've seen. They're far more dynamic in the server.
Oh, they're playing just for themselves in a way that it's I don't even know how to put it, because it's like there's a method to the madness, which is Complexity's individuals just believing in themselves at any given moment. So many times, Halzerk in this one just went for a repeat. I mean, like, Am I going to say that the way that Complexity won this is the most sustainable level of Counter-Strike that you would expect in the world? No, I definitely wouldn't. But if everybody is emboldened by the fact that there's really no fear of error, like if you make a mistake on this team, I don't think anybody is the first to critique another person. So when they're able to just play with that free-flowing ability that they know that nobody's going to say anything to them, you're just going to make some plays that you like to make. And sometimes Counter-Strike's just about that. You just need to go for the swing that you think in that very moment is the right fight to take. And that's kind of what CS2's been about, but I'm glad that Complexity are finding a way to make it work for themselves here.
I mean, it's just been so impressive. I mean, you look at where they were at in Cluj to kick off the year and to where they are now with the same lineup. It's just wild to see the contrast. And I think it really does come down to the fact that they have been willing to just play a very aggressive, in-your-face, confident play style. And you would think that it would take a team that had already tasted success to feel good about playing that way. Whereas Complexity, it didn't matter. To them, they just felt like this was the right way to go about things. Let's enable Grim more. Let's enable Sixy to, let's put JT in more central position so he can feel like a better leader. Whatever it's taken, they have been able to find a recipe for success. And what they have done this tournament is damn impressive. I don't think anyone can deny that.
We're watching these highlights now with Holzok, and you know that moment is coming, the round that he won. I think it's about to hit our screens.
I mean, this was just unbelievable. I can't. I mean, look at that first shot. That's just insane. And then the spray transfer here. Oh my God! Like the fact that he was able to get it done with the scout, like Dust said,
He used like almost every weapon in this game.
Yeah, and like he's got to have the most scout kills at this tournament of any player. I think he's got maybe 16 at least. I was looking earlier today, and it's just the rifling there on top of it. Like something is just possessing Halzerk right now. I can't even put my finger on it.
I mean, I was mentioning it earlier that Grim has having the best lance of his career. Halzerk is too, honestly. He's like, this is up there for one of his best performances of all time.
Take that round and hang it in the Louvre. It was spectacular. And now we get to hear from the man himself. Banks is with Halzerk.
Thank you very much, guys. This man went from just normal level on Anubis to going insane and then ending it on a whole other level. Bro, this was more than impressive right now. Just talk me through what happened, especially on this nuke, where it looked like you could do no wrong. Like you were hitting everything.
Yeah, I mean, I just got into the flow state. I felt like everything I was doing was working. I was hitting my shots. And, I mean, when I play like that, I play my best. And it felt nice being able to do it right now in an important match like this, especially when we lost against them last time. It felt nice to get into the flow state, especially after also struggling on the first map. I felt like everything I did was the opposite. Everything went wrong, and I couldn't hit my shots. So it felt nice to be able to turn that around.
And you were talking some shit as well, man. I saw you. There's one point you're pointing to your t-shirts. I bet you were telling them to sit down, you know. You just felt like you could be a bit more boisterous today.
I mean, winning those clutches, I'm here. I mean, it's just, I mean, it feels more fun being just like showing some emotions and trying to show some of the good emotions and trying to keep down the bad emotions. That's something I've been struggling with before, showing mostly bad emotions. So I'm trying to become better with that. And I felt like after the New Year's at least, I've been much better at controlling my emotions.
I like it as well. This works out really well. Now I'm going to get the camera guys to show just down here. So Halzerk, the first time he went to go play, was playing on one of these, was down. And now you've just been taking this same mousepad every setup you've had here. This has just become like, I don't know, I guess you just think that this works for you? Because you don't normally play like this.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, we came here one day, the first day we came, and all the desks had mousepad on them. I'm like, I'll try it, why not? And it felt nice, I just kept it.
You just kept it, it's working out for you. So you're taking this one home and taking it to all future events?
I mean, I might have to at this point. If you go to the final, win the final, I mean, that's my mousepad. I'm sorry, PGL.
I think they'll allow that. They'll let you take it for sure. But this is crazy because you change settings all the time, right? You change resolution and stuff. You're always ready to mix things up. But you can just play like this even to this level. Does it ever feel like the change has affected you in any way?
Not at all. I feel like the change I have now, it's become better because I switched to higher sense, and I feel like that's making me makes me more mobile with the op, and I can actually turn from flashes and stuff, so I can go for more plays and stuff. So I feel like it's actually helping me.
You can jump away from grenades as well that stopped you from dying on one round at the same time, so it's all working out. How confident do you guys feel with just how well you're playing and that this could potentially be a way you can run into the grand final, which we haven't seen from you guys since Sydney, and you're doing it with your new guys as well alongside you?
I mean, we're very confident. I mean, it feels nice. We have been playing well in practice and stuff, so it feels nice to show it on the server and official as well. At the start of the year, we did struggle, but I feel like the results didn't really show what we were capable of. We still had some close matches and stuff, so being able to come here now and just go on the win streak, and I think that helped us a lot to build confidence, and everyone is playing very confidently right now, getting shots, getting multi-kills, and that's very important in a game like this.
Very important. It's nice to see. I like your positive change you're making as well. It's all smiles around here from the Complexity camp. Let's go to the desk. Are they smiling? I think so.
I'm smiling because I love the idea that Horzok's going to walk around to other tournaments with that massive mouse pad and the giant PGL logo on the table every time.
I don't think people realize
Good
how big
job.
that mouse pad is, by the way. That thing is
You could
enormous.
wear it as a skirt.
It's like a shower curtain.
It's fantastic. That logo everywhere. That'll be fun. We're looking forward to that. I'm going to hop on this a little bit because it's still blowing my mind that Complexity has done this. They have not had a coach. They do not have an analyst. Everything that you are seeing is JT and the boys, and they've said this in numerous interviews this week, sitting down, working out stuff together. It makes this victory even more impressive, and not just this victory, but everyone that they've had here in PGL Bucharest. It's completely a team working together with no extra support.
Yeah.
How far can they go?
That's a great question. They've certainly made it a lot further than what people have thought. And I mean, I think, you know, not only have they been to semifinals, go look at who they beat to get here. Like, this wasn't an easy path to where they have gotten, especially when you consider the fact that they placed dead last to play in at Katowice. They only won one best-of-3 against Imperial Valkyries at Cluj. Their offline sensibilities were just not there. But this event has been insane what they have done. And going to what you're talking about, I think it's just given everyone a little bit more agency. I feel like the fact that they are on their own and that it's just these five and they lock it in a room together and they figure it out, I think it just makes everyone feel like they're invested, that they have a piece in this, that they all kind of get to have their say, and you can see how confident they are.
I mean, two of the teams they beat in the group stage are in the semifinals themselves.
Exactly.
I mean, it's been incredibly arduous, and I feel like it's a tournament that if Complexity just lost to Falcons, lost to FaZe, and they died out in the group stage, we'd just be like, it's okay, like whatever. We didn't really have any expectations. On the flip side, come on, Aurora. Like, I mean, I'm just shocked. Like, to make 5 consecutive playoffs and not win a single series in any of those playoffs is pretty mind-boggling to me. Like, I was bringing it up almost just because you have to bring it up at this point, that you're 1-1 in a series with Complexity, and then they ended up losing it. It's like they need to get over a mental hurdle here. Like, they are clearly in a position where they can do everything. It almost reminds me of, like, say, Heroic back when they had Cadian on that roster. Like, they would just be so good. Like, one of the best group stage teams, like MongolZ, I guess, is the more recent example. But then when they actually have to play with any modicum of pressure, it just is not the same team. Like, Xantar is also not the same player that I would have expected in this one. And I feel like Jota gave it what he could. Like, I thought Jota was one of the standout players for me at this one. Woxic was pretty good at times, but through and through, like, they are having really, really hard times once it just goes to playoffs.
It's concerning if you are an Aurora fan. The fact that they can't win a playoff series is a major question mark that we have to put over their heads, and I'm sure it is a question they're going to be asking themselves as well. They bow out of PGL Bucharest, but Complexity is going all the way to the semifinals. There is one spot remaining. It will either be G2 or Virtus.pro. Both of those teams are going to face off after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest. G2 up against Virtus.pro next. This is what we're going to be watching. And if you've been following all the action, and if you're a huge Counter-Strike fan playing around on social media, you would have seen yesterday, even though Virtus.pro secured their spot here, there was some issues in and out of the server. We got to watch Electronic shout at his team. I mean, that's what happened. And they then translated what was said, and it wasn't very positive. It would appear that there is a little bit of a toxic relationship in Virtus.pro with their IGL. I do believe he may have said something along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing, like, I don't even know what you guys are thinking, or something to that effect. But it was quite aggressive, Maui.
It was, and it was not a good look for Electronic to have that level of frustration. Of course, he wants to make sure that people are executing the plans that they have for themselves in a way that is going to just lead to success. But the way that he kind of like reprimanded his teammate for doing that was a bit much, I'd say. I mean, like, I know that people get fire in these kinds of moments of competition, but I've seen people like Apex who there's a different tone. I think the main thing for me is tone. Some people from the Russian space, though, can talk to each other differently. So I'm actually not going to dive too deeply into it just because, I don't know, in Eastern Europe, they can just say whatever to each other, and sometimes they come out and they're just stronger men for it all.
Well, that's the thing, Dust. I mean, he grew up in that Na'Vi winning team where we all know that was pretty much the level of communication. So maybe in his mind, this is just, well, we're going to speak like this. No one take it personally when you walk out. But I do wonder if that may lead to some issues in Virtus.pro, and we've been seeing that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it depends on how your players respond to that type of thing. Like, some players are going to respond to that just fine. It's tough love, you know? Like, yeah, we need to work on this. We need to make sure we're doing this correctly. Might be a time and place for that. Probably in practice, not in the middle of a match. You need to be probably focusing on the next round and trying to make sure that you're securing a win rather than trying to teach a lesson, like, live in the moment. But again, everybody's different. It just all depends on your team. But I think part of the frustration is kind of what you were alluding to, Sam, where it's like this team has at times this year shown us some brilliant things. Like, they kicked off the year fantastic, and Katowice looked like a much improved team, playing faster, playing more confident. Got away from the old, slow, smelly play style of Jame. But then, you know, Cluj was a struggle. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Come on, man. It was horrendous.
Odorous.
It was, yes, all those things. But then they had a struggle at Cluj, and then they struggled at the opening game this tournament against Rare Adam. So it's like they've had their bumps in the road as well. But what I will say is that Flit has really come alive this tournament. I think that's something we've been waiting for because we know historically how good he can be. And there was like a little bit of a rough patch where he just wasn't really living up to that lately. But now he has, and Icy has proved himself to be certainly a great like new opper for the squad that brings a new type of opping to the table for the team.
If James's team was smelly, what's Electronic's team smell like?
The sweat. It's a lot of sweat, okay? I feel like people like Flit and Icy have shown that with hard work, they can actually improve their standings on this roster. Like, we bring up the stats of those two players, and really, I feel like both of them had kind of an awkward coming out this year for the team. Like, Flit looked almost like his mechanics had dropped off a level or two, and for some reason now he's just really found a lot of form. And if we want to talk about Icy, I just feel like his consistency is way up there now. Like, when he was first on this roster, he was pretty shaky for me as an opper. In fact, I thought he looked better on Cloud9 on the last team that he was on. But now I can just depend on him to hit all the shots that he's supposed to, and he even hit some of those 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 difficulty ones too.
On the other side, you have G2. I'm not going to call it the last dance because the rest of the team will still be there. Manassi allegedly won't be. So it's more like the last hop, skip, and a jump, which is what we're seeing now. They've looked pretty solid, though, the whole way through the tournament. Haven't really been shaken too much by the potential reported loss of their superstar.
Yeah, I mean, they 3-0'd the group. I mean, a little bit of a close match against Complexity in that final one, but still got the job done off the back of a decent finish at Blast Open Lisbon as well. Their players are performing at a very high level. As you say, different teams will respond to news differently, right? Some people, it becomes like a negative factor where people are kind of wondering if they're next on the chopping block or something like that. Whereas for others, you still have a sense of pride and you still want to win, right? No matter what happens next, you still want in the then and now to be successful. And some people, it kind of takes a little bit of weight off the shoulders as well. And this G2 squad, they are looking polished at this event. I mean, they're one of the favorites coming in, and they have lived up to that.
I feel like at this point, actually, if I went for the teams before the event started, my top 3 were MongolZ, that didn't pan out well, Aurora, that also didn't pan out well, and then my third would have been G2. Right. So for me, they actually have now become the tournament favorites for the remainder of this. Looking at 2 of their star players in Monassi and Heavy God, I mean, Monassi's just doing exactly what the best player or one of the best players in the world is doing. But Heavy God has come up huge, Dust. I feel like Heavy God, for me, he was limit testing a lot in the beginning when he joined this G2 roster, trying to play with these like kind of slinky, aggressive anchor moves, sometimes getting caught. And now I think he's just stabilized himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think in some situations they have put him in roles that Nico used to play. In other situations, he's kind of playing some of MongolZ's old roles, and he's always proven to be very flexible as we get into the Veto here. Not really surprised to see that ban come out. Train should come out as well here. As far as picks go, it could go a lot of different directions. Maybe Inferno, maybe Mirage.
Yeah, I was actually kind of between the two of those for, well,
Good pick from VP, I like that.
VP generally pick that when they can. For G2, I feel like they could go for either Inferno or Mirage, but I guess Mirage, maybe it's more of a...
Is this right? I would have thought G2 would pick Dust2 and VP would pick Mirage.
VP would like to pick Dust2 whenever they can.
They've second banned it a couple of times, though, especially against this team. So I don't know. That is a little bit peculiar to me. It is correct, apparently. Wow, fair enough. I mean, that's interesting because I think G2 want to play Dust2, so they're like, thank you.
Yeah, both of these teams love
exactly.
picking Dust2. I mean,
yeah.
I think all in all, I think the Veto is incredible. I'll just say, like, summing up what we got on the screen right now, Dust2, Mirage, Inferno, these are 3 maps that G2 just love to play, okay? Like, They do love to pick Dust2 whenever they possibly can. Mirage is one where... Actually, it's kind of faded a little bit from what it used to be with Nico, but they still do like it. And then Inferno, I thought that also could have been one of their picks too. So this is incredible. For me, this is like incredibly favorite. In a series that G2 was already the favorites, they're even more the favorite.
Yeah, just to be clear, the confusion was last time they picked Inferno and they second banned Dust2 and they played against each other last time. So that's why I was a little bit peculiar. But yeah, you're right. They both have good records on Dust2.
I think it's one of those situations where you play into your strengths, Dust2 possibly the strength. Let's talk about how these two teams match up, though, on Dust2 in terms of their play styles. What are we expecting?
Fiery Counter-Strike, I hope, right? I mean, I know G2 obviously likes to play a very up-tempo style. MongolZ is a very aggressive rifler. He's going to be, one of those guys leading a lot of these entries. He's been entry fragging very well this tournament. Also, let me give a shout out to Hunter really quick. He's been having a phenomenal 2025, actually, and he's been taking up added responsibilities of calling on the CT side now that Nico's gone. So he's having to do a lot, and he's actually playing quite well. For VP, I think there's 2 different versions of this team, Allie. One version plays a more up-tempo aggressive play style that VP used to very much lack, and I thought it was very refreshing that they were finally able to kind of match the meta of a lot of the other top teams in the world. But I also have at times seen them lose to the clock and look like them old selves. And so it's just like, what face of VP do we see today will determine how this plays out, in my opinion.
I'm just going to sum this up with this. No, I don't think really anybody expects that VP is going to win this series, but a couple people that really need to step it up for them, probably, I'd say the B defenders. I think Flit and Fame are a really dynamic duo in terms of how they play that side. They get aggressive sometimes they'll just take the fight all the way towards middle. And I feel like if you got 2 of these guys who are just kind of the last remnants of a old Jame outsiders major winning core, you would expect for them to show that they have that extra element, because you look at the people on the other side, and even though G2 is stacked with talent, like the heart of a major winner should not be underestimated. So I want to see Flit and Fame kind of go above and beyond and don't just like let the game come to them. I want to see them assert themselves.
You both have weighed in on what this matchup entails. Virtus.pro up against G2. Scrawny and Launders are getting ready to take us into game. Lots of smiles, I'm sure, gents. The North American dream's alive and well there.
And the South African smiles as well, right, Sam? Of course, we can all be excited.
What is he doing?
Teaching you the importance of linear perspective.
When he's off camera, he just T-poses. That's literally... Yeah.
I'm vibing. We're hanging out. I think coming off of that complexity game, it's going to be hard to meet, man. The excitement of that one. I'll give it to G2 to, I think, uptick the excitement factor in this. I think Maui Snake's speaking very well about Flit and Fame. Like, if anybody's going to get active, those are the 2 I'm looking for. And I hope that VP don't just sit back on their hands, because I don't think G2 will. So, see ya, Sam. Bye, Dust. Howdy, Maui. Let's get into this one.
Howdy, Maui.
G2 versus Virtus.pro. VP on Dust2 Mo. I think they'll be excited that this gets to come through in the map pool, regardless of how good G2 are at it. Virtus.pro, well, they like these outings. So let's see what they can offer us today. I think we've seen some rough games versus FURIA, but I don't blame Virtus.pro for that. I blame FURIA. They brought out the worst of VP. Clock got played down to. Time was expiring all too often. It just didn't look very inspiring. VP this time, allow for them to get up catwalk. Into the elbow fight goes MongolZ. A lot of bodies here for Virtus.pro, but still all 4 of them stand. 5 G2 members. Backs turn to Goose, and that's Flawless with the double kill. That's all he's gonna find. It's a kill apiece for 3 players of the G2 camp looking to keep their heads down to get off of the bomb site. Fame arrives on the ramp. His teammate's dead, and he is as well. G2 cut through that defense with ease, and it's a pistol for G2. Classic.
Yeah, man, they're great at pistols. I think that coming into this game, just wanted to see if the aim was good, because their aim has clearly been getting a lot better, and I love the underscoring of Heavy God and his performance, because he's just been amazing, to be honest. So, I mean, VP have certainly earned their place here, but in this matchup, with the way that G2 are scaling up in this final run with this lineup as it stands, they're definitely looking like contenders for the entire event. It won't be an easy match here for Virtus.pro.
Winner of this game goes on to face Complexity in a semifinal tomorrow. FaZe Clan and Falcons, your other semifinalists for PGL Bucharest 25. USP dink for MongolZ to have to stomach. A lot of bodies yet again, but all that does is fills the feed full of Virtus.pro on the receiving end of death. It is G2 to convert it easily.
Like Snacks got every single one of those kills, and it was just MongolZ stealing them.
You know, in Snacks' mind, he did get them all.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, I'm sick.
Yeah. I mean, I was in Snacks' mind for a second, and I thought I got all those kills.
It's tough when you're Snacks. You know, you're surrounded by the players that you are. It's hard to find kills, man.
Like, you have to be faster than MongolZ. Great.
Yeah, I feel like that's the challenge of this entire community.
Yeah. Yeah, tier 1 at large is literally like learning how to be faster than MongolZ.
And honestly, MongolZ's op lately, dude, some of the flicks we've been seeing with him, it almost feels to me like he's hitting a new height with what is possible with an op in CS2.
Yeah.
You know, the new way that the op functioned when the game came out, it definitely, I mean, we've seen operas never recover. Cadian still doesn't have a positive rating in the Astralis jersey, for the record. And then we've seen guys like Torji who kind of stepped it up a level. MongolZ's showing us what highlights look like with an op in CS2. But right now we've got Electronic blanketed in smoke, hanging onto this bomb site. G2 have kept the attack simple, A3 rounds in a row. They arrive with little resistance, but there's that dink from Long, gets Hunter's head on a swivel, and that doesn't look too good. Now suddenly they've stalled out, and the bomb is in the backdrop, not even able to plant if they wanted.
And the smoke should do the rest of the job here. How are you going to scale past this? Once it comes up as well, it's only going to get more difficult. As the bomb goes back to clear the flank, there's no one there. MongolZ's taking some damage, but he actually gets a kill, and it looks like he might be working on another. Heavy God joins in.
Okay.
No way!
Snacks, baby, through the smoke, off Goose, double kill, roasts Virtus.pro on the ramp.
Oh, they just had to wait. I mean, I thought that just became more and more favored towards Virtus.pro with the positions that they had.
3v5.
Uh-oh. But also, very impressive, G2. Very impressive. Yeah.
Snacks on the attack, 4-0 start. He is the best performing player on G2 at the moment. Soak that up while you can.
The top 3 in the world, so competitive. Like, they're like, even with ZywOo getting better as well. MongolZ had his best year last year and was like a hair off of top 1. It was damn near 3-way tie, if not for Shanghai. And, you know, to think, I mean, with those players as good as they continue to be, there's a chance that MongolZ never gets top 1. There's a chance that MongolZ got top 1 last year and could do it back-to-back years. It's actually the closest race that we've had. It's a blessing to have that in CS2.
Yeah.
Because the closest that's ever been before was back in 2018 between Nico, Device, and Simple. And it felt like that was the peak of competition individually.
Yep.
We were never going to beat that. And now we've got 3 players that aren't even there in the top 3.
For anybody who's joined this community with CS2, it's like, you don't know how lucky you've got it. Your first year.
Yeah.
And it is as tight as it is.
I made so much content just kind of like highlighting how amazing that is. Like, so new stories, younger players that are in the first half of their careers that will continue to get better.
could hold Fame. There we go.
Ooh, nice.
Taking initiatives, right? Not just sitting back, but boosted up in the cat box. Not a position you see played too often, so I think understandable that it catches them off guard. And the beauty of it is that's the only M4, right? That's the saved rifle of the last round.
You like to see Fame in spots like that because it's not played because it's hard to fall off. If you lose your fight, you die. You don't just unpeak. And Fame at his best is an amazing aimer. He should be used in riskier spots like that, I think, for sure. Great one.
Well, his M4 now down to 30 health. They heard it burning as well. And he's only got pistol players to try to support it on the bomb site. Another 3v5 being pieced together here because it is just pistols elsewhere.
Wow, this team.
They find their chance in, but you can't help but look at the health that's left. Hunter and MongolZ barely standing. You know Heavy God would be good for the clutch. Nade could kill 2, but it'll find Hunter instead. Electronic given a chance to go for this clutch if he chooses to. He has picked up a gun from lower tunnels.
You wish he doesn't have a kit. There's no smoke now.
Heavy God on the site. MongolZ goes deep over towards long. That'll be an easy fallback to the site. Electronic just needs a fast kill to Heavy God, who could go ahead and just dodge the threat by keeping his head down. Will do so. Virtus.pro unable to, off of a 5v3, convert this one again. Yeah. Although, to be fair, 5v3, one gun.
Yeah, that's true.
The fact they established that is a good sign for Virtus.pro, regardless of a 4th round loss.
Yeah, it's only one gun, but honestly, I would definitely like to look at the stats on converted rounds for situations like that, because I would always rather be the team with 5 players, even if it's only one gun. G2's entry power is just so impressive every single time.
You're dead. Ah. Swing and a miss. You know? Can't win them all.
Yeah, but just try to win one.
I'm a gambling man.
Hey, you said you quit gambling.
Well,
he said, I hate quitters. Oh.
It's Fame again. Headshots galore coming out of that A1S. Back-to-back 2Ks and back-to-back vacant bomb sites. G2 able to just cut right through it. Hunter doesn't know if that smoke's actually empty or not. The bomb will have to come through. That's a little bit sketchy. Fire on the close wall. Top mid player lets this cross from CT go down. I mean, Heavy God is so far removed from the situation that there could suddenly be unexpected pressure of a retake.
Yeah, if they're gonna go quickly.
You know, Virtus.pro thinking about knocking on the door. Now Icy gets clipped by Heavy God, so maybe a little late to the party, but still perfect timing elsewhere. Hunter takes the fight on his terms. So you've got MongolZ 7-1, Heavy God 5-0, Hunter multi-frags, and the only thing we've seen out of VP is Fame.
Man, we're getting G2 playing this well without Nico. Nico and Falcons getting to semifinals, the best result in some time. And Complexity and FaZe, who both had terrible starts to the year, looking extremely good here in playoffs.
Mohan.
It's kind of incredible.
Sometimes breakups are a good thing. Everybody's exes here are thriving.
Everybody's winning, man. It's crazy.
Well, you know, except for GamerLegion, 3D Max, Aurora, and the loser.
Well, maybe they should have made some roster moves. I mean, screw honeymoons, man. Like, there is like...
yeah, tell your fiance that.
Okay, yeah. Well, that one was good. But I always remember the heroic one with Jabby. You know, how good they got over time. And,
True.
And they committed to sticking with him to get there.
And that was looking very bleak for some time.
So bleak. Last place at Cologne in their first event. Like, you know. It is hard to be patient in CS when there are so many players just are good right away, teams that are good right away, and examples like Vitality within this year that are like, all right, well, we're the best instantly. But for the most part, you know, good things take time. Oh, that was a great spot for Flawless. From
ahead of the smoke.
You know exactly where he threw that nade
Electronics
from.
also in a tough place, right? Standing on the ledge.
I mean, the smoke, yeah.
Heavy God won't die.
Flawless throws that smoke on the impression, like hoping that they're way back on long, but that pretty much gives the round away when they see it get thrown.
This is a weird round just because Hunter gets all the way out mid like that, so he actually ends up dying to an op in B. Right? Like Virtus.pro gets scared off of the A site in the meantime, so...
But that does show you how little control the map Virtus.pro had that even got there. Like,
True.
They didn't know what was going on at long. They saw nothing at mid until that moment. G2 are just like, well, how far can we go?
Having to walk away.
It turns into a save because of that.
Yeah, Flick kind of rolled his eyes just now as he had to walk up middle, save the guns, let the 6th round in a row go the way of G2. Heavy God's still yet to die.
We already got a 13-0 here in playoffs. Today.
Best map of FaZe's year.
It's amazing.
Speaking about teams where, you know, honeymoons aren't really there.
Yeah.
That's a roster with sky-high expectations.
It honestly feels like it's the event where they actually stopped believing, and then it became good. They kind of hit rock bottom mentally, and I guess just started to play free. Things just started to click. Like you said, you mentioned it, and you were ready to believe in FaZe, and you were like, when are they gonna, you know, do you believe that they could click? Well, it looks like they have.
Can't care too much, can't care too little. There's some kind of balance out there in the universe. Had a few tribes finding it here in Bucharest. Flash for Flawless, but he doesn't actually full swing. Man, the money that G2 have racked up as well, like, I'm not saying Virtus.pro aren't going to win any rounds, but this is never going to be an easy half from here on out. They will not find refuge in anti-ecos anytime soon.
I just realized that considering the blessing of poor honeymoons and what this event has shown us, that Liquid are on pace to win the major.
That's some grade A copium. We'll give them time. They're still on the lookout for a coach. You know, Rome wasn't built in a day. And that's why Liquid's taken 6 years. Eventually. Heavy got down to 20 seconds, folks. G2 playing with that dangerous thing called time.
3v5.
They're going to try to get
always win these.
through the catwalk again. Where have I seen this episode? Hunter gets pelted by utility. Third one's the charm. You play with the clock, you pay the cost. That's Virtus.pro's strength, folks. Solid long hold. Triple grenade from CT spawn. They banked on the bomb going down to win this. Wrong.
Yeah, it's usually Virtus.pro who play rounds down that long without making a decision on where to split. But they stay confident on that double long A setup, and it's the right one. So good to get on the board. All those saves paid off. Fame takes some damage through the smoke, and Electronic goes down instantly. Oh! I was just saying the other day that peek almost never nets you a kill, but mobs will do it. Blind and partially through the door.
What did you make of the Electronic snap at his teammate the other day?
I think it was at Flawless.
It was Icy who planted on the wrong side of sight.
Yeah, I mean, if that was a comm, then yeah, you should get yelled at, I think. But that's...
I think he was a little mean.
It kind of depends on the scale of how obvious the the mistake is to like how important the round is.
Right.
And then yeah, because like it's a pattern of a guy not listening or like missing things, then you can't win rounds. You just can't. You'll lose for the dumbest reasons, and no one who's watching will know why. So I'm definitely all for it.
It's a rare treat as well. I feel like we'd only usually get the English comms at the end of rounds and in between. Well, I'd really not want to be Fame. He's had multi-kills in his back pocket, but he's got a whole pack of G2 players swarming him, and he eats flashes the entire time. A freebie.
And no one comes in the window at all.
Virtus.pro out position. 3 players over on that A site don't get action, but with the amount of times we've seen them commit up catwalk, this mid to B comes unexpectedly.
And I just want to say that we make all sorts of judgments about players and things like that without being fully engrossed in the current meta of Tier 1 and all the details of the game, but more than that, without knowing any of the communication. And so I feel when we make these judgments, we're privy to like 60% of the information and maybe another 10% from confirming things through things like voice comms and whatever. But as a pro, when you're thinking about your teammates, like everybody knows what it's like to have a teammate that doesn't communicate properly and how much that sacks rounds for your team. That's something that most of us, even players thinking about players on other teams, they don't know. You only know about your teammates on your team, and you sometimes hear about it later. But communication is such a massive part about the game. It like literally wins tournaments. I mean, even like think about like someone like Stewie, who's never been a top stats performer, and the amount of trophies that he's won. And then some of the dialogue around it from other teammates, the ideas that he has, all the leadership that he takes.
Great yapper.
Great yapper, exactly. Oh, okay, 2 back actually. So technically,
nice push
3v5 for a second. Ooh.
Oh, 2 missed op shots from MongolZ, but he's got teammates to support him. We go man advantage here for Virtus.pro. The double ops on the field. Fame swinging with his, but Icy connects. Second kill of the round from the long hold to the cat hold. And MongolZ down to 1 bullet, needs a reload on that op. Pressure soon to be on both ends. I don't think he sees this tunnel player coming. He's kind of floating around here confidently, climbing up. Oh, no way.
He looked.
Oh. When you see MongolZ turn back, you think he's got him, but Fame able to get that shot off finally. Virtus.pro a second round by way of double op.
Yes, yeah, they crushed it right here. I mean, full force down mid. And that's a very fast finish here for Virtus.pro before any decisions have been made. Nice one from Icy. Icy so far has been, I think he's had a pretty solid showing throughout each of these series. I think the only thing about him is his impact isn't that great unless his team is doing well. MongolZ, another hit through the door. This time the full kill on Fame. Poor guy has just been taking op shots on the cross constantly, but sometimes you got to swing high, sometimes you go low.
Flit has to pick up the op as well, but then decides to chuck it back down to the ground, so they're going to go doubled up defense, 2 per site. Icy's op still on his angle.
And it's more rare that you go for long right away after that. Full swing on long.
Yeah, with the mid kill, 5 go long.
With the mid kill, yeah.
Maybe it'll be hard to read if you're Virtus.pro.
Hard to read.
Like books. Oh, the timing of the...
Yeah, like...
Why I gotta stay scoped in at the right moments. Tough one to swallow here for Icy. Flawless gonna get flashed in through the smoke. Heavy God blind stuffs the AK to his head. Just snaps him out of it.
I don't even think he was close to looking at him. He was just running and shooting.
Oh! Okay.
Well, there he wasn't.
Well,
damn.
If you see what he can do when he sees you, he's allowed to get away with whatever he can when he can't. Because when he can, it's great, and when he can't, it's still good.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
Clean stuff from Heavy God.
Oh, well, they weren't playing anti. Could have been a multi for
guy
Promise.
Owns on Dust 2. We saw it back earlier this event, Heavy God. The time to kill on the Galil made me believe this was going to be a good week. That's how good it looked. If you don't know the exact round I'm talking about, I wouldn't blame you. It felt like a nothing burger, but it's had me convinced all week, dude. Heavy God is stepping up into the empty space that G2 needed to fill.
They're just going for the full B attack, and it's actually correct. Fame has only got an MP9 and a flash here. Playing on the left side too. Not even the mid support. It's just Flit in lower that has to jump.
Poor guy. MP9 in hand. Icy comes over. Now the op's on the angle. That can help out. He tries to dive in through window. Volley of util comes out. Flit entry elsewhere. Fame gets his and the dink. Icy still working with the window cover. Yeah.
Oh, goes wide.
There's the swing. Heavy God finally in. We've got 2 more defenders here behind the upper. Heavy God waits for you to try to peek that again. Welcomes you to try it. Molotov outside of the window. Heavy God 1v4 as Icy connects to MongolZ. And there's Flit. His multi-kill connects, and it's a Virtus.pro 3-round CT side at least.
Well, they did a first layer exec and wanted to bait out maybe a molly, some attention, and with Fame's position, he couldn't throw nades because, well, then you know exactly where he's standing. So I think G2 got a little bit confused about why there was no reaction out of Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro were actually very thankful that they didn't go out on that first attempt, because that would have been a lot harder to hold. Even though Icy missed 1 shot there, he actually did a great job holding. Oh my, the double tag.
Dude. I feel like he's hit that shot every round. I haven't said it. Consistency from MongolZ. The damage output's huge. Flit to the top of middle though. Multi-kill last round, denied after 1. Snacks gets him back with the Galil. It is at the cost of MongolZ. The Hunter climb up uncontested. Couple bodies floating towards mid doors here for Virtus.pro. Fire at Electronics' feet. Nade to open the smoke. Exposed, but not fully.
Oh, the NOA boost.
Got lucky that MongolZ doesn't see them, and they're going to catch him off guard because of it. They disassemble the boost. We don't get that instant transition from Hunter into the cap pressure. There's also this Goose Guy to lock down sight. But VP biting down on the potential of an A commitment as Bomb starts to work its way up into the tunnels. Hunter shut down. Electronic has moved around this map this round, and it's paid off. 2 kills, both MongolZ and Hunter. Playing around the sides of smokes, he's collected them. Is Snacks forced to come back because Heavy God got out long?
And Electronic goes hunting. You got to be careful, because no advantage has really meant that much here for Virtus.pro.
Nice.
Man, and Icy's low and B alone, and plus they're walking out long. Fame's peeling back. Heavy God, I don't think they even realize he's still here.
Smokes crossed.
They can get back around.
You've got 2 CTs stuck. I mean, Snacks, you got to push through 2 CTs. No time to run. You got to take this fight on your terms. Snacks with a second. A little bit more damage on Fame. 10 seconds, not enough here for Heavy God, and Virtus.pro will know it. So, unfortunately, Bomb gets cut off in Cat. Fame delivers the kill. And it is Icy on 8 health to close out the half. 4 rounds for VP, 3 of them in the final 5. A little back and forth affair that opened the door for VP.
Thought that Snacks was going to go long.
I think he could have ran it.
Right away, right?
Yeah.
Instead of just hanging out.
Just chilling.
Then it would have looked pretty genius. Got the kill on Cat as well.
Both those headshots were crisp from Snacks. I'm going to give him some credit. Even if there was no time to win the round.
There was no time to win the round.
Just a little credit from our guy Snacks.
That was some great death matching.
Little appetizers. What's to come? G2 still. I mean, come on. 8-4 T-side Dust 2.
Very clean.
Come on.
Yeah, they're showing us what they've been showing us. That's pretty solid Counter-Strike overall.
Yep. It's strong shots from MongolZ. I mean, the damage output he had through the mid doors.
That's crazy. He didn't even know about half the damage he did. Maybe he did.
Maybe he didn't.
Maybe he didn't.
Heavy God, meanwhile, another rock-solid Dust 2 performance. 12 kills, 3 deaths. That smoke won't bother G2 whatsoever. No eyes on mid. 2 defenders inside the B site. Utility in hand here. Snacks. Smoke dropped on first contact. 1 Glock shot gets the smoke out at more than 1:30. Jesus, Flamus looks locked in. That crosshair's got the jitters.
Always love G2's pistol setups. Everyone's in a very active spot. Of course, B is just a touch weaker, so it's a good chance here for Virtus.pro.
Second smoke thrown out by Electronic.
I see nothing in mid. This is going to pull Hunter back. They got a timing as they push off of Cat now, so VP need to start moving.
Oh, insta-dinks. But then they still come out before the smoke pops. They give Hunter plenty of time to get a kill. Eventually, he'll land it. And then they start to cross doors as he contests with the window off the flash. Player in the background still has vision, so that's cover for the plants.
I'll have to rethink things here. G2 going up through tunnels.
Safe to say there was plenty of opportunity there for Hunter to kind of be the hero of holding back B. This looks like a locked-in post-plant for Virtus.pro, but nothing's guaranteed.
Well, they're pushing to the window.
They try to take it. The fight to MongolZ. He doubles up. And then that Pat player, Icy's got it. Locked in. Him and a P250 and a pistol.
So good on pistols.
Zywoo-esque with that buy. More often than not, you find him with the upgraded pistol. Virtus.pro going to kick off a T-side with a round win.
Bad. Not bad. And it'll be the Hunter Snacks combo in B, which definitely can be hit or miss. Here on the CT. We'll see if the Virtus.pro game plan leans this way. But Icy, man, is consistently good on these pistol rounds.
Let's see if he can replicate the impact that MongolZ had basically all half long. Felt like no cross.
MongolZ actually did like 600 or 700 damage through that door last half. I don't know how you match that. I'd love to know exactly how much that was.
Like 800. Like 900. Like 1,000 damage.
Not 1,000, man. 950.
951. No resistance here, middle. No resistance and no vision for G2. Yeah. Surprise, surprise. They did not anticipate that kind of timing, which seems crazy considering the smoke was down for as long as it was.
Yeah.
I feel like there would have been at least some sort of an alarm bell ringing. But alas, Electronic gets to make some money off the MAC-10. Third player at bats, Hunter's MP9. And just too many bodies with too good of weapons for him to stop it on his own. Fame will come through just to make sure everybody meets up smoothly. No further defense to manage. And G2's Desert Eagles can be kept for the next one. This was a force that didn't net them much. VP closing the gap now.
Hit it.
Why does he keep checking it? I know you're there.
Oh.
That's so ominous.
There's someone nearby. The milk is still sweating.
It's like a tricycle just rolling down the hallway. Red rum. What if Heavy God just came out and kicked it back?
And then just said hit again.
But instead he saves the 5-7.
Oh, 5-7.
It's a Deeg instead. And it hits hard.
Oh, baby.
They swapped, actually. They surely swapped. I swear he saved
just
the 5-7.
for that long spawn. Yeah, he had the banana skin.
Yeah, the banana 5-7. So Hunter took the 5-7, gives him a Deeg, and that's what you get.
That's a good teammate right there.
Wowza.
That's a delivery. On this map, oh, it gets scary.
They control the rifle at least.
Did he not find his gun?
No, I guess not.
Oh, okay.
The hell? Where'd it go? There's a scout behind him.
That was his.
All right, then rifle found.
Now the MongolZ dig. Oh, buddy.
Goes a little wide. And here's the thing, though. A kill like that starts to push Virtus.pro into a place where they're going to start playing with the clock. And you know what happens when VP play with the clock?
They lose to time?
Yes.
Maybe they've learned something.
So 40 seconds they take over mid control. This means that they still have ample time.
Electronics scouting sees nothing. Obviously, it's still always a risk no matter what.
They've got options. Electronics kind of caught out floating down here on his own. Bomb doubles back to the tunnels.
Yeah, now they're coming.
Hunter's 5-7 softened up. The kill over towards Long goes well. There's no rifle to be picked up, and Hunter dies in the fire. Snacks only the USB. So he'll get slammed down on by Fame. Electronic holds mid-control, and Virtus.pro play with the clock, but play with still just enough time. The retake's on, though. Heavy God has found that scout since. Deeg still in hand, misses his chance to strike down Flawless. That could have served up an issue for the hold.
Yeah, this was a great round from Electronic because otherwise they commit up CAD into 3 players. Obviously, you saw MongolZ get that first kill. But once he had spotted Hunter, had a good read on the setup and didn't see anybody playing close left, so called his team. I mean, that's a situation where it's like good use of the last seconds of the clock, where sometimes the rounds with them or with FURIA or whoever is like they're going for one idea. There's no actual adjustment to the idea, and then they still play it down to 10 seconds. And that's where mistakes and matches get lost. So it's a 1-round game, but there haven't been any true rifles just yet. So this will be the first test for G2.
Okay. Icy was looking hungry for first contact. Bomb still left in spawn, though, so VP wasn't the all-in out of the gate. The old tower hold. Timeless.
Oh, looks like they're going to get the round they're looking for.
Pistol or MAC-10 in the front.
They're kind of scared about this. Like, why were they so ready just now?
Yep. They don't like that.
Yeah.
At least able to get the grenade out of the defense. Snack still holds on to his belt of utility and the comfort of back plat on B.
I think it was quite clear exactly what Virtus.pro were trying to do with all their players just now.
MongolZ's on this angle, so Fame to approach with a Galil.
Surely they don't walk peek him here.
Shouldn't.
Oh, they do.
They try.
Wow, they just walked into that.
Oh, nade to the face of Flawless. That puts him on 2 health, so easy cleanup for MongolZ. He gives himself the alley-oop.
MongolZ was even expecting a flash to come out.
And then this off angle from Hunter, supported by the window if needed. And all of a sudden the utility trickles back down towards the exit of the tunnels, and there was nobody in position to get out. Virtus.pro,
you know, that
meticulously dismantled in this one.
Yeah,
Wonders.
Yeah, I think so. It just wasn't like
still trying.
Still trying. 25 seconds.
Let's give it a shot. Flit at the tip of the spear versus Snacks. You've got Hunter locked into the car, down to 15 now. Flashbangs his own teammate. And Snacks just rattling off bullets enough to deter them, but there's no save guaranteed here with a player back in T-spawn. You better be careful here, Virtus.pro.
Yeah, this is a heavy flank.
Heavy God sitting in the same corner, though. Looks good. That smoke will prevent anybody from peeking out of tunnels.
Why did he always go to this corner? Could have like started the hunt to the save a lot sooner and not had to stay there, but
creature of habit.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, the only thing about this round, it's fine to have like an all-in idea like that walk into B. Interesting to see G2 so well prepared for it, but when they went back to clearing out the rest of the map, I think they should have assumed G2 realized what they were trying to do, and there was no pressure over on Cat. They didn't pre-flash it. Even if they threw one from very far back, MongolZ could have reasonably got off the angle, but why wouldn't MongolZ be there? You know, late rounds at past a minute on long would have been weird. On Cat bricks at a minute, that's actually pretty common. So I think they were kind of asking for something to go wrong like that. And then the setup continued to evolve for G2 in good ways with Hunter playing outside the door. So just 2 great ideas in that round from the B players. And Icy's like, how'd they hit us every round? Like,
yeah, right.
I can't see these guys at all.
Doesn't even try pulling the trigger. 5 players tunnels early. What's this tell you?
But it is kind of wild how often, like, VP never crossed low. They didn't give up and smoke the door for the cross. They didn't try anything.
The most
Kept
they do
getting
is like change the timing and wait for a frag grenade.
Yeah.
And that did not seem to stop MongolZ from landing damage.
Yeah.
MongolZ still has this angle. It's not as safe as Flawless would want, but that'll confirm the ops position. There's no close rotate for G2 to get to this B site. Man, G2 still just a little bit more worried about this A half of the map. Flash in, perfect! Snax controls and just lays down lead for the double. Burned out of his corner, almost allowed to escape. Icy at least returns the favor with 1 kill, but they are met by smoke, and that takes all the wind out of the sails of VP.
Yeah, that's huge info. Perfect timing from Hunter and Snax again on B. They keep trying to test them, but G2 keep passing. And what are you going to do now? Go all the way back to long and see where they have to walk is because they haven't been defaulting, man. I mean, normally it's not a criticism about VP that they don't default. They're usually quite good about that, but well, no, it doesn't matter. 20 seconds, how are you going to take long? Bombs getting dropped. They're saving again. Again, not always bad to have a single idea that you want to just all in for on a round, but contingency plans definitely pay off. This is actually a G2 criticism I had, you know, for a while there. They find to be a team that likes contact plays or likes to do site execs. No problem with that, but I think the question to always ask yourself is, do you need 5 players to do it? And if one thing goes wrong, like we just see here happening, or the team is really well prepared for these B execs like we've seen from G2 now 2-3 rounds in a row, what's the contingency? Oh, there we go. Nice find out of Icy.
Started a lot of rounds on that angle, finally decides to pull the trigger. Rewarded for it.
Has been a little bit one note from MongolZ up on cap, but to be honest, it's actually worked most of the time. Faking a little B pressure, trying to disrupt the A setup this way. Kind of depends how sure they are that no one's come over to help out Hunter. Wow. Whoa, okay.
It's great timing on the spray, but obviously doesn't anticipate Electronic walking up like that.
They see that G2 are a little bit frantic right now. There will be one guy out here. He's not crossed to the window just yet.
Oh, they're really not looking for much here, G2, are they?
Yeah, no test at all. They said, okay, well, we've got to forfeit this.
Into the save. Easy decision. Good on Electronic to walk it out middle like that.
Yeah, Snax was, I mean, it's kind of a wild play, right? Snax is lucky to even get the 1 kill he does through the door. They're the ones who smoked left and right side and flashed through, and there was no one playing close by. They had the right to get out there. Would definitely, I mean, so far we've seen a lot of variety from G2 between Hunter and Snax, but the rest of the map, maybe because it's not really been tested that much, hasn't been changing. Of course, this kill from Icy helps out a lot.
Terrorists win.
Giving Hunter a taste of what Fame went through in the first half. Man, what's happened to Flawless, man? These last couple games.
Yeah, a few rough ones here in Bucharest.
Not getting any Flawless rounds now.
Oh. Here comes MongolZ. Yep, nice. You see that boost setting it up, right? First bullet rings out. Then he holds for MongolZ. So MongolZ gets red this round, and it's another 5v4 to Virtus.pro's favor.
Super good here for Virtus.pro, but yeah, MongolZ, it's the only thing he's done this entire half is push cat.
Icy's starting to kick off some establishing advantages for Virtus.pro, which is good. We say that, you know, he finds his impact when his teammates are doing well, but for him to strike first, multiple rounds now, make everybody else's jobs all the easier. And with it being particularly on MongolZ, you know you approach Catwalk with a little more confidence. You know he's not going to be up on bricks. And Electronic, always happy to find timing and walk out through middle.
He's calling behind this, obviously. Man, a 3A lean, and they're going to get punished for it. Electronic has all the information. Just no movement this round out of G2 after that one opening pick. Snacks alone with an op, and he has no idea how close they are.
Yeah, Electronic's done a really good job of just keeping the pressure up, but doing it silently. Look at this, the reward that he nets himself for walking for the last 30 seconds. One step ahead. Off of the op pick, Electronic just silently creeps into another round win here for VP.
Yeah, I think that's what G2 get for going through the motions, but not.
2 bullets. One from the op of Icy, one from the AK of Electronic. 2 clicks on the mouse, and round 19 goes VP's way.
Could have been 3 right there. A little burst fire.
MongolZ gets deleted. Really starting to lose track of the T's positions. Heavy God knows he's got a fight coming, and he'll fight every step of the way. Crazy thing is Heavy God just really hasn't had a lot of chance to shine in the CT side.
Long.
Stuck on long, and just not a lot of action coming his way. And for the player that alongside MongolZ was doing the best, if not better than MongolZ, how do you get Heavy God into this game if Virtus.pro won't give him rounds to win?
I mean, it's G2 who are not being dynamic, right?
Yes.
They could play a number of ways in these situations, but right now, the only thing that's happening is MongolZ is going off of Cat, and then if one person dies, no one moves, and they hope it's an A play, and that's it. I think G2 have to be willing to do a little more than that. Snack should be talking in this timeout.
But isn't. Can they change it up? Icy finds it in mid. MongolZ's gonna respond. You'll take that trade. Pistol for an op death, and okay, MongolZ confident enough to come out middle. You've got 2 players locked in on the right side. Mulb's down in lower tunnel, is gonna get burned out of his position. He's still hanging on to this. Electronic's gonna come clear him. And so that's a frag back. Heavy God and MongolZ both dead to the flit long hit, and VP are about to tie up map 1. Snacks with a P250 gets the parting gift to just try to hold on. Bomb's still in spawn, so it'll take a little while longer, but this is G2 just trying off of the MongolZ op to stop VP in their tracks. It's not gonna happen. This game, on the second half, this T side from Virtus.pro is robbing back the match.
Yeah, this is even with 2 of their first ideas getting totally stopped. And to G2's credit, their B setups were the reason that happened. But beyond that, Virtus.pro have learned a little bit, found a gap inside of middle they've been constantly exploiting. G2 can't simply throw a smoke and then hope the round is over. They have to go a little bit deeper than that if they actually want to close out here on the CT side. But it won't come to them, I think, is the lesson they need to learn before it's too late. Otherwise, VP will walk away with this. And it's great we get Dust 2 as a first map, because this isn't a punish. Just one that both teams love.
Terrorists win.
We're 20 rounds in now. It's like G2 have just stopped getting kills.
Yeah. Just kind of stopped playing. You know, it's like I just picture somebody in there, like somebody in a G2 jersey, just poking him with a stick.
It's the White
like,
Ninja Comics.
Come on.
Yeah, do something.
Do something. Do something a little different. Oh, again,
Ow.
dude. Icy is starting to match MongolZ on this mid-cross.
That's true. Comparing their damage will be interesting. That's huge impact.
But, you know, Heavy God is still just stuck on long. Look at the deaths racking up on MongolZ, Hunter, and Snacks, the players who are getting the action. It's like, utilize him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they could be
Pull
doing
it out.
cat setups.
Do something.
They could be doing full long setups into pushes. They could be doing any number of things. They just aren't doing anything, really.
You just sat there shaking your hand at the sky like, damn it, why don't you give Heavy God a chance? It's like, you can move him. The same way MongolZ gets weaponized in the last round, this op moving around, he gets dinked here from this all-in cat hit of VP. Flash over the sight box. MongolZ still waiting for somebody to strike down. All of Virtus.pro arriving. And MongolZ still pressured by utility. He will continue to deliver. It's damage onto Fame. MongolZ could be queued up for the swing. Flummus looks the wrong way. Aid lands here from Hunter. Icy gets dropped by Heavy God, finally giving him something to shoot at. He gets drawn off with a long play, put into the clutch. And Hunter's pressure remains high with the grenades from down in spawn. Heavy God backs up slightly. Hunter still on this corner, and it's all setting up Snacks to eventually arrive from Catwalk. Flick gets into the site, picks up that bomb soon. But as he does, Snacks finally hits the flank, and so G2 put a round on the board eventually. Comes by way of MongolZ, and who else? Heavy God, able to just push it over the line.
But like, what's the thing in common here? What's the red thread? It's that every single round they win is where they play 3A and VP finally try it. This round, they at least don't get the MongolZ playing on Cat, and that's what VP are thinking, okay, let's try something a little new. They have to respond to our mid-Bs eventually. And so here they have a slightly different setup, but yeah, it's still just him on A somewhere. And that's the round that G2 are looking for. So this has to be the wake-up call, right, for G2? Like, you were gifted that one. You probably get to sense a pattern now, but, like, what are the keys to victory? MongolZ gets his kills. Heavy God gets involved. But how do they create their own luck? And where do VP go now? Because they're definitely thinking. They're thinking about what to do next. They were expecting a response.
Go back to what's worked. Walk Electronic out mid. Isolate duels on B. You know, this is a round as well. Icy got his damage in through the doorway. That B site was primed for the taking.
That's right.
Icy to the long contact.
Oh,
there's something for Heavy God to have to handle.
It's like, whoa, 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 relax. I was chilling here on long.
There's nothing actually behind it.
All right, Maul playing close to the door is already something a little bit different. Saw what MongolZ did pretty much solo there on the site for 10-15 seconds, dodged like 18 flashes, found a way to get a kill and some extra damage. So I wouldn't be uncomfortable leaving him more by himself. If we think about what the stronger side of the map is, it's MongolZ and Heavy God and MongolZ on A. Do you always need 3? Wow, they full commit to this.
Right? Again, it's just like...
I mean, at least this...
is different?
No, at least this, it follows a pattern of what they've seen Virtus.pro be successful in, right? Like, if this is going to be the hard read, but Virtus.pro are thinking, man. They're trying not to do what they did before just because it worked.
Easy. Heavy God, they try to walk through smoke. They give him a bomb. Icy, he doesn't even come out. Fame's able to kill MongolZ. That puts pressure on both sides of Heavy God. But, I mean, they just tried to walk through a smoke. Heavy God just deletes them. Snacks is going to hold off the back end for Heavy God. Wallbang's great for Icy. That almost got this push out.
Oh, yeah.
Feels like time's going to expire, if anything else.
They have no time. They can't even go get the bomb from this
walk
position.
away.
Man, oh, man. Yeah, you said it. They just... Why'd they walk through the smoke? They didn't need... They could definitely make...
Okay.
What the...
He missed his incendiary to the door and burned Heavy God alive. He said, thanks for the hold, bud. G2 laugh it off. 2 map points secured.
This affects the money a little bit. There's only 2 alive here for G2. Not everyone's got a full buy to their name. But I'm sure the drops will come in. Either way, I think G2 are just happy. They're happy for Heavy God, but he could have just ate a flash right here. That could have just been a normal flash. There's 3 people coming out. Icy has 2 flashes in the back. One could have popped this smoke. Why did they need to, this late into the round, just walk out long through a smoke?
I'm glad they're having fun.
Ooh.
No impact from Icy on the cross this time.
Very gracious of Icy. Doesn't shoot. It's been super consistent on the damage.
Back to more of the same by the looks of it, though.
MongolZ has to be careful because last time he smoked here, he didn't push out. They walked out, and they got to be that way. This time, he's actually got more attention on it.
Virtus.pro look to be inching their way back towards long doors.
His smoke's a little awkward. There's a huge gap on the side of it, but he's not going to be exposed, and they're trying to transpose into that same setup as last round. Trying to A-play again. This is great staging for Virtus.pro. They set up a good situation. Now, do they want to come in unannounced?
You think after the lesson of the last round, they'd maybe throw another layer, but
at least no smoke.
Just Icy posted on the corner. Again, the progress looks good, step by step, into the right positions. Icy already on that angle, so Heavy God's going to be feeling desperate. He can't hold it all off. 1 kill to his name. Into the A site go Virtus.pro. And a smoke for the cross. Chucking the bomb over, Flawless to punch in the digits. It's the same staging, but it goes that much better because it's not smoked in front of them.
Oh, it's 3v3 actually.
Rounds on.
With that kill, there is a retake potential now. Oh, are they worried about next round's money? Oh, Snack's just gonna go up cat. They're assuming there's no one else here, or they don't have to worry about it. Do they have a smoke? No.
They've got a Molotov to maybe burn out Goose, and they've got a kit as needed. Molotov won't find anybody. Flawless, bit of chip damage. Fame as well, but time too far gone. If anything, maybe you burn a player out, and with that, the thread gets pulled on. Not the case. Virtus.pro go back to what looked like it was working last round. They improve on it, post the op up, make MongolZ step into Icy's scope. That's a critical op-v-op duel picked up here for Virtus.pro to push us to round 24.
Yeah, and I mean, great. It's great from Virtus.pro because, like, they did what they did last round, but this time better. And this time they got the same setup out of G2. For G2, it's same old, though. They're, instead of, even though they're leaning B this time around, and obviously they're leaning B now on the wrong rounds, they're doing it without information. They're just doing it off the read. And that's sometimes why Virtus.pro are taking extra time because, like, they don't see anything. Like, no one's actually looking for them. There are no pick plays happening. When's the last lower tunnels push that happened from G2? How many times have they taken top mid control? When have they gotten anyone to cross long doors on a play? They haven't tried any of this. So you almost want to say for Virtus.pro, like, they're taking the time because G2 are giving it to them, and at least now it's paying off for them. There's a real chance here that they get into overtime. G2 have got to be feeling insecure about the way that they've played the CT side so far because it's pretty much luck whether or not Virtus.pro end up jumping into, you know, a bad fight or not.
Could have been, but isn't. Insta 3B defense. Again.
There's no op this time on A.
Staging process wastes no time. VP just moving through the motions as they have been. MongolZ, who we've seen floating around in middle and kind of leaning towards that B site to go into the hard dedicated triple stack. Well,
yeah, I mean, Electronic's not second guessing himself now. He's going to A. There's 2 players here, one on an AK. No rotations, no push up or tunnels. G2 have no info on mid whatsoever.
MongolZ drops the incendiary. There goes his smoke, but still 45 seconds on this clock. Still no movement from G2 off of that 3-player dedicated B-site setup. Heavy God has seen nothing, still over towards Long. It is all on m0NESY. He doesn't have an op. He does, however, connect to Fame. And a ton of damage on the player in the backdrop.
Oh!
Double kill from m0NESY. It is him and him alone. And so 2 kills is about all you could ask for. Electronic will clear out that site. Bodies quickly up from CT spawn.
Oh, this plan is late.
They've played with the clock.
The molly let comes down on cap plan.
There remains more utility. Deep peek. You've got this bomb plant from Flit, but Body's being taken down. Flit, he's burned off of the position. Final round of regulation, and Flit tries to peel off sight. Headshots elude him, and it's G2 off of a m0NESY double kill. How much can you ask of one man? And he delivers when you need to. Close, but a close.
Must be nice to have that superstar in your team, G2. You're not going to have him for much longer, allegedly, so just enjoy that. I actually had a whole line about Heavy God and how he was on fire on the scoreboard and in the server as well, if you saw the joke. But then Virtus.pro finished us off with those few enthralling rounds. So interesting to watch, so entertaining, so fast-paced, Dust.
It started out that way. I mean, G2 had a 6-0 start, looked like they were about to cruise control into a nice position, wound up in the half 8-4. But then VP were able to get the pistol, get the follow-up couple of rounds. And it got kind of weird from there, Maui, because at first I liked what VP was doing. They were, threatening the mid-B a lot. They were making it successful quite often. But then at a certain point, they just kind of fell back into their old ways, man. Just like really were just stalling out and eventually got picked apart.
They just fell in love with the cat play. I feel like they just started loving the cat play a little bit too much, even though, and also they tried going for that one, they're going to regret the one where they just walk through the smoke a lot.
Yeah.
That one felt a little bit uncharacteristic. For a team that is so good at staging parts of the round and making sure that there's good utility for what they're doing, they take map control with the proper meta molly, the proper meta flash, and then they just kind of decide to walk out of the smoke to try to get Heavy God. Even though they were able to push the series a bit or the map a little bit further, it was just kind of surprising to see them skip steps in that fashion.
I just enjoyed so much of what they were doing in that early half, because if you remember, like the way they were setting up Icy's op, it's like they knew exactly what m0NESY was going to do. And like they would even like bait him, like make him shoot door cross, immediately boost him, catch m0NESY pushing cat. Like they were doing all these right reads and like you said, like really good map control, really good utility. Again, I thought the mid B plays, I mean, hell, they caught Snack sleeping one time on B plat. He had no idea they even came out middle. So there was a lot of good things there for VP, but it's like when it mattered most to close out the game, they just stalled out.
Do you know what the thing is? I wouldn't even be mad at VP with the way they play if they were winning rounds. But it's the fact that they are so slow, so methodical, and then they let the clock run out or they lose the round, and it becomes so difficult to watch. Is there a way for us to change VP, though? Is this going to be their style?
Well, I don't feel like VP are too mad about how much of that game went for them. It's just a couple weird slip-ups that cost them this one. I feel like if you're gonna take map control as cleanly as VP do, and you're gonna get into positions that allow you to set up your bomb site hits or your mid to B splits or what have you, just any of the regular set pieces for Dust 2, you kind of have to do that. You kind of have to play a little bit boring. It's just that they don't have, like, it's weird to look at this roster for VP, but they don't really have a star. They don't have a superstar. Right. So there's no person that they can just say, hey, Flit, can you just run down mid and get a couple kills to give us space? Like, that's why I feel like a lot of people wonder, like, why is VP less exciting to watch? It's because they just don't really have any star power. There's no one that's going to just pop off on a certain round. Like, the semblance of star power that they have right now is probably Icy, but it's more just setting him up the right way, him making a good read, him hitting like one difficult shot per half. That's kind of the most you get, and everything else almost just like they're just dragging themselves to these positions where they have to.
I just feel like the Flamus factor hasn't been there lately, and it's sad because I feel like he showed us such great promise on GamerLegion, and there's even been moments on VP where he's looked like a very solid entry fragger, but it's just like these last few games, I just feel like he has been just not either utilized, or he's not finding the frags quite the way you want, or even when he does, they don't really feel like they have impact. Like, there's just something missing there, man. I don't know what it is.
I know that you said they don't have star players, but damn, you would think like a Flit and a Fame together. These are like some of the best riflers. They should be doing these shots and impressing us in some form or way. And then, like I said, we wouldn't be upset about watching it, but I just feel like there's something lacking there.
It's like budget Navi.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Flit and Fame, despite the fact that they've won a major before, neither of them has actually been an HLTV top 20 player. I thought Flit should have been in 2022. If I made my own list, he'd probably be on it for that year, but that's pretty long since then. It's been 3 years since he was really at the peak of his powers, and that's why Electronic and the VP team have to just go through this super slow, drawn-out default in order to just kind of make the bare minimum happen, and they oftentimes end up falling just a little bit short, as they did here.
Let's just move on to G2 though. Obviously they win this map. That's going to be a big one for them. -C at the end, they're coming in fantastic. Like, we know what -C brings to the table. He showed that. Heavy God as well, having a fantastic series.
Yeah, I mean, again, G2 just showing you that they have a ton of skilled players, and even when -C departs, they still will, right? And I think the other cool thing about -C is, like, you get to see in this game a little bit of why he's such a good opper. It's because even when he doesn't have the op, he still has impact. Like, a lot of oppers can't rifle as well as he does. Like, ZU is probably one of the ones that you'd probably put out there that certainly can. There's a couple others that are pretty good, but I feel like -C just has such a well-rounded game, and the way that he closed out that match with that nice little rifle play on the A ramp just kind of shows you the flexibility and versatility that he has as a player.
And also just the way that he plays around opponents' utility. I feel like that's the big difference maker between m0NESY and why he just gaps Shiro so easily, that it's just like, if they're throwing a molly flash at Shiro, he sometimes pulls it off. Like, he'll sometimes get it, but he usually just gets so pushed away so easily. But m0NESY kind of has that simple element where he just takes one shot. Like, he'll make sure to, he's okay with taking 50 damage from a molly just to get that one shot. And sometimes it just means that he's going through the round with 50 minus health. But sometimes it's like he gets that one kill that just changes the tide of a round.
Those first 6 rounds, though, it kind of looked like G2 was going to run away with Dust too. What was it about that momentum that just worked in their favor?
That's a tough one. I mean, I think when G2 are just feeling confident playing with pace, they just do that. Like,
I think we have round 3 we could just look at.
Yeah, go ahead, tell me.
Yeah, let's just look at round 3. I feel like that's kind of the way G2 was just getting away with anything. Like, this is where it started, where it was like, it looked like VP was off to a good start in this round. You know, they got a couple kills, 5 versus 3, and then G2 just paused. And this is why G2 are a fun team. Like, G2 can just have this X factor where it's like, if VP got stopped in their tracks like this, they would just lose. But then MongolZ and Heavy God pop off with kills through smokes. Snacks pushes a smoke himself with a flash from MongolZ, and then they just kind of make a round out of absolutely nothing. Like, that was supposed to be dead in its tracks, but that's just why G2 is so excited. They got that star power. They got that extra flair. It makes you wonder, is the round really over, or do they have some other gear to shift to?
He's 100% right. I mean, at the end of the day, like, this game is about fragging, and they got a bunch of fraggers, right? And you're playing a map like Dust 2, no one's reinventing the wheel. There's no crazy, like, meta-defining things that are happening. No, sometimes you just got to swing cat and win. And that's what they were able to do in a round like that, and that's why they're able to be successful on this map like they have all year.
We're going to G2's map pick, but the truth is that there's an overlap here with Virtus.pro and G2, right? Would we say that they're going to be just as comfortable here as G2?
I would push back on that just because it's like the core of G2 have been playing Mirage for so long and have been so good, like really just throughout the entirety of last year. And even this version of G2 has played pretty well on Mirage this year. Meanwhile, VP has like a 2-6 record, not the greatest resume, but they do own the head-to-head. They beat them in overtime on Mirage at Katowice, so maybe that will kind of be a mind game in all of this. But really, I just feel like, you know, the way Mirage is played now, it's a lot about fast splits, fast set pieces, just making plays in middle, things of that nature. And when you have as much talent as G2 has spread across the map with like MongolZ and, you know, m0NESY being dynamic with the op, Heavy God being a great A extremity player, like, you just have so many options open to you to be able to implement that type of play style.
And I feel like we need to start the Flamus conversation, Dust.
Yeah, we do.
I feel like Flamus is just, you know, he's not living up to the billing that he had when he joined from GamerLegion. He definitely looks like a shell of himself on this roster, and he's just going to get worked at A. Like, I would be shocked if Flamus escapes this first half with, say, like 7 kills, because he just is going to be put into the blender. And I feel like watching Flamus at this event, he's just second-guessing everything he's doing. Like, he's just not sure of what's coming next in the round. I'm not sure if he knows how he wants to... Used to be like he would go for these fiery plays, like he just pushed. Like I feel like he was emboldened on GamerLegion, but I feel like on this roster, he's really, his wings have been clipped. I don't like what I'm getting from Flamus.
Prof actually mentioned on a desk earlier this week, there was an interview where Flamus, and we had the quote where Flamus basically was like, "Oh, I've realized now that everything I was doing on GamerLegion was wrong." And we were sitting there being like, "Well, hold on."
Maybe not.
No, we were like, "Hey, how do you think you got on VP? Like, who the hell in VP is telling you that you play badly? Like, you were good. What has happened?" So lots of question marks, and it kind of ties back to what we were talking about in the pre-show as well with how this team is led. But you know what? The decision has to be made on the server. We're going to have to see how this plays out. We've also got to go to a break. Dust's going to be annoyed. I can see he wants to chat. We'll have to touch on this in the post-game or in between map 2 and 3, depending on how this goes.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
G2 are the first team to make it through to the playoffs here at PGL Bucharest. They're going 3-0 the whole way through. Taz is with me to talk about this run, and let's just get your first of all thoughts on how you would say you guys played across all 3 games overall. Like, is it a performance you're happy with? Did you still expect more?
I think that obviously you could expect more, because I think we had 2 overtimes during these 3 games, but still it felt like we are mostly in control of our fate, and if we wanted it hard way, we got served hard way. So I'm just happy with the resilience that we showed in the end, and that we were able to go 3-0.
Looking at the GamerLegion game, obviously you played them not too long ago as well, right? It's certainly a team that has shown improvements for you guys. What do you make of it when you're going up against them and it goes into overtime? Did you still feel like you had control even at that point on the Inferno? Because I know it's a map that you guys are picking into a lot here, but should it have even got that far?
I think that they are a good team. They have pieces that are working good with each other, and definitely it looks like they have a certain game plan which everyone is following. So I think that this is more important than having stars in a team. And you can see that they are improving, even though they are changing players, but yeah, they are working well.
This complexity game though, it was one where it could have potentially been going in their favor there. So what did you make of it when it came down to the Dust 2?
I mean, I think that they are playing good. I think that they surprised some teams, and we were ready for the level of Counter-Strike that they are showing. They showed before they played us. But I also think that they are a little bit of a momentum team. Okay. So if they get some rounds going, hey, that's a quote. They are actually getting, like, they can run over you. Yeah. And I just felt that we had a really good calling from Jano on Dust 2. Like, it was like 10-2, it should be like even 11-1. We were in good control, and then we had a very good plan for like force buy, and we kind of threw it away. And when you do it, on Dust 2, they came back and it went to overtime, right? When you go speed up to Ancient, we were losing 5-0, and then we went force buy, right? And I think that we won like 12 in a row or something like that. Yeah. So it's like, you know, momentum is very important, and especially in Max Rounds 12, where you really don't want to force that much, and you need to allow some easy rounds for an enemy team.
Do you feel like you're at a stage though where you're seeing the better results, the better performances from the team of how you want the team to play? You know, because we've had conversations across this year already where you've seen, okay, we're not quite there yet, we're still making these mistakes. Is there less of them happening now?
Well, definitely, like, if we get time with this team, we would definitely perform much better with every game. And you could see even in previous events that not all the games that we played against the top 4, top 5 teams were like bad showings from us. I would say that half of them were throws, and half of them, yeah, we got our asses served, but in the end, like, you need time. Like, you need to get punished a couple of times, you need to, you know, grow. And the same goes with, you know, with other things. Like, imagine us building again, like, on T-side CT after doing a change, right? And Jano needs to also adapt with certain ideas, certain usage of players, and I think he's doing a great job. But I don't really care that much about the team getting better. I just want every individual to get better slowly and just feel more comfortable, because when everyone will feel more comfortable, we will definitely get better results.
Yeah, when you're feeling comfortable, you can go for the plays you want, right, and make it work with it as well.
Exactly.
Talking about MongolZ though, I remember when he was being very harsh critically on himself. I even saw your own tweets to him. I'm sure you're supporting him a lot with this. How important is it for you to just get his mentality in the right place for him to be able to shine as well?
I think just Mario wants to be the best now. Like he, you know, that's a very good thing to have as a player, that you want to just insta be the best, that you believe that you can be the best.
Yeah.
But it's just about understanding, and I think he understands it now, that you just need to sometimes take a step back to make 2 steps forward, right? And I think that that's something that he is learning, and he's getting better at it, because we have time. I believe that he can start playing great in, I don't know, 2 weeks, maybe in 2 months.
I like that, and I think that's a good point to end on. Taz, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck going into the playoff. Hope it all works out for you.
Thank you.
Virtus.pro's map pick was not shy of options. We saw them try to move around on that T side. I saw VP working for a win, and unfortunately for them, it felt like you just stepped on the landmine that is MongolZ one too many times. Multiple multi-kills from that ramp is the only thing that put G2 into a win back on the first map of this series. Let's hope that their map pick looks like more of a comfort zone than that.
Yeah, that was, I think, the B site wasn't retakeable, but the A site was very retakeable. MongolZ could put up 2 kills on the final round, of course. That's going to make the biggest difference, up or not. So for G2 and VP, now it'll be Mirage. A slight victory, but some time to think about how they could improve. Definitely saw the evolution for Virtus.pro get better as time went on.
Yeah, Flamis gets there. Dual Berettas on the ramp falter. Flamis' second duel doesn't go his way. MongolZ to make the difference so far, and that'll free up the Heavy God bomb plant soon enough.
Flamis' highlight last game was getting exit kills,
dude.
unfortunately.
Hunter from B. Doesn't take the shot, confirms that they are coming up from ticket. FaZe has just moved forward. That was from the connector player, at least.
He has to walk fast.
I mean, Hunter's got to keep this pressure up. Snax is just going to keep his head down. Remember, bomb's not planted in all of this.
Oh, right.
It's not even a retake. Hunter delivers 2 headshots back, and Fame, who put this one up in the air, has now got another couple bodies to deal with. They've got to get this bomb back at some point, and it's right there for the taking for Snax. Hunter takes a wider angle. Dual Beretta's swing. Fame sees this coming together. A reload and a 1v1. Him versus Snax. Dual Berettas from behind the triple box. Go! Out of it. Shut down with 1 shot.
What a shot, Fame.
Quad kill for Fame, and this is what we said about him back on Dust 2. He's got the aim.
Yeah, he does, man. That's a great display of it. Snax is about to get away. They definitely fumbled it right here. They could have double swung him, forced him to fight both. But with very little room to work with, Fame finds a way to win this 1v2. And it's off the back of 2 great shots. Wow, did he get 4 that round?
Yes, sir. Quad kill.
Ooh.
Just right around the edge of walls as well, all 4 of them. Bending bullets for the VP CT pistol.
And even though there was no... Oh, there was a bomb plan, actually. Yeah, there was a bomb plan at the very end right there. That allows the buy to come through. Whose smoke was that? Did they double up the window, or was it the CT smoke?
2 T-smokes there. As per their color on the radar, identified now in CS2. Fun little feature. Thank you, Valve.
I think I'm colorblind.
A little bit. Woo! Deagle from downtown. MongolZ gets this catwalk attack rolling. Oh! Okay.
What?
You love that. Second deke shot out of MongolZ. Electronic's gonna try to control sight here. Nice dink. Hunter damaged. Empty. USP not destined long for this one.
What?
Forced buy from G2 with Galil's, but it's the Deeg that features. And Icy collects the kill to Snacks. Double push off the market door. Closed in on by Hunter as he presses the Galil up against the doorway. Icy's already taken one player off site. Needs to collect the next two.
And does he want to give an op away? That's the question too. It's not only a 1v2, but there's a big risk, and he's not finding anything. Now he needs to leave carefully because they're going to chase him down.
They're still thinking that he may have time.
Playing with fire, man.
He runs for it. Hunter sends some shots as he runs for the hills. This is VP to fumble the conversion.
Uh-oh, I mean, what? That shot was unbelievable out of MongolZ.
And we didn't even get to see the first one, but it came from Catwalk and kills the guy bench. Pop, pop. I mean, the correction in the aim there.
Yeah.
I love those kinds of kills in Counter-Strike.
Because there's always the big correction and the big swing and then the small correction.
Yep.
But there he was pretty far off on his big swing and he still hit it. It was quite a putt, so to speak.
Quite a putt indeed. In the hole.
That's not what they yell. They yell timber.
Yeah, okay. Get left.
What's that?
That's what Stunna yelled at the PGA event.
Yeah. I was like, why does that sound so familiar but so wrong?
Off the flashbang, MongolZ doesn't give a damn. Oh, Electronic, though, locks him in with the frag grenade.
It was getting way too crowded right there. They heard a lot of things going on.
Yeah, a couple too many bodies, huh?
They said, screw it. We'll just try it again. Oh, late smoke on A ramp.
They plop that one down at 50 seconds.
Oh, boy.
Damn, really? You're going to walk through that, huh? No, what?
Oh, Thomas just...
What?
Well, I don't even know. What?
I mean, what does he see?
He's trying to half-dodge flashes. I can't believe he doesn't see that. So...
What was that?
When you play off the corner of a smoke like that, you leave enough room that they can get out, but they can't see. In that spot, it looked like he should have been able to, but...
Wait, I mean, was he looking at his radar at the same time?
I don't know. I have no idea. Looked visible from our perspective, that's for sure.
I mean, he hasn't been as sharp as we've seen in the past, but...
Yeah.
I mean, unless it's a perspective thing, but it shouldn't be. That's a head scratcher. He's in the right spot. He's got a 5.7. He blasts the guy out. He gets an AK from that. Things get slowed down, and then the rest of Virtus.pro can swoop in, but okay. That happened. And G2 will seize the opportunity to go up 2-1.
Yeah, they asked for a disaster to happen right there. They walked through why are they walking through a smoke on an Antigua like that? Like, they don't need to do that. You can try a little bit harder to just play it safely, especially after the start to that round, but I guess they're lucky right there. Flawless takes a long blink.
Huh. That was weird. On to the next one. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Down into the underpass, Hunter and MongolZ trade out. You know, you're working with limited rifles here, and Icy's off didn't see anything top mid, so you were hoping the FAMAS would just win the round.
Yeah, this is a real big opening over towards B. It's going to be a little scary here for Virtus.pro to move around. And the punishment from MongolZ too. Oh, now they can just win this round however they want. It's only Electronic on a USP. So not the most coming into this for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Icy's op is still inside connector where you get 3 players from G2 walking over top of it. So if his job is to just get a gun back,
okay,
FAMAS and underpass or op in connector?
Do you think Electronic can get this gun back? That's what he's thinking about right now.
I think he could get the FAMAS.
Okay.
To get the op would be to be greedy. The kid don't miss.
The kid just does not miss.
And thank God for that. G2, that's what they think every time. He is the reason they won Dust 2. Not because he was moving, but because they plopped him down on the ramp.
Yeah.
And he delivered when he had to. That's a funny position here between Heavy God and Flawless. Flawless somehow down underneath him.
Flawless, man, what's going on? Flawless.
Columbus.
Would love to hear from him, actually, because he does great interviews.
Well, we can ask him in the exit interview.
Oh, at this pace.
Too soon? Yes, because it's not over yet.
Yeah, but it's looking like it can get worse, for sure.
It's feeling like G2 are locking in early, but that doesn't mean their CT side will be great. Whoop. Into the smoke goes
missing
3
2 chances.
And Flick gets blasted away by MongolZ. So you know this pack of players is in here. That's no surprise. Fame boosted, gets a good angle, and the Famas cleans up.
Okay.
There we go. Flit and Fame support Electronic. That's a couple of assists. Heavy God trying to get the kill back to Flawless yet again. They exchange fire. And a 2v4 here for G2 to try to figure out, but without bomb possession, you'd think Virtus.pro should just rack up this round win.
There's enough time to test it, but resources are slim. And now with Heavy God going down, what else have they got? Honestly, now he can't even save. He's got a flank coming in. Fame takes him out. Solid from Fame. 2 in this round. 1 off Cat. Electronic as well getting in front of that Cat Molly. G2 didn't even look behind them. But I think it's because there was a boost on Cat Bricks. It gave even better vision here for VP.
And so the half may begin. Trying to keep them out of underpass with just a bit of util. Uh-oh. Luckily for Snacks, able to cross back before the smoke expired, but he's denied his position at least.
Yeah, sometimes that's why you'll see people just smoke themselves in that spot so that the CTs have to believe that someone had crossed. But he keeps the smoke, at least, so he'll stay away. But you can see this is why Fame can stand out here. They know for sure no one's at the boxes.
Nice nade.
Oh, that's solid.
Perfect trajectory there for Flit.
And now they have to deal with the fact that there's full confidence here from the CTs. No one's crossed.
Connector player continues to drop utility. It was looking like Monacy wanted to walk that op up, but opts not to. And then eventually Snacks is able to take his position. So Fame not on the bricks, but still boosted behind it.
Yeah, they're just recreating, both teams are just recreating last round. The catwalk up can be good here for Fame. His aim has been impeccable. Hunter, though, perfect clear.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Ooh.
Owned.
That was a perfect clear. But now, because they respected so many protocols from the CT side, it's real.
25 seconds,
V2
bomb
are
spawn.
super low on time, yeah.
Bomb now comes back top mid. Hunter has got to make sure he doesn't get caught trying to cross up here. Any kind of pressure from Connector could have been a problem. They put a smoke on it. He just jumps, crosses his toes, and hopes that he can sail into the B site, which is the case, uncontested. MongolZ gets the kill back on Flawless. We get the climb into the ladder room, and so this flank from Flick could be faster than G2 anticipate.
Yeah, this is good.
MongolZ back turn. It's a good climb up. It's a good layered defense in the window that allowed this to enable the potential for the retake. You've still got Heavy God back in T-spawn. I mean, how does he get into this picture? Hunter keeps his head down inside sight. Snacks finds the timing on the peek out of bench. Eventually that market player arrives, but by the time he gets there, Hunter's got himself a triple.
I mean, it's an excellent round from both teams here in terms of what they get out of it to start. The only thing missing was Virtus.pro recognizing like the empty B site. Maybe they could have rotated over, tried to cut off Hunter before the plant went down. But because of Hunter's whole round, they open up B, they get the kill on the bricks boost, and they get into B. No problem after that. No friction on the rest of it. So there was a point here where they're being too gracious to Virtus.pro. They didn't smoke at the molly top mid. They didn't put any pressure really quickly early on into the round to get into connector control, anything like that. And time got low, but they found the option. Now, very dangerous round here for Virtus.pro. They invest a lot. They've got, obviously, the saved guns.
Spent a lot of presence for G2 down in underpass. Don't surprise me that they've got bodies on it. They don't get Icy off the spray, so he's going to have to start dropping util, and they can keep this pressure up. Hell, they'll expose him. Icy's still alive. Unbelievable.
Wow, do they still think he's here?
That nade just goes too deep. They're going to hear the run into connector. Get out of my way, says Icy. Move it, Flit.
And yeah, Snacks actually doesn't spam them on the way back.
And then that's because he's going to try to walk up through the smoke. He's going to try to play the long con.
That's insane.
He chases this like a real hunter.
No way.
Plat now spotted. Flawless climbing down the ladder. Flit dead. And that's all with Icy still on minimal HP. And he already spotted Flawless. Nowhere to run here for Flawless. Heavy God comes out of the ramp. I like this move from Snacks.
It was actually, he was playing 4D chess right there. Instead of spamming the smoke, he just concealed his presence entirely, turned it into a round win off that smoke push. That was a genius or madness moment as they peeled back out of connector, but he was totally right about the way that they would transform that situation. So it's a big find here and a very uncomfortable spot for Virtus.pro. They're actually lucky that they can still save this op. Somehow, after all this, Icy is still alive. Which is key because, yeah, money's low, man. Electronic is saving a 5-7 right now.
Felt like Flit wanted Icy to die with the way he was blocking him in connector.
He's like, ooh, can't get by, can't get by.
What you running from? What you running from?
You're never going to grow up if you don't fight.
And they had a reason to be scared. Snacks roguelike in the connector chase. And that's G2 5th T round win in 7 played. Who do you think chews their fingers more, Electronic or Elige?
Yeah, they're both two of the best chewers. Two of the best riflers of all time, and they both chew their fingers a lot, actually. I might start.
Don't. It's addicting. There we go. Snacks talking.
Yeah, that's good.
He said, you guys should have seen it. I just followed them up connector.
Talking about
you know, I knew Icy was low, so I just thought I could follow behind them, dude. And then I saw Flawless, and I ignored him. Got the kill in the window, and okay, next round. What's up?
That would be fun. That would be hilarious.
Honestly, it's a play worth talking about. You should be proud of that one.
You had to be there, trust me.
Round-winning move out of Snacks.
Oof.
Electronic, that saved 5-7.
This doesn't work unless they, yeah, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. I mean, I was gonna say unless they swing behind it or something, but like you can't hide yourself there.
Listen, I love that you were looking for the if, the how, but no, we end up in reality. It just doesn't work.
But I was looking up.
Yeah. God didn't hear your prayers, Electronic.
Why hath doth made me miss the cat jump again?
Damn you, Monasi.
That's the thing about that spot. You don't even need good awareness to clear it. You
it's just a foot sticking out.
Yeah, you just see it every time.
As long as you've got 2 eyes.
Yeah.
Hell, even 1. Or a good nose.
Clean up.
6-2 lead for G2 off of that one. Your 5-7 will do nothing in the face of a G2 running rampant now on the attack here of their map pick.
The real, obviously, you know, Electronic's not going to win his fight versus Underpass. If they didn't go Underpass and they tried to go into Connector, that's one of the best ways to fight someone going into Connector. So that's obviously the situation where it looks the worst. But an option. Honestly, sees a head crossing. They're just gonna go. They want to go right into this A setup. Nothing spotted top mid. They're still mildly worried about the B play, but the full smokes are coming in. 3 smoke exec.
Here's MongolZ coming at it again.
They blew up the top stair smoke, but no one's there.
MongolZ finds it. Heavy God connects his over towards Ticket. And in this sea of smoke grenades, it may have been a Virtus.pro first blood, but it's MongolZ once again finding success here. He entered this round 5-1 in opening duels. 5 of the 7 opening duels for G2 through this half, all his. And so quick reaction.
They're going for this. It is a 3v3, and the flash is extremely good.
That's what Electronic was hoping for. MongolZ, though, not going to just sit back on his hands. Gets active. Denies fame. Heavy God still yet to activate from backside. Could just damn well push this over the line. They're going to have to find him. And how they do it. Bomb right here in front of him. Electronic's going to defuse for a few seconds. Gets executed. Heavy God wins it. And the bomb will pop as G2 takes 7. Clearing Flit as well. No op saved in this one.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see from Heavy God in that spot. He's just thinking purely about the clock. And he knew he had that round 1 unless they hard clear him. VP had to hope and pray their toes were crossed in that situation that he was on some kind of flank, but no, he won't make it elaborate. G2 hit 7 rounds off of this. MongolZ with the key entry to triple through that smoke. It's a B default on this round as well. Bombs up there.
Yeah, Virtus.pro keep trying different looks at middle, trying to give the responsibility to different players who are working with different pieces, and nothing's able to hold back G2 at the moment. You know, Fame, somebody who we've seen play off Cat on the receiving end of 5 opening deaths. And unfortunately, all those different looks have not borne fruit for Virtus.pro.
Well, they want to take it back to A. They didn't have a lurker here. There's one pushed up in Palace. That's Flawless. He's got the Deagle. About it, though. You come into the site late, you molly Palace. If you don't go through, if you only go through connector and ramp, that's simple as. Other CTs are worried about B. Good call here for G2.
Honestly, sticking around. Here's a stampede of players out middle. Everybody dies instantly. The headshots just flowing at this point here from G2. And Virtus.pro have yet to really offer up much of a fight.
Yeah, they're in the rhythm. This game did have some punishable moments, but time's running out here. It's been a solid half overall from G2.
Dude, between MongolZ and MongolZ, there's just no chance to really catch your breath.
Yeah.
On top of that, Hunter and Snacks having strong games as well. There's no weak link for G2 so far. Although I remember Dust 2 where everything felt flawless, and then we switched to the CT side and VP kicked it up a notch. So we'd have to still just sit back and watch. This is a tale of 2 halves, as always. Don't turn off your television sets just yet. Stay locked in right here. You're watching PGL Bucharest 2025.
Just those antennas. Get yourself some nachos and take a seat.
MongolZ shows mercy. Lets Flit get away. Sends him running. Heavy God emerges out on the A side. Oh. Again, dude, it's just pretty much insta-kills from most of the G2 camp. Oh, Flawless returns the favor. He didn't hear that? Snacks is just in the bomb site. Smoke grenade makes this one weird. It's drawing 2 players' attention between the jungle and Flawless in sight. He's gonna jump up, execute Snacks from behind. We're gonna get 3 players of G2 to just try to charge headstrong into the B site. Electronic with a chance to stop them, supported by Fame off Catwalk. This one looks a little flat until MongolZ gets into the action. 40 seconds, bomb on his back, and a highlight reel to Phil. Electronic takes that as an invitation, just puts himself inside of the smoke. MongolZ wraps back sight. And he's just so cyclopsed that he's not able to find contact. The flank comes through, and Virtus.pro a 3rd round for the road.
Snacks was not ready for someone to be there, rushing him on CT. Flawless understood they need to get rid of this problem right away. And you can see Peacekeeper the Spirit still high here, obviously. Not having the best tournament so far, but we know the energy that he brings to this roster. So it won't be a total shutout here in this first half from G2. But it can still be pretty bad. Fast underpass play, fast mid control overall here from the T side. Fame wants to fight it. He's getting some damage off, but he's got to be careful.
He's just died an uncomfortable amount of times. Oh, with the nades out.
And fair play, G2. They haven't gone into window that often.
They've really just felt so ready to go until that one. Call that the Flawless.
What a trade.
Failed to react fast enough. Icy drops util damage on the slowly but surely approaching G2. Ooh.
That's a find.
A bomb.
Oh.
It's a bait.
And MongolZ's like, yeah, I'm going to be extremely aware right now.
How is he going to pull this off? He's being very cautious about it, playing as if there is a player on top of it. Doesn't know that, but should just clear it. And of course, under pressure up close, MongolZ doesn't give a damn. So consistent throughout this series. His 9th kill of the half. It is MongolZ who continues to tear it up more than anybody else. Ooh, and he's going to end it.
Man, MongolZ got some really key trades in some moments that could have gone Virtus.pro's way. That couple of trades through smoke here. This one on connector is just pure intuition. The one on triple, he knows that someone's fighting, goes in for the spam. You got to trust yourself for sure. Some of the best parts about Virtus.pro's Dust 2 were the ideas, I guess. You know, towards the end, it feel like they were beating G2 on ideas, but they didn't have the firepower, and that's where it keeps coming back to.
Yes, same thing on Dust 2, right?
And, yeah, it's like...
That was more so a criticism of G2's lack of CT variance.
Yeah.
But still, you can call all you want. When when Fame is ending the half 0-5 in opening duels, you just know mid's not been held well. And the follow-throughs from G2 in the first half, it was hard to kind of put your finger on them as to where they'd end up. And you had a few zany moments as well, like Snacks just dropping out of Palace to try to keep a distraction up.
At the end of the day, they just had way better individuals. Like,
yes, sir.
MongolZ's Deagle round as well on B.
Yes, sir.
Hunter's round where he got 3 kills on the way to B. Just where are those moments for Virtus.pro, unfortunately, is the question.
MongolZ takes over the first half of the second map. Pistol shots elude him here as the follow-through from Virtus.pro's inbound. Flawless looking for a fast kill. Fire spreading, but Heavy Gods found Sanctuary. MongolZ just sideline split. Flawless gets blindsided as well because Heavy God was covered in that corner. And so 5 versus 3 for a second pistol. But Icy's P250 tends to find its targets. It will for one. You've got the sandwich player locked in. You've got Fame over towards Ticket. So Icy tries to draw more attention, but now MongolZ just refuses to miss. Electronic gets softened up by the frag grenade. Here comes this whole pack of players. Electronic, he's got the sandwich going. Fame, oh, he's trying, but they just swarm forward on him from all directions. G2 in with a second pistol, and they're going to jump on that bomb with time. Double digits G2 early.
I mean, that one kind of smells...
Or not.
They got it. They got it.
Okay.
Oh, they got it. That was close. Oh, that one kind of spells disaster. Man, MongolZ just getting nicer and nicer by the round. Every kill he gets more impressive than the last. And unfortunately, we are so used to seeing Icy deliver 2 frags with his gun, with his P250, on pistol rounds no matter what. And even he can't stand to MongolZ at the moment.
So rocky road ahead for Virtus.pro unless they can pull off a force buy. Gotta rock this boat early. G2 just riding over the waves with no care in the world.
Got sea salt in their hair.
Vibing like some California girls.
Take the doors off the Jeep. Talking like Maui Snake.
They'll be giving over some space and connector. I mean, this is a good position to try to swarm an A site from. MongolZ just saw something he didn't like, and Heavy God just gets exposed to the Tech 9. Fame's Galil strikes one down. Line up on connector.
Fame!
That's what we're looking for, right? The headshots that Fame was not able to always offer through that first half connects a couple, and so, as I said, gotta rock this boat early. G2's momentum capsizes.
Wait, you saw Hunter, no?
No. Now he will.
What the?
Fame thinks he left. Sucker.
Acting a fool. Come on, Hunter knows where you're coming in from.
Another one.
Time to defuse.
There we go.
Okay.
Icy pushes it over the line. He is 4 and 8 off that kill.
And they hunted that down. They got 1 saving here on this round for VP.
Shout out Fame one time.
Ooh, Snack Spies an M4. They're going for an investment. They sense the opportunity after those exit frags. Even though they don't have the most money in the world, how many other people will invest? Who's coming with me? Definitely want to get that M4 on MongolZ, I think.
Nah, Snacks, because you can hang on to it.
On MongolZ, though.
Snacks, I think.
No, I could just... What about this time? Just MongolZ, maybe.
MongolZ, you mean the guy with the armor?
No, I mean, yeah, the guy with the 130 ADR.
You know, Snacks... Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Hey, man, I felt it.
Yeah.
If you don't believe in yourself, how will anybody ever believe in you?
As a wise man once said, nothing beats reality. Sugar Man.
So, Snacks P250. Kevlar for the rest of the crew. And Virtus.pro, who have Fame to thank for this chance on round 15. Again, man, CT side was flawed back on Dust 2. You know, it didn't feel like G2 were able to adapt. They were just a species good enough to survive, like an alligator.
Like useless today, but kind of scary anyway.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, I like that.
You know?
Good analogy. Yeah, okay, okay.
If Virtus.pro walk into your swamp, yeah, they're going to get their legs chewed off.
Right, they went into their arena. That was the problem.
You know, but I've never seen an alligator. I don't know where I'm going with this.
Okay.
I've never seen it.
You had it, though. You had it.
5-7 into the ramp. Denied. Fame is not going to waste our time here. He is going to keep the headshots rolling. And to hell with our time, it's just the opportunity. Virtus.pro.
This was their swamp, and MongolZ does not want to jump into there.
Yeah. Just saying, alligators were way more intimidating until We invented dynamite.
Why'd they live so long again? They just because they were underwater for the comet?
I just think they're an incredible predator.
Okay.
Their habitat has been mostly unaffected for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
The Everglades in Florida.
Yeah.
Just a prime place to be. Very swampy.
Literally a swamp.
Yep. Literally an Everglade.
Everglady.
Yeah.
Well,
I think they
aren't VP ever glad that G2 decided to stack B this round. MongolZ at least keeps things good. Yeah. Can't approach him.
Right now, though, if the game is survival,
okay,
would you rather be an alligator or a cockroach?
I would, in a game of survival, I think an alligator, right? Or no, is that the wrong answer?
I don't know, but
oh, okay.
Virtus.pro crawling under the floorboards.
I want to be whatever MongolZ is.
A goat, or maybe one day
a falcon. Oh.
Oh, hey, ooh, hey.
I thought that's what you were going for.
Not yet. Hey. MongolZ M4 on the ramp here. Just the pistols, but pistols enough. The lineup, that's what Icy's waiting for. A succulent meal at the top of that ramp as the two players line up for him. We've got a Cat player coming through, but it's Snacks with a USP, so you can't have high expectations. MongolZ moving to put the scope up on jungle, gets popped by Fame, and Virtus.pro closing this gap very quickly.
Yeah, that would be a couple of ecos, but yeah, doing good.
Should have converted your pistol.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true, but Fame had something to say about it, man. That was a legit Galil play from him. The close calls are still expensive.
Gonna have a little tech issue here. I see a player has dropped out of the server. Production, queue up the Dwarf Core. Please and thank you.
Thank you for not playing it.
Well, now don't I look like a fool?
You look like a dwarf.
I'm 6 foot.
Are dwarfs
what
not taken seriously? Like in like, you know.
What are we talking?
Like
talking
Gimli,
about
for
Tolkien's
example.
universe?
I mean, Gimli, for example, he kind of plays the heel, but he also is kind of serious.
Yeah. The thing with dwarves is that they used to have this impeccable kingdom, right? If I'm not mistaken, it was the kingdom of Durin. I could be wrong, but I think I'm correct with that one.
Okay.
And I think that like many things, you know, I think we as land dwellers look down on things that live underground.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah.
Rats, moles,
right,
bugs,
Doug
earthworms, Doug trios.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I do think dwarves get a bad rep because they were also very isolationist in the world of Tolkien. They're not a very trustworthy person, and I suppose I would also not be trustworthy if I had gems and emeralds and gold.
Trusting or trustworthy?
Trusting, excuse me.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I would not be very trusting.
Fair enough.
You know, they've got a lot to lose, the dwarves. And they make great music, but I guess we're not allowed to listen to it.
So they're rich and they have great music. Gotcha. Learn more about them today.
Here we go. Back to the land of man, where competition reigns supreme. Nothing like the egos of human beings clashing head to head. Waited some time to get this buyback. G2. Mid smokes galore from VP, Connector, and Window for the time being. Mob's going to take a look at that. We've got Heavy God in the sight, FAMAS in hand, and m0NESY behind him. And remember how Dust 2 went down. Virtus.pro showed nice approach on the T side, but they ran into m0NESY one too many times, and he was able to multi-kill just enough to close that map out 13-11. So when you look at this A site with a rotate kind of preoccupied towards mid, is it going to happen again? Heavy God, ooh, him and Mobs drop, so it's got to be all m0NESY, and he's on 16 health, so odds are against him. Hunter comes out from the market door. This A site's gone. VP are making this a game again.
I think you pointed out perfectly, like looking back to Dust 2, G2 barely skated by on that because of great, site holds ultimately, but they didn't take the rounds into their own control. I think we look, I don't know who is calling CT sides, if Hunter is helping out at all, but if he's not, I feel like he could contribute a ton because his pistol setups are a good example of what you should do on rounds like this, where you don't have that much utility. Way more active spots, places that you can trade early, closer to choke points when execs come in. Because Virtus.pro are going to go for a standard exec like that, and it's 2v5 on the site, then they're going to win trades more often than not, and eventually come back into this game. But even after that break, G2 come in low utility and spread the map. They basically had a low chance of winning on both sites and didn't move. The other thing that they could do is try to take. It's the Dwarf Core.
Thank you. Small note, Icy had to rebuy an op. He died to the bomb with the op in Palace, just for the record. Completely alone, in Palace, no CTs around him.
That's expensive, but they can afford it.
Electronic will be taking note of that.
Kaiser! I feel like I'm in a chain gang. Serving my sentence.
Rockin' stone, brother. Well,
yeah.
I
So
know,
here's another round. So here's another round where it's low utility, mixed by. Try to find a setup where they're playing some closer positions or taking control of the map really early so that you can rotate and overstack. There needs to be some either long-term aim coming into the early round, like this upper B push. That's what we were missing last round. There is always a gap. Oh, they cleared it, so I don't think Snacks is going to want to stay here now. This does allow them to go back and stack, but then the value of it expires if he pulls out as well. They'll have to still have 2 and B. And now they've just got a standard map. So if they all had auto snipers, these would be great spots.
Sure.
I'll put it that way.
Yeah, they don't. Two Deagles inside Connector. At least for their sake, Flit's playing Palace very passive, so it doesn't look like they're going to find that vacant A site yet.
They do have an idea to retake mid.
Spam out a m0NESY. He'll try to get a quick look over towards Palace. Ooh, Electronic just got tagged up hard. Fame sitting bottom middle's the first casualty, so eventually G2 do make a move. They clear out bottom mid, killing one in the process. That offers a weapon over. And now VP gonna jump into the A site while they still can. m0NESY rotates over towards Ticket. Is he going to be enough to stop it again? Op trained in on him. Mobs finds his headshot. m0NESY given a gift as Flit just jumps haphazardly out from Palace. And so Virtus.pro down to 7 seconds.
No time.
Bomb will not be planted. Snacks decides not to follow through with the flank. That could have killed players after time.
I mean, they are getting flanked.
Icy's no guarantee. And I mean, he already lost the op last round. Now he's going to lose a second and die after time.
Ooh, okay. But you know what?
There it is.
Yeah, forced by G2. It's
There's
actually
VP.
Yeah, there's VP. But this is actually a situation where they could have planted. They did have enough time to get there. But G2, at least, they came forward with the idea to retake mid. If they didn't do that, then it would have just been an A play that ends in disaster. Well, it ends in disaster because G2 don't have great guns to work with, but it's their ideas that win here. So early tactic to clear out B is great. Coming back to mid, They kept moving the round forward with their weaker guns, made VP very uncomfortable. And they tell VP, you can't move that slowly. We're going to make you pay for it.
Snacks who kind of pulled the trigger that round, right? MP9 jumping down into the fight. It was all so sudden. Flawless locked in on this. He has been a shell of himself. But definitely not his worst map in Bucharest. Still just waiting for somebody to make that move down the ramp. Doesn't happen. We get this third player from G2 leaning over to the B site in the moment.
Key spot is MongolZ once again, who's been the star here for G2. If they don't test this, like this is when, yeah, they move too slowly, this smoke becomes really annoying here.
40 seconds. Still, there's no hold on middle. They've got three players up inside the B site as if there's something coming. You're going to start to now scramble back, but you've already got Fame up inside connector. How squeezed do you feel if you're the G2 players?
They're so confused, actually. They're thinking it's B or there's a lurk or something. They don't understand what's happening.
He's going to try to reposition.
They still haven't gone anywhere.
And Virtus.pro still haven't made their move. They've got just enough utility to make it happen.
15 seconds, go!
Finally starting to make steps happen. We've got a little contact out from Palace. They're worried about under Balk, and they should be. Heavy God, he gets tethered off with Hunter, who drops Flawless and the bomb. Now they're going to desperately plant inside of a smoke, and it doesn't get stopped. So post-plant secured. Just enough time. VP squeeze it, and there's their 8th secured.
Holy smokes. I mean, I don't even blame G2 for being confused right there. Like, nothing was happening at all. 1 second to spare, and they put that bomb down. Buyback comes again. I think the last round should have been the reminder to G2 they needed to, or to VP they needed to speed up. They try it again. They almost lose in the exact same way with the bomb getting dropped in the middle of the site. They're not going to stage this full comeback with rounds like that. It's time to start playing like they mean it.
A win's a win, but it's just starting to feel like G2 might try to just kind of like fall over into the semifinals. You know, limp across the line.
That's kind of what happened on Dust too.
Yes, it is. I'll go one further. I'll say that's actually what happened back in Lisbon as well to secure playoffs.
Right, right.
You know? A result's a result, but the inspiration behind the result, I don't even think they can see. But if Virtus.pro want to play dangerous games, next thing you know, G2 will trip over the finish line here. 2 rounds away on the CT side. And the more frustrating the round results become, the more I think m0NESY wants to be unleashed. And luckily for G2, the buy is healthy here in round 20. So he takes that op out middle, sees nothing for the time being. And always cautious of the B hit. We saw that last round, right? 3 bodies allocated to the site. Well, now Virtus.pro will start to send some forces in that direction. Flawless dropping utility to keep the attention of 2 players on Cat. MongolZ opts to play inside connector. And Electronic, trying to run up towards Catwalk, would be put between MongolZ and Hunter. He burns down to 60 before giving up his angle. Hunter, dangerous game here, dropping smokes in front of him. And at 50 seconds, we've got VP 3 players strong in middle. Taking over top con as well, goes Fame into the corner.
They've won a good amount of space. They've just taken a long time to do it, so they're actually still in a little bit of time trouble potentially if they don't convert from this position. Bombs up on Cat.
Options remain open.
They have a lurker on A, which means they should be trying to split in this direction. The push out into B will definitely tell G2 with certainty where it's going to end up. And they just want one more kill so badly, they can't get it.
MongolZ finds his, 2 players cross-bench. Heavy God drops utility, hangs on to Ticket.
The bomb.
Could be G2 to queue up a retake. Icy's gonna go for the plant. They're hoping the Catwalk fight doesn't come. Spam connects. Bomb down at 10 seconds. Hunter finds the headshot. Flawless is now desperate to get it in. Jungle pressure comes through. Play dangerous games, and you will pay the price. VP, bank on Flit to post a 1v5. Back turn, I don't think so. G2 clamp down on an A-site retake, and it's 4 map And match points.
Yeah, that round had its merits for VP with taking over as far as window. It's just that it took them till 45 seconds to get to that point. I think you could have recreated that position around 1:15, giving yourself time to walk up into the site, approach things more carefully, and maybe have a little bit more utility. But these fights, I think this round is more of a round that G2 are looking for. And yeah, not a single kill here for Virtus.pro. It's not going to be the most exciting exit if it's anything like the last couple here for Virtus.pro. At least Icy can afford his op this time around. The idea looked better last round.
Fame and Flit onto the ramp early, bomb towards top mid. There's been a gap from G2 on A, definitely in terms of that forward defense. Electronic finds him, Snacks just up there on the van.
Ooh, instant molly in response. They won't move off of this. Fame, though, he's in a great spot. How is he not going to get this kill?
Malb's done for, Heavy God dies right with him, just walks out that ramp. It is a red carpet for Virtus.pro here in the 21st round.
Wow, 2 players making pick plays. What a change of pace here from Virtus.pro.
Doesn't it look good on them?
I mean, yeah.
Right? That's the crazy thing. Like, we saw this kind of tempo more often out of VP when the Electronic leadership first took over.
Also, it's like Electronic himself, like just himself as a player. Why not? I've always looked at Fame as well. It's like, oh, that's a miss. Like, what player on this team is like, yeah, let's slow it down? Who individually is even like that? Like, Flamus got cut from GamerLegion because he rushed too much.
Yes. Fame has ridiculous
Use that to your advantage, guys.
Electronic is just as aggressive, and then you get one of these rounds. Like, that's why you catch Snacks off guard, because they've almost been lulled into falling asleep.
Yeah, they were fully conditioned. They expected nothing to happen for past a minute.
Not to mention that peak's in the fire.
Why'd you say it like that?
I don't know. Just that's the way it came out.
It was cool, though, actually. Truffle.
So VP remind us of what they can do, and it's a choice. It's a choice.
Always remember, don't let anyone ever make you feel like you don't have options.
Every single day you wake up, you can change Virtus.pro. You can be aggressive, and it looks good on you. You know, it's like a best friend reinforcing you as you just doubt yourself. We want to see Virtus.pro weaponize the talent, the aim. The rawness of Counter-Strike looks good on you, and it is enough to keep this quarterfinal going. Straight up duels and unexpected timings. You know, maybe coupling it with conditioning and a slower pace is a good idea, but you gotta change it up. And when you do, you extend play.
They're so uncomfortable with it, though. You see they're going back to old habits already. They put a little B pressure here, but so little happens in the mid round. They're just, G2 get to sit and wait and collect information. This time, it's not just an A lurker on the ramp. There's one in Palace as well as the bomb comes back into what will be an exec. Heavy God is a loose piece. Player playing within smokes here with his MP9. MongolZ back on the ramp. He's watching this.
Fame goes through it. Missed shot out of MongolZ. Heavy God. Ooh, the fire doesn't find him. And his MP9 collects the first one. Just enough of a distraction. He even gets a second. How is Heavy God still alive? Thriving! What? An MP9 to close it. You tiptoe your way into A site. And he just collects the quad. Done. Here are Virtus.pro. G2 may have MongolZ muzzled, but they'll just let the Counter-Strike do the talking.
Beautifully done from Heavy Guard, beautifully done from Scrawny and Launders, making that last match entertaining, and beautifully done from G2. They have secured themselves a spot in the semi-finals.
It really felt like it was only a matter of time for G2 to get out over the line there. The VP side, you know, they just kind of kept doing the same thing. It was like just these slow plays, arduous, just really stretching the clock as thin as they possibly could, and then just trying to get that A-bomb site. They made one miracle happen in that half, and they were really just kind of hoping for 3 or 4 dusts. That was kind of, to expect to be able to hit the bomb site as late as they did on some of those rounds was just kind of ridiculous.
I mean, they're the most boring team of Counter-Strike probably almost of all time. Like, it's just, I don't get what they're doing half the time. But luckily, it won't matter because they are now gone. G2, on the other hand, pretty dominant win, all things considered. I mean, other than that pistol that they let slip through their fingers in the first half, they played a very dominant T side. If you flip sides, I almost feel bad for them because it's like they have to just sit there and wait forever. I'd be confused too half the time if I was just sitting there with like no information, no action, no nothing. But they kept their patience, kept their nerve, eventually found a way to close out the game.
Yeah, G2 didn't even really push. Like I was thinking, okay, this is getting a little ropey. Like VP's making this comeback happen, and I was thinking maybe G2 should push, but then in reality, why really push? If you can just keep 3 guys or 4 guys on the right bomb site, like that's kind of how G2 was trying to close out Dust 2 also. They played like 5 rounds of triple B, hoping that there was just going to be a mid to B. Like right. G2 eventually just kind of had the right people on the right site, and credit to Heavy God. Like that last round, that
is wild. He got away with all those kills and didn't get traded.
That was magical.
It was.
G2 has the firepower. I mean,
Yeah.
Heavy Guard, Manassi, here in this particular, the map, we saw MongolZ, we saw Hunter as well. They all just stood up, did what needed to be done. And it maybe wasn't the most entertaining match of Counter-Strike, but it got the job done.
It did. And I mean, look, G2, obviously we know they have talent in spades, and some of them are obvious. Like we know MongolZ can be a very good player. We know MongoZ is one of the best operators in the world. You know, we know that Heavy God is a very flexible player who can do a lot of different roles and has slowly been kind of growing up his own stature as each team that he joins. He seems to get better and better. But Hunter, I mean, I just got to give him a shout out again. Added responsibilities nowadays with the CT calling, playing very well. If that's your 4th best fragger and Hunter's playing that well, like that's what makes his team so dangerous.
And he calls pistols, Dust.
Indeed.
He calls pistols.
All the pistols.
Okay, so Hunter's resurgence in 2025 is probably the only strong case against him just becoming the IGL soon for this team. Either way, all in all, I think actually pretty much everybody from G2 had their moments in this series. Even on Dust 2, Snacks had a really nice multi-kill, so I'm kind of trolling about everything else right now. I mean, really just MongolZ, this was a good map for him. First one, I feel like it was more so the MongoZ show, probably the Heavy God show. Yeah, all the star fraggers that you really wanted to show up for G2 did today.
Well, that's the thing, right? And you can see MongolZ on your screen now. He was great here, but Manassi had a really good showing.
Heat map, dude. He's just getting kills everywhere.
Manassi had a really good showing throughout the series as well. Like, and this is the thing. They just did what needed to be done. There's no real way to go, well, what did G2 to beat Virtus.pro? I kind of feel like Virtus.pro did a lot of the damage to themselves with how they were just choosing to play so.
See, the cool thing about G2 when they're playing against Virtus.pro, they're not even alone. They have an ally. It's called the clock, and it just helps them win rounds.
I can't argue with that. I mean, I feel like this series, just on paper, if you gave... So some of the teams played themselves into form here. Like, Falcons GL was interesting for a different reason. For, what else? 3D Max FaZe, even though that ended up being so lopsided, for example, I thought there was a chance that 3D Max pull off an upset, at least on a map. Complexity Aurora always just had the train factor for me, even though Complexity ended up winning the series. This was the one on paper for me where I just felt... It was the most clear cut that G2 were playing much better going into the series, and they demonstrated that today. So sometimes there's no real like huge takeaway from a series. Sometimes you just walk away and like, well, what we thought was going to happen ended up happening.
Well, what we learned is that Jame time gets you a major, electronic time gets you a ticket home, and gets G2 a spot in the semi-finals. Banks is with Heavy God now to celebrate.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, that's right. I've got Heavy God with me here. And okay, looking at this series, Dust 2, you played amazing. Just now, though, you're talking about Mirage. You weren't so happy, but you had a nice ending to the whole thing. Why were you being critical of yourself there?
No, I mean, there's always room for improvement. I'm happy we won. It doesn't matter how I play. So, yeah.
And the win is important to get you through to the semi-finals. Looking at these maps you played against VP, starts off incredibly well, but going into the second half on both maps, it was a little bit of slowdown, almost chances for them to come back into it, especially on Dust 2. Why do you think that was?
No, I think they played good protocols, and maybe they caught us off guard a couple of times, like me on A, especially on Mirage. There like 2-3 times I got caught off guard, but I think after we adapted, then it was good.
And it's definitely looking right now good for you guys, because you went 3-0. Now you've just won this one without dropping a map as well. Confidence must be feeling pretty high. Does it feel like you guys are finding the structure and what you want?
I don't know. We just play, you know. We enjoy, and we have great calls from both sides. And yeah, I think we do stuff right, and we follow the plan, and that's why we play good.
Now you say why you play good. My room is opposite your practice room. You're also in there, like, I think most evenings, grinding away. Even on the days off, you put a lot of time in?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to play, you know, like, I'm enjoying it, even on my days off. It's good. You just enjoy, and yeah, I'm happy I'm playing it, you know.
Make sure you're sharp, make sure you're ready. But tomorrow, semi-finals day, and you're going up against Complexity again, who you did beat in the group. So does this feel like a team you've got a good understanding of? Does it feel like a team that you can beat again and get through to the grand final?
I mean, obviously we played them, like we know kind of how we play because we faced them already not long time ago. So yeah, but you know, we're gonna prepare again, it doesn't matter. And we're gonna be full focused and give our best to the next game.
Well, I look forward to seeing it. Thank you very much, my man. Sam, back to you.
Thank you so much, Banks. Just keep in mind, G2 is the only team to make the semi-finals undefeated. They haven't dropped a series since they've been here at PGL Bucharest. That's going to be a nice one to take in. Lots of confidence for them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, again, like they came in as one of the favorites next to, you know, Aurora and MongolZ, but they're the only ones that truly lived up to it as far as like actually securing all the wins, not dropping any series, and, you know, really just kind of riding that favorite all the way perhaps to the grand finals. We'll see. They got a tough opponent tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious how they actually show up to Complexity because, you know, on paper, they're supposed to be better. Complexity seems to be powering up. G2 is always kind of like, what are we going to see from them today? But yeah, Heavy God, just there in the interview, always a good mentality. That guy's always just like the hardest worker, it feels like. I mean, the way he's progressed over the last couple of years I've been watching him, just like from being anchor positions, star positions, now kind of back to mostly anchor positions, and just kind of like, I don't even think I've ever watched him be an A anchor on Mirage. So and having star rounds like he did there, I mean, just awesome to see.
Let's take a look at your results from today so we can find out who is going through to the semi-finals in case you didn't wake up early enough. You can see there Falcons was able to take down GamerLegion. FaZe made very quick work of 3D Max. Complexity surprised us all, beating Aurora, and then of course G2 secured their spot. FaZe is my favorite. Come playoffs, everything we said, well, everything I said about Elige goes out the window, and they just arrived, dominated. It's like the Carrigan cog just switches into a new gear.
You know, I didn't think Counter-Strike was a game that could be speedrun, but FaZe might be contenders at the next awesome games done quick because they did just, you know, what, 13-0 the first map, made the second map pretty quick as well. So yeah, FaZe figuring things out at just the right time, making themselves look like one of the best contenders in this tournament, going against Falcons in the semifinal. That's going to be a nice little grudge match. And then, yeah, G2 versus Cole. Not maybe the teams we thought would make it there. G2 certainly we did. Complexity maybe not so much, but it's going to be fun tomorrow.
I'm a little bit disappointed in 3D Max on the flip side, just the manner in which they lost. I've been a pretty big 3D Max proponent for the past 4 or 5 months or so,
yeah.
But this was just not what I had seen from them in the past. But I also think that FaZe is showing that they're actually just putting work into the matchups now. I actually can see that they're anti-stratting their opponents a little bit harder in the Apogee game and the 3D Max game. They're actually just saying, okay, we're going to come up with targeted ways that we're going to exploit the way that you like to play the game. And that shows the versatility of the veterans that are on that roster.
Tomorrow, we're going to be full focusing on the tournament, who's making grand finals. So I kind of want to bring this up right now. No matter what happens tomorrow, what happens in the third, fourth playoff or the grand finals, Complexity, VRS points, this is a really good spot to find themselves in when they come out of the major, if they qualify for the major.
Yeah, that's very true. They still have to play the MRQ online after this, which has to be a little bit of a bummer. They just got announced that they're going to Melbourne. So, I mean, there's a lot of things clicking for Complexity right now. And I think you're right. No matter what happens tomorrow, they can be happy. Like, I think their goal was to maybe make playoffs. Is like, and Grim was kind of tiptoeing around even saying that. Like, I think it was just nice to win some series after having such a tough time at Cluj and at Katowice. But they punched above their weight and played really strong. I think for FaZe, it's also been nice to see a little bit of resurgence out of them. They've had their struggles as well. And, of course, Falcons and G2, the two teams that are allegedly having changes, still finding a way to have success here.
That's obviously the schedule. You can see we're going to be starting a little bit later. So your Saturday evening, cancel any plans, no dinner dates, nothing like that. You're going to be at home watching all of this. We'll be starting at 5 p.m. local time, which I do believe is 4 p.m. CEST. I hope I got that right and didn't confuse you. It's going to be a pretty good day, I think. I'm sure you NA boys are excited about what's to come.
I am excited. I'm always excited when Complexity are deep in the playoffs, but I also know that if G2 is the team to beat them, with all the criticism I've had for them in the past, then it's just going to be pie on my face. So, but I just hope, I'm just going to hold out the hope. I'm going to hold out the hope that 6C makes them pay.
Falcons.
Is there another 12-pack involved if they win the whole thing?
I mean, they should buy me one at that point. I mean, they're making that much, like the prize. You see the prize pool at this event?
That is true.
What have they already secured? Do we have that? Do we have that? Like what? They're like the amount of money that Complexity is getting from this semifinals appearance. I would like to see it in comparison to some of the other tournaments where they even went deep before, because I don't remember ESL Pro League a semifinal finish being something this strong. Like, okay, if they're already guaranteed 43,750, that even if they lose the third place decider game, with chances at getting up to 200K, like, Jesus, like 6C, like, I don't even know what beers you could buy at that point.
It's such a big one for them, right? It's not only it's the prize money that they get to take home for a team that maybe isn't as well paid as some of the others. It's the VRS points. It's all of those things. So lots to play for Complexity. But of course, they got to beat G2 first to take it any further. But we'll start the day with Falcons up against FaZe. So make sure you get back here tomorrow. We're all going to head out now, and we'll see you then. Good night.
What?